The young man inhaled deeply, lowered his stance, and reached for his sword hilt, ready to draw. That move made all the elders gape in stunned silence. As he swung his first slash, a fierce aura burst out, shaking the air itself. Everyone around froze in terror, unable to believe what they'd just seen. The crowd stood dumbfounded, awed yet terrified by power beyond comprehension. Only the great Sword King gritted his teeth, thinking the man was mocking them by striking slowly. He roared, vowing to crush that arrogant brat until his sword turned to dust. Turns out, that terrifying power came from an ancient divine sword. People finally realized he was a warrior who'd survived countless battles with gods. At his life's brink, a goddess descended and kissed him back to life. Unexpectedly, that kiss began a mysterious time loop. She confessed she had rewound time 3 times but still couldn't prevent the world's end. So this time, she placed her last hope and power in him, the only one who could save all. And just like that, the main story began. No more fancy introductions. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another land, opening the first chapter of tragedy. Rain poured down the sky blood red. Corpses littered the cold, barren ground. Amid it all, the hero knelt beside his sword, bloodied and hollow-eyed on the ruined battlefield. Only twisted corpses remained, some impaled, some riddled with bullets, all dead miserably. The hero lifted his head, face drenched in blood, exhaling heavily. Before him lay a sea of corpses. He muttered, "Damn, that's a lot of dead ones." Exhaustion hit him, sweat mixed with rain as he cursed under his breath. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the silence, making him whirl around. In the distance, cracked lips moved, rasping. "Didn't think humans were this strong." Seeing the creature still alive, his face darkened. "You're still breathing? Huh, bastard." Before him lay a massive giant, scared, four-horned, wings torn to shreds. It was Ahagus, the giant who'd ravaged the empire for 20 days. The hero stepped forward and stomped on his face, rain splashing everywhere. "Coldly," he said, "half the empire died because of you, and you're still alive." The giant smirked underfoot, eyes glowing. "Don't worry, a 2 route will soon return to the Lord." The hero sneered. "Good, your buddies probably wait for you in hell." The giant twitched and rasped. "My companions, where are they?" The hero growled. "One's ash burned midair by Qi Long. The last one," he added, "is sealed forever by Old Man Loosehorn." He ended with a sharp grin, eyes blazing. "Got it, you're all finished, idiots." But the giant just chuckled. "Don't fool yourself. Mighty human, your kind shares 1 sense." Those words froze him, jaw clenched as the giant kept talking. "I know they're all buried now, and that means no one strong like you remains." The giant rasped through the rain. The hero laughed coldly. "What nonsense. Hada's still alive and kicking." The giant's eyes flared gold. "Don't be so sure, your time's almost up." He chuckled. "If only Yod realized your potential and trained it properly, then Yod have been our greatest obstacle." The giant said, making the hero snarl. "Shut up, trash." Killing intent flooded out. His face turned cold as death. "Yeah, empathetic, but you're not one to talk." As he lifted his foot, the giant wheezed. "You're a great human, be proud of that." The hero gripped his sword tight, breath ragged, ready to end it. Yet the giant kept talking through the blood. "In the end, your world will be devoured by the starlight, erased as if it never existed." Before he finished, the sword slashed, light flared, blood exploded across the field. 2 routes' head flew off, dirt scattered. Sunlight pierced through his broken horn. The head thudded behind him, blood mixing with rain and mud into gray earth. Though decisive, his face stayed icicled, eyes empty over the corpse. Rain poured harder, water tinted red. He muttered, "What do you want me to do with all this?" No answer came, only the swirl of water around his feet as he walked slowly on. His body trembled, each breath labored as he trudged through the freezing rain. Suddenly, he looked up, seeing something through the downpour, tears blending with the sky. Memories flooded back him in camp. Comrades laughing, while he sat silent in a corner. A soldier approached, smiling kindly, making him look up without thinking. The man's handsome face bore a scar over one eye as he sat down to chat. Thanks to him, the hero began to open up, even managing a rare smile. Later, their squad marched to war together, facing life and death side by side. Back in the present, that same friend lay motionless, body pierced, blood spreading under the rain. The hero whispered softly, "You're all here, aren't you?" Standing among corpses, his voice broke. "Idiots, why'd you have to die like this?" He knelt, clutching the cold earth, growling, "You thought I was strong, so you risked everything." He gently closed his comrade's eyes, voice trembling. "You should retreated while you could, fools." His voice cracked in the rain. "Why?" The giants shattered even the supreme sword seal. "And I only had this sword to fight." He bowed his head. "Guilt thick. If not for that, a lowly sergeant like me wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be dead." His eyes brimmed with pain and despair, life draining away from within. Head bowed, blood and rain streaked together as he whispered, "I really don't know what to do anymore." Just then, a faint voice echoed from the dark. "Is anyone there?" Hearing it, he jerked his head up, eyes flashing warily. The voice called again. "Him hurt, can't move," making him freeze. It was familiar. Realization struck, his eyes widened. Heart pounding, she's still alive. Her voice kept calling. He planted his sword and pushed himself up, breathing hard. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the sound, hope flickering amid ruin. Pain stabbed with every step. He clenched his teeth, sword trembling in the rain. Suddenly, he stopped. She was right there. Before him sat a girl slumped against a boulder, body drenched in blood and wounds. He smiled faintly in relief. "So you're still alive?" The commander tried to speak further but froze, noticing something strange. Her sleeve was tightly bandaged, yet blood still seeped through. Leaning weakly against the rock, her breath faint, arm nearly severed, he gasped. "Adizen!" Seeing that, he clenched his fists, jaw trembling with fury. He stepped closer, voice hoarse. "What happened to our commander?" She whispered weakly. "Ronan, aren't you just a surgeon? You're stronger than I thought." Then her eyes sharpened. "Wait, what about Atua? Is he really dead?" Ronan nodded. "Yeah, I killed him. His body's still nearby." She exhaled slowly, making him pause. "I see." Suddenly, tears mixed with blood as she choked. "He's really dead." Crying with relief, she smiled faintly. "Thank you, Sergeant Ronan." He just watched her silently under the rain. After a moment, he spoke. "If you're thankful, could you grant me one request?" She blinked. "What request?" Sitting opposite, his tone grew solemn. "Please give our loyal soldiers a proper burial. Don't burn or discard them." She pondered, then sighed. "Look at me, I'm worse off than you. Maybe you should do it yourself." Ronan coved between a laugh. "Ha, ma'am, if you say that, how could I dare?" He raised his bloodied, trembling hand. "See, I'm not much better than you." He sighed, watching blood drip onto the ground. "I could die any moment now." With a bitter grin, he muttered, "Spent my life slacking off, now buried here, what a damn fate." Edison asked softly, "If you survive, what would you want most?" Ronan chuckled. "If, too many things to count." Then he looked at the gray sky, voice lowering. "But right now, the only thing I wonder is, what would it feel like to study at the academy?" He said, making Edison blink. "The academy?" Ronan recalled his fight with a Tujith. "That giant said something that stuck with me." He shook his head slightly. "But more importantly, my sister's final wish was for me to set foot in the academy." He sighed with a sad smile. "Too bad. In a few minutes, you'll probably see them again." Edison reassured him. "When the rain stops, the rescue team will find us." Ronan replied calmly. "Told you. Him listed as missing, remember?" He paused, then laughed dryly. "Those comforting words don't change a thing." Just then, the rain-east clouds parted, faint light breaking through. Both looked up in awe, unsure what was happening. Ronan raised a hand, feeling the last drops. "What's this?" The rain stopped, even the storm's gone. As he tried to stand, the ground shook violently. A massive quake erupted. Both shouted in panic. "Oh, what the hell is going on?" Ronan frowned, looking skyward. "What's happening up there?" Then he froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Above, a radiant 8-winged creature appeared, glowing fiercely. Ronan yelled, "Bagik!" Instantly, countless other monsters swarmed around it, filling the sky. Ronan stumbled back in fear. What the hell? Where did they come from? He looked around, voice trembling. What hole did these things crawl out of? Adizen stood speechless. No way the three giants weren't the end. Her voice cracked in despair. 3 regressions. And I still couldn't save the world. It's over. Just then, Ronan's shout cut through her hopelessness. "Commander!" He turned and roared. "Supreme Commander!" She startled. "Huh!" He barked. "What's wrong with you? Snap out of it. Use your power. Throw me up there. I can't reach them from here." Adizen gaped. "What?" Ronan snapped. "You're gonna sit here and watch them kill everyone?" She stammered. "You still want to fight in this state?" Ronan smirked. "What? You planning to just die?" With that, he turned, drew his sword, eyes blazing with resolve. "Even if I die," he roared, "he'll tear those bastards' wings apart." The blade struck the ground hard. Adizen watched, thinking, even now he won't give up. She smiled bitterly. "Yeah, that's him, the man who never backs down, moved by his spirit." She thought, if it's Ronan, maybe there's still hope this time. For a moment she hesitated, then her eyes brightened with firm resolve. She stood, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "Sergeant Ronan." He frowned. "What now?" His tone was irritated. "I'm busy, save your sappy talk." Suddenly, she lunged forward and kissed him fiercely enough to freeze him in place. He stammered, "What the hell?" From Adizen's lips, a glowing turquoise gem drifted into Ronan's mouth, melding with his breath. Ronan stepped back, frowning. "What the hell did you just feed me?" Adizen leaned close, whispering faint, cryptic words into his ear. Ronan frowned. "Wait your," but before he finished, her soft voice faded in the rain. When she let go, he shouted angrily, "Now's not the time for riddles." "Damn it." She didn't answer, just said gently, "Sergeant Ronan, if one day we meet again, could you tell me not to be reckless anymore and just live peacefully as a tailor?" Her smile glowed as her torn uniform faded into civilian clothes. Ronan froze, speechless. "I've done many things but never tried that." She kept smiling, eyes filled with calm kindness. Ronan stayed silent, gazing at her for a long while. Then above, the 8-winged monster gathered energy, its light blinding. It aimed at them both, charging a devastating strike. A massive explosion erupted, light devouring the entire sky. In that instant, Adizen's gem flared violently, then vanished into the air. Ronan jolted awake, eyes wide. Gasping for breath, he shot up, bracing himself. "Common!" Commander, his voice echoed into emptiness. But his voice faded. The world around him had completely changed. No longer a blood-soaked battlefield, but a peaceful village with mountains, streams, and laughing children. No way this place. Beneath his hands lay soft green grass. Just like in distant memories, he slowly stood, trembling with emotion. My old home mutant. Did I really return to the past? Suddenly, a glowing panel appeared. Special notice regression day 1 begins. The sun was high, light gentle. Ronan sat under a tree, sighing. Hand on his forehead, he muttered, unbelievable. The commander's words were true. The final image flashed a Deeson's kiss, leaving him stunned. What the hell? Between their lips, she had passed him a tiny turquoise gem, had flinched, asking, what are you doing? She had calmly replied, it's a gem that rewinds time. Her face had turned solemn. With it, a simple tailor like me became commander. This jade of reversal allows 4 time regressions, but I've already used 3, only 1 chance remains. Smiling gently, she said, so I'm giving it to you. Its power can defeat the giants. Shed hugged him tightly, voice trembling. I believe you're the final key to saving this world. Then, whispering at his ear, train hard. Ronan, I'm glad you still want to move forward. Shed remembered his words. I want to enter the academy. She had engraved them in her heart, had blushed. I was just joking, she softly replied. If you truly wish to learn, go to Philian Academy. There, you'll find allies. Then she called his name, Sergeant Ronan, and with her last smile, she whispered, if we ever meet again, tell me how beautiful the world has become, she added softly, and maybe tell me not to do anything stupid again, just live peacefully as a tailor. Her words left Ronan speechless. I've done so much but never anything right. Back in the present, Ronan grabbed his hair and groaned. Damn it all, sitting under the tree, clutching his head. He looked so distraught the villagers thought he'd gone mad. If this is a dream, someone wake me up already, he shouted across the field. Even if I went back in time, what can I change alone? Then he froze, eyes flashing. Wait, is this really the past? He jumped up, gripping his stick tightly. If that's true, then, standing before a great tree, he stared silently for a long time. Then he turned and strode toward the city, eyes burning with resolve. I can see my sister again, he thought, heart pounding. In the bustling market, little Ronan darted swiftly through the crowd. He grinned brightly, weaving between people. If I really came back just a bit further. Suddenly he stopped, staring ahead. What's that? Near an old tree, a few brutes were tormenting someone weaker. Ronan clenched his teeth. Bastards. He scowled. Why hang a kid upside down like that? On the branch hung a crying boy, pleading through tears. Ronan almost ignored it. Forget it. This stuff always happens here. But then he froze. Wait, that kid's not tied up? Looking closer, he saw the boy's legs suspended midair, held by magic, not rope. Ronan's face hardened. A child with magic power here. Then his eyes lit up. Right, he muttered. At this time they should be around here too. The scene cut to a red-haired youth, tense and anxious. He trembled. If this keeps up, that kid's gonna get hurt. The hanging boy cried harder, voice shaking. Please stop. I really don't have any money, he begged, legs bound by glowing light that quivered with each sob. My mom's medicine costs a lot. His voice faded, but the bullies only laughed as their leader slapped him. So what do you want me to do? The thug sneered. Your mom's health ain't my damn problem. He raised his hand, growling. If you're such a filial kid, then earn more money. He slapped the boy repeatedly, twisting his face in pain, blow after blow. The other 3 laughed wildly, treating it as entertainment. Suddenly, the blonde leader turned and barked. Hey, you redhead. He pointed at the hanging boy, sneering. His still too stubborn lift him higher. The redhead panicked. I can't. What if I drop him? The blonde snapped. Coward. If you could hang him, you can pull higher. Losing patience, he yelled louder, ordering the redhead to shut up and yanking Azio up roughly. Hearing the threat, Azio trembled, fear crushing the breath from his chest. Eyes wide, he wondered how it had come to this. Was learning magic a mistake? I just wanted to prove myself, show them I could do something too. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Tears spilled as Axel whispered shakily, I'm scared, I just took the magic exam. Yet he bit his lip, swallowing fear to say what he wanted to. As the blonde thugs watched eagerly, Azio trembled and begged softly, please. Just then, a wooden stick struck his back hard, pain bursting through him. Instantly, Ronan shouted, smashing another blow into the blonde's head. Stop it, you lunatic. The hit broke Azio's suspension spell. Releasing him midair, the boy fell with a thud, the bullies frozen in shock. Then the leader roared, what the hell did you just do? He marched toward Azio, fist raised. You think you can stop me? Trash. Azio waved frantically, terrified. Suddenly, Ronan stepped in front of him, smirking. Ignore that useless scum. Azio. Azio looked up, recognizing him. Stammering, Ronan. Ignoring the shouting behind, Ronan said calmly, I need to ask you something. The blonde screamed in rage. Ronan asked where Azio learned teleportation magic. The boy replied honestly, "From a book I bought at the market." Hearing that, Ronan was stunned then smiled. Impressed by his talent, he thought, "Interesting. I should keep an eye on him, might be useful against the giants later." Just then, the sound of a sword unsheathing pierced the air. Ronan's battle instinct made him spin around instantly. The blonde smirked, growling, "You dare mock me," and slashed down hard. Veins bulged on his forehead, still bitter from his last defeat by Ronan. Roaring, he charged, determined to reclaim his pride. Ronan stayed still, glanced at the sword, and snorted, "A longsword? Huh! Where'd you steal that from?" He noted, "Bad stance but decent power, not a total weakling." But for Ronan, it was nothing. He leaned aside smoothly, dodging each furious strike. The blonde gaped, shocked that Ronan avoided every blow so easily. Ronan smirked, thinking, "Even in this young body, my soldier reflexes are intact." It was pure combat instinct honed through countless brushes with death. Suddenly, the blonde stopped and sneered, threatening to cripple him. Ronan replied coolly, "Lucky me, I get to live another day." The thug raised his blade again, snarling that if Ronan knelt and begged, had let him keep one hand. Ironically, Ronan wasn't scared at all. He scratched his neck, grinning, "Ooh, I'm trembling." At first, he planned to let it go, but when the thug insulted his sister, his eyes turned icy. At the filthy mention of Tata, Ronan froze, voice low, "What did you just say?" In that instant, his expression darkened. He swung his sword in a sharp, merciless arc. Blood spurted across the ground, spreading like a split river. The blonde's arm flew off. He stared in disbelief. He gawked at the severed limb midair, mumbling, "Huh!" His sword clattered loudly to the ground, echoing painfully in the silence. He clutched the wound, screaming in agony that chilled everyone watching. The other three froze in horror, trembling at the gruesome sight. Ronan stepped closer slowly, voice flat, "Hey!" Looking down at the kneeling thug, his tone cut like a blade. "Scum!" Rage surged through him, veins bulging on his neck. "You got a death wish." Silence fell. Only the wind and the wounded man's cries remained. The three underlings glanced at each other, terrified that Ronan severed an arm in a single move. They stared at his blood-stained wooden stick. Hearts chilled. That thing can really cut. Ronan suddenly barked, "You enjoying the show?" The group staggered back in panic. He kicked the blonde hard, growling, "If you don't want to end up like him, get lost." Then he tilted his head, "And leave the money you stole. Consider it moral compensation." Trembling, they nodded, stammering, "Eyes, well, pay it back right now." As they fled, Ronan tossed the pouch to the freckled boy. "Here, it's yours." The boy blinked, "But this is more than they took." Ronan replied coolly, "Keep it. I don't need it." He smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, they won't dare come back." The boy teared up, thanking him. Ronan just waved it off. "No big deal. Go home, kid." Then they turned to see Azio standing there, fists clenched, face flushed. He stammered, eyes full of guilt, "I really," then bowed his head, voice trembling, "I'm sorry." Tears rolled down slowly, heavy as his guilt. He choked out, "Even if he threatened me, I shouldn't have done that." Trembling and crying, Azio apologized, saying fear had paralyzed him. He bowed deeply, repeating his heartfelt apology through sobs. The freckled boy exhaled softly, smiling, "Axel, you're still the same crybaby." He paused, eyes softening as he remembered how Hannah dragged him here. "When I first saw you," he said, "I figured you were cornered like me, so I don't blame you." Azio stayed silent, listening. The boy patted his shoulder gently, "So stop beating yourself up, all right?" His bright smile lit up the scene. "It's not your fault, but he'll treasure your kindness. Thanks a lot, really." After a few goodbyes, he left with his money bag, waving back down the road. Azio smiled faintly and waved too, eyes still red. When he disappeared, Ronan looked at Azio thoughtfully, as if weighing something. In his eyes, she was fragile yet kind, tearful, but oddly worth protecting. Ronan smirked with a sigh. "Well, she's not that bad after all." Suddenly he nudged her shoulder, startling her. "Hey, remember what I said I needed to discuss?" When she mumbled a reply, he turned away. "Good, meet me here in 4 days." She blinked. "Meet again." Before she could ask, he waved and walked off. "Busy now. Later." Then he paused, swinging his sword lightly with a grin. "If you don't show up, you know the consequences." With that, Ronan dashed away, laughter echoing. "Be late and you're done for." Azio stood frozen, baffled and flustered. What was that?" Meanwhile, Ronan ran swiftly through the forest toward a small house hidden among trees. He stopped at the door, silently staring at the familiar home without entering. Sunlight filtered through leaves onto him, casting a long shadow as he clutched a bouquet of roses. Blushing, he thought, "She loves flowers, so I picked every pretty one I saw." Feeling a bit foolish, he turned to toss them when a soft voice called from inside. A woman's voice came with footsteps on the porch. Was out there. The familiar tone froze him. It was his sister, Ari. Ronan turned back with a shy smile. "I'm home." His mind raced. Should he apologize first, or tell her he'd missed her for years? He had waited so long for this moment to return as just a normal man. Yet the disciplined soldier in him couldn't form a complete sentence. Before him, Ari stood on the porch, smiling brightly. "You're home early." Huh! His throat tightened, eyes stung as he stepped closer. Yeah, I'm home. The two entered the house together. The warmth eased his heart. The table was full of food. She beamed. Didn't expect flowers from you too. Eri hugged the bouquet tightly, her joy filling the small room. She cheered. I love them. Ronan smiled sheepishly. As long as you're happy. When she tried to serve more food, he waved quickly. No need. I'm full already. During the meal, he suddenly asked, Sis, how old are you this year? Eri blinked. 22. Why? He hesitated. Oh, just forgot. Making her frown. How could you forget your own sister's age? Worried. Eri stood and touched his forehead. Does your head hurt? Fever? Ronan thought silently. If she's 22, then only 10 years left until that fateful day flashed through his mind. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Eri placing her hand on his brow, checking his temperature, seeing his sister still worry like before. Ronan smiled in relief. Yep, same old sis. That gentle face and warm smile left him too flustered to speak. For a moment, he wished time would stop so this peace could last forever, but his resolve rose. Just 10 more years, and it'd be strong enough to protect her and the world. Ronan grabbed Eri's hand, looked in her eyes. I've got something to say. What is it? She asked. Surprised, he smiled softly. I've decided I'm entering the academy. Eri froze. The academy? Her voice mixed with shock and confusion. Then her eyes lit up. Really? Are you serious? She grabbed his hand, bouncing with sparkling eyes. Say it again, you mean it, right? Yes, really this time. Eri went wild with joy, dancing and singing while Ronan sighed. This sister, honestly, she rummaged around, muttering loudly. I knew this day would come. You're smart, you'll make it. Ronan just scratched his head. Thanks. Moments later, Eri dragged out a pot and dropped it heavily before him. Ta-da! A surprise gift for you. She beamed. Ronan peeked inside, packed with coins. Why so much money? I've been saving it to surprise you. She grinned. If you're really going to the academy, it'll cover your tuition, Eri said warmly. Ronan blushed. That's great. But since when? He fumbled. I'm grateful. But you should keep it. It won't be enough anyway. What do you mean? She blinked. Looks like a lot. But she began. Before he cut in, the Royal Academy of Phil-Leon. Eri froze, face pale. Only managing. Then screamed loud enough to shake the house. What did you say? The Imperial Academy of Phil-Leon, most prestigious school on the continent. Gathering brilliant professors and vast noble funding. It was every young mage's dream. Known as the Forge of Heroes, it had birthed countless legends. Anyone from Phil-Leon was exceptional, even General Addison spoke of it with admiration. Now, under the cold moonlight in the forest, Ronan trudged with heavy luggage, sighing, high entry standards and insane tuition, great choice. Me. He then recalled his sister's emotional face and smiled. If it's me, I can do it. Just then, Ronan stopped mid-step on the path. His eyes flared with determination. He'd prove his worth to her. Suddenly, thin legs appeared before him as if waiting. Ronan crossed his arms coldly. Didn't expect you here. From behind a tree stepped Marcel. No mistake. It was really him. But Marcel stammered, reminding him of his old threat. Ronan laughed. Forget about that. Tonight's busy, Ronan said, opening his pack with a grin. I've got a few things to test about you. He tossed the bag down, making Azio uneasy. Sounded like an exam incoming. Raising his hand, Ronan smiled while Azio blinked. What do you mean? Nothing serious. He chuckled, then Ronan pointed at his chest, telling Azio to use his psychic power on him. Lift me as high as you can, he said challengingly. Azio broke into sweat, stammering, why are you making me do this? Ronan sighed. Just do it, it's safe. Try it. Can't die. Don't worry, he reassured, and Azio steadied himself, raising his hands. Blue light flared between Azio's palms. Here I go, he shouted, releasing blue energy straight toward Ronan. Ronan stood still, amazed as the glowing bands coiled around him like magical wind. In a flash, light lifted him off the ground. Ronan chuckled. Feels better than I thought. Floating midair, he grinned wide, excitement flooding through him. Not perfectly balanced yet, but the feeling was just like that time long ago. He recalled the battle with a Tuzud, where he had fought the Manhattan. Back then, what kept him standing was pure psychic power, power so rare even among mages that its wielders were revered. That's why Azio could become a key player in the war against a Tuzud. Thinking so, Ronan smirked. This start, not bad at all, even as Azio trembled below, struggling to stay in control. Ronan smiled, drew his sword, telling him to hold on a bit longer. One more test. I'll land myself, he said, shocking Azio. Land yourself? What? Before Azio could react, Ronan raised his sword in midair. One slash split the air with a spine-chilling hiss. Azio gawked, utterly confused by what Ronan had just done, yet Ronan landed safely, completely unharmed. When Azio rushed over, Ronan brushed off dust, smirked. Just an old flip I knew, then lightly bonked his head. Don't ask me how. Sheathing his sword, Ronan muttered, this skill's gonna be one tough homework. Maybe the sword's own power was affecting him. Perhaps that was the key. He told himself had figured out later, heading quickly for his bag. Still work to do. Picking it up, he grinned at Azio. Anyway, you passed the test, then tossed him another bag. Take it. Follow me before the moon sets. We've got more to do. Azio fumbled. Huh. At this hour, he stammered. Ronan just smirked. What? Scared of the night. Under the moonlight, Ronan's eyes gleamed as if writing the prologue to his own legend. The sky darkened, leaving only the lone moonlight over the shadowy forest. Two figures, one tall, one short. Ronan led. Azio followed, panting, asking about Phil Leon Academy. Gasping, he asked, wait, did I hear right? The Imperial Genius Academy. Ronan shot him a look. Correct. Done. Ask again. Annoying. Seeing Azio hesitate, he raised a brow. What? Don't want to come. Azio gripped his bag, murmuring, it's just that. He hung his head, admitting he had no skills, while Ronan was so strong and gifted. Ronan frowned, voice low. Azio, you gonna live like that forever? The words froze him. He couldn't even speak. You're wasting your power just to be mocked. Worth it. Ronan pressed. Azio stammered, but Ronan continued, you're foolish, timid, and way too scared. Each word cut deep, leaving Azio silent and bowed. Then Ronan softened, but it's fine, you can still change from now, though. Time once lost never returns, and one day, you regret letting it slip away. Ronan paused, eyes distant. Remembering his own past self, he pictured himself alone on the battlefield, blood-soaked ground, fallen comrades. Sunlight on his silent form. Placing a hand on Azio's shoulder, he asked gently, so, changed your mind yet? Ronan the boy muttered, dazed, his cheeks flushed. Heart racing, he couldn't believe this man actually cared. Ronan said calmly, I'm not forcing you. It's your life, go back if you want. Turning away, he added coolly, I've got things to do. But Azio shouted, wait, I want to change. I'll go to Phil Leon with you. Teach me, he cried. Hearing that, Ronan smiled, eyes bright. He turned back, pretending to be aloof but thrilled inside. Good, first time you've acted like a man. Azio, now let our journey begin. Azio answered firmly, got it. Unaware, Ronan ahead was grinning slyly. Exactly as planned. Passing an open field, they spotted flickering firelight, warmth spreading through the cold night. Azio instantly tensed, eyes locked on the glowing flame ahead. Hiding in the bushes, he whispered, Ronan, is this our first lesson? Of course. Ronan nodded. Near the fire sat a goblin slumped by a rock. Ronan murmured, perfect first target for you to show your power. The creature's head drooped. It was a moon goblin, rare to see at night. Around it lay many of its kind, this one clearly their leader. Ronan grinned, patting Azio's shoulder. Perfect, a live exercise. While Azio trembled pale as chalk, Ronan's smirk turned wicked, eyes gleaming. All right then, let's begin. Those monsters, called moon fiends, often roamed this forest. They were easy to spot, sickly yellow skin and grotesque twisted bodies. But their true trait was greed, obsessed with gold and jewels. They hunted merchants, looting everything and hoarding it in one place. Then they'd gather to hold what they called a festival that only occurred on full moon nights. Like tonight, Ronan eyed the golden glimmer, whispering, that's our target. You mean? Azio stammered. Exactly, Ronan replied, his face lit with excitement. We're stealing their treasure stash. Azio blinked, baffled. Never heard of goblins throwing parties with loot. How do you even know this? He asked. Ronan opened his pack, replying flatly, I've got my ways, memories from his past life echoing. Suddenly Ronan wrapped an arm around Azio, startling him. Just use your telekinesis, move all the jewels into this bag before they wake. Azio sweated nervously, voice shaking. That's not easy. What if I mess up? His mind flashed with the image of angry monsters swarming them, chills down his spine. He hesitated. Maybe we should. Too risky. Ronan hissed, annoyed. You chicken, how will you ever grow? Then raised two fingers. To enter Phil Leon Academy, you need two things. First, money, to pay that insane tuition. Second, experience. Because money only buys entry, not survival. Ronan stared straight at him, voice firm. That place is filled with nobles trained since birth. To beat them, there's only one way. He grinned darkly. Risk your damn life. Glancing at the sleeping goblins, he smirked. Perfect foes, money and experience. Two for own deal. Am I wrong? Or got a better plan? Azio's eyes welled up, mumbling, no, let's do it. Ronan laughed, slapping his back. Good, then let's start. Night deepened, moonlight pierced the leaves, shining on two figures ready for their first trial. Soon, the goblins' gold and silver began floating up into the air. One by one, the treasures drifted neatly into the open backpack. More and more valuables soared in. Azio whispered, almost done. Just a bit more. Cheeks puffed. He guided the last item carefully. There, hold it right there. Once everything was in place, he commanded firmly, release. The blue glow faded, jewelry vanished into the bag. Ronan grinned. Perfect. He bent down, eyes gleaming. There it is, the last bag. All the loot now safely theirs. The two backpacks bulged with treasure. Ronan ruffled Azio's hair, laughing. See, experience wins. Yeah, we did it. Azio cheered. Ronan watched him, secretly impressed. She adapted far quicker than expected. Azio beamed with joy, jumping up. I really did it. But Ronan only smirked behind him. Found myself the perfect assistant. Checking the bag, he nodded in satisfaction. Good haul stuffed with gold. Let's go. That's it? Azio asked wistfully. Ronan chuckled. Yeah, now we just head back, before trouble comes knocking. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a crow burst into flight, cawing through the night. Behind it, two figures ran, cursing loudly. Damn it, they shouted. You brats. Stop right there. Hearing the yelling, Ronan and Azio both flinched and turned around. Ronan frowned. What the hell? Who's screaming in the middle of the night? The noise stirred a nearby goblin. It blinked awake, grumbling. Huh, what's with the racket? Then it spotted the empty treasure pile. My treasure. Where's my treasure? It shrieked. The cry woke the whole horde. All the goblins sprang up at once. They howled everywhere. Where is it? Who stole our loot? Then suddenly, silence. Every goblin turned its head toward the direction where Ronan and Azio were sneaking away. Both froze. Ronan muttered a curse. We're screwed. A thunderous roar erupted as the horde charged. Ronan grit his teeth. This is bad. Azio went pale, trembling, heart pounding wildly. He fell on his butt as Ronan tossed his bag aside, drawing his sword. Knew it, nothing ever goes smoothly. Maybe ditch the bags and run. Azio panicked. Ronan's tone went cold. Not a chance. Without that money, how'll we pay tuition? But first things first. Before he could finish, the goblin swarm was already upon them. They're here. Ronan! Azio screamed. Ronan eyed his blade, calculating. Cheap sword, about 15 strikes left. Moonlight gleamed in his eyes, cold and sharp as steel. Over 30 goblins rushed toward them at once. Their claws sliced the air. Ronan, look out! Azio yelled. Ronan narrowed his eyes, face hardening, muttering, 15 cuts enough. He gripped the hilt tight, unsheathing with a metallic hiss. That's enough. He growled and swung. Several heads flew instantly, blood sprayed in torrents, painting the ground, the air thick with metallic stench. Azio froze, eyes wide, speechless at the gruesome sight. Ronan's sword dripped crimson, his voice icy. 14 cuts left. Madness glimmered in his eyes, his grin that of a predator. Moonlight pierced the canopy. Crowds screamed. The scene turned hellish. In that corner of the forest, Ronan's slashes tore through skulls, gore splattering everywhere. He paused, wiping his blade, smiling coldly. The last one, easier than I thought. Azio sat nearby, dazed, muttering, no way, trembling, his mind blank. What did I just see? The image of Ronan massacring the horde in a blink replayed endlessly in his mind. One swing, 3 heads gone, then dozens fell before they could even move. Every strike of Ronan's blade carried storm-like fury and perfect precision. His silhouette stood amid the blood mist like a demon reborn. The air grew heavy with the scent of iron. Azio gasped for breath, heart racing. Heads fell in rhythm to each swing. None even managed to scream. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the clearing scarlet. Azio swallowed hard, sweat dripping down his temple. Eyes disbelieving, Ronan turned his back, standing among corpses, gazing at the dying leader. Didn't think it'd actually get to see this. Then he barked. Azio, still sitting there like a statue. Sorry, the boy yelped, resting the sword on his shoulder. Ronan said flatly, no need to apologize, just grab the loot and move. Under the moonlight, his eyes blazed with the thrill of the hunt. Let's go home. The night swallowed the forest once more as two figures walked off into their long journey. Ronan rubbed his aching arm, muttering, tired already, so much for an easy night. He thought, only a few swings and my muscles hurt, guess I'm still growing. He chuckled, gotta train more or I'll lose my edge. From behind, Azio called out, what was that terrifying scream earlier? Ronan stared ahead, answering dryly, no idea. Both recalled how that sudden scream nearly blew their treasury heist plan. Ronan grimaced, yelling at midnight maniacs, I'll deal with them later. They kept walking, unaware of a bow aimed at them from behind. An arrow shot through the air with a sharp hiss. It sped straight toward Azio's back like lightning. Feeling danger, Azio turned. Before he understood, Ronan spun around and caught the arrow mid-flight. Damn it, they're actually attacking. Seeing the shaft that nearly pierced him, Azio screamed. An arrow. Ronan scanned the forest warily. Where did that come from? Cursed woods people again. Two strangers emerged. Ronan frowned. Who are you? The black-haired one with a bow blinked. Whoa, real humans. He squinted, then burst out laughing. Just some brats. Ronan scowled, snapping the arrow in half. The two approached. The dark-haired man scratched his head, chuckling. Sorry, our bad, wrong target. He forced a laugh. Wu heard rustling, thought it was monsters. Haha, but his eyes flicked toward Ronan's bulging gold-stuffed backpack. Turning to his partner, he feigned relief. Almost killed the wrong folks. Yeah, lucky, the other agreed. Before they could finish, Ronan cut in coldly, eyes dark. Enough, drop the act, your eyes already told me everything. Both froze before they reacted. Ronan stepped closer, voice low. Cut the crap, answer me. His gaze was sharp as blades as he advanced. Who are you two? The pair trembled, goosebumps rising, stammering. Well, the dark-haired one forced a laugh, scratching his head. Haha, yeah, our bad, forgot introductions. As he spoke, his hand slid behind his back, drawing a gleaming knife. Then he lunged at Ronan, shouting, Caliboro. Ronan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the name. Caliboro, so it's you bastards. He grabbed the attacker's wrist, squeezing till bone cracked and the man screamed, then slammed a hammer-like punch straight into his face. The blow sent him flying, blood spraying as he collapsed unconscious. Ronan sneered down. A pathetic trash. The blonde one roared, seeing his partner fall, and charged. You little punk. Azio panicked beside him as the man tried to flank Ronan. Azio raised his hand. Ronan, look out, he shouted, unleashing psychic energy into the air. Invisible force instantly bound the blonde man mid-ash, freezing him in place. What the hell? I can't move, he screamed. Ronan smiled slightly, glancing back. Nice work, Azio. He kicked hard, sending the man's knife flying. With lightning speed, Ronan snatched the spinning blade midair. A quick slash air ripped apart, cutting the man before he even blinked. Blood sprayed as Ronan flicked the knife aside. Eyes cold as steel, the foe hadn't realized he was dead yet. I wonder why he began, but red lines open all over his body. Bleeding instantly, he collapsed with a final scream. Motionless, Azio cried, horrified. Ronan, is he dead? Ronan calmly wiped the blood. Dead. I don't spare those who try to kill me. Glancing over, he added, hear that? They're Caliboro. Caliboro. Azio gasped. Human traffickers. Poachers. Assassins, the Empire's nasty scum. Ronan explained. As he spoke, he drove another fatal stab into the still-breathing dark-haired one. Without me, your organs would already be in their warehouse. That's Azio stammered. Ronan cut him off. Voice icy. You know who they are. Then letting them live another minute would be stupid. He was about to turn when the bag behind him suddenly shook, making him halt warily. Both stared as it wriggled nonstop. Ronan frowned. What kind of bag moves on its own? They stepped closer. Maybe an animal they caught. Azio whispered. Looks like it. Ronan nodded. Open it. All right. Opening now. As the bag's mouth parted, a pair of icy blue eyes flashed from within. A black blur burst out, screeching so sharply it echoed through the forest. Both gawked as a blue bird shot free. Stunned, speechless, Ronan blinked, scratching his head. What's wrong with this chicken? The bird tilted its head, legs still tied, chirping innocently. Ronan, my first time seeing a real bluebird. Azio gasped. Mine too. Ronan murmured. He crouched, spotting a strange metal shackle on its leg. That's a Caliboro restraint, he said. Used to disrupt mana and bind magical beasts. Ronan frowned. I thought this kind was only for capturing mystical creatures. He eyed the bird. Then this little one must be before finishing. A golden sigil flared above its head and a voice rang out. Respond. The bird shrieked, startling Azio. Finally, connection restored. The bird talks. Azio yelped. Ronan pushed him aside. Nope, it's a magical transmission. He glanced at the bag they'd opened. So that bag blocked mana, that's why the signal was cut. Then he called out, you're this bird's master, right? A distant voice replied through the circle. Yes, Imvarin, mystic creature researcher, guardian of Mapper. I've been trying to reach it, was about to report it missing. Varin continued. And who are you? He asked. Ronan nudged Azio aside, answering coolly. Just travelers took out a few poachers. That's all. The ones who caught your bird. They planned to sell it. He shook his head. Ugly story. Not worth telling. Images of the bloody fight flashed in Ronan's mind. He sighed. Skipping the details. Point as we saved it, he concluded. The distant voice gasped. Poachers? Really? Didn't think they'd go that far, thank you. I owe you deeply. Azio smiled at the chirping bird. Ronan sighed. No thanks needed. Just tell me, how do we send it back? It looks exhausted. He eyed the shackle, asking, if I break this, it can fly? Most likely, came the reply. Mystical beasts always know their way home, just free it. Ronan didn't wait. All right, let's see. He slashed once, metal shattered with a sharp clang and frantic chirping. The shackle fell in pieces. The bird trembled, spreading its wings. Ronan sheathed his sword, smiling. Go home, little blue bird. To the bird, Ronan shone like a heroic prince. It chirped softly, touched, yet it didn't fly, just stood there, calling out again and again. Ronan grimaced. Is it pointing its butt at me? Varin laughed. It wants you to pluck one feather as a keepsake. Ronan blinked. Then obliged as Varin explained. A dream feather can guide its holder to its master like a magic compass. If you're ever in the Marlborough Research Center, come find me. I'll repay the debt. With that, the bluebird flapped its wings and soared into the night sky. Ronan watched it go, smiling in awe. Fast little thing, but before he finished, Azio pointed. Huh? Ronan, what's that in your hand? Following his gaze, Ronan looked down and noticed something strange. The feathers had fused into a glowing orb, leaving him stunned. In the silent forest, he squinted at the mysterious light, curiosity rising. Scene shift to a bustling old marketplace where a grand carriage halted in the square. Merchants bustled with goods, shouts mingling with the creak of wheels. At a stall, a bespectacled man lifted a bright blue necklace, admiring its fine craftsmanship. 20 gold coins, he announced proudly, introducing himself as Duan Karabla, head of the Karabla Trading Guild. He glanced at the pile of rare items before Ronan and laughed. Well, fortune's smiling on me today. Ronan crossed his arms, grinning. Finally, someone who knows real value. Then he recounted how he'd just argued with another merchant who'd insulted his prices, almost leading to a fight if Azael hadn't stopped him. Back in the present, Ronan shakes Duan's hand, grinning and thanking him for being such a kind-hearted merchant. After some chatting, Duan asks if there's anything else to appraise, and Ronan smiles, pulling something from his bag. In his hand lies a round, egg-like object shimmering like a galaxy. Stunning Duan, seeing it, Ronan recalls the strange blue bird that left this behind for him. The egg glows faintly, releasing a thin mist around his hand. He once grumbled, "That's your idea of a thank you gift, this lump." Curious, Ronan threw the egg hard at a rock. Half in doubt, to his shock, the rock dented deeply while the egg stayed intact. Both stared wide at it. Was absurdly hard. Duan examined it closely, muttering whether it was even an egg. He concluded it might belong to a rare mythical creature, worth a fortune. After a long look, his expression changed, and he praised its strange color and texture. Hearing that, Ronan burst out laughing, full of hope it was truly a treasure. But then Duan casually added, "Looks like horse dung," freezing Ronan in place. Ronan snatched it back, laughing awkwardly, insisting it was, while Duan scratched his head sheepishly. He advised taking it to a professional appraiser, but Ronan just stared silently at it. He slipped it back into his bag with a sigh, saying he'd investigate later, while Azael joked, "So it's hardened dung now." Changing topics, Ronan asked if there were books about the Phaley Academy. He said his group was preparing for its entrance exam, making Duan laugh with interest. Just then, Duan happily mentioned his daughter would also take that exam and could help them write as someone approached. A female voice called from afar, "Dad, what's going on?" The three turned to see a girl walking toward them. Duan smiled, saying, "Ah, she's back." He introduced her as his only daughter, Manhwa, her golden hair fluttering gently as she looked at them. Ronan froze at the name, mumbling in shock, "Manhwa!" He stared at the girl, unable to believe his eyes. Duan broke the silence, urging his daughter to greet, while Manhwa asked her father in disbelief. She accidentally called them babies, making Duan snap at her for talking like that. He quickly apologized, saying his daughter grew up in a trade caravan and was blunt. Azael just waved it off. But before the chat went on, Ronan stepped forward, eyes seeking confirmation. He asked sharply, "You're Manhwa, right?" She coldly replied, "So what?" Ronan pressed, "Your middle name is Sen, correct?" She nodded slightly, confused. Ronan muttered, "Weird, you look just like someone I knew." Memories flashed that woman with blazing green eyes. He gestured for her to come closer, saying he had one more question to be sure. Manhwa frowned suspiciously, asking what he wanted. Ronan whispered, "Do you have it down there, the bird?" Manhwa froze, stunned by what she just heard. She glared, thinking what kind of insane question that was, instinctively glancing downward. Her face burned with fury and embarrassment. Ronan stroked his chin, lost in thought, as if confirming something bizarre. He murmured, "Could that old man have a secret kid?" Then something flew at him. In a flash, Manhwa slapped him hard, shouting furiously, "Shut up, you lunatic!" Ronan stood still, feeling the sting oddly familiar. He blurted out, "That's exactly the feeling of Countess Manhwa Sen, back in the Amalan army." She had been the quartermaster he deeply respected. She was diligent, kind, and admired by everyone, the perfect figure in his memory. But whenever the guys started gossiping, she'd blow up for no reason. That's why he once got slapped hard and never knew why. Had always wanted to ask her about it, but never got the chance, because Manhwa Sen had died before they could meet again. Now wiping the slap mark, Ronan chuckled finally. Mystery solved. Seeing him laugh after being hit, Manhwa grew furious, yelling, "What's so funny? Not hurt enough yet." She clenched her fist, ready to punch him again. Ronan snapped, flicked her forehead, and barked, "Enough, you're overdoing it." Manhwa clutched her head angrily as Ronan growled, "One slap was fair, but don't push it," he added seriously. "Once is plenty." But before he finished, Manhwa headbutted his chin and shouted, "What about twice? You maniac!" Neither backed down. They grabbed each other's hair like kids. Ronan yelling, "You crazy woman, what are you doing?" Both screamed "Die!" and started brawling wildly in the market, leaving everyone stunned. Azael and Duan rushed in, shouting, "Stop! Break it up now!" Moments later, smoke and heat filled the camp. No one knew what was happening. In the chaos, Azael could only stare blankly at them. What on earth is wrong with these two? After the mess, Manhwa rubbed her head, grumbling if these were the issued items they were supposed to use. Ronan replied they needed to check if everything still worked properly. If not, he'd find replacements himself, muttering as he thought aloud. The air-calm Manhwa examined a sword while Ronan sat cross-armed explaining. She counted the items: 3 swords and a magic wand. She asked why he brought 3 swords. Wasn't that bulky? Ronan laughed, saying he hit hard. Better be safe. She asked how they were. He shrugged. Not bad, but the black iron one's the best. Manhwa nodded, saying black iron was tough and prized by knights as a treasure. She praised it as nearly unbreakable. Handed it back. Ronan took it, nostalgic for his old weapon. Manhwa glanced at the wand, noting its strong mana gem, saying it suited him well. Then she turned to Azael, curiously asking, "You're a mage, right?" Azael froze, then nodded. "So what kind of magic do you use?" Manhwa asked. Azael softly replied, remote to control magic. Hearing that, Mara squealed excitedly, saying with practice she could earn a scholarship. Azael blushed shyly. Then Mayra turned to Ronan, asking seriously, "For the practical exam, what technique will you perform?" Ronan blinked, raising a brow. "Technique? What do you mean?" Mara patiently explained that to enter Fei Leiwang Academy, he had to impress the judges. Practice mattered more than theory. She stressed that if he couldn't prove his worth, he shouldn't dream of passing the gates. Making Ronan sigh heavily, he asked what others usually did. Mara answered that nobles used family secret arts to flaunt status. Warriors showed off combat skills with personal mana. But Ronan interrupted. "Wait, mana? What's that?" He wondered if swordsmen could even use mana. Mara gawked. "What are you saying? Every Fei Leiwang student uses mana." She added that everyone must sense it to fight its basic. Ronan just looked utterly lost. Realizing something was off, Mayra pointed at him wide-eyed. "Don't tell me you can't sense mana?" Ronan calmly asked. "Isn't mana the same as aura?" Leaving Mara struck like thunder, she clutched her head, groaning. "Has this clueless and still dreams of Fei Leiwang?" She snapped. "Mana and aura are nothing alike." But Ronan just grinned. "I kinda get it, you're overreacting." Suddenly Mara stood up coldly, saying, "Get out, I can't take this anymore." Leaving Ronan dumbfounded, she grabbed 2 short swords, saying, "You'll borrow these, mine are still at the forge." As she left, Ronan called, "You're really borrowing them? What if they break?" Mara grinned. "Don't worry, this will be quick." She turned back, promising to repay triple if damaged. Ronan just sighed. "Good grief." Mara lifted the curtain, signaling, "Quit whining and follow me, I'll teach you real mana control." She began explaining, "Mana is natural energy everywhere like air, but not everyone can touch it. To use it, you must sense the mana flow inside your body and make it respond to your will. That takes training and some talent. Some learn fast, others take years. Usually it takes at least a year of hard practice to sense mana for the first time. Most Fei Leiwang students pass this stage through their own special techniques. Only then are they eligible to apply to the prestigious academy." When the moon rose, Mayra asked, "So, do you get it now?" Then she sighed. "You can't even tell aura from mana. How will you pass the exam?" They stood in an open field, each holding a sword, ready to spar. Mara said, "Fine, you think aura equals mana, but they're worlds apart." She explained that geniuses trained for 10 bloody years to awaken aura, that innate power. "Now do you understand?" she asked. Ronan scratched his head. Not really." He recalled meeting a few aura users on the battlefield, strong but chatty. "Annoying, yes, but not that scary. After all, no matter how strong, get decapitated and you're still dead." Mara cut him off sharply. "Enough theory. Let's start training." The wind picked up. She gripped her sword, saying, "The body learns faster than the brain." Ronan frowned, thinking, wasn't she just a young girl? Before he could finish, Mara lunged, her twin blades flashing like lightning. Ronan's eyes widened at her unbelievable speed. Swords clashed, ringing with a sharp crack and golden sparks. Dodging, Ronan thought, not bad, then smirked, but nothing special. Their blows came faster and faster, and Ronan finally felt real pressure. He thought, how can someone this young be that strong and dual-wielding too? He wondered, is this the mana combat she was talking about? Mara grew irritated, thinking, what's this idiot doing spacing out? She had planned to floor him in one move, to show him true mana power. Better that than him embarrassing himself in the entrance exam. But ironically, she was the one push back. Ronan's sword stood firm like stone. Impossible, how's he this strong without mana? She thought, as Ronan asked flatly, what are you thinking about? He countered instantly, swinging and blasting her backward in a cloud of dust. His eyes glowed red as he growled, don't block, just dodge. Then he spun, slashing again straight at her, with lightning reflexes. Mara dodged, letting out a short cry. The clash sent her skidding back, blade scraping the ground with fiery sparks. Gasping, she muttered, a second slower and it'd be done for her. She smiled faintly, not bad at all. Ronan replied with a grin. You too. Sheathing his sword, he said calmly, good form, but your footing's weak. Fix that and you'll go far. He added, turning to leave. Mara called out, hey, where are you going? She raised her sword and shouted, don't tell me you think you've won. But Ronan just waved. Whatever, remember your promise. As he finished, cracks spread across Mara's short sword. Within seconds, the blade shattered into hundreds of glittering shards. Mara froze, staring wide-eyed at the sparkling fragments. Ronan smirked back. Better start saving for that replacement. While she stood dazed, a trembling voice came from behind with a light touch on her back. It was Azael, eyes shining, smiling gently. You did great. Before she could reply, Ronan called from afar, Azael, let's go. In beat, right? Azael answered, running over. Mara stood watching, mind spinning. Who are these two? Ronan teased, you're slow. And Azael just chuckled awkwardly. Dawn rose, golden sunlight painting a clear, cloud-strewn sky. At the market, workers bustled as Ronan said, I'm just here to collect my money. But when he looked down, he froze. What's this? In front of them lay two backpacks full of books and a big crate topped with three small pouches. Mary explained, study materials for Fei Leiwang. She laughed, teasing, the exam's in a month. Don't you need them? Azale lit up while Ronan frowned. Why'd you make all this? He drew his sword cautiously. You're not plotting something, are you? Meiro waved frantically. Nope, nope, just goodwill. She added with a grin, I want to help you two pass free of charge, slinging an arm around Azale as Ronan sighed in relief. Ah, free's fine then. Meiro looked around the market, saying softly, if I had more time, it'd tutor you two, but I've got to go. She playfully punched Ronan's chest, smirking. Study harder, I won't go easy next time, she asked sternly. Got it. Ronan smiled awkwardly. Got it, and you better study too. Sitting in her carriage, she waved. See you in the capital. On exam day. Before leaving, she shouted, don't forget to read all those books. Azale laughed, waving back. Once her carriage vanished, Ronan lowered his head, eyes turning serious. I've got to train harder, can't stay weak forever, he told himself, and study no more luck. Smiling faintly, he walked on, feeling life was finally getting interesting. From then on, Ronan's life shifted, part familiar past, part new beginning. He dined with his sister Eri, who gawked at him eating like a starving beast. She gave a thumbs up, you've got quite the appetite, while Ronan stuffed himself to bursting. Besides eating, he hunted monsters in the outskirts daily to toughen body and mind. In the forest, he sheathed his sword, exhaling in relief. At his feet lay slain beasts, blood soaking the soil. He admired the sight and smiled. Good enough for today, clearing the area clean. Beyond training, he even started studying something no one thought he'd ever do. In his attic room, Ronan groaned at the books, muttering, why the hell am I learning northern dining etiquette? Though unsure of success, he gave it his all, and the month flew by like the wind. And thus, the story entered its true stage. Balon, the grand capital of the empire, at its heart rose the towering white spire of the renowned Phi Laiwang Academy. Azale stood beneath its gates, wide-eyed, gasping, whoa, this is Phi Laiwang. She could hardly believe it. It's gorgeous. Azale shouted excitedly, why are you standing in the middle of the road? Ronan's voice snapped from behind, startling her. He glared, quit gawking like a villager and move, we're almost late. Azale blushed. Sorry, Ronan? She was about to say more but stopped. Staring at him in surprise, Ronan frowned. What? Azale smiled. Nothing, just, you've really changed in a single month, she added. And you've gotten buffer too, making Ronan glare. What's that supposed to mean? He flicked her forehead. Stop spouting nonsense. Move it. Azale yelped in pain. Ronan strode through the gate, leaving her rubbing her head, thinking, maybe I'll really meet him here. Sword Saint Sulipen, heir of the legendary Garangia family, youngest sword prodigy of the empire. Ronan mused, if as my age, we'll probably meet in the upcoming exam. He looked up at the city, shrugged, but meeting or not doesn't really matter. Then Azale peeked out, hey Ronan, you still have that thing, right? Ronan raised a brow. What thing? The Dreambird feather from before, she said. It can lead us to its owner. Ronan nodded. Ah, I thought you meant something else. He pulled out a bright green feather. I've got it, heard the owner lives in the capital. I plan to visit after the exam, he said, but the feather suddenly trembled. It spun and shot upward, pointing straight at the academy's tower top. Ronan froze. The top floor, meanwhile, at that very top floor, a massive wooden door stood shut, silence thick. Inside, a deep voice muttered, still not easy, I'm not used to being a professor yet. He sighed. Maybe I should go back to research, as a bluebird beside him chirped brightly. Hearing it, he chuckled, stroking its neck. Ah, you're cheering me on. Huh. The bird flapped excitedly. Chirp, in agreement. The gentle-voiced man was Vajan Phanasia, a lion-headed sphinx and zoology professor of Phi Laiwang, devoted to his rescuer. Carrying a stack of papers, he muttered while opening the window. If that benefactor drops by today, he'll be in trouble. Mid-sentence, he froze. Someone stood outside. Ronan, eyes gleaming like a predator, grinned, didn't even knock, yet the door opened itself. Yo, that bluebird from before, so you're its owner? Ronan asked, making both Marble the Sphinx and Vajan pale in shock. A lion's roar and a shrill bird cry echoed across the academy. Marble trembled, hiding behind his master, stammering, who are you people? How dare you barge in? Ronan sighed. Geez, your yelling almost blew my ears off. Azale climbed in through the window, muttering, told you we should have used the stairs. Vajan clutched the bird. Wary, you've been following my Marlboro, haven't you? But when he saw the feather in Ronan's hand, his expression changed. Utter disbelief. He gasped. That's impossible. So you're the ones who saved little Marlboro, he cried, nearly forgetting his manners in excitement. Sunlight poured in as he bowed deeply. Oh heavens, I've been rude to my benefactors. Ronan waved it off. Told you, it's fine. Stop apologizing already. He chuckled. If anything, it's that bird's fault for flying out the window. Azale widened her eyes. That bird. You were the one who told me to use telekinesis? She tried to protest, but Ronan pushed her down gently. Shut Keep it down. Azael struggled while Ronan turned to Vajin. Didn't expect a rare half-sphinx like you to own that bird. He raised a brow. And a professor at Fei Leiwang. No less. Vajin rubbed his head sheepishly. Didn't expect my benefactor to be an applicant either. He added, embarrassed. Had I known, it'd have written you a recommendation, but today's my day off. He laughed awkwardly. Hope you don't fail the exam. Ronan grimaced. Way to jinx it, then pulled something from his pocket. Anyway, I came for another reason, won't take long. He set a familiar egg on the table. Can you tell me what this is? That bluebird laid it. Vajin adjusted his glasses. Startled. What? Marlborough laid an egg. He examined it closely, then exclaimed, this is a dreambird egg. He looked up. You're sure Marlborough laid this? Ronan shrugged. Yeah, birds lay eggs, don't they? Vajin shook his head. But this isn't an ordinary bird. It's a real dreambird, and the strangest thing is, he said gravely, I don't even know what will hatch from it. Ronan blinked. Wait, what do you mean by that? Then Dan shook his head, explaining that dreambirds weren't simple creatures. They absorb unique mana from their surroundings to create eggs of their own. For example, living near magma, the egg could hatch into a blazing fire phoenix, or if nesting among monsters, it might lay something shaped like them, not even bird-like. However, Dan said by analyzing the mana inside, one could guess its form, but this one was different. He stared at the radiant shell, saying its energy was mixed like molten alloy, blending chaotically. Ronan chuckled. Seriously, it's just an egg. No need to make it sound apocalyptic. Dan turned to his bird. Hey, are you the one who laid this? The bird only tilted its head and chirped. Ronan laughed. Never seen a bird that stubborn. But Dan looked serious. Asking a favor, he wanted Ronan to take care of the egg. Surprised, Ronan still agreed without hesitation. Is it that valuable? He asked. Dan nodded. A dreambird lays only once in its life. Smiling at Marble, he said if the bird placed its egg before Ronan, it must have sensed something special. Gently stroking its feathers, he said he wanted to honor the companion who journeyed with him, so he entrusted the egg to Ronan, who accepted it, curious about what creature would emerge. Ronan stood, pocketed the egg, and said goodbye. But Dan raised a hand. Wait, he hurried off, mumbling that he'd been thinking of a gift and just remembered a good one. He handed Ronan a scroll, saying it would help incubate the egg. Both of them looked puzzled. Ronan squinted. What exactly is this? A moment later, in the combat testing hall of Galilean Wing, inside the waiting room, the candidates sat in silence. Some whispered prayers, others checked weapons as the proctor called out, Candidate 111, Candidate 112, please. The next one stood up nervously. He walked through the glowing curtain and vanished. Ronan, sitting in a corner, thought, number 112, guess him next. He crossed his legs, resting his chin, sighing from boredom. Turning to Mara beside him, he complained. She replied coolly, every test the same. Ronan frowned. Why are you wearing that outfit? Isn't it uncomfortable? Mara smirked. On purpose. She winked. You have to look good to impress nobles. Ronan just sighed again. Mara leaned back, lamenting that little darling wasn't here. Ronan said flatly, the guild leader's busy. As he finished, the proctor returned. Candidate 112 is done. Candidate 113 stepped forward. The exhausted student stumbled out. Hearing his number, Ronan rose, drawing his sword. Mara crossed her arms, smiling encouragingly. Do what we talked about. She even warned, fail, and it'll kill you. Ronan waved, grinning. Thanks for the warm support. Before entering, he glanced back, murmuring, you'll be right back. Then Ronan stepped through the blinding doorway. Inside, he stood in the vast arena, eyes scanning warily. His gaze settled ahead. So these are 5 professors of Fei Leiwang, all stern and composed. Ronan thought, every one of them's the real deal. Especially the elder in the center, the Grand Archmage Cavacrati, who drew his full attention. Beside him sat the Sword Saint Naburo, her white hair and fierce aura pressing on Ronan like a storm. Ronan bowed and introduced himself. The headmaster calmly did the same. He explained the rules. Ronan would fight a magic dummy, then asked what technique he planned to show. Ronan smiled lightly, just one quick slash, and slowly gripped his sword hilt. That's all I need, he said, startling all 5 professors. One stroked his beard skeptically. Another chuckled, saying he'd seen plenty of knave students like that. They mocked that the dummy had extreme defense and regeneration crafted with elite magic. 2 whispered that even Prodigy Soli Pen hadn't scratched it, so what could this kid do? One burst out laughing too loudly until the headmaster glanced over. Thinking they underestimated him, he wondered, what if Ronan proves them wrong? Looking again, he noticed Ronan's eyes glowing with sharp confidence. The headmaster felt a chill. How could such a young man carry such terrifying resolve? Ronan stomped down, gathering immense force. Then he dashed forward, slashing cleanly across the dummy's neck. Nabiro's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Ronan sheathed his sword calmly. As if nothing had happened, he looked at the professors and said evenly, I'm done. One professor snorted, mocking that a single slash was laughable. Another joined in. They turned to the headmaster. Well, sir, how should we grade that? But the headmaster sat frozen, sweat forming, speechless. Suddenly Nabiro slammed her hand on the table, the room trembling as a blonde professor jumped in fright. Without a word, she strode toward Ronan, eyes sharp as blades, hand gripping her sword, the tip of her blade aimed at Ronan's throat, but he didn't flinch. Naburo halted the gust from her movement, whipped their hair wildly. Ronan met her gaze coldly. "Trying to scare me," she replied low. "Who are you?" She pressed closer, killing intent radiating, demanding where he learned that sword technique. Ronan blinked. "Learned? What do you mean?" She paused, then said, "Fine, let me rephrase." Still holding the blade at his neck, she asked, "Could you see my sword strikes?" Ronan replied calmly, "Of course, impressive work." He added, "You swung 3 times for finishing, quite remarkable." Naburo nodded, eyes icy. "Exactly 3, just like your arrogant slash earlier." In the blade's reflection, her face burned with rising fury. Ronan hesitated, not understanding why she was so angry. Naburo growled that his technique was clumsy and exaggerated. She accused him of slowing his final strike on purpose so no one could see it clearly. Then she finished coldly, mocking that he'd clearly rehearsed that trick. "Arrogant, do you forget where you stand?" she shouted, while the headmaster quietly looked away. A few professors exchanged baffled looks, unsure what they were witnessing. Ronan lowered his head, thinking, she misunderstood. I held back to avoid breaking the dummy. But seeing her expression, he knew she wouldn't believe it anyway. Before he could speak, Naburo withdrew her blade from his neck. She turned away, sliding her sword into its sheath. "I'll remember your face," she said coldly. Ronan blinked. "Huh, that's it." But a few steps later, she turned sharply, voice like steel. "I'll personally retrain you." Ronan shivered. "Guess it's not over then." Naburo sat down in irritation, and the headmaster glanced at her, mumbling her own words. He smiled faintly, thinking, maybe she just decided to take that boy as her student. Then he turned to Ronan with a pleased smile, praising him for a job well done. The headmaster said, "Before we end, I have one last question. Answer honestly." Staring straight at Ronan, he asked, "What do you wish to learn at Philian Academy?" Ronan pondered briefly, then looked up with a serious face. "I'm thinking of how to answer that properly. Maybe how to live without regrets," he said firmly. The headmaster was stunned, unable to believe such words came from a young man. Finally, he nodded slightly. "I see. You may leave." Ronan, the door closed behind him with a heavy thud. The headmaster watched him go, repeating in his mind, "How to live without regrets." Then he burst out laughing, stroking his beard. "What a headache. How am I supposed to teach that boy?" A professor beside him asked, confused, "What did that kid even do to mess with both of us?" "A trick. You could call it that," the headmaster replied. His gaze shifted to the mannequin in the hall, where a deep slash marked its neck. "Actually, we should call him a prodigy." The 2 professors gasped, eyes wide. "What?" Right before them, the mannequin's head fell off and rolled across the silent hall. Outside, Ronan stood still, staring at the no-closed door. He exhaled softly, thinking of Naburo's sword. "Even in my past life, I might not have beaten her," he mused. He pressed his lips together, realizing he'd found a worthy rival and a long road ahead. Smiling faintly, he thought, "Guess starting at Philian like this isn't bad at all." Then Ronan chuckled to himself, feeling eager to learn much here, and walked away full of spirit. He thought, "Only the written test left and I've memorized everything for a month now." Confidently, he grinned, thinking, "Piece of cake." But soon after, Ronan slumped down, clutching his leg in despair. "Piece of what? This is hell." He sighed to Mara and Azio. "I'm doomed. Truly doomed. What a cursed fate." Mara turned to Azio, shocked. "He didn't even finish half the test. I told him to check his bag." Azio recalled nervously. He remembered Ronan had packed all his books, then forgot the bag somewhere out of sheer focus. Azio lowered his head guiltily. "My fault. I should have reminded him." Mara gnashed her teeth. "How does an idiot like that even survive?" She sighed, glancing at the gloomy Ronan. "Has he been like this since the exam? When are results out?" Then she grabbed his arm, smiling to cheer him up. "Come on, don't mope. The practical test mattered most. You nailed that." Before she could finish, the ground began to glow. A massive magic circle lit up beneath the academy. Someone shouted, "Results are out," and everyone turned in that direction. Before their eyes, a glowing admission list slowly rose in the air. Azio blinked. "That's the list of those who passed, right?" Mara gasped. "So fast." They posted it instantly. The board showed Azio Magic Department, 12th in Practical, 1st in Theory Mara Martial Arts, 9th Practical, 9th Theory. The 2 girls stared for a few seconds, then burst out laughing with joy. Mara! Tyriade hugged Azio tightly, shouting in excitement, "We passed." Her voice echoed through the hall. Mara laughed, ruffling Azio's hair. "Look, you're 1st in Theory too," Azio stammered. "Really? Of course. It's right there." Mara beamed proudly. She laughed loudly. "Well done, my dear." Azio blushed. Just lucky, I guess." Still thrilled, Mara turned to Ronan. "What about you? What's your rank?" Ronan, silent all along, darkened and said nothing. He stared at the list, lips pressed tight. "Knew it. My name's not even there." He forced a smile. "Someone like me, in the academy?" "Yeah, right." Leaving Mara and Azio speechless, Mara grabbed him, yelling, "No way! Did you check properly?" "Yeah." Ronan sighed. "Read every name twice." "Told you. I did terribly. He didn't finish before a giant fireball crashed from the sky, shaking the academy. What's that glowing thing? Ronan shouted. Mara stammered. That's the top scorer's firework for first place. A massive flaming phoenix appeared in the air, wings blazing with fierce heat. It circled once, then launched a gigantic fireball downward. The ball shot straight toward Ronan. Hey, what the? He yelled. In a flash, it exploded before him, flooding the courtyard with firelight. When the smoke cleared, glowing words blazed across the sky. Top of martial arts Ronan. Rank 1 practical, rank 5712 theory. The three stood frozen, mouths agape, speechless. Then Mara and Azio screamed with joy, tackling Ronan in a group hug. Congrats, top scorer. Mara grinned wide. Didn't expect you'd top martial arts. Azio clung to him, laughing. Our genius Ronan. As they cheered, Ronan looked up at the letters and laughed. Ha! Guess I do have good taste in myself. Then he muttered, wait, if him first, that means he lost. He won't take that well. Frowning, Ronan gently pushed the girls aside, unaware someone had appeared behind him. A cold voice spoke. So, you're the one who took first place. Ronan frowned. Damn it, knew it. Before him stood the young sword saint. Sully Pen, ice blue eyes, beautiful face, and killing intent radiating. Sully Pen said nothing, simply stared, the air thick with tension. Students nearby whispered, that's Sully Pen, the Empire's rising star. Behind Ronan, Mara whispered, he wants to talk to you. Azio added nervously, his aura's terrifying. Ronan gritted his teeth, still a pain, as always. Sully Pen's glare burned with fury. He couldn't accept being outdone in swordsmanship. Ronan tried to ease things. I'm as shocked as you. I didn't even know I was first. Sully Pen's face darkened further, rage practically steaming. You lying? He growled. Ronan sighed. Nope, didn't know. Don't start trouble, just go. The words made Sully Pen's grip tighten on his sword. Proof? Huh, he hissed. In an instant, he lunged. Ronan reacted instinctively, drawing his blade to block. Metal clashed. Sparks flew. Ronan stared, shocked it actually attacked. Ronan! Mara and Azio screamed from behind. Sully Pen said coldly, satisfied now. If you weren't first, you couldn't have blocked that. The clash drew a crowd of students, murmuring, they're fighting, ignoring them. Sully Pen barked, show me the skill that beat me. Ronan gritted his teeth, you're insane. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Ronan countered fiercely, forcing Sully Pen back half a step. Fine, let's dance. His eyes blazed, aura erupting. I'll show you what first place means. With that, his sword flashed, slicing forward in a burst of silver light. Sully Pen reeled, barely managing to raise his blade in time. He strained to block, steel clashing in a flurry of deafening strikes. Each blow rang sharp, sparks and light scattering across the arena. Ronan halted, smirking. Had enough fun yet? Sully Pen didn't answer, just stared at his trembling arm in disbelief. He said quietly, no wonder you scored so high, your technique's terrifying. Then he smirked, lowered his stance. Good, just as I thought, readying his counterattack. Sully Pen slashed again with icy voice. That's nowhere near enough to beat me. Ronan blocked with one hand, shouting, are you insane? Calm down. But Sully Pen growled, stop hiding your true power. His eyes darkened, killing intent thick. I can't accept this, he hissed. Without waiting, Sully Pen unleashed a storm of silver slashes, forcing Ronan to defend frantically. Ronan cursed inwardly, this idiot's going all out. This is exactly why I hate dealing with him. He gritted his teeth. If this keeps up, he'll force me to use aura. Big trouble. That aura could rip space apart. I'm not doing that, he thought. Then, mid-duel, Ronan suddenly turned and ran, stunning everyone. What are you doing? Turning your back mid-fight. Sully Pen shouted furiously. Ronan dashed back, yanked Azio close, and held his sword to Azio's neck. Azio froze in shock. Sully Pen roared, you think I'll miss my strike? Azio stammered, panicked. Bro, why me? Coward! Using a lady as a shield, call yourself a swordsman. Sully Pen bellowed, Imagai! Azio screamed, trembling, while Ronan smirked behind him. Gotcha, still the same chivalrous fool. Then Ronan suddenly shouted and punched Sully Pen square in the face. The blow sent him flying, crashing down and clutching his face in pain. Before he could react, Ronan yelled, run! Azio! Mara! Startling them both, his shout echoed across the academy. Huh! Sully Pen muttered, dazed, but Ronan grabbed the two and bolted, leaving Sully Pen behind. Just then, a bald supervisor rushed from the crowd, shouting, what happened? Who was fighting? He froze at the sight of Sully Pen kneeling, face bloody. Heavens, Sir Sully Pen, who dared? Before he could finish, Sully Pen calmly wiped the blood. No worries. I'm no noble here, just a normal candidate. He lifted his head, voice steady. It was a fair duel. No one's at fault. Dusting himself off, he stood straight, expression cold and composed. Then he froze, staring at his sword in disbelief. A long crack ran down the mithril blade. Impossible, this was the finest mithril sword? Clutching the hilt, he thought. I thought he was just decent. He cracked this blade. His lips curled into a grin. Interesting. His eyes followed the direction Ronan vanished. Ronan, I'll remember that name. The next morning, motorcycle engines roared through the misty outskirts outskirts of the capital. Leading ahead, Ronan studied a map, saying to Azio, "It should be around here." Exhausted, Azio wiped sweat. "Ronan, are we sure this is okay?" Ronan blinked. "Okay what? You broke the nose of the Duke of Grantia's hair. That family's just below royalty." Ronan kept walking. Calm. Relax. Has a good guy just sword obsessed? He added, "Sully Penn lives by honor and justice, a noble who protects the weak. He'll probably see yesterday as a fair duel. Otherwise." Ronan shrugged. "We'd be in prison by now." Azio nodded, about to reply when Ronan suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. "Forget that look. We've reached the ley line Professor Vasion mentioned." Under the shimmering light, the Finado spring appeared. Ronan checked the map and grinned. "Perfect," he murmured. "Mana flows through the world, gathering to form special waters called ley lines. Where mana spreads, the land itself becomes soaked in magic. Plain rock turns to mana stone, weeds to rare herbs. No wonder everyone wants one." Ronan crouched by the clear stream, saying slowly, "Its value is beyond measure." Remembering Professor Vasion's words, he chuckled. "That generous old man gave us this spot just to hatch an egg." Then he asked, "Azio, feel anything?" Azio's glowing hands widened his eyes. "The mana here is insane. I've never seen this before." He could feel the energy surging, his magic amplified, hands shining brightly. At that moment, he noticed the egg on Ronan's belt glowing, absorbing the swirling mana. The egg trembled, drinking in power at a shocking rate. Ronan smiled. "Guess it loves this place." Looking up, he murmured, "If Mara were here, she'd love it. Pity she's busy selling stuff." His eyes softened with nostalgia. Azio nodded. "Yeah." Pity then suddenly froze, unease creeping in. "Wait, Ronan, don't you feel something's off?" he asked. Ronan frowned. "Off how?" Professor Vasion said dense mana attracts all kinds of creatures. Azio said seriously, "Even monsters, but this place is too quiet." Ronan froze, tension rising. A gentle breeze passed. Azio's voice dropped. "Why don't we hear any animals?" Ronan stayed silent, inhaling deeply. Slowly, he stood, eyes hardening. "Damn, I slipped up." He ruffled his hair, muttering, "Trouble again. Why does it follow me?" Azio asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Ronan stared toward the dark forest. "Get ready." Azio. In the shadows lay piles of animal corpses, signs that something terrifying was near. Ronan frowned. "There's blood in the air," he warned. Azio panicked. "Oh, what?" Ronan replied coldly. "You think him joking?" His eyes gleamed, lips curling slightly. "Someone's here before us." Instantly, the forest grew eerie. Wind hissed through trembling trees. Behind ancient trunks, dozens of arrows were drawn, ready to fire. Then 5 masked men in wolf masks emerged, bows raised. Ronan smirked child's play. As the arrows flew, his eyes turned sharp. His hand touched the sword hilt. With one powerful slash, he cleaved the air, shattering the arrows to splinters. Wooden shards scattered, hitting the damp ground with dry cracks. Ronan studied the debris, eyes narrowing. Something looked familiar. "I've seen this before," he muttered firmly. Memories of his past life flooded back around a campfire with his old unit. One soldier bragged, waving his bow, boasting about its deadly power. "These arrows can blow off an Ogasi's head." The man had boasted proudly. Ronan, chin resting on his hand, muttered dryly, "Here he goes again." He told the guy to shut it, reminding him he'd been arrested once for hunting with that weapon. The reed-haired man laughed nervously. "The best user of these is one of our organization's elites. The Hound's Calaboro branch," had said proudly. Ronan instantly realized these arrows were from Calaboro, ranked by hunting dog breeds. He sighed, glancing at the broken shafts. "Nice shot, though," he murmured. Ronan told Azio to hide well, stay calm, and just survive to the end. With that, he dashed off, killing intent flaring, leaving Azio frozen among the trees. Behind a trunk, a scarfist man trembled, unable to believe Ronan blocked every arrow with one slash. "What kind of monster is he?" he muttered, while Ronan closed in fast through the branches. Sensing danger, the scarred man ordered his team to scatter and counterattack. From afar, Ronan heard clearly, thinking, "As I thought, these guys aren't like those kids before." Seeing them retreat, he frowned. "Not good if that's the case." He landed, shouting, "Stop. Don't you recognize your own ally?" They froze. "Ally? What the hell's he talking about?" the scarred one muttered. Ronan smirked. "Yo, guess you haven't heard the news yet." "Huh." Resting his sword on his shoulder, he declared proudly, "I'm the youngest hound from the Damas branch." The group jumped down, surrounding him. "You serious? You're a hound?" Ronan replied coolly. "Yeah. Problem with that?" The scarred man grit his teeth, doubting this kid. Ronan chuckled dryly. "Don't believe me? Ask your branch, but don't guess wrong," tilting his head mockingly. He added, "Projecting your own habits again? Huh, stray dog." That insult lit the man's fused veins bulged on his temple. He grabbed Ronan's collar, roaring, "You bastard! How dare you insult me?" Pulling a knife to Ronan's neck, but Ronan just sneered. "Talk too much, guys like you never die well." The scarred man shook with rage until a comrade stopped him. "Wait, he knows Calaboro's ranks?" The group froze. Only insiders knew that detail. Ronan kept smiling mockingly, deepening their unease. One whispered, "Call the captain first if he's really from Damas. We're screwed." Just then, a bald, muscular man emerged from the bushes, voice harsh and annoyed. I told you much to stay quiet. What's this mess? He barked. The group turned pale. Captain Vume, the branch leader of Demisaxo himself, the scarred man released Ronan's collar, relieved. Perfect timing. Captain, he rushed over to explain everything, while Ronan stood silently, observing. The lackeys whispered among themselves as Ronan lowered his gaze. Calculating, all pieces in place, he smirked faintly. Good, everyone's here. Vume spoke. Kid, you're a two-rut. From Damas, right? Ronan nodded. Yes, then why are you here? This forest under Demice jurisdiction, Vume asked, frowning. Ronan smiled awkwardly. Must be a little misunderstanding. Then coldly, actually, I'm not a two-rut at all. Vume's veins bulged in shock. In a flash, Ronan drew his sword, blood sprayed as his foes fell before they could scream. Facing Vume and the scarred man, he said Essily, that name. Just borrowed it. With a rasping laugh, he lunged. After all, it belonged to a filthy thief. In an instant, Vume's throat burst open. He collapsed, never grasping what happened. His head rolled free. Blood splattering. The purple-haired man beside him went pale. Trembling, he stared at the head on the ground. Whispering, Captain, Ronan rested his sword on his shoulder, smiling. Told you so, didn't I? The man looked down. His fingers had already been sliced off. Blood dripping. Pain hit him. He screamed, the echo shaking the forest. Collapsing, clutching his arm, sobbing in agony. He heard Ronan sigh irritably. Enough, take it. He tossed a scroll before the man. Voice icy. You want to live? Draw me the locations of all the branches. Trembling, the purple-haired man stammered. Do draw a map. Ronan pointed at the paper, eyes cold. He squinted, lips curling. What? Don't want to. His hand brushed his glowing blade. Then forget living, he said darkly, killing aura freezing the air. Panicked, the scared man screamed. Wait, it'll do it. But I've got no pen. Ronan replied flatly. You do. He pointed to the man's severed, blood-soaked hand. There your pen. Moments later, the man finished the map, his sweat mixing with blood dripping down. Ronan glanced at it and nodded. Not bad, better handwriting than I expected. Clutching his mangled hand, the man whimpered. A thank you, so you'll let me go, right? Ronan stood, slipping the map into his bag with a faint smirk. About that. Without hesitation, he slashed downward. Blood sprayed before the man could scream. The body split in two, collapsing in the crimson mud around Ronan. He said coldly, of course not. When it was over, dusk fell, the forest silent except for distant birds. Nearby, Azio leaned against a tree, vomiting and trembling, gasping for breath. Ronan sighed. Told you to brace yourself. Forgot already. Pale-faced, Azio muttered, sorry, this is too much for me. He looked toward the dark woods full of carcasses. All this Caliboro's doing. Ronan nodded curtly. Told you letting them live would be the real crime. Azio still looked uneasy, about to speak, but Ronan cut in. Relax, they were all wanted scum. And then he walked off quietly, eyes flicking over the corpses, thoughts tangled. He gazed at the pile of dead animals, feeling a faint heaviness. Still, suddenly, he remembered Professor Verdung, the beastman who taught him compassion. He sighed softly. If the professor saw this, he'd be heartbroken. Before him lay the professor's little blue bird, lifeless in a pool of red. After a moment, Ronan said, let's go, Azio. We're done here. But just then, the pouch at his side began trembling violently. What now? He frowned. As he reached in to grab the egg, it shook even harder, making Azio yelp in alarm. Ronan, look over there, Azio stammered. Pointing ahead, Ronan glanced up, frowning. Huh, what is it? The scene before him froze, his breath, words caught in his throat. Blood from the carcasses began rising, forming dark red droplets swirling in midair. At first, it was just a trembling puddle in the forest wind. But quickly, the blood condensed, expanding into a massive crimson wave. Azio screamed, face pale, while Ronan drew his sword, snarling, damn it, what the hell is that? At that instant, the egg burst from his pouch, glowing with thick, pulsing mana. Ronan stared, stunned, as the egg radiated strange violet light, mana swirling violently. Then it dove straight into the blood pool. Ronan gaped. It's absorbing blood, he shouted as the red tide was sucked dry. Azio clung to him, shaking. Ronan, what is that thing? If I knew, I'd tell you. Idiot, he snapped, frowning deeply. He muttered, but one thing's certain, whatever's inside that egg, it's not normal. Seconds later, the last drop of blood vanished, silence swallowing the forest. The woods went still, only the whisper of wind remained. Azio peeked out. It's over. Ronan exhaled. Seems so, but before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed. The egg had split. From that first fracture, countless cracks spread rapidly across the shell. Azio gasped. It's cracking. Ronan grinned excitedly. Good, let's see what's inside. He laughed. Finally, time to meet what I've been hatching all this time. Suddenly, a flash burst from the egg. Something shot straight toward him. It smacked Ronan in the face, knocking him backward while Azio screamed. Ronan clutched his nose, groaning. What the hell was that? Before them, a pair of radiant wings unfolded, glittering like a galaxy. Ronan squinted at the floating creature. Its body gleamed violet. 8 shimmering wings beating softly, Doesn't look like a bird, he muttered. Azio blinked wide. More like a dragon. Surprised they thought alike. Ronan pointed. You see it too, straight out of those old books. Huh, he wondered. It absorbed mana and became this, a dragon, gently stroking its head. He smiled. You're actually kinda cute. The creature snuggled into his hand, chirping. Baya! Ronan frowned, pointing at his nose. That headbutt, though you nearly broke this. It seemed to understand, closing its eyes. It fluttered its wings, a soft healing light surrounding Ronan. In a blink, it chirped again, his nose completely healed. As if untouched, Ronan touched it, shocked. Huh, gone already. Azio's eye sparkled. It can heal, so cute, and it likes you. Ronan, the tiny creature dream bird rubbed against his cheek, make him laugh despite himself. Damn, stronger than I thought. Azio grinned. Give it a name. You can't just call it thing. Ronan scratched his head. Yeah, maybe. Before he could think, the creature screeched sharply, wings flaring in alarm. It sensed danger, eyes glowing, body spinning defensively. Then it darted off, leaving Ronan and Azio stunned. Where's it going? Azio asked. Ronan crossed his arms calmly. It sensed someone approaching. Sure enough, frantic footsteps echoed from the woods. Someone was fleeing fast. A hooded figure burst from the shadows. Shouting in panic, it was Baroque, the courier from the Night Year branch. He ran, mumbling frantically. What the hell is happening? The memory of his dead comrades haunted him. He trembled at the vision. Had seen the egg swallow an ocean of blood, a horror beyond reason. What the hell is this? He gasped, heart pounding. Behind him, the dream bird streaked closer. Eyes glowing crimson, he screamed. In blind panic, he tripped over a root and crashed hard. Groaning, he tried to crawl up, legs trembling. But before he could move, the creature hovered above, ready to strike. It spat a stream of dark red liquid straight at his knees. Screaming echoed through the forest as blood gushed. Help! My blood, my blood! Heavy footsteps approached rapidly from afar. Stop! Dream bird! Ronan commanded firmly at once. It folded its wings and turned toward him. He walked up, smiling as he patted it. Enough! Saida! Any more and is dead. Saida! Azio asked curiously. At its name, Ronan grinned. Yep, planned it from the start. Smiling at the small creature, he said. So, you like it? Huh! The hooded man trembled, eyes wide at Ronan. Terror filled his mind. He controls that monster. Who is this guy? Ronan looked up, still playing with Sita. Hey, Baroque, you okay? Zyko, yes, the man stammered. He dropped to his knees, gasping. Thanks to you, I'm alive, thank you. Thank you. But then he froze, suspicion dawning in his eyes. Wait, how do you know my name? Before he could finish, a cold metallic sheen cut through his voice. Ronan pressed his blade to the neck, voice cold and deep. You don't need to know that. Baroque stared at the shining sword by his throat, sweating and barely daring to breathe. Ronan smirked. Didn't expect to see you here, old teammate. Poaching still going well. Hearing Bloodhound Caliboro. Baroque froze and stammered. Oh, what? Bloodhound? Ronan crossed his arms. Calm. Yeah, your rank's still as low as ever. Convenient, though I've got a task for you. He smiled lightly. Don't get it wrong. This isn't a favor, just cooperation. By the time Ronan and Axio left the forest, night blanketed the capital, golden lights stretching across the streets. Walking the main road, Ronan flipped a few gold coins and laughed. Good, very good. He clenched his fist, laughing louder. Better than I hoped. Axio nodded. Yeah, surprising indeed. Axio recalled the lakeside scene when Ronan raised the water flask, grinning ear to ear. You said even spring water turns to gold. I almost died of fright. Both laughed, remembering old Dune's jaw dropping at the sight of that flask. Axio grinned. Thanks to him, we're rich now. Huh, Ronan replied mildly. Yeah, though we still owe Professor Vidung a lot. We plan to thank him and show Sita off, but turns out his away. The absent sign on his door left them both wistful. Ronan stroked his chin, recalling the forest and the mission had given Baroque. That map isn't just a gift, he murmured, eyes gleaming with calculation. The image of trembling Baroque begging popped up, making Ronan chuckle, pathetic, too scared to fight back. While he was still lost in thought, Axio asked, Ronan, what'll you do with all that money? He added, your rank's second, you don't even pay tuition, and you've got stipends. Ronan pondered, then laughed. All right, the freshman welcome ceremony's coming soon. A few days later at Valen City's carriage station, horse hooves echoed amid the bustling crowd. A servant opened the door and bowed. My lady, we've arrived. The girl inside nodded softly. Thank you. She looked around, amazed by the splendid city. So this is the Valen capital. Huh. As she stepped down, wind brushed her long hair, and she whispered, beautiful. Behind her, Ronan stood with folded arms, teasing, you must be tired. Huh. I returned, delighted. Ronan, he asked, everything fine after I left? She laughed. Shouldn't I be asking you that? She recalled the fancy carriage stopping at her house, the servant saying it was Ronan's gift. She'd been shocked. Where did you get that kind of money? She pinched Ronan's cheek, worried. Why are you so thin? Eating properly. He chuckled. Don't worry. I eat plenty. Hearing that, Ari smiled in relief until she saw Sita perched on Ronan's shoulder and gasped softly. So cute, she exclaimed, while Sita spread its wings in greeting, making Ronan laugh. This is Sita, she lives with me now. Before finishing, he grabbed her hand. Come on, sis, not much time left. She blinked. Huh, where to? Ronan explained while walking. Before entering the academy, I've got a few things to handle. He held her hand tighter, smiling. I must do this, and they stopped before a luxurious fashion store. Irie blushed, voice small. Ronan, this is, I know you've got money from the scholarship, she began, but Ronan was already lounging on the sofa, chin propped. Anything looks good on you, Irie sighed. But still, she glanced down at the bright yellow dress she was trying, shyly asking, isn't this a bit much? Ronan turned to the clerk. Pack all of these and send them over, please. The clerk beamed. Of course, sir. Irie gaped at the mountain of clothes. This much? Ronan crossed his arms calmly. It's fine, you've suffered enough. He looked up, voice firm. From now on, it's my turn to take care of you. Hearing that, Irie covered her mouth, eyes shimmering with emotion. Tears fell as she whispered, since when did my little brother grow up like this? Then she laughed, running to the door, shouting, everyone, my brother's such a good boy. Ronan chased her. Stop. Sis, you're embarrassing me. The shop staff exchanged smiles. Such adorable siblings. Ronan sighed as he caught up. All right, let's go once we're done. Irie smiled. Where to now? He replied. To the forge, my sword's busted and needs fixing. But as they opened the door, a voice said, finally here. Huh, it was Jasly Pen, blocking the entrance. His sudden appearance startled Ronan and Sita, their hearts nearly jumping out. Ronan stepped back, bumping into his sister, shouting, where did you crawl from? Spying on me? Jasly said calmly. I came for my new sword, you broke the old one. The two glared, tension rising. Jasly added, just coincidence. Don't accuse me. Ronan smirked. Coincidence. Terrible liar. Broken, you say. Furious. He drew his sword. Look closely who really broke it. Both drew blades, sparks in their eyes. Want me to show you what broken means? I want a rematch. But before they could fight, Irie stepped between them. Stern, no. Ronan, watch your mouth. Ronan panicked. Wait, you've got it wrong, this guy. Irie snapped, still talking back. Jasly blinked. Sister. His sister. Irie turned, smiling awkwardly, tucking hair behind her ear. Sorry, my brother's a bit hot-headed, but really his sweet. Just then, Suli Pen, noble hair of Grantia and the Empire's great hope, was silently observing the scene. Yari, a little flustered, touched her flushed cheek gently, asking if he felt dizzy. Suli Pen's gaze lingered on her face. His heart froze as if beholding a goddess. Yari bowed, apologizing for not teaching her brother better. He waved his hands, stammering in denial. Regaining composure, Suli Pen held his chest and declared solemnly, all fault is mine, none of it the ladies. Yari, touched and amazed, smiled brightly, calling him kind. Then she suddenly took his hand, making him blush crimson, while she cheered that her brother had such a good friend. When she asked him to look after Ronan, Suli Pen nodded shyly, and Ronan could only grin awkwardly behind them. Watching them laugh together, Ronan felt an odd wave of surprise inside. Suli Pen tugged at his collar, steadying himself, saying he'd repay for the sword but had no gold on hand, so he took a badge from his leather pouch, presenting it to Yuri, explaining it was the Grantia family's seal. It's valid across the Empire, he said. Yari accepted happily. Ronan, meanwhile, screamed in horror. He demanded if Suli Pen understood the meaning of that gift, but Suli only said sternly, go to the Western Forge for a new sword. It stood for 5 centuries, commoners rarely enter, but with that seal, you can. Then he turned and walked away, wishing them luck in finding a fine sword. Yari was moved. Ronan stood there stunned as if struck by lightning. In his head, Ronan could only think, is that guy insane? Does he know what he just did? His eyes fixed on the golden badge in Yari's hand, something worth an entire village. Then he looked at Suli Pen's fading figure, frozen, wondering if this was truly the same holy sword wielder he once knew. The next day came. The sun blazed across the square. The File Academy's entrance ceremony began. The headmaster stood upon the grand podium, smiling at the neatly lined new students. Greeting class 787, he introduced himself as Kravokrati, headmaster of Filang Academy. He emphasized that all had passed the harsh exams, proving their extraordinary talent. When those limitless abilities are properly nurtured and combined with File Academy's premier education, he believed they'd become names etched in the Empire's history, finishing with a gentle smile. Finally, he congratulated the entire class 787. Below the stage, Ronan yawned loudly, covering his mouth. Clearly bored, he glanced at Yari among the families, wiping tears, thinking, well, at least someone's moved. Then the headmaster's deep voice rose again, saying that now. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, light engulfed everything. Students screaming, Axio panicked. Ronan, while someone else shouted, look up there. All eyes turned to the center stage where an invisible wall shattered. Cries echoing, the skies breaking. From the crack, strange light burst forth, dragging all students into that space. When the light faded, they stood in a massive, dazzling arena. The audience roared, and the headmaster's voice boomed a welcome. Ronan gaped. What the hell? He looked around. Stunned, the headmaster had teleported the entire plaza with a snap. Before he recovered, the headmaster's voice declared the main event a meeting battle between classes. The duel would pit first years against second years, right at their first encounter. The air turned tense. This was a long-held File Academy tradition. By rule, the two top-ranking first years would represent their class. They'd each face the four strongest second years, all with unique fighting styles. Every match would be unknown. No exceptions. From the stage, the headmaster announced that even the faculty found meaning in this event. He stressed its goal for classes to understand one another, learn strengths, and begin true training. Every battle is a lesson, a first step for the chosen, he said. Yari nodded, finally getting it. The headmaster continued, the first years may choose their opponents, and the second years must accept. Laughing kindly, he said it was just a friendly bout. No pressure. Ronan grumbled inside that it only made things worse. In front of them appeared the four second years: blonde Nato, Rank 1 Scarfus Brute Begram, Rank 2, who sneered at Sully Pen and Ronan. Beside them stood short-haired Arena, Rank 3, Coldeed, and Silent Kazoon, Rank 4. The headmaster introduced the first-year reps Sully Pen and Ronan, the year's brightest. Bagram burst out laughing, itching to fight. Ronan gulped, muttering, "Bro, you look scary as hell." Then he glanced at the Stanzrius' worried face, pushing him to think. He'll show her I'm not weak. Closing his eyes briefly, he planned if he and Sully Pen could sync, it'd be the perfect chance to prove himself. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice cut in, declaring the first years could freely pick opponents. Ronan immediately raised his hand, asking to make a proposal. The headmaster squinted. "A proposal?" Ronan replied calmly. "Since I can choose my opponents, I'd like all four seniors to teach me at once." The headmaster gawked in disbelief. The four second years froze at the audacious statement, while Ronan added casually, "Of course, I'm serious." Then he smiled confidently, pointing at himself, declaring he'd fight all four simultaneously. The roaring arena fell silent, only the wind whistled through the stands. On stage, the headmaster and professors exchanged urgent glances over the bold request. He turned to Professor Nabi-Ru, asking slowly, "What do you think?" Nabi-Ru paused, then said firmly, "Let him try at Filong. Talent may break its limits." She added, "Whatever the outcome, this match will be a priceless lesson for all. And if things get out of hand, I'll intervene myself." The headmaster nodded in approval. The headmaster declared boldly, "Very well. We'll proceed with that proposal." In the arena below, the four second years radiated killing intent. Eyes locked coldly on Ronan. Kazan gritted his teeth, gripping his spear. "Ridiculous as insulting us," he spat. Arena frowned in agreement. At the front, Nato's calm voice urged them to stay composed. Was their chance to teach the freshmen a lesson. He glanced at Sully Pen, noting that while arrogant, that guy's power was not to be underestimated. Nato ordered quietly, "Well, strike with full force from the start." His hand tightened on his sword hilt, eyes sharp as blades. At his word, all four unsheathed their weapons, aura surging like a brewing storm. From the stands, Jerry looked down anxiously, heart pounding at the tense scene. She shouted frantically, warning Ronan to be careful and retreat if it got dangerous. Ronan turned back, smiling reassuringly and waving, but that only made Jerry worry more. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice echoed through the sky. "All right then. From this moment, the first battle between first years and second years begins." The instant he spoke, the arena exploded with energy. At the signal, Nato dashed forward, his blade flashing like lightning straight at Ronan. The sword sliced past within an inch. Ronan dodged neatly backward. Leaning back, he exhaled, thinking, their reflexes are insane. Compared to those Maja before, these four were on an entirely different level. Then, from the side, Arena charged in, twin swords gleaming. She slashed with both hands. Ronan blocked, the clash of steel ringing across the arena. Arena's eyes glowed red like a beast on the hunt. She attacked relentlessly. Ronan countered blow for blow, sparks flying with every strike. Suddenly, Kazan rushed from behind, shouting for Arena to duck. She dropped low, and his spear thrust shot through the gap toward Ronan. Calmly, Ronan faced the incoming tip inches from his eyes. In a blink, he raised his sword to parry. Metal clashed thunderously, forcing him back. The force was so strong he had to drive his blade into the ground to stay upright, nearly thrown off the platform. Then the light dimmed behind him. A massive shadow loomed. It was Bram, towering close, greatsword raised, killing aura filling the air. He glared down at Ronan crouched below, growling, "Kid, you've gone too far mocking us." With a roar, he brought the colossal sword down, force enough to crush the floor. Ronan stayed still, eyes tracking the swing, calmly gauging his opponent's strength and speed. The other three charged right after, their attacks crashing in non-stop waves, giving him no time to breathe. Surrounded on all sides, Ronan froze for an instant, then his eyes flashed with focus. He sprang upward, leaping high into the air, vanishing from sight. Begram/missed, his greatsword smashing the ground, carving a crater. The other three stared, stunned, not knowing what had just happened. Arena's eyes darted. She gasped as Ronan appeared behind her. "How so fast?" Instantly, all three were struck across the body by a single sweeping slash. Ronan smirked, silently praising File Academy's ferocity. The sound of shattering metal rang out. Their weapons fell apart into glittering fragments. As Ronan landed, an explosion burst nearby, someone else charging in. He glanced over and was surprised to see Bagram still standing. Refusing to fall, Ronan chuckled, teasing, "Wow, Senior, you're one tough guy." Seeing him advance again, Ronan said calmly, "I thought your fighting spirit had snapped already." Then he lifted his sword with a faint grin. "If you've gone all out, I should respond properly too." The two lunged at each other instantly. Sword met sword, sparks flying midair. Bagram was stunned. Ronan's stance looked exactly like someone he knew. Ronan stood firm, eyes cold and sharp, sword arm steady with full confidence. In that instant, Bagram realized it was the same posture as Professor Nabi-Ru, the Academy's famous instructor. Ronan closed his eyes and smiled faintly, a gesture that made the tension even heavier. Then, in a flash, he vanished from sight, his blade carving a streak of light straight through his opponent. The sound of metal cracking echoed thunderously across the arena. Bagram looked down to see his sword shattering, sweat rolling down his temple. Facing him, Ronan smiled gently, voice calm, "I've learned a lot from this fight." Watching the shards fall, he added softly, "Thanks for the lesson, Senior." Light danced off the glittering fragments scattered across the floor. The audience fell utterly silent, only the whisper of wind remained. Thousands of eyes locked on Ronan, wide with disbelief at what they just witnessed. Then suddenly, cheers erupted. "Who is that guy? He's insane." On the ground, the 4 second-years stared at their broken weapons. Still unable to believe they'd lost, Nato sighed, gazing at his snapped blade, smiling bitterly. "I've got no complaints." His eyes lingered on Ronan's intact sword, thinking, what kind of monster is he? Amid the roaring cheers, Ronan stood with hands on hips, face calm as if nothing had happened. He looked toward the stands, thinking only one thing, now she won't have to worry. Up above, Yuri burst into tears, tugging someone's sleeve, shouting, "See that? That's my brother." Then Ronan slowly walked toward the 4 stunned second-years. He stopped, bowed slightly, and said clearly, "Seniors, thank you for the hard-fought match." With a hand over his chest, he continued sincerely, "I've learned many valuable things today." Then he bowed again, apologizing for his rashness, saying he was just overexcited to join Felyang Academy. Finally, he thanked them earnestly for accepting a junior's reckless challenge below. Mar and Axio gaped in disbelief before everyone's astonished eyes. Ronan bent deeply, saying humbly, "Please forgive my impudence, and guide me more in the future." Hearing that, the 4 looked at each other awkwardly, unsure how to respond. The silence broke when Bagram laughed, slinging an arm over Arena's shoulder and another over Karin's, booming, "I thought you were arrogant, but you're strong and polite." Grinning wide, he added, "Don't be too modest, you earned that win fair and square." Then Bagram grabbed Ronan's hand and raised it high to the cheering crowd. "This is the true spirit of Felyang Academy." He winked, "Top-notch skills. Ronan." Ronan smiled back, "And you fought bravely, just as fierce as your swing." As the cheers roared on, Ronan looked back up at the stands, thinking softly, now she really won't worry. Yuri wept, whispering, "My brother's truly grown," while the hall celebrated. Far away, a long-haired woman watched quietly, eyes deep with thought. She smiled faintly, murmuring, "You really are fascinating, Ronan." Before long, night fell, and the academy glowed with light for the welcome banquet. On the tables, countless exquisite dishes were laid out in colorful display. Laughter and chatter filled the hall, warm, lively, and bright. Ronan sat with Axio and Mazza, eating and laughing. So this is the opening banquet they talked about. Glancing around the luxurious hall, he thought, well, this is a top-tier academy. Mazza bit into a meat roll, grinning. "Of course, prestige looks like this," Ronan replied. "Yeah, not surprising at all." While Mazza kept munching, Axio asked, "Eri didn't come?" Ronan smiled, nodding. "She's still resting, might take a bit more time." He recalled seeing Yaryov. Shed held his hand, fussing, "Eat well, write to me, and don't cause trouble." Ronan laughed. "I even sent Seed along so Shed worry less it's a dragon. After all," Axio joked, "you really dote on your sister." "Huh." Ronan sighed. "Of course." He lifted a pork knuckle eagerly. "All right then, let's taste File Academy's cuisine." But just as he opened his mouth, a familiar voice behind him said, "You're really gonna eat that, Ronan?" He turned Sully Pen. Startled, Ronan leapt up, dropping the meat and shattering the plate. "Hey, don't ruin my meal." Sully Pen crossed his arms calmly. "I'm not here to fight, just need some crucial information." Ronan frowned in confusion. "Information about what?" Sully Pen seriously pulled out pen and paper. "Where does Lady Eri live? How far from the capital?" Ronan froze. "Huh." But Sully kept scribbling. "Is the area secure? Any bandits around?" Ronan's skin crawled. "Wait. Stop." Yet Sully rattled on. "You've arranged an escort for the lady, right? At least a few reliable mercenaries." Sternly, he added, "If not, you're worse than a Jodelin prisoner." Ronan finally snapped. "I did, you lunatic, and gave it to my most trusted man. Unless a wyvern shows up, she's perfectly safe." At that word, Sully's face darkened. He suddenly burst out, snapping his pen. "Are you saying the lady could be attacked by a wyvern?" Ronan slammed the table. "Enough, you maniac." Pointing straight at him, Ronan yelled, "Why are you making such a fuss over my sister? Who do you think you are? What's your deal with her?" Sully froze, blushing furiously, stammering wordlessly. Finally, he muttered, "I just worry for the girl fated to cross my path." While they argued, a purple-haired girl entered with 4 guards oddly. No one had noticed her before. She smiled, amused. What a delightful little scene. Then teased, "So the Grantia hair can be this noisy?" Both Ronan and Sully turned to look. Sully frowned coldly. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" The girl was Elizabeth Akalusha, first-year student, top of the magic department. Elizabeth smiled softly, replying, "Don't misunderstand me, Grantia." Her eyes gleamed, voice dropping low. "I'm only interested in you, Ronan." Sully's eyes widened, and Ronan stood frozen, speechless. He pointed at himself blankly. "Me?" Then stammered, "Why me?" While Sully eyed Elizabeth with wary thought, he sighed quietly. Another schemer in play. Huh! With that, he turned away, saying flatly, "I'm done here, handle it yourself." But after a few steps, he halted, face suddenly serious. Turning back to Ronan, he said firmly, "At least let my family's guards accompany you." Ronan's face darkened, growling, "Get lost already." Then a hand tugged his sleeve from behind a trembling voice. Ronan, Axio, pale, pointed at Elizabeth, whispering, "She's the one who fought in the earlier match." Ronan replied coldly, "I know. You don't have to remind me." He admitted inwardly Elizabeth's power far surpassed most students. Her image from his past life still burned in his mind. Back then, she'd unleashed magic so strong it blew the entire arena apart. Thinking of it, Ronan frowned slightly. "Yeah, that was a bit much." Returning to the moment, Elizabeth smirked, saying coolly, "Don't you think those arrogant ones need a lesson?" Tilting her head, she added, "You know what I mean, don't you, Ronan?" He crossed his arms, sighing, "No idea. And why are you here anyway?" Elizabeth stepped closer, eyes locking on his. "Your display of talent today was impressive." Her smile turned sharp as she pulled a small object from her pocket, murmuring, "That's why I came, to make an offer." Ronan blinked. "An offer?" Elizabeth held out a shimmering violet crystal bracelet, her voice soft, something sinners would never dream of, a very special invitation. Ronan stared at the bracelet in her hand, silent and wordless. He frowned slightly, wondering, is this really an invitation from the Akalusha clan? The Akalusha valued talent over bloodline. Unlike other noble houses, that's how they produced countless geniuses and remained one of the empire's twin pillars. Anyone who proved potential could become part of their clan. And the symbol of that chance was the violet crystal bracelet in Ronan's hand. Its glow stirring old feelings. He lifted it and asked, "You're allowed to give this to outsiders?" Elizabeth smirked. "If you're asking, then you already know what it means." Ronan murmured, "I only ever heard stories about it." Old memories flooded back. A night long ago in Kip, back then, had been on night watch with Adizan under the quiet sky. Had asked her, "Is this the invitation you once mentioned?" She smiled, "Yes, with it, even a lowly soldier can rise to nobility." Adizan, arms crossed on a rock, added sternly, "But only after passing the clan leader's trial." She went on, "True talent never gets rejected." Then she teased, "Remember this, Sergeant Ronan, once you redeem yourself, you might just earn an invitation like that, because I think you've got the spark." Back in the present, Ronan looked at the bracelet, his thoughts tangled, seeing him silent. Elizabeth said, "If you understand, there's nothing more to explain. Choose your path wisely." Then she turned to leave, but tossed one last icy remark. "Even a beast, if it lives too long among sheep, becomes a sheep." With that, she walked away without looking back, her figure fading into the hall's light. When Elizabeth was gone, Azio exhaled. Finally, she's gone. Ronan watched the direction she disappeared, muttering, "Geniuses always do whatever they please." He lowered his gaze to the bracelet, thinking, still, having contact with them might help. His grip tightened unconsciously. The Failuang Academy prized strength, adjusting the learning environment by each student's score. The dormitory system showed this best. Average students stayed in Nestia Hall. The mid-tier luxury dorms each had a private clean room, a cafe, and modern comforts. Meanwhile, the bottom 30 were sent to the infamous harsh caddy hall. The first day there usually began with screams of despair, just like now. Before the gate, a noble-born student shouted angrily, "This dump is a dormitory." The warden waited for him to finish yelling, then calmly said, "Sorry, but there are no servants here." He added, "4 per room, shared bath and lounge." The students froze, screaming, "What?" The warden shrugged, "Rules of the academy, not my fault, so study hard." At that, their faces went pale, none daring to argue. Meanwhile, the top 10 elites including Ronan stayed in a 3-hall, the most luxurious, standing before the grand building. Ronan gasped, "This place is insane." Inside, he was stunned, so lavish it felt like a palace, yet he still doubted his eyes. Scanning around suspiciously, then he noticed a neat stack of strange papers on the desk. Curious, he approached. Turns out it was the class registration form everyone mentioned. Ronan picked one up and read. Apparently all he had to do was fill in the classes he wanted. Just then, he nodded slowly, recalling the advice not to take too many classes in freshman year. But he burst out laughing. Every course looked too tempting to skip. After some thought, Ronan grinned, lifting the paper his mind made up. Moments later, he lounged on the sofa, staring at the form with a victorious grin. The page was crammed with checkmarks, so much for self-control. He shrugged, thinking, since I'm in Phi Luong, might as well go all in. Days later, as classes began, a stern voice called, "You're done." Ronan, a strict-looking teacher, stood before him, saying he didn't need to attend anymore. Ronan froze, sword in hand, confused why he was being kicked out on day one. He stammered, but the instructor laughed. "I mean, you've already finished everything." Pointing to the floor, he said calmly, "You've passed the beginner's trial perfectly." He added, "Per rules, those who've mastered all techniques may leave early. Keeping you here would only discourage the others," he said with approving eyes. Then he gave a thumbs up, warning, "Don't rest on victory." Before walking into the sunset, Ronan sat by a stream, hugging his knees, groaning, "What the hell is going on?" He recalled each class teachers either stunned or applauding his performance. Yet every time, he got kicked out, driving him nuts. He sighed in defeat when a familiar female voice called from behind. Ronan spun around, words dying as he saw who it was. It was Professor Nibiru, the sharp-eyed, commanding instructor. She smiled faintly, instantly grasping the situation. "So, you've finished every class already?" Ronan stood awkwardly, replying, "Yes, every single one." She sighed, half impressed, half curious. "For a freshman, that's extraordinary." Muttering, she added, "Copying techniques perfectly after one glance, unbelievable." Nibiru suddenly drew the sword from her back, eyes fierce. "Professor like me can't ignore this." She extended her hand. "Hand me your sword." Her voice low and commanding. Before he could react, she'd taken it, saying coolly, "Now I'll teach you a real lesson." Ronan frowned. "Hey, why'd you just take my sword like that?" Before he finished, a massive explosion erupted behind him, swallowing his words. Nibiru stood at the shore, wielding his sword, churning the lake like a god at play. Ronan froze, eyes wide, unable to believe the sight, but Nibiru only sighed, resting the sword down, disappointed. "This lump of metal can only do so much." Her tone chilled. "Something like this doesn't deserve to be called a weapon. It weakens its wielder like shackling your own hands." She inhaled deeply, telling Ronan to watch closely. As if to burn the scene into him, Nibiru placed her hand on the hilt at her side, preparing to draw in utter silence. Ronan swallowed hard, feeling the pressure build around them. In the next instant, Nibiru unsheathed and slashed toward the lake. The strike was so fierce the air screamed, blowing Ronan's hair back. Astonishingly, the water behind her split, waves bursting like the sky itself cracked. The entire lake divided in two, waves towering like walls. Then calm returned, droplets falling, soaking Ronan's stunned hair. Nibiru stood motionless, sword poised perfectly, while Ronan was speechless. She sheathed the blade and asked calmly, "Now do you understand?" Ronan, her eyes gleamed with confidence, a faint smile playing. "Do you see what you're missing?" She explained. "A true weapon must be durable, sharp, and attuned to its wielder. Replace it if broken, but better not to break it. That's my creed, forged through countless life-and-death battles." Hearing that, Ronan trembled, recalling the terrifying display just moments ago. "So strange," he muttered. "Her technique looked identical to mine, yet her strike was worlds apart in power." Ronan frowned, baffled by such a vast difference. Nibiru noticed and said calmly, "Even a slight flaw in breath or force changes everything." She stared at him. "On the battlefield, that tiny flaw decides life or death." Her tone deepened. "You still don't know how to use your mana properly, do you?" Startled, Ronan asked. "You can tell." Nibiru nodded. "Clearly," she warned. "Sooner or later, you must learn to fight with mana. Don't avoid it. And for that, you'll need a weapon that truly belongs to you." Seeing his silence, Nibiru chuckled. "You look like you're overthinking this." Then she offered, "Join my class." Ronan, her invitation stunned him. He hesitated. "Am I allowed to?" Nibiru turned away, replying coolly, "Yes, I permit it." She added, "But bring a proper weapon next time. Leave that lump of iron at home." The next morning, on his first day off, under clear skies, Ronan eagerly set a new plan in motion. He dragged his two friends to a forge. Retelling Nibiru's words, Aziel nodded knowingly. She asked, "So that's why you chose to come here on a day off?" Ronan nodded, pointing at the old signboard. "Yeah, this is the place Sully Pen recommended." The three stood outside, staring at the emblem in Ronan's hand, hesitant to step in. Aziel glanced around the shabby wooden house, murmuring, "This place looks Mara cut in. Looks like it'll collapse any second." Mara eyed Ronan suspiciously. "This really the Lozen Forge Sully Pen told you about in Grand C?" Ronan muttered, "Pretty sure it is." To prove he wasn't duped, he said firmly, "We'll know once we go in," and pushed the door open. The moment it creaked, a massive chunk of ceiling crashed to the floor before them. They stepped back, coughing as dust filled the air. The inside was even messier than outside. Ronan paled, thinking he might have been tricked, but that guy had never lied before. "Right." While they were still confused, a grumpy, half-asleep voice growled from inside. "So noisy." "I was sleeping." A huge, furred foot slammed down, revealing a gray-furred werewolf snarling. "Who the hell are you?" he barked, yelling this early. "Can't you see the lights are off?" Aziel turned white. Mara froze, but Ronan looked intrigued. He stared at the beast calmly. a werewolf in a forge. The creature scowled. You diff. Kid, he growled. Why are you here? But Ronan swiftly tossed him the token Sullivan had given, saying, obviously to buy a weapon. Sullivan said this place has the finest arms. Ronan added confidently. Hearing that name, the gray werewolf paused, inspecting the token, muttering, a Granzi family seal. His gaze swept over the trio, 2 radiating strong mana, but Ronan strangely empty. After a pause, he said coldly, so what if you've got a seal? Doesn't make you Granzia. Ronan blinked. What do you mean? The werewolf just yawned, waving them off. Get lost, brats. I'm not wasting time on kids. Ronan clenched his fists at the insult. He was about to snap back when the werewolf suddenly stopped, eyeing them again. Wait a sec. His lips curled into a sly grin, eyes gleaming like a hungry predator, pointing at Ronan. He sneered. If you let me rip off this scrawny kid's arm, I might reconsider. He bared his fangs, drooling. I'm starving, so I'm being generous today. Aziel trembled, stammering, I don't taste good anyway. Ronan's face darkened as those gleaming fangs neared him. Fury rising, he drew his sword, snapping, Hey, you damn mutt. His gaze turned razor sharp. You just crossed the line. Without hesitation, Ronan lunged, his blade stabbing into the werewolf's gut, sending him flying several meters. The beast doubled over, eyes wide. Unable to react, he clutched his stomach. Gasping, face twisted in pain, Ronan frowned, feeling something odd, a sting running down his arm. A flash erupted as a strange black armor materialized over the werewolf. Ronan narrowed his eyes. Hidden armor, while the werewolf wheezed weakly. Kya? Ronan ignored him, raising his sword coldly. Whatever, easier to smash it all. He advanced, veins bulging, making the werewolf panic and cry. Wait, stop, it was just a test. The creature yelped. Ronan squinted. A test? Eyes, he stammered. Our forge's rule is to test first-time client skills. He added nervously, I just wanted to test my new invisible armor, so I provoked you. Ronan crossed his arms, voice cold. Sounds like an excuse to me. The werewolf waved frantically. Nope, this forge is trusted by the Granzia family. It's real protocol. Ask Sullivan if you don't believe me. He insisted. Ronan clicked his tongue. Tetch, fine. He lowered his sword. Warning, next time. That kind of test might get someone killed. The beast scratched his head. I may have gone a bit far. He turned to Aziel with a sheepish smile. Sorry, miss. Didn't mean to scare you. Raising a paw, he added, I don't eat people. Promise. Aziel trembled. That's good to know. The werewolf put his hands on his hips, introducing himself. Name's Didikan, apprentice and sometimes gatekeeper here. He glanced at Ronan. And you? Ronan? He replied curtly. Good, you're here for weapons. Right? Didikan waved. Follow me, this is just the entryway. And turned to lead the way, pointing at an inner door. He said, the real goods are deep inside. The trio followed into a brick-walled chamber. Brace yourselves, he warned, pressing a switch on the wall. Instantly, gears around them groaned and began to move. You're about to see something amazing, he said as the floor started to descend, leaving everyone gaping. Ronan looked up in awe. An elevator. The beast grinned. Yep, made of mana stone and pulleys. Straight to the main forge. Following his gesture, Ronan watched as the view widened before them. A colossal forge appeared, glowing, magnificent, the pride of the Grand Cappadocia Kingdom. Ronan's eyes widened, stunned that such a vast structure hid underground. Unbelievable. Didikan laughed. Impressed, he gestured ahead. Look straight. Ronan, you passed the test now to meet someone special. Who? Ronan asked curiously. Best craftsman in Grand Cappadocia, came the reply from deep inside. Rhythmic hammer strikes rang out, each blow precise and fiery. The clang of metal echoed, radiating mastery and power. Sparks flew across the walls, lighting up a scene of burning dedication. Ronan couldn't stop marveling. Didn't think such a forge existed beneath the city. Didikan nodded. Yeah, only royals and nobles get access. As they walked, Didikan explained, here, rank doesn't matter, skill does, but the top artisan is a dwarf who's forged down here for 4 centuries unmatched. He's grumpy as hell, but his craft is divine. I respect him deeply. Yet despite his words, Didikan kicked the door open without hesitation. Swaggering in, he shouted, Hey old man, I brought a customer. The hammering paused, and a gruff voice barked back, Did I say no noise while I'm working, you nuisance? The old dwarf paused, recognizing the voice, and grumbled. Didikan again, that troublemaker. Didikan chuckled. Hey, not my fault the doorway's packed with weapons. Hard to open, the dwarf sighed. Young folks these days, always an excuse. He looked up. If you brought a guest, he must be someone special. Didikan smirked. Exactly, he bragged. I tested his swordsmanship's insane. You'll be shocked. The dwarf's brows rose. Interest sparked. Yo, didn't expect that. He eyed Ronan and laughed. But he looks like a kid. Then he waved. Come on, show me your swordplay. These old eyes still work fine. Ronan nodded. All right, let me show you. But as soon as he drew his sword, the dwarf snatched it away with lightning speed. Laughing, ha! This thing, he swung once, slicing the cheap blade clean in half. Scrap metal, you've been using this junk. The broken shards clattered. Ronan and his friends froze in disbelief. Ronan shouted angrily, What the hell, old man? The dwarf pointed. Go pick a real sword over there. I can judge your skill with that garbage, he said firmly. Pick whatever you like, it's on me. Consider it compensation. Anything here is 100 times better than that lump of iron. He added with a grin. Ronan's eyes lit up. Really? He glanced at Diddy Can, half doubtful, half excited. The dwarf nodded confidently. Of course, if you've got the guts to try. Hearing that, Ronan stepped up, grabbed a random sword, instantly feeling smooth, flowing power through it. He muttered, didn't expect the difference to be this huge. Before swinging, Ronan asked carefully, if I break anything, that's not on me, right? The dwarf waved. Go all out. All right then, Ronan said. Eyes firming, he recalled Neighbor's sword strike. Every move replaying in his mind, matching her breathing and stance. He recreated the exact feeling in his hands. His sword steadied, flowing with his rhythm. Ready for the final swing, the dwarf froze, eyes widening. Wait, that technique, could it be? Sure enough, Ronan slashed downward, power identical to Neighbor's strike. The impact caused a massive shockwave, shaking the entire forge. Outside, smiths panicked. But did Doran's forge just explode? Dust and debris flew everywhere. Ronan had caused utter chaos. Doran stood stunned, speechless for half a minute. On the ground, a deep, straight gouge stretched like a divine cut. Ronan paled, waving frantically. I didn't mean to. Doran studied the mark and nodded. That's Nibiru's technique. Don't tell me you're her student. The question stunned Ronan. He hadn't expected the old man to know her. Doran burst out laughing. Of course I know her. I forged her sword myself. He leaned on his hammer, muttering that ridiculous longsword. Yep, my handiwork. Ronan blinked. Professor Neighbor's sword. Doran nodded proudly. Yes, my masterpiece, he said with pride. Forged it in the user region, took me over half a year. It's one of my life's greatest works, he said, eyes gleaming. The one you're holding isn't comparable. But it'll do. Ronan smiled awkwardly. Yeah, it's amazing. Doran roared with laughter. Ha! I like that. Thought you'd be an arrogant brat. He laughed louder. Haven't met someone this exciting in ages. Overjoyed, Doran smacked Ronan's shoulder so hard he nearly toppled over. Then his tone turned serious. But here's the problem, you're too strong. Forging a sword for you won't be easy. Ronan shivered slightly, hands trembling. He asked quietly, so what should I do? Doran thought a moment. Ordinary metal won't handle it. It'll need superior material and a special flame. Stroking his beard, he added, at the very least, it'll need a byproduct of Avon. Ronan frowned. Byproduct? He pulled something from his bag. How about this? I kept it because it looked odd. Doran leaned closer. What is it? An eggshell, Ronan said. From Sita, I kept it from before. In the underground forge, the flames flickered as Doran took the item. He tapped it with his hammer. Metallic echoes rang up to the ceiling. Doran's eyes bulged. The hammer didn't even scratch it. His voice trembled. Does such a material really exist? Ronan scratched his head. If it's useful, use it. I've got no idea what else to do with it. Doran burst out laughing. Of course. Come back in 2 weeks. I'll forge something worthy of you. Ronan nodded eagerly. I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, Mara and Aziel were still poking around when Doran called. You too. Come here a sec. He smiled kindly. Friends of a man like Ronan shouldn't leave empty-handed. Mention my name, other artisans will help you. He sighed. It'd help you myself, but this sword's got my full attention now. Once I start forging, nothing else matters, he said, eyes blazing. Doran laughed joyfully, hammer clanging away. Ronan muttered, yeah, that's totally crazy. Meanwhile, deep within another dungeon, torches flickered in the dark. A few shadowy figures whispered, those fools above are too noisy. Another growled, I just want to burn them all. Calm down. Not yet. A third voice interjected, it won't be long. Someone replied from the shadows, well, start with those idiot blacksmiths, then spread to the whole kingdom. The voice seethed with hatred. The day the light burns everything is almost here. A few days later, under a brilliant dawn, Ronan strolled lazily through the academy. Hands behind his head, he wore a faint smirk. The Doran guy definitely the best smith in the empire, he murmured, and has forging a sword just for me. Meanwhile, Aziel and Mara were busy commissioning their own pieces, costly ones. By the look of it, Ronan shrugged. Not my problem, it's their money. Grinning, he muttered, I'll just pay them back by showing off my new sword profit made. The weapon would take half a month to finish, leaving Ronan with nothing but time. He yawned, thinking, Aziel and Mary are probably in class and bored. Suddenly, he stopped, remembering something. Oh right, the advanced training halls around here. Before him stood the Genlian Arena, where upper-class students trained. Ronan nodded. This is also where Professor Neighboros teaches swordsmanship. Didn't dare enter before without a weapon, but this spare one will do, he murmured. As he hesitated by the door, a familiar voice spoke right beside his ear. Ronan, he froze. Professor Neighboros appeared and promptly pinched his ear hard. So you finally showed up. How? I'm here now. Ronan howled down the hallway. She scowled. I said come the moment you had a weapon, why'd you hide till now? He panicked. I didn't hide. I was just busy. Neighboros sighed, grabbing his wrist. Spare me, just follow me. Oh, easy, Professor. Ronan squirmed as onlookers stared. A nearby girl flinched. Huh, what was that scream? The hallway buzzed. who's yelling. A fight. A tall male student shoved through, snapping at the girl. Move, don't block the way. She bowed quickly. Sorry, Keizen, I got distracted. He scowled. Next time, pay attention. Then he muttered irritably, if you've got time to stare, get ready, it's almost our turn. Right, I'm going, she said softly, slipping past the crowd. The scene shifted to Battle Zone No. 1, where Nabaros's class was about to begin. She introduced Ronan to the class. You all remember him, he made quite the noise on opening day. But let's reintroduce him anyway. This is Ronan, he'll be joining your class from today. Ronan bowed politely. I'm Ronan, freshman from the martial arts department, please take care of me. Whispering spread as the second-ranked freshman. Ah, that explains the class transfer. He looks calm, but damn, that's scary. Not that impressive. Ronan pursed his lips, thinking, I can hear every word, you know. Glancing around, he spotted a few faces had wanted to face before the top 2 of the second year. Yet there was one person he absolutely didn't want to see. Great, this'll be fun, he sighed. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. A girl rushed in, panting, I'm sorry, I'm late. Ronan froze at the sound that voice, it's familiar. Nabro smiled kindly. It's fine, catch your breath. The girl asked curiously, is that the new student you mentioned? Nabros nodded. Yes, say hello, this is the class assistant. The girl smiled. Nice to meet you. Ronan, I'm a second year in martial arts, assistant to Professor Nabros. Name San. She introduced simply. Let's do our best together, she said, eyes bright with resolve. Ronan stared, stunned. Sanak Aluxia, he thought, realizing she was the one once called the Supreme Commander. She was the Academy's first ever female commander, famed for her leadership brilliance. On the battlefield, she was known for composure and flawless tactics. People called her by the respectful title, Lady Ice. Some even said San's veins carried not blood but molten iron. Yet Ronan was genuinely shaken. Who could have seen this coming? And then, Commander Jiang appeared. His face bore a strange, unreadable look. From his gaze, Ronan realized she didn't remember him at all, but was that truly so? What about her last words back then? He recalled her telling him not to waste time, to just move forward, leaving him conflicted. So while he pondered, she kept bustling around, never resting. A student called out, asking her to check his stance. Got it, coming, she replied. Then another called her over to replace a sweaty towel. She hurried off cheerfully. Here, fresh towel, good job. No more arguing. Okay, she said with a bright smile. Watching her rush about, Ronan sighed inwardly. Why is she acting like a servant? Suddenly, someone teased him. Hey, freshman, why are you staring like that? The guy grinned. Want to spar? Ronan blinked. What? The man scratched his head, flustered. Ah, sorry, got carried away. He introduced himself as Kazanoan, saying he'd heard of Ronan from the opening duel. He said he wanted to learn from him, but Ronan declined, claiming he had something on his mind. Kazan just laughed. A quick spar's fine. Ah crap, I forgot my weapon. He turned and barked. Hey, idiot, bring me my training spear. Startled, San ran off. Yes, right away. Hearing that, Ronan's anger spiked. What did he just call her? How dare that bastard insult her like that? Sam brought the spear politely. Here, but he snapped irritably. Idiot, I said the short spear, he barked. She stammered an apology, saying she mixed it up since had used the long one before. He scowled, eyes filled with annoyance. Without warning, he struck her on the head, spewing insults as she cried out in pain. You don't even belong here. Got in just cause of the professor, pathetic? She trembled, apologizing weakly. You'll be careful next time, I'm sorry. Keizen, he kept hitting her until Ronan couldn't stand it, grabbing his arm. Stopping the blow, Ronan's eyes blazed with fury, leaving even San frozen in shock. Kazan growled. Why button? But Nanjing coldly replied, because you went too far. Senior, he added that if the guy kept going, he wouldn't know what he might do next. The man frowned, baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't get it. Ronan snarled. Fight me, bastard. The bullying reminded him of his old hatred. After that challenge, the senior froze briefly, his face darkening. He stammered, did I mishear? You actually want to fight? Then he stopped, realizing something. Ah, so it's because of that girl? Huh, you too close or what? He sneered. Or maybe you're just as filthy and weak as her. Finally, he tilted his head, voice dripping filth. What do you two do behind my back? His face twisted in scorn, yet Nanjing stayed calm. His tone icy. Listen carefully. Then he barked, shut up and defend yourself. His voice dropped to a growl. Keep talking if you've got a death wish. A sharp slash flew forth. Kazan blocked it, but his confidence was gone. Nanjing's pressure made the weaker man stagger. Crying, what the hell is this? He realized in shock that even without mana, his foe's power was monstrous. Before reacting, he was flung away, tumbling helplessly midair. Nanjing's sword cracked slightly from the sheer energy. Pointing at Kazan, he sneered. You said you hate using spears, so I fixed that for you. Like it, he mocked. eyes cold as steel. Kazin's spear snapped in two, stunned. He roared in rage. He dared. Furious, he swung the broken spear and charged wildly at Nanjing. He shouted mid-charge, "You think you can beat me and just walk away?" Yet Nanjing stood still, unbothered even as the spear tipped near his face. Sadly, the weapon was already cracked and couldn't endure impact. It shattered further, fragments scattering in the air. Seeing that, Kazin froze, realizing his miserable fate. Nanjing said coolly, "I'm fine, no worries here. You should be worrying about yourself." He added, eyes blazing. Blades flashed in a storm so fast only slicing sounds filled the air. Onlookers saw only blurred shadows, not the true sword path. Kazin's cheek took the first strike, blood marking the spot. The next cut slashed his waist, making him double over. Still, he screamed and tried to fight back, but Nanjing's final kick sent him flying. Face twisted in pain, his resistance dropped to zero. He collapsed, dazed, while Ronan watched with contempt. "I went easy on you," Nanjing said coldly. "Be grateful this is an academy. Outside, you'd already be dead." Got it? The surrounding students gasped. Kazin lost his top three. After defeating him, Nanjing turned to the earlier group. Eyes frosty your turn. The rich brats who'd made the girl carry handkerchiefs froze and stammered. "Us." Ronan strode up slowly, enunciating, "If you smell something, walk away. Why torment others?" He glanced coldly. "You think the teaching assistant's your servant?" Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Come here. I'll teach you manners." But San rushed in to stop him. She panted, "Ronan, stop. I'm really fine." Yet he insisted, "Step aside. I won't forgive their insult to you." One thought echoed in him, "I won't let anyone humiliate her again. At least, not in this kingdom. She doesn't deserve this treatment." He roared, "Move. I haven't taught them what fear means yet." Just then, Professor Neberit's voice rang out. "Stop right there. Ronan, lower your hand." She shouted, pressure filling the air. The air around her surged violently, her aura forcing everyone still as she warned sternly, "I won't hold you responsible for that. It happens often in real battles. But if you cause more trouble, not even I can protect you." After that warning, she ordered him to lower his sword, but Nanjing gripped tighter, body numb under her immense aura. Then came a soft call, "Lula." It turned out Jin Yu was the one emitting that terrifying energy Ronan now saw clearly. He thought, so this is the true aura of Professor Neburo Iza, the peerless holy sword. He muttered, eyes wary. Neburo said sternly, "Ronan, this isn't a duel anymore. I'm in charge of this class, and I won't tolerate any further breach of limits." Ronan hesitated. Did she not know how badly San had been treated? But when he questioned her, she coldly replied, "That's between me and my assistant, not your concern." She ended flatly, "This is your final warning. Stop." Yet Nanjing's eyes still burned, showing no sign of yielding. He said clearly, "Even if you're the peerless holy sword or anyone else, my answer won't change. Get lost." Hearing that, Neburo roused her patience and sighed sharply. She instantly summoned Yunan Ti, a tidal wave of energy erupting around her. The force slowly constricted around Nanzang's body. His joints froze as if locked in ice. Unable to move, suddenly, old memories flooded back, dragging him into another scene. Back then, someone asked San, "Why take the command post everyone avoids?" The question sank the mood into silence. San calmly answered, "Someday you'll understand some things can't be forced." That was the fate she spoke of, gentle yet heavy as iron. Since then, Ronan had always wondered, what had she truly thought back then, and what burden had she really carried? In that memory, San whispered, "Ronan, I'm truly sorry." Her face was sorrowful, burdened with unhidden guilt. She even told him, "Never forgive me." Her words made Ronan cry out in shock. "No way!" He jolted awake, gasping, gripping his blanket like escaping a nightmare. Just then, a soft voice asked, "Ronan, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" He looked up and there stood Commander-in-Chief San. He accidentally blurted, "Commander-in-Chief," making her blink. "What did you just say?" Startled, Ronan sweated and scrambled to correct himself. "Ah, nothing. Really?" He laughed awkwardly. She said gently, "You're in the infirmary. The professor told me to bring you here." Then she relayed Nebir's message that should address his attitude in remedial class. Hearing that, Ronan groaned inwardly, "I'm dead. Totally dead." He even joked to himself about fainting again until San suddenly asked, "You got angry earlier because they mistreated me, didn't you?" Ronan turned away, muttering, "I was just a bit upset because I value respect." His reply made her chuckle softly. She told him, "Don't stay angry or hate them anymore. I understand how they feel." She smiled kindly, leaving Ronan stunned. "If you understand," he said, "why still work as their assistant? I didn't get it before, and now I'm even more confused." He added, frustrated, "The professor clearly saw how badly they treated you. She can't pretend she didn't." Ronan growled, "And yet she ignored it, acted like nothing happened." He ended bitterly, "So this academy really shields those nobles and you still can't even hate them?" At Ronan's sharp words, San just smiled softly. "If that's what you think, don't misunderstand the professor, because I was the one who asked her to act that way." Ronan froze. "What do you mean?" She calmly explained that only sword experts could join that class, but she wasn't qualified yet. Even after a year of effort, she could barely control basic mana. Ronan was stunned. What? He couldn't believe someone once wielding vast mana had been that weak. But it was true, she had once been powerless. So she asked the professor to ignore her and endure the students' scorn. She didn't want to be a burden, especially after being granted the favor of becoming an assistant. And since Shed accepted that privilege, the price was the humiliation everyone saw. Yet she said calmly, "I can take it. It's nothing." She smiled faintly. "Still, thank you for what you did today. I thought I'd grown numb to mediocrity. But today, my heart stirred a little." In the quiet room, Ronan looked at her, about to ask, "So you endured all this just to become commander-in-chief?" Sand blinked in surprise. "Huh, how did you know?" Her cheeks reddened. "Guess it shows." "Huh," she chuckled. "Yes, but I've never said it aloud. I'm still unsure. My dream is to become the commander-in-chief of the Empire." Ronan looked flustered, while she admitted, "I know it sounds reckless. I'm not even an expert yet, but I'm not giving up," she declared confidently. "Trust my grasp of tech and tactics." Indeed, her calloused hands proved that effort. The class bell rang. She hurriedly said, "Time for lessons. Rest well. Ronan, don't come back too soon." He nodded. "Got it." Before she left, Ronan murmured, "Thanks for caring, Senior." She smiled. "It's nothing. See you next class." When the door closed, Nang sat lost in tangled thoughts, especially her old words as Sergeant Ronan's mentor. "If you ever see me again, tell me to stop wasting time suing." "Okay." She had said that but never followed it herself. Thinking back, Ronan ruffled his hair, mortified. He sighed. "What do you want from me, Commander?" A few days later, the weekend arrived. At the gates of the Grand Cappadocia Forge, Ronan had just arrived. He grumbled. "He told us to come quick. But why isn't anyone here?" Scratching his head, he muttered, "Sending pigeons at midnight. What's that old man plotting?" Though told it was the masterpiece of his life, Ronan figured it'd take weeks, yet it was done already. The empty surroundings annoyed him further as he tripped over scrap metal. He kicked it hard, yelling, "What kind of forge is this mess? Is this how you greet guests?" His shouting echoed. Maria whispered to Asura, "Was he so mad today?" Asura sighed. "Who knows, probably class trouble again." Impatient, Nanjing said, "No point waiting, let's just go in." "Hey, you can't just barge in," Maria cried, but Ronan replied coolly, "He called us first, what's there to fear? Follow me." He clenched his fist. "Let's see what is hiding." The three entered the elevator. Ronan pressed a button, muttering, "Pretty sure he used this floor." The lift shuddered lightly, then descended. Mary and Asuro exchanged worried glances. "You think it's safe?" Ronan grumbled. "What kind of blacksmith treats guests like this?" He was mid-sentence when he suddenly fell silent. Eyes fixed ahead, a strange scene unfolded, leaving him speechless. All three stood frozen, staring. "What the hell is going on here? Did this place change shape?" Ronan asked doubtfully. Asuro trembled, pointing. "Rosalind, look at that." The ground shook as massive feet stomped against the stone floor. Before them stood a gigantic stone creature awakening. The blacksmiths scattered in panic, screaming as they fled. "A golem!" Ronan exclaimed. "Why are they here?" Asuro yelled. "They'll catch us, do something." "Ronan," he replied curtly, "no need to talk, leave it to me." Nanjing swiftly scooped up Acela. "Ready to move?" She blushed, stammering, "What are you doing?" Before jumping, he told Maria, "Stay here. Call for backup." "Got it." She nodded. "Understood." After that, he looked at Acela. "All right, hold tight, we're going down." Both activated gravity reduction and invisibility spells, diving like lightning under a shimmering shield. Below, exhausted blacksmiths slumped to the floor, gasping in despair. "Is this the end?" One muttered hoarsely, just as the golem raised its arm to strike. A crimson blade sliced through it, shattering its body instantly. Ronan landed, wiping blood from his sword with a grin. "Made it just in time." He looked up, voice wary. "Been a rough few days and you had to pick now to piss me off." "Wrong day, you dumb rocks," he said coolly, radiating sharp confidence that froze the air. The remaining golem roared and lunged at him. Its clumsy attacks left countless openings, none even grazed him. Realizing the danger, Acela stepped back, letting Ronan handle it alone. Even as the giant closed in, Ronan stood firm, eyes steady. With a single strike, the golem's face split apart in a muffled roar. A few clean follow-ups made its body crack all over. Finally, Ronan unleashed his full strength, the finishing blow blasting it to rubble. Stone fragments rained down endlessly across the forge. Two old blacksmiths gaped, trembling. That kid's Dozin's guest. He destroyed a golem in one strike. Standing tall above, Nanjing called out confidently, "Hey, old man, what the hell's going on here?" Before him lay a devastated battlefield, smoke and debris everywhere, seeing fallen blacksmiths all around. He frowned. "Tell me exactly what happened." Ronan and Acela listened silently as the two smiths recounted everything. When they finished, Ronan exclaimed, "What? A whole swarm of golems attacked at once?" One smith nodded. "Yes, and we have no idea why. They burst out of the ground and smashed everything in sight. Then they hunted every blacksmith they found. Worse, they captured Dozon, dragged him down to where they came from. Didikan tried to stop them, but as no warrior he couldn't do a thing." Hearing that, Ronan frowned. "At this rate, they'll all end up as stone bait. Are any still left here?" he asked quickly. Both shook their heads. "The one you killed was the last." Ronan nodded. "All right. Asiro, Maria check everyone's injuries and wait for reinforcements. He turned to Sita. Go with them handle first aid. Before leaving, Acela asked, what about you? Ronan smirked. Take a guess. In rescuing the ones they took, there's something important I need to retrieve from old Dozon. Elsewhere, Dozon and Diddycon were still battling the raging golems. Dozon shouted mid-swing, Gan, glad you came but go. Don't bother saving me. With that stealth armor, you can escape now move. Before he could finish, Diddycon snapped, shut it. Old man, I'm already dying fighting here, and you're still rambling. If you've got breath, swing your damn sword instead of polishing it. But Dozon shook his head. I can't. That kid is the key to my greatest masterpiece. I won't let my sword be destroyed. Diddycon gawked. You're insane. No matter how much you love weapons, this is not the time. Snap out of it. The earth roared as the stone monsters kept charging, shattering the ground. One gathered power and slammed a colossal fist toward the two men. The massive hand struck down, cracking the floor open. The impact shook the entire ground violently. Gan, look out. Dozon shouted in alarm. Diddycon gritted his teeth, bracing himself to block the mountain-like blow. His armor's protective charm shattered, its magical glow fading. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, should forged another layer. Suddenly, red flashes cut through the air. Ronan appeared, landing hard with a flaming sword in hand, while Diddycon was still straining. Ronan was already behind him. His silhouette glowed crimson, freezing the enemy mid-strike. A flurry of slashes followed, swift, precise, and relentless. In seconds, the golem crumbled apart. Good job, Gan. Take 5. Ronan called out. Diddycon stared. You saved me, obviously. Ronan panted, still smiling, ran into a herd of giants on the way. What? You think it'd ignore them? Took care of them all, and rescued the smiths too. The sight of Ronan wiping out the golems left everyone speechless. Even Diddycon couldn't believe it. You actually did that, Ronan snapped. Less talk, more fighting. After the battle, Ronan turned to Dozon. Give me that sword, mine's broken. That so-called masterpiece, it's my sword, right? I heard everything outside. Dozon scratched his head, chuckling. Ah, yes, yes. He handed over a new blade. Not fully finished, but usable. Ronan nodded. Good, thanks. Gripping the hilt, he inhaled deeply, ready to test it. All right, time to see what it can do. He eyed the pile of remaining golems, choosing them as test subjects. The giants snarled, charging forward. Ronan focused mana, swung once to test its sharpness. A red arc split the air so fast and deep the golems froze mid-step. In an instant, their bodies ignited and turned to ash. Ronan, Diddycon, and Dozon all stood stunned by the terrifying power. What the hell? Ronan breathed. Dozon ran up eagerly. Well, like La Mancha. Huh, La Mancha. Ronan blinked. That's the sword's name. Yep, Dozon grinned. Named after my favorite constellation. Amazing, right? Light as air, tougher than mithril, perfect for any sword art. And I didn't embed any runes in it. Instead, absorbs blood essence and repairs itself after feeding. Ronan gawked. You forged this from Sita's shell. Incredible. Dozon beamed. Ha! Glad you like it. Meanwhile, Diddycon sighed from afar, has still chatting. Seriously, let's get out of here, Gan said. There's no one left, but Ronan smirked. Yup. Perfect timing. He turned to Can. Take Dozon ahead, I've got something to check. The werewolf frowned. Check what? Ronan fell silent, scanning the area, sensing something off. Not much, he said slowly, but I think a few rats are hiding, and one of them's huge. As the group moved deeper in, Ronan pointed. Look, something seeping from the ground. The werewolf frowned. What do you mean? Ronan replied. Those creatures are watching us. He gestured to a massive boulder oozing golden liquid. I know this pattern golems lie dormant until provoked. Saying that, he placed a hand on the stone, feeling strange mana vibrations. Strange runes began to glow across its surface. A massive magic circle lit up, radiating ominous energy. Dozon recognized this spell. Ronan asked. The old man shook his head. No idea, magic's not my craft. But the residual mana here is insane. It must be a force control enchantment. Ronan nodded. So that's it, the golems were just puppets of this spell. Dozon frowned, but who could do something so vile? Ronan stayed silent. Then his eyes flashed. He seemed to realize something. Wait, could it be? He cut himself off, gripping his sword. Let's go deeper. We'll find out who's behind this. Before them stretched a pitch-black cavern, so deep no light reached the end. Ronan led the way, footsteps echoing through the dark. Thoughts churned in his mind. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench of conspiracy. Footprints covered the ground, not just golems, but human ones of all sizes, overlapping endlessly. Suddenly, Manhwa sensor flickered something strange nearby. Instantly, Nanjung sensed movement ahead and dashed into the tunnel. His gaze sharpened, breathing slowed, utterly alert. At a side passage, golden light gleamed from afar, along with eerie voices. Ronan crouched, hand on hilt, whispering, let's see who's in there. His eyes turned icy, enough to chill anyone in their path. As he looked closer, he froze. It was a massive golden monolith. Moving nearer, he saw it was a giant stone beast statue etched with strange carvings. Two figures stood before it, studying it closely. Ronan instantly guessed they had to be the culprits. Yet faced with that colossal form, He thought the earlier monsters were toys compared to this. The creature seemed sealed, but one twitch could collapse the whole cave. While he was still assessing, the two noticed the intruder. Ronan tensed. They whispered to each other, the man asking, "Are you sure?" The woman replied, "Completely." She added, "Only a third faction could pull this off," making him curse, furious they'd arrived too soon. He snarled, "What now? We've no stones left to awaken the beast." His eyes darkened, a cruel smile spread. "Maybe I should just kill them all." The woman sighed. "Enough. Since the Empire fell, weaponcraft isn't what it used to be. If our identities get exposed, he won't stay quiet. So we withdraw," she said firmly, but the man Edwin sneered, mocking, "You're too serious, Cyril." He shrugged. "At least let me deal with the intruder." Cyril replied coldly, "Do as you like." Hidden in the shadows, Ronan listened to every word, the stench of sulfur thick in the air. His eyes narrowed, tracking their every move. Edwin's smirk twisted, irritation bubbling over. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and hurled golden magic toward Ronan's hiding spot. "Die, rat!" The spell tore through the cave air like a cannon blast. Unfazed, Ronan reacted instantly, slashing it apart before impact. The collision exploded in blinding light, fire scattering, shaking the cavern. Edwin sneered, well, an uninvited guest indeed." Ronan ignored him, eyes cold, locked onto both enemies. Edwin barked, "Who the hell are you?" Then he grinned, "You withstood my flame burst spell. Not bad at all." At once, he cast again, snarling, "Let's see you dodge this. Try staying still for me." Ronan crouched low, sword ready, knowing these two weren't ordinary. Edwin advanced slowly, his body glowing with dense magic. He growled, "Now tell me, how did you get in here? This place isn't easy to reach." Ronan replied coolly through the swirling energy, "Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing. Who the hell are you people?" Ronan's voice turned icy. "You know the price of stepping into this place, don't you?" His eyes locked on the two. Seeing his fearlessness, Edwin laughed. "Good bravery makes the kill worthwhile," then asked Cyril, who only sighed, urging him not to waste time. Edwin smirked devilishly, handsome yet venomous. "Relax, Cyril, my time's running out anyway." Then he raised his head, shouting, "The day this kingdom is buried beneath the stars will come!" At those words, Ronan froze. An old memory flickered in his mind. Images of starlight and ruin flashed before fading away. He demanded sharply, "What did you just say?" His tone hardened. "Do you even know what those words mean?" "You lunatics!" Edwin fell silent, his expression darkening before his killing intent burst forth. Ronan immediately readied his stance, blade aimed straight at them. "Both of you are coming with me. I've got plenty of questions you'll answer," he warned coldly. They stood still, and Edwin sneered. "You think you can capture us, brat?" he mocked. Still chanting, he taunted, "You strong enough for that?" Ronan replied flatly, "Yes." In a blink, he dashed forward. His slash severed Edwin's left arm clean off. Blood splattered, but Ronan stayed calm, his voice low and deadly. "Too much talking," he said, eyes sharp as blades. "Stay down if you know what's good for you." His tone dripped with threat. Edwin collapsed, gasping, only able to hiss weakly. Cyril froze, cold sweat pouring down. She could believe what she'd seen. Before she could react, a hand clamped tightly around her throat. Ronan pressed hard, voice rough, "From now on, you'd better answer honestly." His eyes flashed dangerously, "Unless you want to lose your hand too." Suddenly, Cyril channeled inner power, blasting him backward. The shockwave made Ronan stagger, forcing him to brace his sword. He smirked. "Oh, not giving up yet." He thought quickly, kinetic magic tough, but pointless. Then he slashed again. The barrier shattered like glass. Cyril panicked, screaming inwardly, "How did he break my shield?" Before she recovered, Ronan lunged and drove his sword through her body. Blood burst forth as she cried in agony, eyes filled with despair. Ronan stepped back, exhaling. "So you're a half-demon, huh?" Glancing at the bodies, he said coldly, "A half-demon and a rogue mage. Who the hell are you people?" Suddenly, the statue behind them glowed, a golden circle forming on its hand. The air quaked as magic energy exploded, yet Ronan stood firm amid the storm. He spun instantly, eyes blazing with resolve. His sword swung down, cleaving into the swirling light. It turned out the magic surge came from Edwin. He wasn't dead, and kept attacking relentlessly. Ronan frowned. Something felt terribly off. "I thought I cut your arm off. How are you still moving?" he growled. Edwin's cells writhed grotesquely, regenerating before their eyes. His body twisted, skin cracking like dead wood, forcing Ronan back. "Is that even human?" he muttered in disgust. Edwin didn't answer. His eyes blazed red as he roared, "Get away from her, you filthy bastard!" Only two remained in the cavern now, tension thick enough to choke. Both tensed, ready for the coming deathmatch. Ronan snarled, "You still don't get it." Then he plunged his sword into the woman's leg. Blood gushed out. Edwin froze, eyes twitching violently as Cyril collapsed. Ronan glared, voice deep and grim. "You've pissed me off enough now. There's no escape." He thrust again, voice cold. "Decide, come quietly, or watch her die." Then he smirked darkly. "Or shall we see if half-demons can grow limbs back?" Edwin swallows hard, scared but growls fine ilgo, making Ronan smirk approvingly. He replies slowly, "Wise choice. I don't want more blood spilled either." His eyes stay cold. If she dies, things get even messier. But when he looks at Cyril, she's smiling, leaving him briefly confused. The space feels warped, and Ronan instantly scans around in alarm. His face freezes since when did the air feel so different? Just then, Ijuan lunges forward, blasting a spell straight at Ronan. The strike sends Ronan flying backward hard. The explosion shatters rocks, scattering debris everywhere. The whole cave is swallowed in thick dust and smoke. Through the haze, Ijuan limps to Cyril, rasping, "You okay?" She coughs lightly, still alive. "Ijuan, I owe you one this time." She adds, "If you hadn't faked that attack, he'd never have dropped his guard. That let me blur his perception." She sighs, both tired and smug, "and bought just enough time to activate this giant." Cyril calmly reviews the entire plan out loud. "Only its arms awake, but has likely crippled," she says. Ijuan nods. "Cyril, report to the church. As for this bastard, he'll finish it here and now." Before leaving, Cyril glances at him, murmuring, "Be careful, he's no ordinary man. Has a monster in human skin," she warns. Ijuan replies, "I know. No mistakes this time." In his mind, that guy isn't some rookie fighter. If I don't kill him now, he'll become a real threat. Amid the thick smoke, Ronan struggles up, using his sword for balance. Determination flashes in his eyes. He won't let them escape again. Suddenly, blood splatters. Ronan counterattacks, slicing off Ijuan's limbs. Ijuan screams as crimson sprays across the cave. Ronan had struck while he was distracted, landing a fatal blow. He grips his sword and glares at Cyril, running somewhere. His voice drops. "I told you already. There's still a lot I need to ask you." Cyril freezes, eyes wide with shock and fear. She smirks, "How are you alive with those wounds?" and pulls out a long talisman, chanting. Ronan pants, voice cracking, "I will never let you escape again," he roars, clutching his sword tight. But suddenly his body locks up, refusing to move. He grips the sword stuck in the ground, forcing himself upright. Meanwhile, Cyril thinks, "I've lost too much blood. I can't win, better report to superiors." Golden light glows behind her. Reflecting off her face, she warns coldly, "Get ready, Ronan. It'll take back everything that's yours, piece by piece. Your family, your lover, your friends, and their lives." Her venomous words pierce Ronan's mind, making his head ache. He grits his teeth. "No, I just found a lead. I can't lose her now, or history will repeat its tragedy." A voice in his mind shouts, "Stop! Don't move another step!" The roar bursts from his lips, instinctive and fierce. Blue light flares around his sword, shaking the entire cave. Behind Cyril, another, stronger blue light ignites. A calm female voice echoes, "I have a few questions for you. First, to confirm something. You're the one who dared to harm my student, aren't you?" Spiraling lights surge, rumbling through the cavern. The voice continues, "I've heard everything. Quite a mess indeed." Ronan turns, smiling faintly. "Perfect timing, Professor." "Professor Naviros," he says, respectful. She replies coolly, still talkative as ever. "Guess you're fine." Her eyes flash, voice dropping. "Now then, let's handle the rest first." Cyril trembles, horrified. How could she possibly be here? Terrified, she tries to flee, but a cold hand grabs her neck. She screams uselessly, face twisted in terror, completely trapped. Naviros leans close, hissing, "You've committed too many sins, but the worst was daring to touch my student. Now see what future you have left." Cyril thrashes helplessly as her energy drains away. Her eyes roll back, trembling in despair. Her consciousness fades in her final moment. She whispers, "I'm sorry," then collapses lifelessly. Naviros turns to Ronan, voice softening, "You've done well. Treat your wounds first, then we'll report this," she says. Ronan asks, "What did you mean by future? You meant Rodolon prison, didn't you?" She nods, "Yes, you know it." Ronan looks down, murmuring, "So my guess was right. The screaming fortress of Rodolon, a sea prison none escape, home to Entempire traitors, famed for its brutal, hopeless tortures." He looks up, resolute, "Then please, let me join the interrogation." Naviros raises a brow. "What did you just say?" "That's not a place she starts," but Ronan interrupts, "Please, just this once, Professor." His pleading gaze is firm, voice steady. "This really matters to me." His sincerity makes Naviros pause, silently studying him. Elsewhere, wounded villagers limp along, utterly exhausted. Their clothes are torn and stained with dried blood. Thankfully, healers arrive in time, their wounds now stable. Maria wipes her brow, sighing, "Looks like we're safe for now." Arsel leans back, wary, "Yeah, barely made it." She glances around, worried, "Shouldn't Ronan be back by now? What's taking so long?" As they speak, a familiar voice calls, "Were you talking about me?" Maria and Arsel spin around, eyes wide. Both shout, "Ronan!" He steps out, smiling, "Heard my name in passing. Good work, you two. I heard Maya's reinforcements arrived just in time," he adds. "Thanks to that, Arsel and Kita saved over half the buried Smiths." Ronan smiles, "No one badly hurt." "Right," Maria snaps, "Ask yourself. You're covered in wounds." She fumbles for bandages, but he waves her off, "I've got it. Rest." Arsel tears up, hugging her trembling pet. Ronan turns, voice low. Cyril and Ijuan are now bound tight. The two are carried away by guards, too weak to resist. Ronan tells the girls, "I've got other business. Don't worry." Hours later, they reach the prisoner handover point at Rodolon. It sits atop cliffs in the Grangno forest, winds howling fiercely. Ronan and Naviros stand tall, awaiting the escort team. "They're here," Naviros murmurs. Massive wings tear through the air above. The Empire's redayed birdmen arrive, carrying a knight with a bird's head. When they land, the impact shakes the forest. Greetings, Professor Naviros. We're under Imperial orders to receive the prisoners. They glance at the two unconscious figures, these ones. Naviros nods, yes, but one no. The man heals unnaturally fast. Be cautious during questioning. Oh, the guard grins, sounds entertaining. It's been a while since we've had such special prey. If there's nothing else, we'll depart and report after the interrogation. May you continue serving peace, they say. For the glory of the Empire, they chant in unison, soaring into the sky. Only Ronan and Naviros remain in the vast clearing. Rodolon usually takes a week to finish interrogations, she notes. When they contact us, I'll inform you. Be ready to depart. Ronan nods softly, understood, thank you, Professor. He stays still, eyes following the birdman vanishing into the clouds. Time passes with Imperial aid, the people rebuild Eudocia. Ronan returns to the academy, training and studying under Naviros. Peaceful days drift by. At the screaming fortress of Rodolon, night falls heavy. The prison echoes with groans and the sound of metal biting flesh. Exotic torture tools work without rest. A man chuckles, damn, got too into it, almost missed the appointment. He checks his watch, muttering, time to welcome guests. Red light flickers across stone walls, someone's approaching. At the gate, a man bows to Ronan and Naviros, welcome, must have been a rough trip. He introduces himself, I'm the examiner for this prisoner, I'll assist with questioning. Smiling hoarsely, he adds, name's Kayaker, fortress interrogator. After brief greetings, he asks, shall we meet the prisoner now? Naviros nods, yes, we'll talk as we go. Good, follow me, Aker says, while Ronan walks silently behind, eyes sharp with thought. Ronan murmurs to the professor, didn't expect Rodolon's chief interrogator to be such a handsome gentleman. Naviros laughs, everyone says it the first time, but don't be fooled by the looks, you'll see why soon. They don't call him the nightmare of the dungeon for nothing. Torches blaze along the walls, stretching the dark hallway ahead. As they walk, Aker says, the cell's ahead, let's get to the point. He stops, turns back, eyes dim. They're from the Claza Nebula, no doubt. Naviros frowns, that name's new to me. Aker nods, like Caraben Lawsaw, but far deadlier. Their identities are nearly untraceable. From the Naland warehouse fire to last year's Etman lab blast, they were behind it all. He concludes firmly, I've confirmed it beyond doubt. Ronan thinks, I've never heard of such a terrifying group in my past life. Aker interrupts his thoughts, details will be in my report. Ronan replies, understood. He asks, did they mention anything about the Starborn? It's my first time hearing it, but the name sounds special. Aker smiles faintly, I've overheard it once while tracking them. His tone drops, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Seems the Starborn might be their true objective. Ronan asks curiously, so you know something? Aker's face darkens, he silently dons his torture mask, aura thick with menace. Ronan steps back, startled by the sudden change. What did he just turn into someone else? He mutters. Aker murmurs, I see now. Pardon my rudeness, he says lightly, almost playfully. First meeting, and I already show you this side of me. Guess I haven't been honest enough with my friends. Allow me to express some sincerity, then. The cell doors swing open, Ronan can't help but shiver. Before then, a group of chained, battered prisoners. Ronan recognizes them as those he fought earlier. Aker steps forward, voice icy. Edwin's fascinating, using dark sorcery to rebuild himself. For people like him, there's only one way to communicate. Stab him again and again until there's nothing left to regenerate. With that, he slices deep into Edwin's flesh, blood spraying violently. Now we're close friends, aren't we? Aker smiles, ignoring Edwin's screams. I always think so, he murmurs calmly. Tilting his head, he adds, but seems you're still hiding something disappointing, Edwin. Aker grabs his hair, yanking his head up for more questioning. We're this close, and you're still keeping secrets. Edwin trembles. No, I told you everything! Aker snarls, really? Then why do your allies know about the Starborn, huh? Blood streams from Edwin's eyes like red tears as he stammers, that I... Seeing his defiance, Aker turns to Cyril, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Speak, or should I chat with your little friend here? She can't regenerate one more session, and she's done. Cyril bursts into tears, begging, please, just kill me! Ronan stands frozen, thinking, brutal, worse than any battlefield. Edwin rasps weakly, no point hiding anymore. Ronan frowns, if his cover's blown, why stay silent? Then he realizes, it's not that he won't talk, it's that he can't. Aker narrows his eyes, clearly surprised. Naviros interjects, can't speak, just as I thought. In war, some soldiers are sealed with curses, speak a word, and they explode. Not sure if these two are that type, she says, eyes fixed on Edwin. Aker sighs, half laughing. My mistake, too angry to notice that possibility. Give me a moment, both of you. He leaves the room, his killing aura lingering in the air. Moments later, the dungeon door creaks open again. Aker returns, holding a massive transparent eyeball. Ronan stares in curiosity. This is the absolute eye, Aker explains, at Devar's curses. For mute-sealed prisoners, it's the only hope for interrogation. He turns to Edwin, tone calm, you'll try it first. Despite Edwin's shout, wait, that thing is. Aker presses it onto his head. Relax, it'll set you free. Now eat instantly. Edwin screams in unbearable pain. When the ice light fades, the curse vanishes completely. Now answer, what is the Starborn? Aker demands. Edwin gasps, then speaks slowly. The Starborn is the Eternal One, the savior of the weak in this land. We await his coming, transcending time and space. Our mission is to destroy all that stands in his way. Cyril screams, "Stop, Edwin!" Aker frowns, too much talk. So, something's falling from the sky, right? What is it? Edwin's eyes glow bright blue, his face twisting grotesquely. At the same time, far away, a stranger watches from afar the children of the Starborn. Ronan observes silently when a strange sound echoes. A to T. Aker looks up, puzzled. What did you just say, Ronan? Ronan steps closer to Edwin, lowering his voice. Those children of the Starborn, you mean A2-Duty, right? Edwin trembles, stammering, A2-Duty. How do you know that name? His face twists violently, swelling with dark purple veins. His eyes bulge, body convulsing. Ronan gasps, "What the hell?" Aker shouts. He chants, barriers instantly enclosing the room. Magic spirals. Edwin shrieks as his body swells grotesquely. Then, with a thunderous blast, he explodes. Blood splatters everywhere. Aker's barrier barely shields Ronan and Navy Rose. When the smoke clears, only charred flesh and crimson stains remain. Aker sighs. Unbelievable, even with the curse devoured by the eye, he still detonated like that. His body's nothing but waste now. Ronan clenches his fists, gritting out, "Damn it, that sealing curse is monstrous!" Aker replies, "Curses are common, but this level, rare indeed." Seems they were bound by two absolute taboos. First, never reveal the secret of the Starborn's arrival. Second, just mention that forbidden name, and the curse triggers, blowing the body apart. Suddenly, a hand lands on Ronan's shoulder, a stern voice saying, "Your turn to answer, Roma." First question, who is A Torti? If my theory's right, that's classified Claza intel. Where did you learn it? As the examiner, it's my duty to clarify every detail, he asserts. So can you answer me, Ronan? Pressed nonstop, Ronan feels cornered, but finally mutters, "I don't know much." He says he overheard it by chance, making the examiner frown. By chance. Ronan nods yes. You know, I was the first to uncover the Grand Cup Ulisha incident. I only overheard a few lines from afar, that's it. At first I thought it was nothing, but now it feels suspicious. Maybe I got too agitated, sorry for interrupting earlier. Lifting his ace blade, Ronan stares straight at him, satisfied now. The examiner pauses, thinking his words sound honest, yet something feels off. Maybe it's those crimson eyes, not just resolve in them, but guilt and fierce determination. Or maybe deep-seated fury toward those criminals. Suddenly, Professor Navarros draws her sword. The swing slices the air with cutting wind. She presses the blade to the examiner's shoulder, voice cold, "Lower your hand, KAC. Don't tell me you're interrogating my disciple right in front of me." AC raises both hands, laughing nervously. "Of course not, former saint of the blade, just confirming details. Better safe than sorry, right?" Even behind the mask, it's clear as forcing a grin he apologizes to Ronan, glad the misunderstanding cleared. But Ronan still shivers inside. If I'd said one wrong word, that old man would've tortured me for real. Staring at the shattered absolute eye, KAC mutters, "A shame it's gone. That girl's trickier than illusions themselves." Ronan asks, "Illusions? They're that strong?" The examiner replies, "Of course, and quite cute if you look closely." He teases, "Wanna touch one?" As he speaks, the broken eye starts emitting strange signals, as if something unseen is invading it. In seconds, its shape twists violently. The examiner gasps, it's absorbing a curse, but from who? Cyril never touched it. He suddenly looks at Ronan. "Could it be you? Maybe when I placed it on your shoulder to channel mana, just a few seconds." To confirm, he calls out Roma. Then suddenly hurls the eye toward Ronan. "Let's test it, shall we?" As Ronan catches it, the eye flares blindingly. He yells, "What the hell are you doing?" The light intensifies, his body stiffens under the force. Then the eye explodes violently. "What the why did it blow itself up?" Ronan shouts. AC stares in disbelief. "Even the eye shattered, impossible!" Seeing their shock, he quickly says, "Calm down, let me explain. Seems you're carrying a curse, Ronan." He gapes. "What?" Frowning, still confused, he hears the examiner ask, "Ever felt bound doing simple things? Like being unable to jump high or lift metal others handle easily?" Ronan freezes as if realizing something long forgotten. AC nods. "Thought so, it's real then. If you don't wish to explain, I won't press. I couldn't break that curse anyway. But remember, its power is far from ordinary. And I've yet to learn who cast it upon you. But clearly, whoever cursed you harbors deep malice toward you. By then, it's late night, the room lit only by a dim lamp. AC walks them out, murmuring, "Thanks for staying up so late. Well, focus on sealing Cyril of them, it's strong, so it'll take time," he adds. Naviros agrees, while Ronan stays silent, eyes down, heavy with thought. Noticing this, KAC frowns slightly. "You've got a lot on your mind, haven't you, Roma?" he asks. Ronan nods warily. "Yeah, just learned this curse has been with me since birth," he sighs. Naviros soothes, "I understand, don't overthink it. Aren't you a student of Phileo Academy?" she asks. "If I recall, there's someone there who specializes in curses. A mage considered the continent's top expert in that field." Meanwhile, their carriage rattles softly through the quiet night. Torchlight sways, casting flickers over their faces as they ride. Ronan mutters, "What the hell is even happening?" He keeps rubbing his eyes until Naviros asks, "What's wrong? Can't sit still." "My eyes itch," he grumbles, "been burning since earlier." He recalls when that eyeball stuck to his hand. His eyes have burned ever since. Naviros smiles gently. "Relax, it means the curse is weakening. Still don't know who cursed you, she asks. Ronan stays silent, lost in thought. I've lived decently, he muses, so why does someone hate me this much? Naviros falls quiet too, mind flashing back to the Howling Tower. Ronan had once said, thanks for stopping that old man from lunging at me. The way he looked at me, pure venom. If you hadn't stepped in, I'd have been forced to confess to something I never did. Naviros sighs, just did my duty as a professor, no thanks needed. Ronan looks at her, feeling genuine respect. She's not only skilled but kind. Yet a faint suspicion stirs in his mind. In his past life, he never once met this woman. Could she somehow be tied to the Claza intelligence network? The carriage keeps rumbling softly through the midnight roads. By morning, the vast Phileo Academy gleams under fresh sunlight. Their carriage stops at the entrance to the magic practice grounds. Rows of runicarved stone pillars shimmer faintly before them. A familiar voice calls out, welcome back, Ronan. If not for the professor's request, I'd never get to see you again. Doing all right. The greeting leaves Ronan frozen. Right, there's also that commander issue. Mind spinning, he scratches his hair, not knowing where to start. Then shrugs it off with a grin. Long time no see, senpai. He laughs awkwardly. How have you been? Ronan smiles. She laughs. Thanks to the Kazan mess, I made plenty of friends' lives easier now. She giggles. Every time Kazan sees me, he turns pale, shows up injured, and stammers apologies like he saw a ghost. Weird situation, but not the worst thing ever. She asks, heard you're looking to break a curse. Ronan nods. Yeah, somehow I got hit. That's why I'm seeing Professor Sacris, though her office is in the weirdest spot. Total eccentric. The commander laughs. True. This place is a maze, most magic students get lost. So I asked a senior to guide us. Strange. She's still not here. Suddenly, a hand appears out of nowhere. Someone's rushing quickly toward S-San from afar. A young girl runs up, beaming. I missed you so much! It's been ages. How have you been, sis? And you? While the two chat excitedly, Ronan blinks. Her face looks oddly familiar. He suddenly recalls she's the girl who once bragged about beastfolk and that old competition. La Kalusai Duma, that name flashes through his memory. San smiles. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. I need a favor. Eri grins. No problem, sis. You call, I come. She asks curiously, but why are you looking for Professor Sacris? When she turns and sees Ronan frozen stiff, Eri's eyes widen. Ronan's face darkens. Sweat rolling awkward, doesn't even begin to cover it. Eri's gaze sharpens instantly, locking onto him. Ronan scratches his head, muttering, I'm the one who asked her for help. Hello, OG Betha. Eri, right? He teases, half smiling. Eri turns crimson and shouts, what are you doing here? Though fuming, she still leads Ronan and S-San onward. After a while, Ronan starts doubting this is the professor's office. Ahead stands only a tiny shack, old wooden walls and sagging roof tiles. Eri, you're not planning to bury me here, are you? He asks warily. Shut up! Who'd waste effort killing you? Just walk, she yells, furious. She stomps ahead, fuming, while Ronan mutters, what kind of attitude is that? Still on guard, he wonders, how's this girl close with the commander? Shizuka, Lucia, could there be some shady tie between them? The door creaks open, herbal scent drifting through the room. Inside sits an old woman with eyes half closed, calm as stone. Ronan asks, that's Professor Sacris. Eri murmurs, hold up, don't celebrate yet. One more test. They step closer slowly, tension thick in the air. Soon they stand right before the old lady. Eri raises her hand for a spell, warning, no matter what happens, don't interfere. Ronan gulps, nodding nervously, okay, got it. She chants softly, Kashipa Lunazir Diofidina, then shouts. At first, nothing happens. The old woman sits motionless, making Ronan suspicious. He whispers, oh, when does something actually happen? Suddenly the woman's mouth opens, drool dripping audibly to the floor. Her jaw stretches wide into a monstrous grin. What the hell? Ronan yells. Eri calmly replies, relax, this is the real office. Instantly, they're sucked into another space, the true office of Professor Sacris. Bookshelves tower to the ceiling, packed with grimoires and artifacts. Ronan gapes, this is an office. Then what was that freaky mouth portal thing? Before he can finish, a voice from above says, so you're the one. It's Professor Sacris. She smiles at Ronan, just as Naviros described, you're exactly as I imagined. A streak of violet light glides across his face. Ronan squints. Floating down, Sacris grips his chin, murmuring, I sense fierce dark energy within you. I am Maya Sacris, the strongest curse mage on the continent. She eyes him with amusement. What a strange boy, no one believes him. 83. Circling him, she mutters, could he really be that child? Then chuckles, relax him, joking. Despite appearances, I'm over 80, she adds. Ronan blurts, 80? Not 8. Sacris laughs, eternal youth's a curse too. Enough age talk, let's get to work. She snaps her fingers, the sound echoes through the room. Instantly, space distorts and colors shift. Now, I'll focus on breaking your curse, she says firmly. Ronan looks around, stunned. Where even are we now? Sacris scans his body, murmuring, didn't expect to find such a pure, ancient curse within you, how dangerous. With normal magic, you can't even scratch it. Hearing that, Ronan panicked, so that's it. But Sacris smiled, relax, I've planned ahead. She continued, I've prepared a special method, listen carefully, Ronan. I'll turn the curse into a visible form inside your consciousness. Your job is to find the root that controls you, and destroy it completely. Ronan blinked. You want me to break it myself, Professor? Sakris nodded. When you see it, instinct will guide you. She raised her hand, murmuring, "Good luck!" A blue light engulfed Ronan. He felt himself falling, the world melting into pure light. When he opened his eyes, he stood in a world shaped by the curse. The ground trembled softly, each step leaving a faint, scorched mark. Ronan looked around. This place felt oddly familiar. Wasn't it his home? He muttered, "Don't tell me the curse's source is my own house." He clenched his fists. What the hell is going on? Just then, a voice called, "Mom, I'm home." The familiar figure, it was Ronan's sister from childhood. The scene turned warm and peaceful, like a memory. His sister leaned over the crib, smiling, "So cute!" "Why is Ronan sleeping so much, Mom? Is he sick?" Mom chuckled. "Babies need sleep to grow big." She added gently, "If he ever gets sick, you must care for and protect him." The sister nodded. "I promise I'll protect Ronan forever." Ronan stared wide-eyed. This was clearly his home. The time when he had just been born. And the baby in the crib, that was him. Ronan froze. "No way, I was actually a baby. Thought I was born like this already." He looked closer, mind spinning. "So I'm seeing my own past." Before he could think further, the door burst open, blue light flared, and a dark figure entered, radiating killing intent. Ronan shuddered, eyes widening. "What's happening?" He tried to move, but his body was frozen solid. Only one question echoed, "Who the hell is that?" But strangely, his mom and sister smiled. "You're home early today," Mom said softly. "The babies in the crib want to see little Ronan." She smiled warmly. "Come, look, he looks just like you." The man raised his hand, black energy swirling ominously. Ronan's mother stiffened. What are you doing?" Then she collapsed to the floor, unconscious before realizing anything. Easy froze, crying out in terror as her mother fell. Ronan went numb. His mother just collapsed before his eyes. Easy trembled. Why did Mom faint? The stranger's hand still hovered, now aimed at the little girl. Black mist burst forth, swallowing Izu. She fell without a sound. Ronan screamed hoarsely, "Sister!" He roared, shaking with fury. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing?" His eyes blazed with horror and rage. The man held a string of cursed talismans, the same dark energy that once flowed from Ronan himself. The black light exploded. Ronan tried to dodge but failed. He gritted his teeth. "So you're the root of the curse? You're the one I have to destroy utterly?" Outside, Sakris muttered, "Didn't expect things to go this far." She exhaled. "Even with all my prep, my mana's almost gone. This is the oldest kind of curse, Guy Yi." Ari asked in shock, "If even you're surprised, Professor, how many curses are in him?" Sakris replied, "About 10, counting the power itself." The number made Ari gasp. 10 curses at once. No one could survive that. But Sakris shook her head. "No, this case is entirely different. I confirm they're all parts of a single curse." Inside the illusion, Ronan clenched his teeth, glaring at the man with burning hatred. The man bent down, his blackened hand touching the baby in the crib. Instantly, black mist filled the room, devouring everything. He stared at infant Ronan with cold, empty eyes, then turned away, walking calmly, a chilling kind of peace. His steps passed Easy's unconscious body without a glance. Even the present Ronan couldn't stop him, as if erased from sight. Ronan's fist trembled, rage boiling, but he was powerless. Just then, a flash of light, chains within him shattered. Without hesitation, he rushed to his fallen family. "Sis, can you hear me?" he cried in panic. He trembled, heart pounding wildly. Thankfully, they were only unconscious. He sighed in relief. Still, Ronan gripped his hair, reminding himself to stay calm. This was just a mind world. "But here, there's only one thing I can do. Kill that bastard!" A closed door appeared before him, waiting for him to cross. Ronan drew his sword, slashing it dozens of times until it burst apart in crimson light. Without looking back, he dashed through, leaving a blazing trail. Suddenly, he stopped. His surroundings had completely changed. The mysterious man stood before him, waiting. Ronan growled, "You were expecting me. Fine then, tell me! What grudge do you have with me, bastard?" The man stayed silent, face hidden, only crimson eyes glowing. Ronan roared, "How dare you hurt my family in front of me? I'll never forgive you, dream or reality." Both flared their mana, the air vibrating with murderous energy. They tightened their grips, blades gleaming. The duel was about to erupt. Ronan's first strike clashed against the other's sword, exploding in blinding light. He staggered back, sweating. His opponent was stronger than he'd thought. The counterforce hurled him away. He cursed. "What kind of monster is this?" He gritted his teeth. "Is even my sword being cursed? I'm losing ground fast." But he didn't give up. His eyes burned as he launched a fierce counterattack. Each clash spilled more blood, long cuts forming on his face and arms. The masked man stayed cold, tightening his grip before charging again. The strike pierced straight through Ronan's body. Blood splattered. He coughed hard, blood gushing from his mouth, body trembling in agony. Blow after blow, Ronan collapsed, gasping, "Damn it, no way!" He looked at his shaking sword. He couldn't even leave a scratch. The man stood still, eyes empty, then turned his back, walking away as if Ronan no longer mattered. Ronan clenched his fists. "No, it can't end like this. Get up, you still need answers?" He screamed in despair. "I'm not done yet. Why did you do it?" Ronan growled, demanding answers, but the man stayed silent. He felt that gaze, cold, yet eerily familiar, like one from a faded memory. Ronan stammered, "You're that person, aren't you?" Then shouted, "Why did you do it? Say something!" His voice shook with fury. "How can you stay silent after what you did to my mom and sister?" Without waiting, Ronan gathered all his strength and leapt high. His sword sliced through the air like thunder, cutting the man's neck clean. The head fell, bouncing on the ground as blood spread. It rolled to a stop at Ronan's feet, cold and lifeless. Ronan slammed his sword into the ground, cracks spreading from the impact. Panting, he growled, "I don't need your words, I'll find the truth myself. Get out of my body, you damn bastard!" The scene twisted back to Professor Sekhar's laboratory. Ronan gasped, awake, disoriented. "Where's Sephiroth Uzar?" Sekhar's voice sounded, finally awake. "How do you feel, Ronan?" Still dazed, he turned. Wo's talking. Slowly, he looked behind him and screamed, "No way, Professor!" Sekhar's nodded with a gentle smile. "Recognize me now?" she said. "As expected, your perception's sharp." Ronan blinked. "Wait, why does your time flow faster? Is it me?" Sekhar shook her head. "Not because of you. Don't worry. Now tell me, feel anything unusual?" Ronan nodded. "Actually, I noticed something off about you the first time we met. But now, you're far beyond what I imagined." Sekhar smiled, pleased. "Good, that means the ritual succeeded." She set her teacup down, steam curling softly in the air. Ronan sipped his tea, sighing. "Hard to believe so is all real." Sekhar nodded. "The curse within you came from memories you yourself forgot. And the one who cast it seems to be your father." Ronan froze. "Yeah, I thought so too." Sekhar tilted her head. "Why do you think that? You said you didn't recognize him." Ronan replied, "Because I heard my mom and sister call him that. And when he struck, I felt something strange. A pain so foreign I knew it wasn't mine. Maybe that's why I got so angry, why I lost control. I'm not sure if those were his true emotions, but they drove me insane." Sekhar asked quietly, "So you truly remember nothing of your family?" Ronan nodded. "No idea why. It's like someone erased every trace of those memories." Sekhar sipped her tea. "So not only your mana perception was sealed, but even your sense of self was distorted. It seems your father deliberately cast a complex curse on you. He also scrambled and severed large parts of your memory. During that process, fragments of his own memories were transferred into you. Memory-based curses often do that. Your inner world now holds pieces of his past. Your use of mana, even before striking the curse's core, might mean your fragmented awareness has begun to recover." Ronan looked at his hands, faint threads of light spreading outward. He didn't understand what it meant. This is mana, right?" he asked. Sekhar studied it and nodded. "Yes. For now you can only see it, but with practice, you'll control it like any mage. Of course, that's only if you break 2 more curses out of the 9 left on you. Each is powerful and obscure in origin. It'll take time. When you're ready, I'll summon you again. For now, rest." Sekhar sighed softly. "Looks like your fated day is drawing near." Ronan blinked. "What do you mean, Professor?" Suddenly her arm glowed. Ronan gawked. "You're getting younger!" "Does your appearance change with the time of day?" he asked. Sekhar flustered. "My body's as unusual as yours, let's just say it's complicated." Ronan chuckled. "Must be tiring, huh?" Sekhar's tone turned serious. "Ronan, knowing the truth may hurt, but don't let the past break you. Remember, the future ahead is what truly matters. Don't let yourself be bound by yesterday." Ronan nodded. "Yes, I understand." He bowed slightly, speaking sincerely. "I look forward to learning more from you, Professor." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a massive golden arm was quietly moving. Beneath the Grand Cup Eulogia, someone muttered, "It's bigger than the report said." He frowned. Could a student have stopped it instead of Professor Naviros? Just then, another voice echoed, "You're here too, huh?" A figure stepped out from the dark corridor. It was Zolan, one of Eulogia's ruling authorities. He asked Dolan, "How's the restoration going?" Dolan bowed, "Still in progress, no setbacks, about a week more. Also, we investigated the troublemakers as you requested, but found no new clues. However, through Felian, we identified a student who was in that area at the time. Would you like to meet him?" A flash of light revealed a colossal, majestic sword. Its wielder was Duke Joseph Cine Grandshear, head of the mighty Grandshear family. He murmured, as expected, "This situation's more complicated than I thought." Suddenly he stopped, sensing movement behind him. The stone giant's red eyes began to glow fiercely. Its body stirred, and the ground quaked violently. Dolan shouted in alarm, "Duke, please step back." But the giant's stone fist clenched, rising high to strike. Dolan urged, "My lord, move aside, let us handle it together." The Duke raised a hand calmly. "No need, I've got this." As the giant advanced, he remained composed, utterly fearless. He drew his sword, its steel gleaming brilliantly. "Did I tell them to be well prepared?" he muttered. In an instant, his blade slashed forward, but the giant's massive hand blocked it, detonating with a deafening clang. The statue's glowing eyes locked onto him, radiating possessive fury. Yet the Duke's strikes poured down relentlessly, each one fierce and sharp. He unleashed his full strength, hacking again and again. Shards of stone flew, proof that the giant's armor was cracking apart. Dust billowed thick, clouding his sight. When it settled, the Duke calmly sheathed his sword, the battle over. His voice was firm, "Next destination, Dolan." Behind him, the stone colossus collapsed with a final shattering roar. Now, only one goal filled his mind: to meet the young hero of Filian. The scene shifted to a bright morning at the Nava GEG dorms. Just then, Ronan opened his door, startled by a sudden knock. He grumbled irritably, "Who bothers people this early?" A strange man appeared and Ronan snapped, thinking it was a peddler. Dolan heard this, scowling in anger at the insult. He barked, "Do you know who you're talking to?" But Ronan just smirked dismissively. Then, suddenly, Ronan froze. Something felt off. The mana coming from that man carried a dark, familiar hue that chilled him. At that moment, the Duke placed a hand on Dolan's shoulder, calming the tension. Dolan turned, flustered, while Ronan realized something from his dream. The Duke then stepped forward, apologizing gently for the intrusion. "Allow me to apologize once more on behalf of my knight," he said politely. Then softly added, "Would you spare me a moment of your time, Ronan?" The room grew quiet as Ronan eyed the gift the Duke carried. His next words stunned everyone present. It was a newly finished scabbard crafted for the sword Lan Cha. Ronan asked why the Duke personally brought it. He only smiled. "The blacksmith asked me to deliver it," he added. "Dorn even begged me to deliver this gift personally." So he also wanted to take this chance to express his deep gratitude to Ronan. He explained that the Grandshire family and the Grand Cup had been allies for generations. Even his own sword, Lord Fu, was forged by Doron himself. The Duke spoke solemnly. "It's only natural to show kindness to the hero of Grand Cup." Then suddenly, he took out a small, gleaming object that made Ronan freeze. It was the seal of Guang's, engraved with the family's emblem. Ronan gasped, asking why he'd give away something so precious. The Duke simply smiled. "It's how Grandshire keeps its honor." Thus, both the blacksmith's gift and the seal were formally handed over. The Duke added that the two other students from the mission had also received their shares. He hoped they'd like them. Ronan chuckled, imagining their joyful thanks. When the mood softened, the Duke shifted the topic to the culprits behind the incident. His tone turned cold, revealing his grim curiosity about those heartless fiends. A blue light glimmered across Ronan's face. He blinked, unsure of the Duke's intent. Then his lips curved slightly. He realized the man before him was the head of Grand Sisao. Calmly, Ronan replied that those people were far crazier than either of them imagined. Dolan fell silent, listening intently to Ronan's every word. Ronan explained how they struck so fast he barely managed to capture one alive. But midway through speaking, he suddenly froze, sensing something strange. His focus drifted toward the bodyguard standing behind them. That man had been still all along, but at the mention of the culprits, his face darkened. That aura, it was the same vile taint Ronan had sensed from past sinners. His blood ran cold. Could this man be one of them too? The Duke noticed his expression. "What's wrong, Ronan?" He looked surprised as Ronan hesitated, scanning the mana in the room. Seeing his silence, the Duke pressed, "Are you unwell? What's happening?" Ronan shivered inwardly. The continent's strongest man couldn't sense this disturbance. Was he the only one who saw the strange mana flowing from that guard? He inhaled deeply, then asked gravely, "My lord, are you aware of the return of the VTNTD organization?" Even as he asked, he considered setting a bait to test them. The Duke replied slowly, "Stellar Script Claza, those who worship the children of the stars." He admitted he never thought such a cult still existed on the continent. "You found this out on your own?" he asked. Ronan nodded firmly. "Before the professor arrived, I forced them to confess everything out of fear," Ronan said. The Duke frowned, waving for him to stop. "He'll verify that through official records later." Ronan smiled in agreement, eyes never leaving the other's movements. Clearly, that guard's aura had been slipping out of control all this time. The Duke stood to leave, while Ronan stayed deep in thought about their hidden schemes. Just before the Duke reached the door, Ronan called out, saying he had something important. But then he changed his mind. "I shouldn't keep a busy man like you here, my lord." He promised to compile everything and send a detailed report before nightfall. Ronan smiled faintly. "I'm sure you'll find the contents fascinating, because this time, it's directly connected to the mysterious name Izot." The scene shifted to night. Ronan lay on his bed under the moonlight. Sleep came quickly. He dozed off, mouth slightly open, breathing calm. But suddenly, Jolan appeared, exuding a chilling, killing intent in the dark. His sword swung down with a roar, slicing the air apart. Yet the strike hit nothing. Ronan was no longer there. Just then, Ronan's voice came from behind, calm as if he'd foreseen it. Ronan smiled calmly. "A pleasure to see you again, the third bastard on my list." Dolan snarled, "What the hell are you playing at?" Ronan gestured for calm. "Hold up, no need to rush." He pointed to the side, signaling him to look elsewhere first. Because over there stood a special guest Ronan had personally invited. Dolan froze, choking out, "Young Master Sully Pen!" The young master frowned coldly. "Explain yourself, what is going on here?" The scene rewound to several hours earlier. The top floor of Navazoja Hall gleamed under the midday sun. There, Sully Pen had asked Ronan why he'd suddenly come seeking him. Ronan said bluntly, "Tonight, I'm going after Dolan." Sully Pen laughed skeptically. "And what proof do you have for such a bold claim?" Ronan explained that Dolan was once the most loyal knight, chosen as guard after 4 years of service. He frowned. 4 years? Then the Grand Sea's been infiltrated for a while now. Seeing Sully still unsure, Ronan waved it off. "Fine, just come watch, it won't hurt. Because if I'm right, then your house has a rat, and now that's been proven." The young master instantly drew his sword, tense. "Did you hear me, Dolan?" he shouted. "I ordered you to explain yourself." His roar echoed, "Answer me, Dolan!" Dolan only smirked. If I answered, wouldn't that make me a confirmed traitor? Then he stomped hard, his aura erupting violently. The floor quaked, energy waves rippling through the room. Black-green mana gushed out, swallowing the air around them. Both Ronan and Sully felt the crushing pressure rising fast. They knew something immense was about to break loose. Ronan muttered, "Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? That aura, it's the same filthy power I've felt before." Suddenly, Ronan spun around on instinct. At the same time, Dolan lunged his slash, flashing like lightning. The surprise blow sent Ronan flying, crashing into the wall. Sully Pen roared in fury, "Dolan, why are you doing this?" Their blades clashed, sparks flying, mana colliding in chaos. Dolan struck straight on, but Sully dodged, barely eyes wide. Dolan scoffed, "You're still green, young master, don't waste power like that here." Sully's teeth clenched, his aura flaring hotter with rage. Dolan spoke coolly, as if everything was already decided. "Forgive me, young master," he bowed slightly, voice tinged with regret. "I didn't want it to end like this, but that brat ruined everything." Sully countered, his energy rising. "Why hide your strength and betray us?" Dolan growled, "Betrayal. No, you've got it all wrong." He flicked his sword, words sharp as steel. "I was never a knight of grandsire." The declaration thundered, shaking the very air. Sully froze, then spoke quietly, "I see, so that's how it is. Fine, do as you please then." Ronan leapt in, eyes blazing, his fighting spirit exploding. Sweat dripped as Dolan roared, "You think you can beat me, brat?" Ronan laughed mockingly. "Less talk, more action, you're boring me." Sully sighed heavily. "This is bigger than you think, Ronan." He added grimly, "Tonight at Grandsire, blood will spill, and none will escape the coming storm." His sword swung mid-sentence. Dolan gasped, barely blocking as he staggered back. "What is this?" He realized his own mana was binding him, stopping his counterattack. His thoughts raced, Hez wielding that sword with mana alone. Has Sully Pen been hiding his true power all along? Or had he grown that powerful in such a short time? "Impossible," Dolan hissed, veins bulging on his neck. Ronan's mocking voice cut in. "Hey, old man, you've been daydreaming a bit too long." He sighed in boredom. "Disappointing. Fighting for your life and still spacing out." Without pause, Ronan lunged forward, sword strikes raining down relentlessly. Each blow shook the room, the flashing blades carving streaks of light through the air. Dolan strained to block, teeth gritted. "How is he this strong?" Fear crept up his spine, another monster had appeared. Ronan spun and slashed, shattering the ground. Dolan barely dodged in time. Behind them, Sully Pen whispered in awe, "He can really strike that hard." Then Ronan caught a counterkick, sent flying. "Hey, damn it!" He staggered up, muttering, "Crap, if the professor shows up now, I'm dead." Dolan darted a glance at the door, the intent to flee clear in his eyes. He bolted, boots cracking the stone floor as he ran, breath ragged. "Damn it," he spat, "how did everything go to hell because of that brat?" Bitterly, he realized he'd been foolish to think luck could beat them both. Now escape was all he had. But his steps halted. The young master Sully Pen was blocking the way. Sully said coldly, "You're right, Dolan. Unlike my father, I'm not yet skilled enough to unleash the full Tempest Blade. But running here was stupid. No one else will get caught in it. Except the one traitor I'm about to punish you." With that, he swung. Tempest Blade exploded in blinding fury. Dolan froze, body locking up, eyes wide in disbelief. In that instant, he understood death had arrived. He choked out two broken words, "Holy save." The blade pierced straight through him, light bursting violently. Their eyes met, one in despair, the other in resolve. The radiance faded. Dolan's body dissolved into a swirl of energy. Sully exhaled softly, sheathing his sword, face calm as ever. "From this day," he said coldly, "no one in the family will remember you, because you were never of Grand Sekka." Ronan whistled, grinning. "Clean work, young master." Then he frowned. "But that'll cause trouble. Judging by him, has seriously wounded. The dungeon might not keep him alive." Sully replied, "Relax. I only severed tendons, not his life." Ronan nodded. "Sure, in theory. Let's hope he's still breathing." Sully glanced around. "With you here, I can rest easy. I'll inform the house. Once ready, we'll purge every last traitor." He turned and left, while Ronan yelled, "Hey, you're leaving me with the mess! You cause the chaos and make me clean it up. Where's your conscience?" Just then, a stern voice called from behind Ronan, "What happened here?" The newcomer looked around at the wreckage. "That storm where you attacked." Ronan turned, voice softening. "Headmaster, you're here." The man stepped in, eyes sharp as he surveyed the destruction. Ronan's gaze drifted to the professor's coat beside him. He blinked, blurting out, "Nice outfit, by the way." The professor frowned. "Answer the question first. Don't deflect." The headmaster added dryly, "Agreed. Her fashion sense isn't today's concern." He gentled his tone. "Good thing you're safe. Now what exactly happened?" Ronan scratched his head. "Right, I'll explain." Then hesitated. "But before that, can I say one thing?" The headmaster frowned. "What do you mean?" Ronan pointed behind him, deadpan. "Someone just helped that bastard slip away." The principal was stunned, speechless, frozen in place. He repeated, "What the hell is that bastard up to, Ronan?" The scene shifted to the principal's office, the air thick with tension. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed. "So there really is a mole in the Grandsire family. This is worse than I thought." The principal nodded. "You did well this time, Ronan. Thanks to you, things didn't get worse." Ronan blushed. "Don't praise me too much, I just did my part." Yet deep down, he kept secret his strange ability to sense that bizarre mana flow. He knew if that got exposed, not only he but those around him would be in danger. The principal reassured him calmly, "Don't worry, I'll launch a large-scale investigation. Grandsa will be our main focus." He smiled. "The Empire owes you again, first the blacksmith village, now this mess." He continued, "As principal, I want to reward you, Ronan." "What do you want?" Ronan's eyes lit up. "Really? Awesome!" He leaned closer, whispering, "Actually, I want to start something at school. May I?" The principal raised a brow. "What's this serious thing you're planning?" Scene cut to the next day at Filian's Grand Plaza. Ronan stood atop a platform, shouting, "Hey everyone, listen up for a sec. I rent you bored of club activities staying stuck inside school." He slapped a poster on the notice board, the sound grabbing everyone's attention. "That's why I made this for you all. It's called the Special Adventure Club." A student raised a hand. "What's a special adventure?" Ronan grinned. "Good question. Let me explain. It's a club for real combat training survival skills to serve the Empire," he said excitedly. "And with the principal's approval, it's the only club allowed to go outside campus." The crowd erupted in excitement. "Anyone who wants in, come to the Gillian Building Arena for the first interview," Ronan declared. "Thanks for listening." As his words ended, a mysterious figure watched from afar, eyes filled with doubt. Ronan sensed it too. Their gazes met briefly in the distance. A few days later, at the Green Lion Building, Ronan slumped into a chair, scratching his head. "How did it come to this? I posted recruitment notices all over the plaza, yet, aside from the old members, no one dares show up for the final interview." Maria crossed her arms. "You seriously don't know why? Think back to those earlier interviews. Under the excuse of testing strength, you beat everyone into the floor. And for the few who survived, you asked stuff like, 'Ready to die for the club?'" Acela laughed. "Rumor says you need 10 lives to survive the joining test." Ronan shrugged. "Real combat means real toughness. If they're scared, too bad." He waved dismissively. "Whatever. The most important thing for me is finding truly capable people." Ronan turned to ask, "You feeling better now? I told you no more tests, yet you insisted on fighting again. But hey, you look better now." Brahm smiled. "Thanks, Ronan. I'm fine." Ronan nodded. "Good, but brace yourself. Club training's brutal." "You sure about this, Brahm?" Brahm laughed. "Even better. I just want to grow stronger." Ronan grinned. "You two rest up. We start officially tomorrow. As for me," he looked up at the sky, "I'll stay a bit longer. Maybe some new talent will show up." Night fell, moonlight shimmering across the schoolyard. Ronan sighed, sitting alone as the cool breeze brought an odd loneliness. He looked around the empty yard, sighing. "No new applicants, how sad." Standing up and dusting off, he muttered, "All right then, let's clean up and head back." Before leaving, Ronan thanked San. "Thanks for helping even though you're busy. As a teaching assistant, I really owe you." She smiled. "It's nothing." San chuckled. "Just a shame my job keeps me from joining your club." Ronan glanced at her. Heavy-hearted, he couldn't bear to repeat what Shed once warned if she ever joined recklessly. Because she had to choose, either abandon her dream of becoming Grand Commander or live a normal life. It was a huge decision that could reshape her entire future. Ronan exhaled, about to speak when a female voice suddenly called out, "Thank goodness you're still here!" The group turned to see a long-haired girl running toward them. Ronan blinked. "When did you get here?" He smiled. "You came for the interview? Want to join our club?" The girl whispered, "If I join the club, can I?" Ronan frowned. "You're too quiet, I can't hear you." She removed her hood, revealing a pretty face. "If I join the club? Can I touch it yours?" Ronan froze. "Touch it." He blushed. "Hey, don't say things that sound that wrong." The girl waved frantically. "No, I meant that little creature on your shoulder." Ronan burst out laughing. "Ah, you mean Sita? Damn, almost got me there." He patted Sita's head. "It's always with me. If you join, you can pet it all you want." Ronan eyed her closely, thinking this one's odd. She got this close without me noticing her presence, almost completely hidden. The mana flowing from her made him shiver. Definitely no ordinary person. Someone like that was a rare find indeed. The girl asked, "So, what do I do for the interview?" Ronan replied, "Try your skills on that magic dummy. Also, tell me your name and year." "Ophelia Zenidoi, 30-year magic department." She raised her hand, energy gathering steadily in her palm. "You?" San widened her eyes beside him. "Wait, that dark element magic extremely rare and dangerous?" Ronan was impressed. Did expect her to control dark mana that smoothly. But what amazed him even more, from her mana's core radiated a crimson light like blood. That power surged violently, roaring around her body. Ronan sensed the overwhelming flow. It wasn't ordinary magic at all. Her cold composure mixed with that force gave him chills. A burst of dark mist exploded, engulfing the whole training yard. The energy shot straight toward the magic dummy. In a flash, it was sliced clean in half, power waves rippling outward. Ophelia stayed calm, lowering her hand as if nothing happened. Ronan and San exchanged stunned looks at the flawless display. Ronan laughed. "Amazing! No need to fight, you're in." Still curious, Ronan asked, "Ophelia, you just..." She interrupted softly, "So, you could see it too?" Ronan nodded. "Yeah, that was telepathic magic." Ophelia's tone turned serious. "Keep it between us. If others hear, it'll cause trouble. Follow me. Let's talk elsewhere, I have questions." The scene shifted to a quiet area outside the training grounds. Ophelia gently stroked Sita on Ronan's shoulder, smiling. So that's it. It's a creature formed by compressing ambient mana. Fascinating. Ronan replied, I think you're more fascinating. Few even recognize what cedar is. I heard your kind left the Empire long ago. Macedon, right? Ophelia nodded lightly. Not all of us left, some still live scattered across the Empire. But to avoid trouble, we've stayed hidden. Ronan asked, then why come to this club? He tilted his head. Was it because of Citus mana? Ophelia nodded. Exactly. The moment I saw it in the plaza, I sensed its blood magic, the innate power of my race. Ronan thought, so that's why. I always found it strange Sita really does act vampiric, drinking blood since birth. Ophelia's eyes widened. Wait, what did you just say? Seriously, it used blood magic right after being born. Ronan scratched his head. Yeah, I think so. She pressed urgently. How long has it existed? 3 years. 5. Ronan replied quickly. No, just about 2 months. Ophelia shook her head. Impossible. Only 2 months and… Its bloodline mana is already that dense. If so, she paused, eyes flickering with hope. Ronan, can I ask you and Sita for a favor? He flinched. Huh? That sudden? Ophelia's gaze was pleading. I meant to only observe Sita, but if you'll help, I'll work my hardest. I need to start researching right away. It'll be rough at first, but later I'll wait. Ronan interrupted. Research? What kind of research are we talking about here? Scene shifted to the next morning. Sunlight washing over the academy buildings. Inside Filian's clubroom area, lively chatter filled the halls. The sign Special Adventure Club gleamed proudly by the door. Ronan stood in the hall, grinning. Didn't expect them to give us a whole building so generous. He turned to his teammates. Anyway, you two look totally different now. Those weapons from the Grand Cup in Dushia, right? Maria nodded happily. Exactly. Grand sent them. Ronan blinked. You switched to a greatsword. Maria replied. The Grand Commander forged it just for me. I'm testing it out. Acela raised her wrist proudly. And I got this magic bracelet, crafted with Delphium tech. It lets me control mana way better. Speed and power doubled. Ronan laughed. Nice, you two are stacked with high-end gear. Maria asked curiously, but why did you tell us to bring weapons? Ronan gestured. Come in, I'll explain. This is important, so listen up. You've probably wondered why did I even make this club. Our sole goal is to unleash everyone's hidden potential as fast as possible. And we'll do it through real, brutal combat experience. Because soon, a major disaster will strike. Ronan spread out a map, pointing to a red mark. Our first destination, the Undairn Mountains, a forbidden zone uncharted by the Empire. The three gasped. The mountains. Ronan nodded. Yep. It's full of anomalies, perfect training grounds for us. I've got personal business there too. But for now, what matters is, between you two, there's still one thing left unresolved. Maria blinked. What thing? Ronan waved. No need for talk, both of you. To the arena! Time to settle this with a proper fight. They entered the vast hall, the air thick with battle spirit. Acela followed curiously, whispering, Ronan, what's this about? The issue that needs solving. Brian chimed in. Finishing the course early, duh. It's obvious. Even if we're gone a week, no problem. Senior Bram graduated early too. Training while studying's rough, but worth it unless the principal objects. Acela nodded. Yeah, fair point. Then Ronan asked directly, so, how are we handling this? Then grinned confidently. We'll wrap it up early and finally be free! On the clubroom's second floor, Ronan stood tall, briefing the team before private training. First task, reevaluate everyone's combat skills. As all eyes turned to him, Ronan said calmly, relax and go all out. I won't draw my sword. But he frowned right after. Don't take it lightly, fight seriously, or it's pointless. Maria laughed. Don't worry, we won't hold back. Suddenly, she turned to Acerlo. Why don't you try that move? She added encouragingly. Show them how much you've improved. Acerlo inhaled deeply and nodded. I'll do my best. Maria echoed. Together then. Her sword lifted high, bursting with brilliant light. She shouted, I'm attacking now, power flaring around her. Her slash hit the ground, splitting the stone and sending dust flying. Ronan raised a brow. Impressed, not bad, quite the power! But his eyes suddenly narrowed as he sensed something off. The shattered stones around them began to levitate midair. From Acerlo's hands, magic flared, coating each shard of stone in blue light. The stones floated and circled behind her, moving as if under her control. At that moment, she whispered, I'm starting, Sister Maria! She unleashed her full power, sending an attack straight at Ronan. Feeling the fierce energy, Ronan still smiled calmly, clearly testing them. A loud oath rang out as dust exploded across the room. He laughed. Nice one, Acerlo hit back fast, didn't you? But suddenly Ronan sensed something strange, his eyes narrowing. Maria nearby smirked slyly, like she'd been waiting for this. Gripping her sword tight, she shouted, Don't block it, move now! Her blade vibrated violently, swinging down with everything she had left. But even that lethal strike failed to touch Ronan. He ignored a small scratch, thinking, if that had landed, it'd be done for. He chuckled. Yeah, that would blown me to bits for sure. Maria's eyes gleamed with fury and burning determination. She gritted her teeth, launching another strike without hesitation. Ronan tilted back just in time, dodging the blade's arc. Right then, Maria realized she was about to be countered. Ronan struck back fast and sharp, aiming straight at her. She bit her lip and endured, trembling but refusing to retreat. Ronan smiled faintly, silently impressed by both of them. They'd clearly surpassed every expectation he'd had. Suddenly, Asura shouted, "Let Sister Maria go, Ronan!" A burst of blue light erupted, shooting straight at him. Ronan's face hardened, no more holding back. He drew his sword to meet it. Asura squinted, dashing forward at a speed that made the air quake. In front of Ronan was only blinding white light, no sense of direction left. With no choice, he slashed wildly, better too many strikes than too few. Each swing shook the ground, scattering stone fragments everywhere. Ronan scanned the haze, wary of a sudden counter. Massive rocks fell, crashing with thunderous echoes. Dust veiled the whole training yard, blinding everyone's view. As silence settled, Ronan smiled. "You've improved faster than I expected." He nodded approvingly. "Turns out you've been training hard, even without me." The three of them exchanged looks, panting but thrilled. Ronan pointed at Asura. "You've changed completely. Color me impressed." Asura murmured thanks. Maria asked softly, "So, test's over?" Ronan nodded. "That's it. At this pace, forget a month, 2 weeks will do." The girls were exhausted, gasping for breath, while Ronan spoke on eagerly. "Let's start special training right now," he said, making Maria groan in protest. But Ronan just laughed, chasing after them. "Come on, no resting, move it!" Right then, our dear May appeared, face full of mischievous intent. The two girls screamed in panic, bolting forward and crying for help. After that chaos, Asura and Maria trained relentlessly, sacrificing even sleep. Half a month passed, and their efforts began to bear clear fruit. At that moment, the principal spoke in disbelief, eyes wide. "You actually finished the course ahead of schedule." The whole Rontin group answered together, proudly reporting completion. The teacher said slowly, "Not perfect yet, but this achievement makes me proud." Then he nodded, officially granting them leave and urging caution on their journey. The very next day, the Adventure Club launched its first mission outside the academy. The group gathered at the foot of Mount Vidayan, excitement in the air. Just then, Maria spotted a familiar figure and gasped, "Is that Leela?" "Didn't expect the mana here to be this pure," Prum noted, even sensing it is training itself. Meanwhile, Ronan replied calmly, "Hold on, we're not at the center yet. I'll explain when we arrive." He clenched his fists slightly. What lay ahead was anything but simple. At the same time, he knew there was something else vital he still had to find. Somewhere nearby, someone seemed to be listening to their entire conversation. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, welcoming them to this perilous land. Apparently, it had been ages since anyone visited this place. Majestic mountains unfolded before them, leaving everyone breathless. Continuing their journey, May and the team conquered the range's highest peak. Right after, Vaughn smiled in satisfaction, murmuring, "Finally found it." But then he realized his hated enemies were all gathered before him. Now, before him swarmed a horde of grotesque brain creatures, thickening the air. When Brahm gawked at how the brain beasts built a whole village, May calmly explained, "Out here on the border, it's not unusual." She warned, "Though small now, they multiply fast. Soon they'll cover the entire range. So before they spread and endanger civilians, we must strike first." Ronan shouted, "Then this will be our team's first real battle." Asura trembled, "I thought there was just one. There are so many, it's terrifying." Ronan reassured her, "Don't panic, this enemy's the perfect test for us." Yet he suddenly remembered several unpredictable factors ahead. One was the mountain's ruling species, the Orial, once too much for the group to handle. Especially their leader, Olgaheidel, a name that inspired pure fear. He was so powerful that even Ronan couldn't defeat him back then. Still, since the monster hadn't appeared yet, Ronan focused on assigning roles for the coming fight. Suddenly, an old voice broke in, advising them to stop. "This isn't the right time to act, reckless young ones," it said. Ronan spun around, narrowing his eyes. "Who are you?" He realized he couldn't sense the man's presence at all, utterly bizarre. The old man smiled calmly, "Just a monk living quietly in these mountains." When Ronan pressed, he replied, "Yes, I serve the ancient spirit known as Saint Sendin." He suggested, "Why don't we move somewhere safer to talk? This area hides dangers beyond imagination." But suddenly, May drew her sword in a flash, pointing it straight at the old man. Maria panicked, stopping her. "Ronan, what are you doing?" He answered quietly, "Sorry, but I need to be sure. Lately, too many lunatics disguised as wanderers have shown up around here." He ordered, "Repeat exactly what I say," leaving the old man utterly confused. Then Ronan said coldly, reciting strange ancient syllables, "Ahayuda. The old man froze, face blank with bewilderment. The mountains fell silent. Everyone looked around, baffled what the hell just happened. In the end, the old man agreed to accompany them, muttering how embarrassing it was to say that line. He chuckled awkwardly, "Probably the most humiliating moment of my 200 years. Ronan grinned, "Just think of it as chanting." The group's eyes widened. 200 years. Then how old are you really? The old man mumbled, "Can't quite remember." Then guessed, "Maybe over 1,000, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. Turns out he'd lived since before the Empire even existed, though he acted like it was no big deal. Ronan asked again, "So what did you mean by not the right time?" The old man hesitated. Then he explained, "Lately, the monsters have been behaving strangely. Orcs never hunted at night, but now, they prowl the mountains every evening. Some even leave their territory and wander aimlessly. It's a bad omen." Since the cause is unknown, it's best to stay vigilant. Afterward, he suggested the group rest for a bit. He pressed a small object, and the space around them shifted instantly. Smiling, he said, "We've arrived. This is the safest place here." Everyone looked up as mystical light shimmered all around. Before them stood an ancient temple. Ram gasped while Asila marveled at the powerful protective magic. Prom whispered, "Ronan, did you know there was a temple here?" Ronan frowned. "Look at my face. Does it look like I knew?" The old man invited them inside, while May muttered softly, "Has definitely not ordinary." The scene shifted smoothly to the quiet interior of the temple. May looked around and asked, "So this is the spirit Sendin you serve?" Then gaped, "Wait, it's just this ugly rock." The old man chuckled kindly. "Yes, but it's not just a rock. It carries a long story that might put you to sleep." He told everyone to bring their belongings in and rest freely. "Call me if you need anything." Maria glanced around, her eyes still full of doubt. Then she whispered, "Ronan, didn't you say you're searching for something? Why not ask him?" Hearing that, the old man's face turned serious. "And what do you seek it for?" He then guessed, "Is it because of the curse haunting you?" Leaving Ronan frozen. Ronan asked, "How do you know that?" The man smiled, "I can sense the dangerous aura around you." He spoke gently, "Ronan, may I have a private word with you?" The view shifted outside the temple, marking the start of their private talk. The old man said calmly, "From the moment I met you, I knew you weren't ordinary. You possess something unlike any other student." In his mind, Ronan thought, "Damn, I'm getting drawn into his words without realizing it." He wondered, am I just being paranoid? Or is he actually connected to those monsters? Ronan quietly checked. No strange energy came from the man. He didn't react oddly at all, even when Ronan mentioned the sensitive name A2RT. Ronan thought, if that's the case, then maybe. The old man smiled. "You seem troubled. Try this tea, it'll help you relax." May instantly grew wary, thinking, could that cup be drugged? A faint aroma spread, making Ronan frown slightly as he watched the curling smoke. He realized the scent was completely unfamiliar, something he'd never smelled before. In that instant, his vision shifted. Something changed before his eyes. Mana currents appeared vividly, swirling like luminous ribbons through the air. The old man asked softly, "How does the tea taste?" He smiled. "Do you like it?" Ronan looked up, astonished. "Like it? It feels like I just gained a brand new pair of eyes." Still stunned, he listened as the monk explained calmly, "It's rare Leela tea. It restores and expands perception. The sealed energy within you has been partly released." Then he warned, "Never use that cursed eye to break your own curse. It's extremely dangerous. You might survive once or twice, but overuse it, and your very life will be consumed. Do you understand that and still keep doing it?" Ronan froze, letting out a small, confused ah. He stammered, "I didn't know. I just wanted the curse gone as fast as possible." The old man nodded, "I understand. But no matter what, don't use that method again. The consequences are unimaginable." The group sat silent, listening intently. Tension thick in the air. Ronan looked down at his teacup, sweat forming, remembering Professor Shrist's same warning. That professor had tried everything to lift the curse, yet failed. Its power was overwhelming. Though many secretly aided him, ever since confronting that being, he'd grown impatient. One mistake could kill him before he reached his goal and lose his chance at rebirth. He wondered, who exactly is this old monk? In his past life's memories, he'd never met such a man. Yet something about his eyes and aura felt hauntingly familiar. Ronan raised the teacup slowly, voice low. "I know I've been careless. Things are slipping out of my control." The monk spoke sternly. "What drove you to this state?" Ronan replied, "Those lunatic fanatics. They keep chanting about the star's return. It's creepy just hearing it." The old man frowned, thinking, fanatics, could they truly be back? Night fell, moonlight from a distant fortress glinting off the cold stone. He stood silently before the great rock, pondering Ronan's words from earlier. If those zealots had indeed revived their old schemes, then another catastrophe could claim thousands of lives. He wondered if he could still stand idle and let history repeat itself. If Ronan spoke truth, perhaps he was the key the monk had long been seeking. Just then, slow footsteps echoed from behind. A familiar voice called, making him turn. "Still awake, monk?" Ronan leaned on the stone wall, watching him curiously. "Ah, Ronan," the old man replied softly. "You're up this late too. Couldn't sleep?" he asked. Ronan scratched his head, grinning, "Just came out for some water." Then, he looked up at the rock and chuckled. An ugly stone like that being worshipped must hold some deep meaning, huh? Sandy smiled. "Every 1,000 years, we move these sacred stones far from the royal lands. Out where storms rage endlessly, most crumble with time. But those that endure are said to hold eternal will. The noblest souls are sealed within them, becoming holy relics of Senio." He recalled the day he and his brothers moved this very stone. Ronan laughed. "Sounds grand. So why are you alone now?" Santi replied, "Everyone has their path. It's not easy to explain." He added slowly, "A lifetime devoted to God, yet never an answer, no matter how long I wait. Sometimes I wanted to leave, to seek freedom, but I couldn't. Each time, an instinct told me the will of Senyo still lingers in this stone, awaiting its awakening. One day, it will save this decaying world." He smiled gently, saying that feeling was destiny itself, urging him to guard this place until the mission was done. Placing a hand on Ronan's shoulder, his eyes gleamed with unwavering faith. And I believe that time is near, very near. The next morning, leaving his words behind, we prepared for a new journey. That strange tea proved truly effective. Everyone's spirits soared. The lily herb's energy coursed through our bodies, sharpening our senses remarkably. I followed Sandy through the mountains, gathering rare herbs and witnessing wonders. Wherever he went, he helped strangers, kind and cautious in every act. The more time I spent with him, the more I realized he was a monk both profound and inscrutable. Time passed quietly. 2 peaceful weeks drifted by in calm silence. But as always, peace was only the calm before the storm. A bloodied hand lay on the damp earth, an omen of tragedy. Sandy sat slumped against the sacred stone, his robe soaked crimson, leaving us all frozen in grief. It felt as though the tragedy of Ox Village was about to repeat. Standing before Ronan's group, Sandy spoke sadly but firmly, "It's time for you to depart. Are you ready?" Ronan and the team smiled. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. Didn't you say they act strange but aren't stronger?" Maria laughed, while Al shyly nodded. "We've got this!" Ronan scratched his head. "Our time outside's running out. We'll have to return to the academy soon." Sandy sighed, accepting it. He raised his hand, a small light blooming in his palm. The glow spiraled skyward as he said, "This charm will let you enter and leave freely." He warned solemnly, "If anything urgent happens, return here immediately. And remember, no matter how strong you are, never get cocky. This forest is crawling with danger," the ground painted red with monster corpses. A figure stepped out, sword dripping blood. Rhea grumbled, "Damn it, he hid deeper than I thought." Her eyes glowed in the dark. No way those dumb beasts could lure him out. Her gaze turned cruel. She smirked, "From now on, I'll hunt him myself." Scene shift to a cliff where someone watched the orcs hauling their loot below. He squinted. Those shiny trinkets were clearly human-made. The orcs had been raiding nearby villages all along. After assessing the scene, Ronan turned to his team. "Ready, everyone." He took a deep breath and commanded, "All right, move out." His golden eyes flared. "Let's teach them some manners." Below, 2 orcs bragged over stolen loot once owned by a human child. One laughed wickedly, but a blue blast from above cut him short. Aziel and the squad landed gracefully, glowing with radiant light. The 2 orcs froze, stammering humans. Maria and Brahm tensed up, battle ready. They struck together, gold and blue slashes flashing, instantly killing 2 orcs. A storm of flawless attacks followed, perfectly synchronized, cutting enemies down. The rest stood stunned. Terror rippled through their ranks. Realizing the threat, they roared madly and charged Ronan's team. Suddenly, a small rock dropped from above and smacked an orc's face. His comrade turned toward the noise, eyes wide at the sight of the fallen. Before he could react, blood spread beneath his friend's body. A heartbeat later, another rock slammed into his face. Game over. Both were wiped out instantly by someone levitating stones above. Ronan chuckled, clapping flawless aim. "I must say," he asked Aziel, "so finally mastered that power?" "I think so," came the shy reply. Ronan nodded as blue light spread across the sky. He laughed wildly, shouting, "Wipe them all out!" Aziel swallowed hard, trembling. Then she screamed, channeling power to hurl countless boulders downward. The orcs looked up, confused. Then the earth began to quake. As the massive rocks crashed down, chaos erupted and they scattered in panic. Aziel's power filled the air, light and dust swirling in a blinding storm. When the glow faded, only eerie silence and drifting smoke remained. The team landed softly. Someone asked, "What now?" Aziel looked up, voice shaking. "If we keep fighting, I might." Then, staring at the carnage she caused, she whispered, "The punishment's gonna be brutal." Ronan walked over, patting Aziel's shoulder. "Whatever happens, we face it together." He laughed and asked for agreement. Brahm grinned, saying they'd share the punishment, no worries. Ram raised his hand, cheering Aziel up, but teasing she'd still get the worst of it. Aziel buried her face in her hands, half crying, half laughing. Meanwhile, Maria chatted with Brahm about lunch, while Ronan silently noted the team's clear progress, ready for tougher trials. Suddenly, Sita poked his cheek and screamed, startling everyone. Ronan panicked and asked what happened. Sita pointed ahead, leaving him puzzled. Then he froze. There was a girl tied to a tree, covered in blood. The team gasped in shock, unable to grasp what was going on. They stared at the ragged girl, guessing she must have been a captive. Axel rushed to cut the ropes, urging Ronan to help and Sita to start healing magic. A glowing magic circle appeared around the wounded girl. She weakly opened her eyes, breathing in short, broken gasps. Axel beamed, saying she's awake, and gently asked if she could recognize anything. Trembling, the girl stammered, asking how she was still alive. Her vision cleared. She sensed familiar mana flowing around. But before finishing, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Ronan froze. Sita's healing spell had no effect at all. Everyone stood dumbfounded, one thought echoing why. The girl whispered. The mana surrounding them was linked to some temple, stunning Ronan. Before he could respond, she clutched his shoulder, desperately begging for help. She pleaded, eyes filled with despair, asking him to take her to that person now. She warned through trembling lips, "They're coming, and time's running out." Her fading voice uttered the name Saanti, saying his life was in danger. Then she collapsed unconscious. Scene shift to the temple, where sat Auntie quietly cleaned, unaware of what was coming. Just then, a foot stepped through a teleport gate, light flickering around. Ronan rushed in carrying the girl, shouting Sayantis' name, startling him. He asked why Ronan was back so soon. Ronan, panting, said to save the girl first. He explained she was a rescued orc prisoner who insisted on seeing Sayanti, making him uneasy. But upon seeing her face, Sayanti froze, panic flashing in his eyes. Recognizing her, he stammered, Bridget, unable to believe it. He stepped closer, voice trembling, demanding Ronan explain what happened. Scene cut to the orc village, where Brahm's team was doing a final sweep. Maya reported no survivors. Brahm sighed in relief that the lone captive was saved. Maria told Axel they should return to the temple to report to Ronan. But she noticed Axel staring at the ground. He muttered that this orc looked odd. Maria frowned too, saying it wasn't like that before, and asked if Axel knew why. Axel replied slowly it was his first time seeing one. This creature was hidden under layered magic. Brahm looked up, puzzled. What were those magic circles above their heads for, anyway? Scene cut to Antis' chamber. He said first aid was done and told Ronan to rest, calming him. Ronan mentioned the healing failure, but Sayanti smiled, saying Ronan's antidote saved him. He almost lost his sister. Ronan blinked. Your sister? You mean she's one of the believers? Sayanti nodded. His sister was one of Sunil's last, most devoted followers. He said he could never repay the help, but Ronan waved it off. It was nothing. Saving her was enough. Then Ronan's tone turned sharp, asking, Sayanti, what are you hiding? He wanted to know what made those people scare him enough to warn the whole team. Sayanti stayed silent for a long moment, face heavy with sorrow and thought. Then he led Ronan before a massive stone, both standing in silence. Finally, he sighed, admitting he didn't fully understand what those people said either. He only knew they worshipped a strange being, calling it their supreme god. They'd committed countless atrocities, hiding behind church walls as their cover. Ronan listened tensely, each word tightening his mind like a vice. Sayanti slowly spoke the name of the group, Nebula Sect. Ronan froze, repeating the name, asking if they were targeting him. Sayanti nodded grimly. He said he thought they'd vanished centuries ago, but now they've returned, shocking Ronan. Ronan urged him to flee and hide, but Sayanti sternly refused, saying he could abandon the souls here. He placed a hand on Ronan's shoulder, telling him and his team to leave as soon as possible. He only wished Ronan wouldn't get dragged into the coming storm. His tone deepened, hoping Ronan understood his choice. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the castle windows. Ronan, sword in hand, bid farewell, promising to bring strong allies to help Sayanti. He told him to stay hidden for now. Sayanti smiled and nodded in assurance. Before parting, he handed Ronan a small item, a thank you gift for saving Bridget. It was a silver ring, the pass to the Tower of Magic. At Dawn Tower, showing it to the librarian would let him uncover hidden curses. Sayanti wished him safe travels, his warm voice tinged with sorrow. He looked back on their short time together, heart heavy with emotion. Those days with Ronan had truly been a precious gift. Ronan laughed awkwardly, telling him to stop being so sentimental, promising to return soon. He told him to stay healthy and ran off, his figure fading into the golden corridor. Left alone, Sayanti leaned against the wall, face sinking in despair. He glanced toward the corner and muttered sarcastically, long time no see, sister. Light flared, a glowing woman appeared. He sighed, naming her the church assassin, Bregid. She smirked coldly, saying he shouldn't bring up pointless old memories. Her tone turned mocking, living peacefully. Are we, Sayanti? He replied quietly, knowing her visit had a purpose, but she sneered, drop the act, we both know who's fake here. Bregid mocked him further. 3 of Lemiham's guardians, caught by an orc. Pathetic. Sayanti just shook his head. She added that Shed tried luring him out with monsters, but nothing worked. Then she lowered her voice, saying Shed discovered something else. The kids traveling with Ronan, she said, carried mana eerily similar to Sayantis. She laughed arrogantly, saying Shed planned to kill them to lure him out, but out of old ties, she staged the orc capture instead. Sayanti clenched his teeth, vowing not to let her. Bregid burst out laughing, mocking, trembling in fear. Then her tone chilled. Time to deliver the church's true order. Their eyes locked as she began to issue her manipulative demand. When he refused in silence, she drew her sword. Sayanti raised a shield in reply. A thunderous blast erupted. The clash of 2 immense powers marked the start of their deadly duel. Scene shift to a foggy forest. Ronan landed, panting hard after the long flight. He scanned the mist, sensing a strange energy spreading through the air. Just then, his team arrived. Brahm shouted in relief upon finding him. They regrouped. Ronan asked about the village, and Marie said no captives remained, but Axel had detected odd magic within the orcs. Ronan frowned, asking again. Axel explained the corpses bore strange, unseen markings. He said it was a completely new magic circle type, making Ronan question in disbelief. Before he could continue, a bright blue explosion erupted behind him. The group flinched. Ronan froze, watching smoke billow upward. Brahm shouted, asking if that blast came from the temple's direction. The air grew heavy, waves of scorching wind sweeping through. A massive, glowing red foot emerged from the smoke. The ground quaked violently, throwing everyone off balance. Ronan looked up, heart pounding hard. He muttered, could it really have appeared? Branches cracked, rocks split apart behind them. A colossal two-headed beast surfaced, its armor glinting like steel. It roared thunderously, twin fangs like stone pillars. Everyone screamed in horror. Scene shift to the temple, where the ground was splitting open. Scianti and Bragid faced each other, his glowing spell circle spinning fiercely. He chanted Ventus as a surge of blue-gold light burst forth. A massive storm of magic blasted straight toward Bragid. She only smirked coldly, gripping her sword, unflinching before the incoming strike. She shouted with thrill that was the true Scianti power she wanted to see. She grasped her blade, purple blood flowed along it, staining it with dark energy. Bragid's body warped, cloaked in eerie violet-black mist. Her eyes blazed, she swung her sword, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The two powers collided, pure white and dark violet merging in thick smoke. Dust swirled wildly, no one could tell who had the upper hand. As the haze cleared, Scianti and Bragid still stood wary and tense. Their eyes locked, no words, just killing intent thick enough to choke the air. Suddenly, streaks of purple slashes erupted from Bragid's sword. She lunged, so fast the space between them vanished in a blink. Scianti furrowed his brow, sweat dripping as he focused fully on defense. He raised his hand, summoning a shield of energy that blocked her deadly aura. They clashed at close range, sword and magic colliding with metallic echoes. Then a huge explosion burst between them, hurling both backward as smoke engulfed the temple. They landed safely but tense, power still crackling in the air. They faced each other again, silent, breathing hard. Bragid wiped blood from her cheek, scoffing, still the sly fox I suspected, Scianti. She smirked, suggesting it'd be a waste to kill him, join her, and he'd rank equal in the church. Scianti retorted coldly he'd never serve a false god and mocked her for losing her old edge. Bragid laughed, saying she wasn't weak, just bored watching him stall for the kid's escape. She noted he'd lost focus, too busy shielding those brats. Scianti flinched slightly, unease rising in his chest. Bragid continued he was only pretending weakness to keep Ronan out of danger. His real goal was to let the boy leave safely, untouched by the chaos. She sneered, asking why someone so detached from the world would protect them. Scianti said they were just travelers and warned her to stay away. He added coldly if she crossed the line, he'd show no mercy. Bragid tilted her head, smirking, ooh, scary. She licked her lips, eyes flashing with malice. I'm done being scared. Boom! A distant explosion thundered, shaking the entire ground. Scianti froze, eyes hardening. Something terrible had just begun. He looked toward the distance, muttering, could that be where they are? The moment he lost focus, Bragid darted forward like lightning, blade aimed straight at him. She laughed wickedly, saying Shed finally found the weakness had been hiding. A flash of steel blood sprayed and Scianti's arm was severed midair. Scene cut to Ronan, where the two-headed beast still roared, shaking the forest. Slime dripped to the ground. Axel trembled, asking what in the world that monster was. Ronan shouted for everyone to get behind him, they couldn't handle this thing. The creature lowered itself, twin fangs glowing in eerie blue light. It swung a massive stone-like hand, aiming to crush Brahm in an instant. Brahm froze in terror, body stiff, unable to react. The beast grabbed him, his scream echoed through the forest. A streak of light sliced through the air toward the monster. Maria and Axel turned in shock, hearts nearly stopping. Brahm was thrown hard, smashing against a tree, blood staining the ground. The two girls stood frozen as the beast raised its arm again. Panic filled their eyes, they thought only of running. But the monster's next punch crashed down, shattering the earth. Another flash of light struck between them, scattering smoke everywhere. As it cleared, a familiar figure with a blazing sword stood before the beast. Axel stammered, unable to believe his eyes. It was Ronan standing tall, sword raised, eyes burning with fury. He let out a fierce battle cry, ready to face it head-on. Ronan ordered Axel and Marie to take Sita to Brahm and heal him. Gripping his sword tight, he declared the beast was his to handle. His eyes gleamed, aura flaring, brimming with resolve. He shouted for the others to retreat immediately. They nodded quickly and withdrew from the battlefield. Now only Ronan and the roaring two-headed beast remained. He inhaled deeply, vowing to bring it down. His gaze locked on the swirling sigils inside the beast's pupils. He realized it bore the same control mark once used by the Nebula sect. The beast roared and slammed its fist down, a wave of magic throwing Ronan backward. He flipped midair, sword ready for a counterstrike. A blinding slash tore across the ogre's chest, sparks bursting wildly. Ronan leapt, spinning for the next strike, refusing to give it a chance to recover. He unleashed a flurry of slashes so fast only streaks of light remained. The monster roared in pain, chunks of flesh ripped open, blood spraying. Grar, it growled, fury and agony twisting its faces. Ronan gritted his teeth, it was just as tough as before. Suddenly, the beast clenched its fists and charged, eyes blazing red. Ronan blocked, but was sent flying amid debris. He skidded across the ground, still gripping his burning sword, feet carving fiery trails. Staggering, gasping, he knew the tide was turning against him. He tightened his grip, swearing to tap every ounce of power left in him. The beast roared again, lifting a tree trunk as if it were a toy. It grabbed an orc corpse, using it as leverage for its next swing. The air howled as the fiery trunk hurtled toward Ronan. Ronan smirked, muttering, "At first I thought this be a fair duel. But you dared to hurt my teammates right in front of me, unforgivable." He glanced at Braum, bleeding while Maria and Axel tended to him. Wiping blood from his lip, Ronan's eyes blazed with pure rage. Ronan roared, calling the beast a bastard as crimson energy flared around his body. His sword blazed fiercely, painting the air in fiery red light. His eyes glowed sharp as blades, cutting through the smoke. He leapt forward, shooting toward the two-headed beast like lightning. His steps left glowing trails too fast for anyone to follow. A red slash tore across the monster roared, body trembling in pain. Mid-battle, Ronan recalled why he'd lost to it in his past life. Back then, his blade couldn't pierce its hide, no fatal blow, but now was different. This time, he wielded new power and refined skill. He shouted, Naviro's style, fourth form reversal strike, and swung down with cutting wind force. The slash cut through the beast's torso, leaving it stunned, eyes fading in disbelief. Ronan landed, turning as he sheathed his blade, hair flowing in the drifting smoke. The monster staggered, confused at what had just happened. Ronan said coldly, "Stop struggling, it's over." Instantly, the two-headed creature exploded, its body disintegrating into ash. A booming sound echoed as its form dissolved into red light, leaving dust behind. Standing amid smoke, Ronan exhaled, murmuring that his journey was far from over. He pressed his lips, scolding himself for taking too long with such a weak foe. Then he turned and called out Axel and Mary's names. He asked about Braum's condition, eyes anxious. Marie replied that thanks to Citus' first aid, Braum would recover with more treatment. Ronan nodded in relief, telling them to take Braum back to the academy first. When Axel asked what about him, Ronan's eyes blazed. He said he'd go find Saanti. But when he arrived, all that remained was a collapsed, ruined castle. Ronan gasped, unable to believe what he saw. He shouted, demanding what the hell had happened here. Suddenly, a bloody hand grasped a nearby tree behind him. Ronan spun around, instantly tensing. It was Saanti, his mentor, now battered, one arm gone, cloak torn to shreds. Yet he still smiled weakly, saying softly that seeing Ronan safe was enough. Ronan rushed to support him, yelling how he could save anyone in that condition. He demanded to know who did this, but Saanti gasped, urging him to stay calm and leave immediately. Ronan steadied himself, saying they'd escaped for now, but the enemy might return anytime. Before he could finish, a purple sword shot from afar, piercing Saantis' chest before his eyes. Blood gushed as Saantis' body wavered, then collapsed. Ronan froze, screaming his name in despair. It was too late. Saanti fell completely, his trembling hand going limp, blood pooling beneath him. Ronan shook, reaching out, but his voice broke in his throat. The man coughed blood. Ronan cried out, "Saanti! What's happening to you?" Behind him, a faint purple glow spread, twisting the air. Then a woman's voice sneered, "Almost died, huh?" Brigid descended, lips curling in mockery. She scolded Saanti for using dangerous spells against a former comrade. Pointing at his severed arm, she said that strike should have killed him already. She smirked, claiming she'd held back or he'd have died long ago. Saanti coughed harshly, eyes burning with fury at her. Brigid raised her hand, purple magic swirling like toxic mist. She whispered, "I'm alive thanks to the blessing of the god you once despised." Then she turned to Ronan, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Didn't expect to see you, survivor of the two-headed ogre fight." Ronan roared, "Who are you?" his eyes blazing with fury. Brigid laughed, "Alright, you've never seen my true face." Her body shifted, transforming into the frail girl Ronan once rescued in the orc village, leaving him stunned. She smiled sweetly, "Thanks for saving me, brave hero." Ronan gasped, "You were that girl." She nodded with a grin, "Yes, the one you helped remember." Ronan stammered, "Don't tell me your capture in that village was..." Brigid replied softly, "Thanks to you, I broke the temple's seal. Truly, much obliged." Her voice dropped, "Now let me send you to the afterlife." Then she blinked behind Ronan. Purple sparks shot from her hands. Ronan spun, cursing through his teeth. Boom! The ground erupted, rocks flying everywhere. Smoke filled the air, no one could see clearly. Brigid emerged through the haze, smirking, sword glowing with sinister violet light. She eyed the crater before her, amused. "Didn't think you'd dodge that." Her lips curved, her eyes gleamed. "You're really something." "Yes," she said proudly, "you're unlike any of the dull fools I've met." Ronan glanced at Saantis' still body, rage boiling inside him. His eyes darkened, grief and hatred burning together. He turned sharply toward Sita, shouting, "Heal him, now!" Sita chanted. A glowing green circle enveloped Saantis' body. She focused on healing while Ronan gripped his sword, ready to fight. He roared, voice shaking with fury, "You bastard! You destroyed the temple and hurt others for your filthy goals?" He stepped forward, voice seething, "You don't deserve to exist." Ronan snarled, "Nebula class, it's you again." Brigid chuckled, "Oh, so you do know us. How interesting." She arched a brow. "You've met my little ones, then heard someone wiped out all my followers." She snickered mid-sentence, voice dripping with mockery. Ronan didn't hesitate. He slashed forward, shouting, "You'll pay for this." But she tilted aside, eyes flashing with cruel delight. "No wonder my children died, reckless fools like you killed them all," she sneered. Ronan stepped back into stance, eyes locked on her every move. Brigid smiled slyly. Now you've really piqued my curiosity. She lunged, attacking as she asked, what secret are you hiding, Ronan? Ronan gritted his teeth, realizing she could almost read his movements. He inhaled sharply, deciding to strike the moment her guard dropped. His eyes flared, energy surging, he dashed straight at Brigid. Clang! Their powers collided, bursting into a shockwave of light. Brigid reeled slightly but countered fast, blade radiating violent purple. She laughed wildly, ha ha! I'm actually starting to like you! She smirked seductively, saying killing him would be a waste, then sweetly offered him a place in her order, promising favor if he obeyed. Ronan barked, stop spewing nonsense, his voice trembling with rage. Brigid raised a brow, coldly replying, you have no other choice. Suddenly she spun and struck at Sa'anti, reopening his wound. Blood sprayed out. Her voice turned icy. Refuse me, and he dies here. I'll make sure his death is slow and agonizing, she hissed, eyes like knives. Sa'anti groaned through the pain, gasping, Ronan, leave me. Brigid sneered softly, then his life depends entirely on your answer. Ronan gripped his sword tight, voice cold as steel. My answer is to tear you apart, he roared, eyes burning crimson with rage. He lunged upward, slamming a thunderous punch straight into her chest. Brigid took the hit but laughed breathlessly. Oh, if you keep being this strong, that just makes me want you more, she rasped, voice dripping with malice. The two clashed, blades meeting with a roar that shook the ruined space. Clang, clang! Each strike sliced the air, tearing up the stone floor. Sa'anti collapsed, helplessly watching them fight, unable to intervene. He struggled to breathe, consciousness fading, fingers clawing the ground. Between ragged breaths, he whispered Ronan's name, trying to speak something vital. Ronan focused solely on the battle, thinking it's been ages since I met someone this strong. Suddenly, Brigid grabbed Ronan's blade with her bare hand, eyes gleaming in delight. She thought, what a pity to kill such a talented kid. Then she murmured, don't move, or I might kill you for real, and stabbed hard as Ronan's blood splattered. Ronan dropped to his knees, clutching his chest, blood seeping between his fingers. Brigid smiled darkly. When you open your eyes, you'll see the light of death, she whispered. She raised her sword, steel gleaming at his throat, while Ronan calculated a counterattack. Suddenly, a green light burst from Ronan's chest. The mana shield activated. Brigid flinched, snarling, you again, Sa'anti! He had poured his remaining life force into forming a barrier around Ronan. Sa'anti raised a trembling hand and rasped, I warned you, Brigid! Touch him, and he'll never forgive you, he shouted through ragged breaths. Ronan yelled back, Sa'anti, don't! You'll die! Let me handle her! Sa'anti smiled weakly. You've done well, but let me finish this. Then a blue aura enveloped him, leaving Ronan stunned. Step back, Sa'anti whispered, his voice carried by the wind. Ronan was flung backward by a magical force, out of combat range. Brigid screamed, you think I'll let you? Her hands glowed, lightning-like energy webbing around her body. She looked down, shocked to see blue runes spiraling around her arm. Beneath her feet, a massive magic circle blazed to life. You're that wounded, yet you can still cast, she gasped. Sa'anti replied calmly, Brigid, our bond ends here. He frowned softly. Goodbye, my former sister. Lightning split the air, cleaving Brigid apart in a deafening blast. She screamed in agony as the energy tore through her. Aya! The explosion thundered, rending the heavens. The sky flashed blue-white, and Ronan stood frozen in shock. Sa'anti, he cried, voice trembling in panic. Before him, Sa'anti stood firm, using his last strength to end his sister. His final thought echoed, it must end, even if I vanish. He unleashed all mana and life force, blue light surging as Brigid wailed in despair. Fool! You still trust those ancient souls? She shrieked. Her eyes glowed red, pure madness consuming her. You dare betray me! She roared, her body igniting with cultish violet fire that tainted the air. Amid the chaos, Bria stood amid ruins, armor in tatters. She proclaimed they were apostles chosen by the stars. She claimed that, as long as the stars' blessing existed, nothing could kill them. Thus, she believed no one would dare stand against her. Smirking, she said there was no need to spare weaklings like him. Her eyes flashed coldly. Die already, she hissed. Suddenly, Sita appeared, shielding Sa'anti with her body. Sa'anti collapsed, consciousness fading. Certain death was near. Through the smoke, Ronan shouted shakily, Can you hear me, Sa'anti? Moments later, Sa'anti's telepathic voice told him that Brigid could nullify attacks using the star's blessing. Ronan froze, realizing if she could nullify spells, his magic would be useless. Sa'anti added that Brigid was gravely wounded and moving sluggishly, so he told Ronan to retreat, leave the rest to him, and closed his eyes. Just then, a cold laugh rang out. Who said you two could say goodbye? Slash! A blade cut through the air. Brigid spun around, snarling in rage. Sa'anti recognized the voice, struggling up in astonishment. Ronan shouted, Don't you dare give up! You're not out of chances yet! Moreover, Ronan knew something Brigid hadn't realized. Since ancient times until now, he had never backed down, roaring, Trust me this time! Brigid sneered, eyes full of contempt. I already gave you a chance to run, she hissed. But seeing Ronan still standing, she swung her sword furiously. Blades of killing intent sliced through the wind toward him. Sa'anti mustered all his strength, forming a storm barrier to block the attack. Bridget frowned, baffled that the old man was still alive. She squinted mockingly, calling them pitiful, just as Sa'anti launched a fierce counterspell. "Die for me!" she screamed. Ronan shot back, "And what do you gain from that?" Bridget laughed arrogantly. "With the star's blessing? Mortals like you can't touch me?" Then she screamed, shaking the earth as rubble exploded outward. Suddenly, a red flash sliced off her arm. It fell with a spray of blood, a gruesome sight. Ronan had struck while she was distracted, severing it cleanly. He said calmly, "Yeah, keep thinking that way." Sa'anti sat silent, eyes fixed on the dripping blood. Bridget trembled. "How did you break the star's blessing?" Ronan shrugged. "No idea, surprising, huh?" "Impossible," she shrieked in panic. Strange light crackled over her body, popping and sparking. She trembled, unable to believe what was happening. Blood burst out violently, painting the air crimson. Ronan looked coldly at her. "Then go ask him yourself." He turned away, eyes sharp as a blade. Bridget collapsed, blood pooling as she gasped, nearly reaching the truth. She hit the ground hard, the sound echoing eerily. Her eyes widened skyward, thinking, "I've waited for centuries." Before her appeared Sa'antis, phantom asking, "Have you found it?" Behind him, her own bloody corpse. Ronan panted, exhausted amid the ruins. His gaze lingered on Bridget, thinking he'd be dead if not for her arrogance. He recalled that in his past life, no one but him dared defy those giants. Remembering that, he realized the star assassins could use the blessing to nullify any attack. Suddenly, a trembling voice behind him called his name. Sa'anti rasped, "Are you alright?" His face pale with fear. Ronan rushed to him, shouting for Sita to heal, but she hesitated. He reassured, "Hold on, it's almost over." Sa'antis' cracked hand grasped Ronan's, warmth fading fast. He smiled faintly through pain. "Sorry, but can I ask one last favor?" Amid thick smoke, only the two of them remained. Sa'anti leaned against a boulder, gasping heavily. He coughed blood, making Ronan even more anxious. Seeing his pitiful state, Sa'anti chuckled. "What a shameful way to die." Ronan stammered, "I am sorry for everything." He replied softly, "Don't blame yourself. This was bound to happen, no one's at fault." Then he looked Ronan in the eye, sternly. "The battles ahead will be far worse. You'll suffer, you'll lose people, but don't you stop." He nodded gently, "Go all the way, no matter what happens. If it's you, I believe you can." He squeezed Ronan's hand, smiling kindly. Just then, the boulder beside them began to glow brilliantly. Blue light radiated from Sa'antis' body, forcing Ronan to shield his eyes. When he looked again, he choked up, calling the old man's name. Sa'antis' body stiffened, his skin turning to gray stone. His hand still rested on Ronan's cheek, warm like a father's touch. With a final smile, he whispered, "Thank you, Ronan." Then his body fully turned to stone, his gentle face forever preserved. His voice echoed in the wind, "Become the answer for us." At that moment, Senan also merged into the same light. Both became radiant beams, as if bidding Ronan onward. Ronan stood frozen, heart heavy, unable to believe his eyes. From the fading glow, a floating orb of light appeared. It drifted closer, radiating soft warmth. Ronan touched it gently, stunned by its presence. Sunlight pierced through the clouds above, like a farewell blessing. He whispered, "Rest well, Sa'anti," and left the mountain with his team, ending their first tragic expedition. Yet Sa'antis' legacy remained, a message left behind. At the academy, the headmaster looked at Ronan and asked softly, "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Ronan scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, about that. We ran into a crazy, bloodthirsty woman, but it won't happen again." He added, "So please don't suspend our club, alright?" The headmaster sighed. "I'm not just talking about your wounds but your loss," he said gravely. "The death of someone close is never a small matter." "Are you truly alright, Ronan?" he asked again. Ronan clenched his fists. "If I said yes, I'd be lying, but if I keep blaming myself, it'd only be sad," he said with a faint smile. "So don't worry, sir, and thank you for caring." The headmaster nodded warmly. "I understand. I'll let it go this time." He reminded Ronan of his group's role in purging the Ox village, and their justice against those who hid in the shadows. "I can't punish students who've sacrificed so much, but promise me, don't be reckless again." Ronan smiled. "Yes, sir, I promise. I'll remember it for life." Then he bid farewell, saying he'd drop by before their next expedition. He bowed in apology for the trouble, leaving the headmaster momentarily speechless. But the office door shut suddenly, cutting the man off mid-sentence. The headmaster sighed, thinking Ronan must be busy, unaware the new term was near. Sometime later, at the Special Adventurer Club hall, the air buzzed with life again. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Andy!" Ronan replied tensely, "I'm just here to check on my friend's training." He frowned, "And you? When did you even enroll here?" Suddenly Pen turned, smiling faintly. "Finally you came." Then he said seriously, "I need a few minutes of your time." The two sat down, and Ronan asked directly, "Alright, what's this about, silly Pen?" The other replied, "It's about the Claza Nebula. Did you handle the traitors in your clan?" Suddenly Pen nodded. "I ran a 15-day investigation and found 19 traitors. I executed 5 myself, the rest are detained for questioning. They've been moved to Horolan prison, where a special interrogation team awaits." But he frowned. "There's a problem, the Oath of Truth might have stopped working." Ronan blinked. "You mean the Gee's spell's broken?" Sully Pen answered, "Yes, all 19 are unaffected." If that's true, Ronan muttered, eyes darkening. He asked, "You're saying someone found a way to nullify the oath?" Sully Penn nodded, and Ronan cursed, "Damn it, this just got messy." They concluded they'd have to rely on mana and brutal interrogation methods for answers. Sully Penn said quietly, "That's all I know for now, I'll report any updates." Then he stood up. "I hope to see you again at the midterm exam." Ronan blinked. "Wait, midterm exam, what did you just say?" 2 days later, the real combat exam officially began. The location Desert Isle within Philion's domain. All students gathered on the golden sands beneath the blazing sun. The professor smiled. "Good, no one's late." She began explaining the rules and format of the test. "As you know, my class focuses on real combat. It'd let you fight anywhere if the academy allowed it." Hearing that, Ronan sighed in relief, thinking he'd escaped another insane exam. But she continued, "Instead, you'll engage in a Norrell's survival battle on this island." She reassured, "Don't worry, I've prepared safety gear, no one's dying today." She pointed to a set of magic rings and explained how they worked. If you're critically wounded, the ring will teleport you back to Philion for treatment. In other words, fight with all you've got. Cunning, cruelty, anything goes. Ronan muttered, "Oh great, she's really excited about this." The professor waved her hand. "Step up one by one, get your rings, and I'll send you to your assigned zones." The first name called was San, who answered softly, "Present." Immediately, whispers and mocking laughter rose from behind. Can't believe she dared retake the exam, no shame at all, some sneered. But exams were exams, only true strength decided the outcome. The professor handed San a ring, saying, "Good luck." The girl only whispered a shaky thanks. Everyone thought she was walking straight to her death. Ronan watched, wondering what choice she'd make this time. As soon as San took the ring, she vanished in a flash of green light. Foosh! Space twisted and a dense jungle appeared. Ronan landed lightly, eyes scanning his surroundings. He inhaled deeply, the air was thick with killing intent. He realized he was completely alone in this area. "Lucky me," he muttered, "or maybe too lucky." Then he called out, "Stop hiding already, come out, senior." A mocking male voice replied, "You sound irritated, huh?" A man cursed from behind a tree. "Damn it, why'd I have to land with this monster?" Swish! He leapt from the bushes, weapon raised to strike. With a giant axe in hand, he lunged from behind for a sneak attack. Boom! A flash erupted, shaking the whole area. Smoke and dust billowed, blinding everyone's sight. The attacker froze, sweating as Ronan stood calmly before him. "Too hasty, senior." Ronan pressed his sword to the man's neck. "Attacking a weak junior like me, really classy." His tone turned cold. "If that's senior conduct, it's disappointing." The men hiding behind him began to sweat nervously. Ronan smirked. "So, a group ambush, huh? Pretty well planned." His words made the man's eyes widen in panic. Ronan picked up a rock and hurled it into his face, making him yelp. "But that plan's too naive, especially against me," he said coldly. Another man screamed in disbelief as his comrade collapsed. "The ambush failed! Everyone attack! It's just one guy!" 5 of them charged at once, faces twisted with bloodlust. "Kill him!" they shouted, rushing in together. Ronan didn't move, his eyes calm as ever. He drew his sword, muttering, "All this trouble because of pests like you." A few breaths later, they all lay sprawled on the ground with heavy thuds. Ronan wiped his sweat and wondered, "I wonder how the commander's doing right now." Elsewhere, the girl fought desperately, her body covered in wounds. Her opponent sneered, "You should just give up." San leaned on her sword, panting, dirt clinging to her body. Yet in her wary eyes, determination still burned fiercely. She knew she was at her limit, but the two foes had let their guard down. As top students, they clearly believed defeat was impossible. She smirked, eyes gleaming coldly at them. She aimed for their vital spots, gripping her sword tight, one chance only. The blade flashed as she gathered every ounce of strength. Boom! Dirt exploded as she shouted, "This ends here!" Sand swung, a fierce wave blasting both opponents backward. They screamed in panic, "What the hell? What's happening?" Before them, San raised her sword, aura flaring, one bright slash, blood spraying. Both fell, dying before they even understood what hit them. Gasping, San reminded herself she could stop now. She turned sharply toward Ayun, determined to strike while she still could. But her steps faltered, face twisting in sudden pain. Her gaze dropped, sensing something terribly wrong. Ayun's spear had already pierced through her body faster than she could react. Blood gushed from her lips as she struggled to breathe. Ayun flung her off cruelly, sending her crashing to the ground. He sneered, "I was curious what you'd try, turns out it's just a pathetic stunt. Why bother fighting back? You were doomed from the start," he said smugly. He licked his lips, savoring the sight of her writhing in pain. "But this is where it ends," he said, unaware Ronan was watching from above. Ronan stood with folded arms, eyes calm, observing silently. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. The girl had truly fought with every bit of strength left in her. She had used terrain and her enemy's arrogance to gain an edge. Ronan nodded slightly, her progress was clear, her timing precise. Still, he noted she lacked control and needed refinement. Below, Eon raised his sword for the finishing blow. A loud clang rang out, making Ronan narrow his eyes. Even half dead, San rose instinctively, blocking the strike. Ian shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" She replied firmly, "Making things harder for myself, obviously." because this exam isn't over yet and neither am I." She dashed past him in a blur too fast to follow. Then she leapt high, shouting, "I've never given up!" Her eyes blazed red with willpower as she struck, forcing Aeon to block. "Damn it," she growled, pain not enough to break her resolve. Her blade grazed Aeon's cheek, blood trickling as he retaliated, smashing her back with his staff. San cried, her body bending in pain. He sneered, "Pathetic that I have to dirty my hands on a bottom rank like you." Pressing his weapon to her face, he mocked, "Let me ask you something. Why struggle this much? You've got no talent, no foundation, knowing you'll never catch up, yet you cling on." "Why?" he spat. San lowered her head, whispering, "Because..." Memories of childhood flooded her mind. Her father had held her, crying, tears streaming while she stared blankly. The two stood before a grand grave, wind chilling their skin. She looked up and said to Aeon, voice trembling but firm, "I want to become a commander." He froze, stammering, What did you say?" San answered, "It's not about giving up, it's about believing in myself." From above, Ronan stayed silent, eyes glinting with pride. "No one can stop me from reaching that dream," she shouted, voice echoing. Aeon growled, "You're insane," and swung furiously. "Keep dreaming, lunatic!" Aeon sneered, "Just foolish dreams, you'll never achieve them." San collapsed, breathing heavily, eyes filled with helplessness. At that moment, a shout rang out, "Stop right there!" Aeon's weapon split in two, his blade shattered by Ronan's strike. Ronan landed calmly. "Sorry for interrupting, but this ends now, senior." "What?" Aeon stammered, too shocked to react. A flash of light, Ronan swung, his sword slicing through the air. Blood burst forth as Aeon's eyes widened. He fell without a sound. San gasped, voice trembling, Ronan." She tried to rise, whispering, "Thank you for saving me." Ronan smiled faintly. "Forget that. I need to ask you something." He offered his hand to lift her up, his gaze unusually serious. "I want to hear it from you directly," he said quietly. They walked to a cliff where a clear stream flowed below. San spoke first. "You want to know something? The reason I want to become a commander, right?" Ronan nodded. "Yes, that matters to me." She fell silent, eyes dim, her wounded face wary. Then she lowered her head and murmured, "You've probably heard about the Candy Night?" she asked softly. Ronan frowned. "You mean the Beastmen attack years ago?" She nodded. "Yes, the first battle between the Empire's northern expansion and the Beastskin Alliance's resistance." Her eyes grew misty. "That night I lost my whole family." In her memory, her father sat at the table, forcing a calm smile, telling everyone to eat. Her mother trembled, gripping her handkerchief tightly. She stroked her daughter's cheek. "I'm sorry, but I have to go with your brothers. It's urgent." "Can I come too?" young San had asked. Her mother only said, "Stay with your father," before leaving. That was the last time she ever saw them alive. Later came word that the village knights were sent to reinforce the border fortress. In truth, they'd been thrown into a hopeless battle. The village was torn apart by beast claws, only screams and ashes remained. "You know," she said, "the so-called peace talks afterward were just a territorial trade. The sacrifice of my village only bought cold stones engraved with names." A wounded knight had screamed then, "If it ends in peace anyway, why let comrades die for nothing?" That line made San cry, her heart twisting in pain. "They called it noble sacrifice, but I couldn't accept that," she said through tears. "Because all of them could have lived," she shouted, voice shaking with fury. "They should have lived. Their deaths weren't noble, just the result of weak leadership," she cried, fists bleeding. Ronan opened his mouth, but she cut him off firmly. "I'll become a true commander, one who never lets anyone die in vain again." Silence followed, their eyes meeting in quiet sorrow. San smiled weakly. "Sorry, I rambled, but at least now I know what I must do." "No," she asked as Ronan looked thoughtful. "What do you mean, Ronan?" He stayed silent, thinking she truly would never give up. Yet he couldn't bear to watch her die pointlessly. He'd lost enough already. That feeling reminded him of Sayanti, who had perished before his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of green energy burst toward them from afar. Both turned sharply, alert and tense. Ronan murmured, "Looks like Hez here sooner than expected. We don't have much time. Listen carefully." He asked, "Senior, have you ever heard of dark mana?" San blinked. "What's that?" Ronan replied, "A rare awakened power, hard to trigger, but once unleashed, it can make you far stronger." He added, "I once knew someone who used it, a person a lot like you. So I believe you can too." She panicked, waving her hands. "Wait, I don't get what you're saying!" Ronan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It's all right. Just trust that I want to help you. Let's go as far as we can, Commander." San widened her eyes. "Ronan, are you serious?" Without answering, Ronan suddenly shoved her backward. She fell, but a swirling red aura lifted her gently midair. Dazed, she smiled faintly. "Ronan, I understand this time. Third place isn't bad," he called out, voice tinged with pride. "See you soon, Commander." Ronan crossed his arms, watching her leave the arena with a nod. Then he turned, eyes locking on the energy surging behind him. He fully faced it, the raging mana storm before him. "Now it's just us," Ronan said to the newcomer Ashley Fen. Fen smirked. "So the signal you sent, was it just to brag you wiped everyone out?" Ronan replied, "Only 2 left. You know what that means." Fen gripped his sword. "Let's see who's crazier." They lunged at once, blades clashing in blinding bursts of light. In mid-duel, Ronan met Fen's gaze calmly. "In this academy." The scene shifted to San, unconscious on a dirt path. she stirred with a groan. Where am I? Sitting up, she looked around in confusion. Before her was a giant screen showing the students watching. Leon, she muttered. Her body was healed. She realized she'd been eliminated. She recalled Ronan's words, third place not bad. So it came down to those two. On screen, Ronan and Ashley Fenn faced off, mana twisting into a massive vortex. Ronan's aura flowed like wind, brushing leaves without moving them. He darted through the canopy, blade blazing red, slashing nonstop as Fenn countered, summoning a spiraling storm. That maniac splitting his storm blades to attack me, Ronan growled. Landing on a thick branch, he wiped sweat. Too close, barely held out. Then he noticed Fenn's power starting to disperse. Seizing the chance, Ronan dove down like lightning. His sword flared crimson, igniting fiercely. Falling petal tempest slash, he roared, unleashing dozens of radiant cuts. As the smoke cleared, the ground lay cracked and glittering with residual energy. Rocks shattered, heat waves rippling through the haze. Ronan exhaled, smiling faintly. Finally blocked it, then he gasped for breath behind a boulder. If that had been full power, he'd be dead. Meanwhile, Anchor froze. The battle was far beyond his expectations. Compared to the duel with the Rat of Dolan, Ronan's storm control had evolved completely. Even his once slower speed now matched Fenn's. It was unbelievable. He was stronger than ever before, his current power unfathomable. As for SG Fan, he watched silently, eyes full of admiration for a true prodigy. He realized his opponent was compressing the storm, was Ronan trying to absorb the mana to recover. Seeing the wound on his chest, Ronan knew the gap between them had closed. He had to finish this before Fenn adapted. Then, in an instant, their eyes met, one shared glance of intent. Both lunged, leaving red and blue trails spiraling across the sky. Ronan poured all his strength forward, diving into the raging wind. Gritting his teeth, he dodged the storm blades and countered with slicing gusts. The two forces collided, forming a colossal cyclone around the battlefield. Yet SG Fan still smiled calmly in the storm's heart. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked deep as he crouched, ready to strike back with confidence. Seems that last storm sword strike went beyond his control. Blood gushed out, yet he stayed sharp and launched a lightning counter. Suddenly, Ronan dashed in from behind like a thunderbolt. G-Fan tilted his head. How much more do you plan to surprise me? Ronan smirked. You got sliced, and still grinning, huh? That remark lit up SG Fan's eyes with fury. Red and blue sword auras clashed, blazing across space. Both took a fatal hit to the chest almost simultaneously. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they staggered, panting heavily. They stepped back, legs trembling but stance unbroken. Neither eyes nor hands showed any intent to stop. The air around them shimmered with murderous brilliance. They locked gazes, daring each other to the final breath. Meanwhile at the hospital, students stared at the monitor. Everyone was shocked. This couldn't be a freshman duel. They whispered that this test deserved its own level. Ronas and S3 watched the screen, faces tense. The instructor smiled proudly. Their progress was astounding. Then he murmured, one more touch and it's over. Amid blood and chaos, SG Fan smiled, glad to meet such a rival. Time to end this, he said, gripping his sword tight. Ronan nodded. Yeah, let's go all out. Light exploded between their blades. Ronan chuckled. Feels like we're becoming friends, huh? He replied, no regrets, show me your full power, as blue light flared blindingly. Ronan drew his sword, murmuring, always this reckless, huh? Yet his opponent's fiery gaze never wavered. Ronan thought, this is the kind of man I want on my side. But first, we'll see who's stronger. Then red aura around Ronan burst into flames. He leapt high, vanishing in a blink. Fan's face froze in shock. Bam! A blow to the face sent him reeling as Ronan landed like thunder. G-Fan thought, how can he still move that fast, covered in wounds? Suddenly, hundreds of sword trails formed a glowing net around him. He realized he couldn't keep up with that speed anymore. Such power must demand a terrible price. Meanwhile, Ronan charged on, thinking, doesn't he care about the cost? Fan raised his sword, shouting, I've learned something new from you, Ronan! He stabbed his sword into the ground as magic surged violently. A piercing hiss erupted, wind and light splitting the sky. The surroundings exploded, rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ronan snarled, you maniac! Think I can't catch you? He instantly raised a magic shield for defense. But deep wounds made his mana spiral out of control, blood spraying wildly. Still, Ronan lifted his sword, inhaling for one last push. He roared, I will never lose! Both were exhausted, unwilling to settle for a hollow draw. Ronan's eyes gleamed, willpower unshakable. He poured all remaining energy into his sword and charged. This strike ends it all, he muttered. G-Fan laughed, I knew you'd come close, Ronan. He nodded, you never fail to impress me. Now let's unleash everything mana and soul, he roared. They clashed again, sword lights weaving fiercely. Or a storm sword! The shout rang, sky blazing, winds tearing the forest apart. Moments later, only fading auras lingered amid the drifting smoke. Fan knelt amid the ruins, silent and motionless. His body was torn with wounds, blood soaking the ground. Ronan wasn't much better, bleeding, floating midair, muttering angrily. He gritted his teeth, thinking, using a move that could kill yourself crazy. Still, he had to admit Fan was a sword genius. But that's you, Ashley Fan, Ronan chuckled. He raised his glowing sword, declaring one of us falls today, and charged as tension filled the air. Only Escan trembled, praying for Ronan's safety. The instructor smiled up. At last, the battle nears its end. Both shouted and clashed for the final time. Blades met, killing intent erupting like a skywide explosion. Then the smoke cleared, silence swallowing the field. Ronan and Slipfin stood barely upright, gasping for air. G-Fan wheezed. Can't believe the bleeding once stopped. Ronan gave a weak, hoarse chuckle. Couldn't have asked for a better fight. With that, he collapsed to the ground. Ronan smiled faintly. You did well. Then he too fell, ending the legendary duel. Moments later, Ronan crashed beside Slipfan unmoving. Both, battered and bloodied, still radiated a victor's pride. Meanwhile, the other students stared at the giant screen. Every face was frozen in disbelief. Then cheers erupted. The advanced swordsmanship tournament had ended gloriously. Sometime later, in the Academy Hospital corridor, under dim yellow lights, Professor Ronald L. Moore spoke gravely. It was the special recovery ward. Ronan had just opened his eyes. San sat beside him, smiling. You're awake, Ronan. Ronan frowned. Where are Zan and the professor? The reply came. The test's over. Both are badly hurt. No winner decided. She glanced at the bed where Adlib lay unconscious, saying, Still, that was a match to remember. She added softly, But Ronan, you had a slight edge in stamina. Ronan paused, then asked. He burst out laughing. So I won, huh? The professor shook her head. No, it ended in a double collapse. It's a draw. Ronan blinked. Ah, so that's it. He bowed his head calmly, surprising the professor with his composure. She laughed. I thought you'd protest. Didn't expect you to accept so fast. San chimed in. Yeah, you scared us! Ronan scratched his head, grinning. What? It's fair. His stronger than I thought. A draw makes sense. Then he said seriously, but next time, I'll train harder and win for sure. The professor watched him silently, eyes full of pride. She thought, this boy's not just stronger, has grown up. She said, exactly. Don't be upset, this was a precious lesson, especially since you touched true mana. Ronan blinked. Wait, what did you say? The professor nodded. You used mana in the final, wasn't that sword aura proof? She emphasized true sword aura appears only when you channel mana. Ronan recalled and smiled. So that's it, I just realized. He added, back then, my body felt strange. That must have been the mana awakening. The professor confirmed, yes, you activated your sword aura through your own mana. With your current inner strength, that aura's already strong, just trained to refine control. Still, she continued, you haven't yet mastered full mana perception. So we must act soon, before it's too late. If all goes well, she said, you might unlock a new forbidden layer. She turned to S-San. Tomorrow afternoon, take Ronan to meet that useless bastard. S-San raised a brow. Useless bastard. She grinned. I mean that eccentric old Professor Jeonjin. The next morning, at the Academy's vast courtyard, San led the way, joking, been ages since I met Professor Jeonjin. Nabi Royce must have a special reason for recommending him. She added with a smile, has the best expert on mana flow. Every professor respects him. Sometimes, students' mana gets blocked in their core, and only Jeonjin can clear it. On the way, Ronan asked curiously, if Hez that skilled, why doesn't Professor Nabi Rose like him? San laughed, no idea, probably just personality clash. You'll see what I mean soon. Ronan shrugged, thinking, as long as I can use mana, who cares? He mused, if Hez truly that knowledgeable, maybe he'll help me understand mana, something I never grasped in my past life. And if we study together, mastering mana will be way easier. Suddenly, as San asked, you met Sleefend yesterday, right? Did he agree to the deal? Ronan smirked, of course it's the kind of deal he can't refuse. He recalled Sleefend saying, meet me after I'm discharged. Ronan, I think we'll get along. Had just laughed. Yeah, me too. But then the guy drew his sword, clearly unable to accept a draw. Ronan raised a hand. Relax, I didn't call you here to fight again. Different matter. Different matter. Fan frowned. Ronan shouted his name, flashing a sly grin while holding out a paper. Join my club, he said like an order. What? Fan blinked. Ronan continued, join up, you'll get real combat training outside. Never boring, he muttered. Befriend the rival I wanted to beat. Funny. Fan lifted his chin proudly. You think I've got time to waste? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'm leaving, he said, turning away. Ronan smirked wickedly. Shame my club's throwing a party on my island. He added casually, oh, and my sister Yazoo will be there. Hearing that, Fan froze, his face paling. He clenched his fists, trembling. What did you just say? Yaz's going to that island with you. His voice cracked. Then he panicked, rushing back. Tell me details. Where? Is it safe? Are guards ready? Ronan crossed his arms coolly, not saying. Club members only. The reply left Fan speechless. Ronan shrugged. Who knows, join up and I might spill. Without hesitation, Fan grabbed the pen and signed. Before the ink dried, Ronan burst out laughing. Fan quickly asked, so I'm officially qualified now? His gaze sharpened, leaning in, then tell me everything now. Back to the present, Ronan sighed. Hard to believe that Lunatic became the Grand Sir Lord later, chills me. We're here, as San cheered. She pointed, that's Professor Jeonjin's residence. Before them loomed a massive, eerie castle radiating cold dread. Ronan shuddered, this place is creepier than Professor Sarah's office. Suddenly, a voice called behind them, who are you two? Sent by her, aren't you? Professor Jeonjin, they both exclaimed. San stammered, lice, Ronan's struggling with mana control, so Professor Nabi sent us. Janjin glared coldly. She sent you for mere mana control. You must be quite the prodigy. He stepped closer. Ronan, what do you think? Ronan started to greet him politely, but he cut him off, skipped the formalities. Staring straight into his eyes, he asked bluntly, how ready are you? Ronan blinked. Sir, what do you mean? Jeterin said coldly, I don't work for free, this is off-contract time, so extra tuition applies. He tilted his head, bluntly asking, so, how much did you bring? Ronan blinked. Wait, you're seriously charging me? Of course, he replied calmly, minimum 10 gold coins per hour and that's per person. Ronan and S-san froze, unsure if he was joking. But Jeterin's icy gaze and crushing aura proved he was dead serious. He was extorting his students. Ronan forced a nervous grin, and broke any other option. Jeterin glanced over. Yes, leave. He walked past, mana swirling like a storm, muttering, on your way out, ask Nabi Rose for 10 gold. Suddenly, Jeterin stopped mid-step, eyes glinting oddly. He trembled slightly, turning back to Ronan with curiosity. Looks like there's another way. Then he abruptly ordered, follow me. A strange energy burst from within Ronan. Jeterin smiled. Let's make a deal. A ring appeared in his hand, surrounded by twisting mana. The scene shifted. They were now in a small room, with a narrow window. Ronan looked around, baffled. I just answered a few questions. How'd we end up here? Where is this? The space was eerily spotless, quiet enough to feel sterile, not a prison, but far from friendly. He eyed the chain-locked door, sensing unease. This tower was sealed tight. Every doorway pulsed with dense magic. It was strange how heavily guarded the place felt. Jeterin sat at a desk, calm. Before we start, I want to see the item. Ronan nodded. Ah, the ring, right? He handed it carefully, warning, it's precious, please be gentle. Jeterin smiled. Relax, I value it as much as you do. His eyes flared bright as he examined it, voice trembling, seeing it in person astonishing. Such pure mana would take a dragon 2,000 years to gather, or it once belonged to an ancient elf. Ronan froze. You know about it. Jeterin set it down gently. Of course, being a Philian professor and not knowing would be shameful. My condition's simple, let me extract a small portion of its magic. Ronan frowned. Extract it for what? Jeterin replied, I'm researching an experiment that needs mana from ancient beings who wielded magic for centuries. No one at Philian holds such power. You and the ring's owner must have been close. Memories surged. Ronan gripped the ring tightly and nodded. All right, I agree. Good, Jeterin smiled. If you allow it, it'll help you in return. Ronan's eyes lit up. Now that's a fair deal. He pointed at Adison. But you'll help her too. S-san froze. Huh, me. Ronan's demand made Jeterin frown darkly. You're bargaining over a bit of mana. But before he finished, Ronan slammed the table. If not, I'm out! Jeterin sighed. Wait, I didn't mean, but Ronan was already walking. Let's go, Senior Adison. Finally, Jeterin groaned. Fine, you win. He rubbed his forehead tiredly. I'll accept your terms. Looking at Ronan, he smirked. You negotiate well. Ronan laughed. You flatter me, Professor. Jeterin stood, clapping the table. All right, let's see what's wrong with you. If Nabi Rose sent you, it must be serious. He pointed to a glowing magic circle. Step into the ring. Ronan inhaled deeply and stepped carefully into the swirling light. Jeterin stood behind him, closing his eyes, both hands on Ronan's shoulders. He murmured, your senses have been sealed for a long time. No trace of mana flow, so you've never actually cast magic, have you? Ronan turned slightly, voice trembling. Right, I can feel it, but never use it because I'm cursed. Jeterin opened his eyes, voice heavy. This isn't a normal curse, your mana flow is strangled and sealing itself. He placed a hand on Ronan's back. I'll inject my mana to unlock it, but brace yourself, it'll feel like knives down your spine. What? Ronan barely reacted before. A surge of mana blasted through him, making him scream as his body convulsed, echoing through the room. What the hell's happening? Adison cried, stumbling back in panic. Jeterin clenched his teeth, focusing hard to control the rampaging energy. He thought, resistance is lower than expected, unlocking should be easy. But seconds later his face twisted. Wait, what is this? The space inside Ronan suddenly plunged into darkness, engulfing even Jeterin. Impossible, he muttered. Above them, a colossal eye opened, staring down, freezing Jeterin's spine. A skull emerged from the void, spewing dreadful mana that flooded Ronan's body. The dark energy spread to Jeterin's arm, burning through him until he screamed in agony. A shockwave exploded, flinging Jeterin back. Ronan and Adison rushed over in alarm. He coughed blood, body trembling violently. Blood poured nonstop as he clutched his throat, pale and drenched in sweat. Jeterin collapsed, hissing. Damn it, Ronan and Adison held him. Panicked, Professor! What's wrong? He gritted his teeth, lifting a shaky hand to chant, Caspar activate! Lunagi Diofi Zim open! Blue light burst across the room as Ronan stared in shock. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. Ellie's warning suddenly flashed in his mind. Ipi Parashio! Jeterin screamed, body convulsing violently in pain. The scene twisted, morphing into an entirely different place. A man floated midair, chanting from a thick tome. The door burst open, light flooding in, and Jeterin collapsed to the floor. He was still coughing blood, breathing raggedly, leaving Ronan and Adison frozen. Professor, what happened? At that moment, Professor Sorkit rushed in, catching him and barking, Step back! We need to treat him now! Jeterin's pain suddenly worsened, making Sorkit freeze in horror. Ronan, he demanded, he injected mana into you, didn't he? Ronan nodded. Yes, he said it opened my mana flow. Sorkit frowned grimly. I see the curse inside you compressed your mana and pushed it back into him. That's a demon lord class curse nearly unstoppable. He looked at Ronan urgently. If this keeps up, Jeterin will die. Ronan froze. Because of me? He'll die because of me? Sorkit steadied Jeterin. If we don't act fast, that's exactly what'll happen. He inhaled. Luckily, the curse hasn't rooted deep yet, we can still purge it. Focusing his full strength, Sorkit healed as Jeterin screamed, then a deformed, many-eyed head spewed from his mouth, laughing hideously. Ronan, now cut it down, Sorkit shouted. Ronan's eyes turned cold, killing intent surging. He lunged forward, slashing furiously, each strike ripping through the monster. The creature exploded, flesh and eyes scattering before fading into black smoke. One last eye twitched, groaning grotesquely before dying out. Jeterin writhed, clutching his neck, coughing up dark red blood. He wiped his mouth weakly, gasping, "Thanks, Professor Sorkit, without you I'd be dead." Sorkit panted, "And thanks to him. If that curse had spread further, we'd be done for. I once saw the same curse on another student." Jeterin's eyes widened. "You don't mean him." Before Sorkit could answer, Ronan ran up, worried. "Professor Jeterin, are you okay?" A decent helped him up as he gave a faint smile. "Thanks to you two, quite an unforgettable experience." Jeterin shuddered. Recalling the scene inside Ronan's body, he couldn't believe that curse was real. He sighed softly. "Seems fate's tossed me into another storm. Anyway, I'll keep my word," Ronan said. Jeterin nodded, turning to Sorkit. "Professor, could you check his condition for me?" Sorkit blinked, surprised by the request. Then his face changed. "Wait, what's happening to his body?" He stared at Ronan in shock. "Your mana, it's flowing!" Unable to resist, he rushed over, inspecting closely. "Impossible, weak. But the channels are open!" "Ronan, did you touch anything tied to blood mana lately? Maybe a cursed pit of eyes?" Ronan shook his head blankly. "No, nothing like that." Sorkit frowned. "Strange. Your bloodline seal is weakening, something's eroding it from within. Like a storm grinding stone. The curse remains, but thanks to that hidden power in Jeterin's opening, it can't reseal so easily." Ronan asked eagerly, "So I can use mana now?" Sorkit nodded. "Theoretically, yes." He added, "But the curse will strike back. To master it fully, you'll need steady training, roughly 20 years. Ronan gasped. He jumped up, shouting, "No way! It'll be ancient by then!" Sorkit replied calmly, "Being able to use mana at all is a miracle. Train wisely, don't gamble with that curse again." Suddenly, Jeradin spoke firmly. "There's a way to shorten the time." Both men fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. Though trembling with pain, Jeradin explained calmly that with enough effort, the process could be drastically shortened. He then mentioned a mana cultivation method of his own design. The scene shifted to the chamber where he would begin the teaching. At that moment, Jeradin pressed his bloodied hand to Ronan's back, instructing him to heed every word. "The mana you can control now is but a tiny fragment. Your mana bloodline has just awakened, it's far narrower and weaker than others. Yet, if you persist with this method, you'll catch up to them in a few years." Hearing that, Ronan lowered his head, shoulders heavy, eyes dim. Then Jeradin began channeling mana into his back, starting the conduit process. Though it drained him, he kept going as Ronan groaned in pain. With eyes closed, Jeradin guided him. The key is precise control, speed and direction must be exact. Ronan clenched his teeth, feeling the energy digging deeper inside. Jeradin warned, "Never rush, guide each pulse carefully." He showed how to use one's own mana to mend long-damaged veins. Ronan followed, tracing the flow slow but steady. One day, Jeradin whispered, "That energy will become your true strength." Ronan trembled, too choked by pain to speak. A moment later he forced out, "Horse, understood, Professor." As he spoke, Jeradin sent more mana, gradually intensifying the flow. Then his eyes widened. Ronan had mastered the pattern after a single demonstration. Not only that, his mana moved flawlessly, smooth as silk. Jeradin laughed aloud, eyes gleaming. He hadn't chosen wrong. He urged Ronan to train consistently, to keep the curse from interfering again. Ronan raised his hand, astonished to feel mana truly coursing through him. He clenched his fist, power surging like a tide. In that instant, old memories flashed. He realized he was changing. Ronan smiled in quiet satisfaction, gazing at the glow in his hand. This was enough. He turned to Jeradin, bowing deeply, voice sincere as it echoed through the chamber. But before hearing a reply, Jeradin suddenly staggered and collapsed. Everyone nearby panicked, clueless about what was happening. Ronan shouted, rushing to catch him, fear cracking in his voice. Jeradin raised his blood-soaked hands, trembling as he weakly called Ronan's name. Gripping his sleeve, he rasped, "I've done my part, now it's your turn to keep the promise." Then he slumped again. Ronan tried to heal him, but Jeradin murmured, "My life doesn't matter anymore." In his fading eyes, the image of a beautiful girl surfaced, choking his voice. He begged, clutching Ronan's arm, repeatedly pleading for the ring. Suddenly, Sarkis' voice came from behind, making Ronan whirl around. Something felt wrong, as if the professor's mind was fracturing. Sarkis sighed softly, saying the ring must be the key to Jeradin's research. With a bitter smile, he called out, "Jeradin, my friend, when will you stop burying yourself in the past?" Right after that, a brilliant light flooded the room. When it dimmed, Ronan stood at the center of the magic circle, still carrying Jeradin on his back. A D-san shouted in alarm, telling him to take the professor to Legend Tower's infirmary. It'd only take minutes if they ran. But sharp chains suddenly burst from the floor, sealing the door tight. Then a glowing magical lock appeared, blocking every exit. As they approached, the barrier blazed, forming a giant lock sigil that left everyone stunned. A D-san frowned, whispering, the barrier's power just doubled. Geraldine stood silently, sweat dripping as he gathered mana in his palm. He muttered an obscure incantation, face darkening, voice trembling, I must go now. Suddenly, a hiss echoed behind them, a door creaked open in a gust of cold air. Ronan startled, Professor, not that way! We need to open the other door! But Geraldine stayed silent, leaning close to whisper, we go down. For her, he murmured, as if confessing his last secret. The group held their breath, only their footsteps echoed through the dark hall. As they descended, torches lit one by one, revealing cold stone walls. Ronan stepped carefully, hand on his sword, eyes sharp with caution. The others followed, moving deeper into the hidden basement. Suddenly, a D-san covered his mouth, eyes wide. Ronan asked, what is it? But he only shook his head. They couldn't tell what was happening, but dread clawed at their guts. A D-san whispered, we just saw something we shouldn't have. Before them, inside a huge glass capsule, lay a motionless girl with her eyes closed. Ronan choked out, so that's why he did all this. A D-san nodded firmly. Ronan propped Geraldine against the capsule wall, telling a D-san to watch over him. Then he rose, pacing the room, muttering, I'll see if there's anything useful here. Ronan moved slowly, scanning every corner with sharp eyes. Shelves were lined with jars of hearts, eyes, and grotesque organs, all suspicious materials. One glance was enough to know these were not legal experiments. Ronan clenched his fists, shocked that his mentor had sunk this far. He stopped before a thick, dusty book, eyes narrowing. Staring at the lines, he whispered, Professor Geraldine, what on earth were you doing? Meanwhile, Geraldine murmured by the capsule, eyes closed. Just a little more, it's almost done. In his journal, had written that the body holds the soul, and preserving it could revive his wife, Sunja. He recorded his 54th experiment. Using a monster heart from the black market failed again, resources running low. By the 76th, the Mage Tower expelled him for neglect, but with Greta's help, he moved Suna to Filian's basement and restarted. Though he despised teaching those idiotic students, Geraldine endured it. It was the only way to earn enough to save her. He kept running tests 81st, 9th, then 15th, 120th, 127th, on 34th, but all in vain. Reading that, Ronan felt a lump in his throat, brows furrowed in pity and frustration. So that's why the man chased money, so desperately, even at the cost of his honor. Ronan mused, well, those kinds of materials aren't cheap, of course he'd paid dearly. He sighed slowly. Everything, in the end, came down to love. He muttered, in past lives I've seen many lose everything for that foolish emotion. Thinking further, he realized someone nearby fit that mold, a clueless sword saint. Ronan concluded, people like that rarely end well. Especially when someone exploits their weakness. Right then, a red slip fell from the book. On it was written, because my research is forbidden, I had to strike a deal with them. Ronan's heart pounded. Deal with them. So that letter came from those people too. Suddenly Geraldine's voice came from behind, startling him. Hey, what are you doing? The man approached, tone heavy, eyes cold. You touched my things, didn't you? That stare made Ronan sweat, heart racing, unable to look up. He quickly closed the book, forcing a smile. No, just checking for ways to help you recover. Then added fast, besides, I can't even control mana, how could I understand this stuff? Strangely, faint magic pulsed from the letter, almost alive. Scene cut. A bright-eyed bird perched, mysterious voice said, all is going as planned, hell soon obey. Elsewhere, a hooded man raised his wine glass, sneering. Geraldine undone by a woman at last. How ridiculous, humans never stop being fools. The view snapped back to the same dim room. Geraldine smiled weakly, placing a ring in Ronan's hand. Sorry to keep you. Extractions complete. Ronan took it, puzzled. Looks the same. What did you do? Just drew a bit out, he replied. He chuckled. Thanks to you, I passed a major barrier. Ronan grinned. Without you, I'd still be cursed. Then Geraldine tilted his head. You've grasped what you saw in the lab, haven't you? He lowered his face, voice trembling. Sorry, but keep it secret. Ronan scratched his head. Got it, not my mess. Geraldine whispered thanks, voice rough with emotion. He turned to a D-san, saying, as for Navi, Rose's assistant, you'll handle that later. He added sternly, though not as severe as Ronan, her body shows abnormal signs too. Hearing that, a D-san paled, heart fluttering with dread of what's to come. The scene closed under the morning sun. A D-san smiled, off to prepare my lecture. Take care, Ronan replied. As they left, Ronan slipped a hand in his pocket, thinking, good thing I swiped that letter. He pulled it out, pondering if this holds proof of ties to the cult, and maybe shows the professor's involvement with them. Then he had only one option to uncover the truth himself. He opened the letter, finding only a dried bloodstain, frowning in confusion. No words, just blood, maybe a magical cipher, he thought of showing a D-san. Suddenly, the blood droplets rose and began to move strangely. Ronan backed away, eyes wide as the blood gathered midair. It swelled, crimson, casting a dim glow across the room. Ronan stared, muttering, what the hell is this? A woman's voice sounded behind him, startling him. That's a vampire's blood magic letter. Ronan spun around to see Ophelia approaching, calm. I sensed the blood aura didn't expect to find you. He exhaled in relief, greeting softly, Sister Ophelia, long time no see. She smiled, yes, it's been quite a while, Ronan. Scene shifted to the Special Rank Adventurers Guild, where they chatted. Ronan chuckled awkwardly. Thought you were busy, heard you, and Sita vanished into research. Ophelia nodded, thanks to you and Sita, that project advanced nicely. She added, I even taught her some blood magic she learned scary fast. You'll be shocked next time. Suddenly remembering, Ophelia asked sternly, wait, how do you have a blood letter? A blood what? Ronan blinked. She explained, a blood letter stores info and blood vampires use it for secret messages. After channeling mana, crimson words floated midair, an invitation to meet the blood tide. The message read, if you seek blood essence, come meet us, blood tide. Ronan froze. Blood essence, that's the professor's research material, but what's blood tide? Ophelia frowned. They sent it to you? Ronan asked. You know them? She nodded. A young vampire group, under 200 years old, filthy deeds to restore their glory days. Then she mused, strange, how did they even get blood essence, a rarity among vampires? Ophelia stood abruptly, eyes sharp. Who received that letter? Tell me! If they agree, they'll lose more than life itself. Ronan stayed silent, unable to speak. After a pause, he admitted, I found it in Professor Gerardin's lab, so I suspected. Ophelia cut him off, eyes wide. You mean Gerardin Stone Song, former mage of the Starwatch Tower? Ronan blinked, former mage of the tower. What do you mean? Ophelia replied softly, yes, he was a top genius, famed across the continent, even vampires respected him. Hearing that, Ronan sighed in relief, thinking, then has safe he'll handle them easily and come back. Yet Ophelia's tone stayed grim, true, his power dwarfs theirs. She lowered her voice, but if what he seeks is blood essence, that changes everything. She explained, it's a special mana formed in long-practicing vampires' massive power inside. Ophelia continued, without that vampire's cooperation, even he holds nothing but a useless stone. Ronan asked anxiously, so he must accept their offer. She sighed, exactly. Gazing afar, she warned, and what blood tide wants won't be a simple trade. Scene shifted to a gloomy night sky beneath a crescent moon. Outside a cave, 4 guards stood in tense silence. One spoke as here. They looked up an approaching shadow, their master's rumored new subordinate. It was Gerardin Stonesong, the tower mage himself. 2 guards whispered, that's the famous mage. I sense no mana. Fool, he once fought the sword Saint Navirus. One stepped forward, you're Gerardin Stone. Yes, but where's your master? He replied coolly. The guard said, he awaits inside, but please remove your hood for verification. Gerardin lowered it, voice cold, so this blood tide all bark no bite. His words dripped with contempt, satisfied now. The guard bowed hastily, thank you for cooperating, Master Gerardin. Then gestured, this way, please. As he passed, another guard muttered, shocked, a mage carrying a sword. Gerardin stopped, stepped close, smirking, you saw, huh? His hand gripped the hilt, eyes sharp as blades. The guard trembled, sweating, stammering, saw what? In that instant, the sword flashed, his head flew off, blood spraying. The rest barely reacted before sharing the same fate, only one survivor remained shaking. He stared wide-eyed, horrified, impossible! Has not the real Gerardin? In Gerardin's form, Ronan smirked coldly, murmuring, prepare to meet death. Days earlier, Ronan and Ophelia sat face-to-face in her lab. She placed a vial of blue liquid before him. Here's the shape-shifting potion you asked for, 30-minute effect. During that time, you'll look exactly like Professor Gerardin. Handing it over, she warned, it won't last long, but enough to fool the blood tide. Ronan smiled, thanks, must have been tough to brew. Ophelia frowned, you're really going alone. They're still centuries-old vampires. Before she finished, Ronan interrupted confidently, no need, wouldn't want you fighting your own kind. He pocketed the vial, smiling reassuringly, don't worry, it'll be fine. But as he turned, his gaze hardened, fine for me, maybe, not for them. Without hesitation, Ronan struck down anyone blocking his path. A head rolled on the stone floor, echoing through the cave. The last guard screamed, impossible! Has not Gerardin! But Ronan's hand was already on him. He clamped the man's mouth shut, eyes burning with killing intent. Tightening his grip, he growled silence. He pressed his blade to the man's lips, voice low, from now on, speak only when asked, understand. In Gerardin's guise, Ronan's sinister grin looked monstrous under the cave's dim light. He walked deeper down the narrow path, each step echoing through the wind. Muttering, no traps, guess that gatekeeper was more honest than he looked. He smirked, if I'd known, maybe I'd have spared him. Oh well, too late. Entering the main chamber, he sensed something disturbingly unfamiliar. Frowning, those carvings, have I seen this place before? A faint metallic stench reached him, making him freeze. His instincts screamed danger, but he pressed on, something more urgent awaited. Approaching a heavy wooden door, he smelled the thick reek of blood from inside. Pushing it open, he thought, what the hell makes it this heavy? The sight beyond made his eyes widen in shock. A white-haired man lifted a bloodied arm, sipping it like fine wine. Beside him, another sank his fangs into a living victim, drinking greedily, the sound sickening. At the center, a vampire sat atop a table, saying smoothly, so you've arrived, rough trip, I presume. Welcome, Gerardin Stone. I am Quavon Anstafel, leader of the Blood Hook. Setting his glass down, he smiled thinly, Apologies for the mess, you were late, so I started early. Care for a bite? Ronan inhaled deeply, steadying himself. No one's alive here anyway, saving them's pointless. He stepped forward, replying curtly, no thanks. Quite the crowd for a simple trade, though. Anstafel laughed. It must be grand. For one as skilled as you, I wanted to show the Bloodhook's sincerity. Ronan scanned the room, every member present, tension thick as iron. He swallowed, speaking coldly, as long as I get the blood essence, I'll accept any terms. Simple enough, Anstafel said. He spoke slowly. The ritual will be sealed by blood pact in exchange for your life. You shall become one of us. Ronan sneered, just as I thought. You want to make me your slave. Anstafel smirked, not a slave in evolution. A gift mortals would die for. He purred, you'll shed that frail body and reach power beyond dreams. Turning away, he declared, well, forge a new era, erase the decayed fools rotting in false peace. Then burst into laughter, echoing through the cave, and you, Geroden Stone, shall herald that age! A proud warrior of the Holy Crusade, Anstafel proclaimed, for the rebirth of our kind. His eyes flared crimson, voice manic. Well, isn't that the greatest honor a human could get? Ronan glared in disgust. Honor? You're just insane. Anstafel laughed. Ha! Humans will never grasp our vision. Raising his hand, thick magic swirled around his palm. Think carefully. He hissed, this is your one chance! Narrowing his eyes, miss it, and you'll never touch blood essence again. Even we, he added, rarely possess such a treasure. Ronan tightened his grip on the sword, muttering, so if I refuse, you'll just kill me anyway. Exactly, Anstafel laughed. He snapped his fingers, the space flared violently. A flash of crimson light burst, flooding the cave. Countless beams shot out, weaving a magical net around Ronan. Anstafel smirked, well, ready to choose yet? Sipping his wine, he taunted, don't even think of resisting, you can feel the mana flow here, can't you? All the tools here are top grade, he went on, as long as you're human, spellcasting is impossible. Force it, and your mana veins will shatter, you'll never touch magic again. Setting the glass down, he murmured, look on the bright side, you don't want your wife turning into a blood pouch, do you? Anstafel sneered, pointing at a corpse, like that one so delicious. The cave darkened, a shadow creeping into Ronan's mind. A cold, clawed hand gripped his shoulder. Anstafel's voice whispered, now accept it. It'll be over soon, he said, as Ronan bowed his head silently. Suddenly Ronan's lips curled, he threw off the hood, laughing coldly. You bastard, did you think I'd submit? I'm not playing along with your filthy ritual. Anstafel froze, eyes wide in shock. Ronan's voice turned icy. Lucky for you, the one here isn't the real Geroden. What? Anstafel gasped. You're not Geroden. Then how did a human get in here? Two vampires drew their swords and lunged. In a blink, Ronan countered too fast for mortal sight. Two heads flew, blood splattering across the cold stone. Anstafel stood frozen as Ronan smiled coldly. How I got in? Useless question. Raising his sword, he growled, shut up and stand still. Perfect day to clean out parasites like you. Anstafel roared, what are you, wretched human? How dare you insult me? Calmly, Ronan removed his cloak, each movement deliberate and chilling. This thing just gets in my way. In an instant, he vanished from sight. As he appeared before Anstafel, the vampire could only gape too fast to comprehend. He stammered, panicked, impossible, I can't even see him move. Ronan's fiery gaze locked onto him, burning with killing intent. Anstafel screamed, summoning power, blood, I will. But before the spell formed, a freezing slash severed his arm, blood gushing like a fountain. Ronan didn't stop, each strike faster, cleaner, deadlier than the last. His eyes burned red, breath ragged, body radiating wild energy. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls and air crimson. At last, Anstafel's body was shredded to pieces, scattered across the cave in dreadful silence. Blood gushed from Anstafel's mouth as he writhed, screaming and twisting like a madman. Then Brol swung his blade coldly, snarling, dare defy me, you trash. Before he finished, Ronan's sword hilt smashed into his face, knocking him flat and breathless. Anstafel's body slammed hard into the ground, flung far away. As he howled in despair, Ronan said coldly, stay down. I'll end you myself last. His followers stood frozen, faces pale, trembling at the horrific scene. Anstafel was nearly spent, limbs torn, blood pouring endlessly, barely moaning. Yet a curly-haired one roared, fighting terror has not human! Everyone attack! Instantly they spread out, forming a tight circle around Ronan. Ronan glanced around, smirking. So Ophelia was right, their blood really is their weapon. The group flared with power, blood boiling. The curly one charged first, roaring in rage. Dark red blood flooded outward, swirling around Ronan's feet with chilling cold. Got him! One shouted. The blood bound him tight as they all screamed, attacking wildly. Yet Ronan stood calm, blade sweeping lightly, blocking every vicious strike. He twisted his wrist, launching a flawless counterattack. One foe was cleaved clean through, collapsing into a pool of blood. Every swing carried killing frost, thickening the air with dread. Ronan moved offensively and defensively, leaving enemies breathless and helpless. Another wave charged from behind, but he spun, slicing off arms, dropping foes like flies. Tilting aside from a strike, his icy gaze noted, they rushed like blood-crazed mosquitoes. But even severed, they regenerated with blood. Ronan frowned, disgusted afar. Another was casting. That one fired a bullet of blood, eyes burning with hatred, aimed straight at him. Ronan ducked, the shot whizzing past his face. More followed, a barrage of crimson shots unending. Dodging back, Ronan exhaled hard, annoyed by these weak yet stubborn casters. He nodded slightly. So this is the full might of their cursed blood. His eyes locked on the fastest attacker, murmuring, if that's so. The foe lunged, claws gleaming, slashing for his neck, screaming madly, die monster! But in that instant, his head flew off, eyes still wide in terror. Ronan spun, blade sweeping nonstop, erasing the rest in a flash. Blood sprayed everywhere, but he exhaled coolly, trivial. Still cutting, Ronan stood amidst corpses. Survivors trembled, unable to believe such power. All fell silent, no one understanding the horror they'd witnessed. In a place where human mana was supposedly sealed, this was impossible. Especially with his legs bound by spells, how could he move that fast? The question echoed in their minds, was he truly human? Ronan's cold voice broke the silence. You done staring at me? You're the last one, come on, fight! Stabbing his sword into the blood pool, he sneered, I let myself fall into your trap just to see your little tricks. Fun's over. See this blade? It's special. The enemy's legs shook before he could move. Ronan struck the final blow, ending it all. The room fell utterly silent, leaving only Ronan standing among the dead. He brushed off his coat, muttering, running away's never the right answer, idiot. Ronan's cold voice echoed, you really plan to abandon your comrades? He glanced at Anstafel, slumped weakly against the wall, barely breathing. Ronan grinned fairly, eyes crimson. Now then, let's finish our little chat, while Anstafel only whimpered in agony. Suddenly, the blonde girl shuddered. Something sharp had pierced her body. Ronan lifted his sword, staring down, awake already. He sneered, thought you'd died, had me worried for a second. The girl trembled, unable to believe all her comrades were dead within moments. And the killer a mere human boy? Ronan said coolly. Sorry, your friends were too noisy. If you don't want to join them, behave. He burst out laughing. Now, hand over the blood essence before I lose patience. She hung her head, trembling in despair. Gritting her teeth, she screamed, what are you doing? Why let this happen? You said you'd save them? Ronan raised an eyebrow. Huh, you've lost your mind, haven't you? Just then, a voice came from behind him. Who are you talking to? Ronan turned sharply, alert. The voice rang cold. I won't let this repeat. Human Neil? Ronan staggered back, panicked. What's happening? He thought, if that thing had truly meant to kill, I'd already be dead. The figure growled, disappointing. You promised me Jajo Jin would join the clan. Pathetic, someone as weak as you bragging. You shame the Anstafil name. He continued, foolish and messy, while the blonde girl stammered in fear. Smirking, he said, your plan failed utterly. I'll reclaim the blood essence myself. Ronan froze, then chuckled. Ha, now this is getting interesting. The girl cried out, wait, please don't. She begged, just once more, give me another chance. But Ronan stepped forward coldly. Why interfere? Trying to steal everything for yourself. He added, if you truly possess the blood essence, cooperate. Only then might you walk out of here alive. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Sounds fun. Dissent it. The man raised a brow, and if I refuse? Their gazes clashed, the air freezing between them. Ronan lunged, voice icy, then taste my blade. The clash exploded, mana surging violently through the chamber. The foe laughed. Ha! Your tongue's sharper than your sword, boy! Then snarled, I control this body, reinforced with the fresh blood essence itself. Ronan frowned, so had absorbed enough blood to call himself a true entity. The foe chuckled darkly. You've got potential. Let me grant you a little special help. He roared, now show me all your strength. Ronan answered low, Arnendengain Joningain Li. The foe slashed, blood streaks turned into blades flying at Ronan. Ronan leapt back, his sword trailing a cold gleam. He snarled, bastard, it's my turn to strike back. The enemy grinned wickedly, shouting, blood surge. Ronan roared in return, Armin Kwon Set. The air quaked violently. He thought briefly, what the hell, same nonsense trick again. At once, Ronan raised his sword, body glowing as power flooded through him. He charged straight in, attacking head-on without hesitation. The explosion thundered, smoke billowing, light blinding the chamber. The foe laughed wildly. Ha! Even at my age, I've never met such talent. He glanced up, realizing, so you not only nullify magic, you cut through its very structure. Surprising, the man mused. I never thought I'd meet someone as fascinating as him again. Ronan smirked. Figures you're the boss of those damn bloodsuckers. Disgusting. He growled. Shut up and hand over the fresh blood essence. The man sneered, so quick to anger amusing. As a reward for your bravery, I'll show you my true power. Suddenly, a beam of white light crashed down from above, halting them both. The pressure threw Ronan back, slamming him into a stone wall. He looked up, voice trembling. That voice, was that you? From the light stepped Ophelia. Ronan froze. Ophelia Z9, it's really you! She smiled softly. Been a while, you're still as noisy as ever. Ronan gaped. What? I told you not to come. Why are you here? He frowned. Wait, you know this mosquito. She replied, has Baarksi gone berserva, kin of the Dark Duke, ruler of the world Macedong? Baarksi chuckled. Didn't expect to see you here, Ophelia. Stepping forward with wistful eyes, he said, I've missed you. Been well. She murmured, 83 years, hard to believe. He frowned. Then why interfere for that boy? The weak aren't worth your concern. Baarksi took another step, voice low, all I want is an apology. Ophelia gritted her teeth. One more step and he'll strike. I haven't forgotten what happened that day, she said coldly. Barksy fell silent, eyes fixed on her. At last, he sighed. That rainy day you cried so much. I still remember. He continued, I knew punishment was inevitable. I only wished for your forgiveness. I had to stop my sister then or she would harm the Duke. Her mind was already consumed. Still, what's done can't be undone. I understand and I accept it. Behind them, Ronan frowned, utterly lost, feeling like an outsider in their ancient drama. Ophelia asked, then why work with the Bloodhook? You never needed them. Tilting her head, she added, or does this tie to Jerozine's stone tongue? Barksy nodded yes. Only one reason and you know it. He and I still have an unfinished duel. We met once, on the Western continent, in a battle to the death. We fought with all our pride and honor. I've faced countless warriors, but few earned my respect. Sadly, that dawn cut our fight short. It could been the greatest duel of my life, but he vanished, leaving me without closure. Years later, while I tried to quell my thirst for battle, those youngsters approached me with an offer. They claimed to know where Jerozine was hiding, and if I gave them blood essence, they'd bring him to me. Barksy chuckled. I knew their schemes, but let them try, mere war-hungry children. And as you see, it ended in nothing but chaos. All thanks to that human boy. He started this and threw it all off balance. He glanced at Ronan, thinking, even with his power sealed, he makes me wary. Impressive. At this rate, give him 5 years, and he could have his blade at my throat. And that strange energy within him, I've never sensed anything like it. He smirked, fascinating but not the time to gamble my life. Whispering to himself, I won't repeat old mistakes nor hurt her ever again. Barksy turned to Ophelia, extending his hand. Here, take it. He offered the blood essence. Ronan reached out to receive it. This is what you've been after all along, Barksy said. Ronan blinked. Wait, you're just giving it away. That's Macedong's treasure. Barksy smiled. True, but I'm not surrendering out of weakness. My real prey is far more precious, and consider this a reunion gift for a friend from 80 years past. Ophelia stood still, looking a bit confused. She glanced subtly toward Barak. He dripped blood on the ground, a red light flaring before them. He smiled, saying it's harmless, just testing the local energy flux. From behind the wall, Ronan sensed a strange aura and turned around. Barak said, Ilgo, now hope to see you again when you're stronger, human. He chuckled, thinking the next fight would be far more exciting then. Ronan watched, amazed. Even his exit looked too smooth to be real. But what was that strange energy earlier? Something else seemed to be stirring elsewhere. How did Ophelia manage to obtain fresh blood essence so easily? Ronan smirked. You're really giving that to me, Ophelia said. Of course it took me a lifetime to get it. The teacher held Ronan's hand, eyes bright with pride and surprise. He knelt, voice trembling. Thank you, Ronan, from the bottom of my heart. Ronan sighed. Oh, come on, not again. He laughed wryly. You didn't even let me brag about my victory. A strong aura began to spread through the air. Its source was the man standing opposite Ronan. He said, nothing's worse than fighting without thrill. I'm just here to see what my old rival is plotting. Barak looked at Ophelia. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Ophelia nodded. I know, you're not the reckless type. She smiled softly, just wanted to ask something. Then she said, thank you, Barak, for helping my friend. Her voice trembled, sincere and heartfelt. Barak replied, 83 years, impressive growth. Maybe I should thank that human kid too. He smiled regretfully, wishing he could stay longer but had to leave. Lately, a secret group had been stirring chaos in Macedon. They were behind the Bloodhook gang. If anything happens, call me, I'll be waiting, he said as he faded into the air. His last words lingered. Ophelia, my eternal rose! Meanwhile, Ronan's teacher collapsed to his knees, tears flowing with emotion. Ronan sighed. Really, uncle? He smiled. You did even let me boast a little. Then Professor Jerozin began experiment number 114. He used Serente's mana fused with the fresh blood essence. The final results would take a long time to appear. Yet perhaps that very weight kept him alive and motivated. He murmured, Ronan, you've changed so much since last time. The energy within you is erasing the curse and growing stronger. When asked, Ronan laughed. Yeah, fighting those bloodhooks got messy, but it's all fine now. Ophelia nodded. I see you must met May. She smiled. No wonder that energy felt so familiar, it was hers. Upon arrival, Ronan was stunned such a remote place could even exist. Amid the ruins stood a statue of the god Senyao, dusty yet radiant with holiness. Judging by how it was hidden, he figured the bloodhooks never knew it was there. He wondered if this had once been a forgotten shrine of an ancient deity. Then suddenly, energy from the statue surged into Ronan, blinding him. The aura swirled, then merged with him as he stood still, letting it seep in. Ophelia watched and said softly, not sure what's happening, but it seems like a rare blessing. She thought this power would expand his mana channels further, though it'd take time to stabilize. At least now Ronan could finally wield basic magic. She smiled. No need to say it, you can already feel how much stronger you've become. Ronan wondered quietly, could he truly control the original sword now? Not an illusion, real power was awakening within him. 4 days later, in the city before the Romaigia Mountains, chaos reigned as citizens fled in terror. Even soldiers armed themselves and hastily formed defenses. As rumored, a real dragon had appeared at Romaigia. That was the very reason Ronan returned home. 4 days before Yaizu left, he'd received an urgent message from Chiend. The report said monsters had surrounded the mountain for unknown reasons. Thankfully, casualties were low. Grancia knights had arrived but not enough to calm Ronan. And this morning, witnesses swore they saw a massive dragon soaring above the peak. A real one? Ronan froze dragons could fly high, breathe poison, and even clan leaders feared them. At this rate, Yeezy's safety could no longer be guaranteed. That was Chien's opinion, prompting an immediate defense plan. Events escalated far faster than expected. Ronan gritted his teeth, unforgivable, ruining the trip Yizu had long awaited. He vowed to protect her first, then wipe out every monster on that mountain. Another voice called out, "Let's split up here. The knights have secured paths a cell and I will catch up later." Ronan frowned. Why split up? I just want to check around. Something feels off. His comrade's tone hardened. And don't go near her, or you'll be a corpse. Watch your mouth. You're talking to a Grand Shar Knight! Still, even if you refuse help, ill-move hesitation only endangers Yazu, and my honor forbids that. With that, he turned and shouted, "I'm heading out first." Ronan nodded firmly, then galloped into the thick mist. Asio called out, "What's that uneasy feeling, Ronan? Did you notice anything strange?" Ronan scanned around. The ancestral monsters now stirred violently, their bodies growing larger, a chillingly familiar sight. It mirrored the chaos from Grand Cappadocia and the Vizian range before. Asio asked suspiciously, "You think someone's behind this?" Ronan muttered, "Maybe a Clysio, but I'm not certain yet. Just a hunch, but we need to investigate the central zone, the heart of this disturbance." Since the sealing order lost effect, only those attuned to mana could trace its source. Ronan pressed his lips, convinced it had to be him. Across the vast plains ahead, he spurred his horse at full speed. Wind roared by, dust rising beneath the gallop. Elsewhere, hundreds of beasts gathered as their leader growled, "Good, I've subdued all creatures in this area. A pity if not for the Lord's Viren decree. I'd have purged these faithless scum already." In his mind, one thought echoed. None of them could be saved as eerie singing drifted through the cold air. Suddenly, the monsters froze, their eyes vacant, entranced. The leader frowned. What's happening to them? Another overseer muttered, could they be afraid of something? Strange brainwashed beasts shouldn't even know fear. A violet light tore open the air, and a shadowed figure stepped forth through the smoke. He advanced slowly, each step echoing, making the overseer tremble and scream in pain. In the dark, black claws gleamed like blades of death. The crowd froze, unable to believe what they saw. His cold voice rang out, "So this is where you've been hiding all along." He raised his hand, dark mana swirling, eyes piercing straight into the other's soul. The overseer barely screamed, "Nebula Glacier?" before his head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The stench of blood spread fast, dyeing the air crimson. The monsters staggered back in utter terror. The stranger kept slaughtering them one by one, without hesitation. No creature was spared by his hand. Anyone blocking his path fell within a heartbeat. The survivors cowered, hiding, too scared to move. He smirked. The real hunt was only beginning. Light flashed now. In his hand gleamed the holy sword Jailata Gung. Dawn broke, cold winds sweeping through the city. The city gates slowly closed as alarm horns blared. Ronan cursed, "Damn it, blocked again!" He frowned. This road was now under control. Things were getting messy. Worse, the guards weren't regular soldiers, they were Beaskin, the Empire's elite troops. A commanding voice roared, "Halt! No Beaskin may enter today without orders. Others, stand back or turn away." It was a direct order from the commander of the Empire's elite monster extermination force. Ronan muttered, "Japa Tugung, don't tell me." The Empire's sword saint, the commander who once defeated Instructor Navasu, it was really him. "Japa himself!" His comrade gasped. "Things are that bad," Ronan replied. "No way, they wouldn't deploy that unit over mere monster riots." He nodded slightly. "Looks like our earlier prediction was right. Everything was surely linked to that scum from the Xinyan Gelaju organization." Ronan shouted, "Activate mind motion. Acel, we'll scale the palace wall and check the nearby forest. There'll definitely be traces of them there." He yanked the reins and dashed off without hesitation, deep within the dense foggy forest. Giant beasts stirred, launching attacks skyward. They howled, circling the skies as if preparing to dive. A warrior panicked. "I've lost contact with the ground team. They were supposed to wait for the signal." The green-haired man barked, "Something's changed. We must prepare for immediate response." Another shook his head. "No, YYN is still our focus. Don't rush. Early losses would ruin us. But if the plan stalls, Lord Bajon will never forgive us." The commander growled, "Stick to the route. Our mission is to keep brainwashing Ivan. No new complications allowed." At that moment, Ronan spotted the target, eyes flashing. Finally, their nest. He shouted, "ACO now!" A flying beast above suddenly froze midair. It noticed giant boulders hurtling upward from the ground. It screamed, "Dodge!" But the swirling energy slowed its body. It couldn't react in time. "What the hell? Where are those boulders coming from?" yelled the green-haired man. ACO focused intensely, eyes glowing. The massive stones bent to her will. She shouted, "Hold the target steady!" The entire space trembled, energy building to explode. The monster shrieked, trying to counter but failed. It was struck repeatedly, slammed into the ground over and over. A distant mage gaped. Impossible, she can control objects that huge. Someone cried, she's the Grand Mage of the Magic Tower, how can she be that strong? Ronan gripped his sword tight, smiling at the massive beast, a perfect opponent to test his power. He smirked, let's see if my sword aura is the real deal, then charged straight at the monster. The beast roared, finally noticing him. It twisted and lunged back with a fierce counterattack. Ronan instantly sensed its power far stronger than expected, its range and mana beyond normal limits. Ronan chuckled, so that's how it is? Before him, the wounded beasts lay mangled, bodies marked with deep, brutal scars. The opponent gaped, stammering, how is that possible? Ronan landed lightly, brushing dust from his coat, eyes cold. He glanced around, clearly these fat fools only noticed him by accident. He smirked, I'm just a local really. She screamed furiously, you lunatic, shut up! Shut up now! Who are you to meddle in our affairs? She roared in rage. She lunged, but Ronan countered so fast her sword hadn't even touched before being deflected. He tilted his head, grinning, sorry, my hand slipped, I was aiming for your wrist. He shrugged, didn't mean to take the whole arm off, my bad. She glared, face twisted in pain. Her scream tore the air, full of hatred and fear. Tears streamed down, mixing with the crimson blood. You maniac, my arm, she shrieked. Ronan narrowed his eyes, that cry pure, bottom-feeder tone. Someone's pulling your strings. Who is it? She only whimpered, it hurts, it hurts. She tried to cast a healing spell, but the blood wouldn't stop. Ronan growled, shut your mouth! His voice darkened. After all the villages you destroyed, you still dare to beg. He barked, enough dodging, speak! What are you monsters scheming? He raised his sword, roaring, you bastards, what the hell are you planning? She burst into laughter through tears. Don't make me laugh. She muttered, you think you're the one chosen by light. You'll ruin the mission for a filthy brat. I'll finish it all even if I die because of you, she screamed. Ronan squinted, mission? What mission? He sneered, so now you decide to fight back. A flash erupted with a screech, a massive beast charged forward. Ronan turned, lo, a new trick already. He saw it clearly, a gigantic dragon, scales black as night. He frowned, waited, hit its aura so well I could even sense it. She cackled, too late for that realization? That's the strongest dragon I ever tamed, your personal death gift. It'll swallow you whole, nothing left but dust and bones. The dragon roared, jaws wide, aiming to devour Ronan. Ronan froze briefly, eyes narrowing, something felt off. From the smoke, a figure appeared. His burning gaze radiated the aura of a veteran of 100 battles. The woman gasped, no way! She trembled, Japa, why are you here? The newcomer nodded, his silhouette firm under the blinding light. He smiled, hello and goodbye. Ronan's eyes widened. The sword Saint Japa? Japa lifted his head, gaze calm yet sharp as a blade. Ronan met his stare, unable to hide his excitement. Japa spoke softly, kid, you ready? A surge of mana thundered, pressure crushing the entire area. Ronan clenched his fists, wind howling around him. In a blink, he sidestepped a flash strike. The dragon beneath them was cleaved apart by Japa's unseen slash, blood erupting skyward. Ronan's jaw dropped, damn it, he didn't even draw his sword! Everything shattered with one swing, absurdly overwhelming power. Ronan laughed weakly. At this level, what's the point of fighting? Japa stepped forward, hand raised toward him. From the sky, star-like lights rained down, circling the two. The ground quaked, then exploded with a deafening roar. Ronan was thrown back, blood at his lips, but he still stood with his sword. Japa's cold voice cut through, get up and answer carefully. His eyes were blades. What exactly are you? I feel no faith from you, not like those crazed believers. He sneered, hey, stupid cat, you think you're worthy to talk to me? Ronan frowned, you talk too damn much, wanna die. Ronan raised his sword, shut up and get ready. He dashed forward, countering with blistering speed. Japa froze for a moment, clearly surprised by his strength. He gritted his teeth, damn this power! Despite the difference in level, Ronan's strike forced him half a step back. Japa thought silently, he's not as weak as I assumed. He stood firm, taking the blows calmly, more observing than fighting. Ronan narrowed his eyes. So that's why he avoided fighting Nibiru. He had a reason. He knew he couldn't win yet. He had to make this sword saint drop his guard first. Japa said softly, you truly are a warrior. He tilted his head. Roman Jibing Zyker, quite a fitting title for you. He kept watching, a faint smile on his lips. If you're ready, I'll give you a proper duel, he said, Ronan's reflection gleaming on his blade. Ronan lifted his sword, eyes firm. Japa murmured, come attack me head on if you dare. At that instant, Ronan gathered all his energy, an immense force rising around him. The surge exploded, shaking the ground violently. Through the smoke, Japa laughed, praising yet mocking, still a bit lacking, boy. Yet Ronan's defense was astonishingly solid. Japa then squinted, those movements looked oddly familiar. Suddenly he asked straight out if Ronan was a student of Nibiru. Ronan replied dryly he was Zonin from Philion Academy, mocking the silly question. Then he sneered, weaklings like you can only dream. Japa growled back, telling him to lie there and keep dreaming. Then he looked up and asked plainly, you understand me now, sword? Japa smirked, admitting Ronan's guts just like his master. He bowed slightly, laughing that his greeting might been a bit rough but worth it. Then added, as a warrior, you should know what I mean. He lunged, launching a ferocious assault. Unexpectedly, Ronan snapped back, calling him a damn cat, and countered. Instantly, Japa's strike-coated J3 came slicing straight for him. The battlefield turned to chaos, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. Japa watched sharply, eyes cold and calculating. Ronan took the hit, thrown far by the brutal impact. A beastskin warrior asked, "Commander, what do we do with the kid?" Japa turned. It was the hyena, leader of Beast Unit No. 3. Then the bear, commander of Unit 2, spoke up suspiciously. VD snapped, "Do you even need to ask? Did you see who his sword pointed at?" So they decided to act on their own to end it here and now. Both lunged together, launching a fierce assault on Ronan. Ronan retreated swiftly, dodging and creating defensive distance. His gaze sharpened, locking on the enemies before him. He growled, "You think I'm afraid of zealots like you?" As soon as he finished, they countered with a violent strike. But Ronan had already drawn steel, flashing in his grip. The enemies gasped. Ronan was suddenly behind them. One laughed in thrill, admitting he was quite the opponent. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Halt! The fight's not sanctioned!" The Lion Beast deputy commander, Demi, asked coldly, "You dare break protocol, VD?" Several soldiers arrived, ordering a ceasefire, declaring Ronan no enemy. Demi spoke firmly, "He deserves recognition as an equal." Everyone stared, shocked that one so young earned such respect. Then they understood he was the direct disciple of the famed Naviro. They whispered, "Could he really take down an entire unit alone?" Others murmured, "Maybe he carries the hidden power of dragons." VD chuckled awkwardly, admitting he acted before thinking, and begged secrecy. Ronan thought quietly, that bear's probably seen some dark times. Right then, Nemi appeared, confirming the area was fully secured. She reported that every monster in the region had been wiped out. The suspicious zealots had also been subdued. Ronan looked up, seeing them all slowly rising into the sky. 8 team members landed, forming a neat formation. The intervention was over. The protection mission complete. Nemi turned and formally introduced herself to Ronan. She said she was the Beastskin unit commander serving directly under the Emperor. Her unit specialized in hunting and eradicating cults hidden across the Empire. Japa just chuckled quietly, unshackling himself as he prepared to leave. Ronan, curious, wondered about that so-called hunting division. Meanwhile, in the Zomaija Mountains, a different scene unfolded. From afar, sacred bells rang, announcing the start of a ritual. Crowds gathered, footsteps echoing heavily through the valley. Villagers trembled as the knights approached, utterly confused. Someone muttered that none of this made any sense. Another asked, "Zonan's sister, can you explain what's going on?" Yuri looked at him softly. "Are you really Ronan's friend?" The man bowed, apologizing to Eri for angering her. In haste to form the rapid response cavalry, he hadn't sent word ahead, so he begged forgiveness for his abrupt arrival. Then he introduced himself as Knight Suli Pen. He said, "On behalf of House Granzer, I'm here to escort Lady Eri safely." Then he asked if they could begin packing. Ronan frowned, still mumbling about that hunting division. He thought, such a unit never existed before. Maybe it formed after the Nebula Classa incident. Unexpectedly, Jaffa was now commanding that special force. Ronan asked how they found those hidden traitors so efficiently. Jaffa replied, "Old methods are useless now. Your intel's impressive though." He was about to continue when a sudden sound cut him off. A shout, Ronan, made everyone turn. It was Axel, lifted helplessly into the air by a giant beast. She screamed in panic, "Ronan, help me!" The beast explained it caught her sneaking suspiciously around the zone. A soldier asked if they should kill her, since her crying was hurting his ears. Axel trembled and begged. Jaffa looked to Ronan, who confirmed, "Yes, she's my friend." As night fell, Jaffa reported the results of the battle. Nemi added that the traitors had manipulated monsters to spread chaos. Zifa analyzed their true target lay in the mountain center. Yes, specifically the Romaira Pass. It was the Empire's main transport route, handling nearly 1/3 of its goods. Meaning, destroying it would instantly collapse the imperial economy. Thus, their choice of target was deliberate. Yet their real motive remained unclear. Ronan asked, with such tight security, how dare they strike there? Jaffa barked, "You think a few beasts can destroy that vital route?" He pressed his sword close, threatening, "Talk or die." His tone hardened. "What exactly are you hiding?" One of the traitors lifted her head, eyes cold as stone. She closed her eyes and smiled with eerie defiance. Her sinister grin widened. "You think we fear death?" She hissed, "Faithless filth, you'll be punished." Suddenly, waves of magic light burst around the cultists. The streams of energy converged, merging into one. Ronan realized their mana was being drawn to a single point. They chanted, "O stars above, bear witness to this sacrifice." Then, in unison, they offered up their souls, ready to self-destruct for the ritual. Holy flames erupted, consuming everything in the area. The chanting echoed, daring anyone to defy the stars. Blinding light spread, illuminating the whole forest. Rays pierced through the canopy, glittering like falling stars. Amid the spectacle, the knights quietly advanced toward the flames. One looked up and sighed. "Seems the gods chose us for this mission." Still, facing Jaffa Hedon was beyond mortal reach. A knight mourned fallen comrades and suggested retreat. But the leader roared, "No, retreat only lets the enemy regroup. If we delay, our sacred mission will become impossible." So even if this isn't the core zone, we can't stall any longer. He placed a strange device on the ground amid the Romaira peaks, its purpose to punish the faithless betrayers of the church. Spells erupted, swirling violently through the air. Each member summoned energy, combining it into a ritual. Before them, a crimson object glowed like a blazing eye. He explained it was the Great Lord's masterpiece, 30 magic layers strong, enough to erase a region. Until it fully charged, their only task was to keep it hidden. Two answered, understood Ivan, the ex-knight commander, and Blois, a former tower mage. A soldier asked, Lord Baron, will you inherit Bridgier's seat after this? Baron smiled, confirming he'd already received divine blessing before the ceremony. He said this mission required protection from the blast, so the grace was granted early. Though weaker than Bridgier, carrying that blessing was enough. With it, he could survive any calamity. Suddenly he froze, sensing a strange energy closing in. Instinct flared, he raised a protective barrier around himself. But the external pressure grew so fierce it felt ready to explode. Jafa's voice rang out, surprised they detected the mana so quickly. He snarled, how did you find my location? Then an echo replied, the holy sword Jafa has arrived. Jafa stepped forward, sneering, you thought you could hide from me. He added, from the moment I entered Romaira, I saw you all clearly. I only waited to see what tricks you'd attempt. The deluded still believed themselves safe. Now fight with everything you have till your final breath. 10 minutes earlier, Ronan had still been frozen by the bizarre scene. He asked, that's a mana-based self-destruction spell, isn't it? Then signaled his allies to coordinate. Nami nodded, whispering, you ready, Ronan? He shot forward like an arrow. All eyes followed his movement. A shout, Ronan, move! Tightened the air like a drawn bowstring. Blinding attacks rained down, sparks flooding the battlefield. Ronan gripped his sword, mana gathering along the blade. He landed, the impact scattering stones. His body soared again, slashing straight into the red light. The enemies panicked, unable to believe their sacred flame was extinguished. Their protection shattered, the ritual collapsing instantly. The three leaders were decapitated, blood painting the rocks. Jafa nodded slightly, impressive, a formidable team indeed. Then he roared, play dirty and die dirty. The clash of two powers canceled their magic entirely. Jafa realized the boy had literally sliced through mana itself. He said, holy sword, you know these fools once stop, they'll resurface again. He asserted there was surely a much stronger mastermind behind them. Ronan replied, if you're the unit's vanguard, you must have a way to track them. He proposed, let's work together to hunt down the next lead. Jafa replied, then I shall help you in return, you'll gain the Emperor's favor. He frowned slightly, saying he couldn't sense magic until he was actually struck. In other words, the enemy's attack held no magic, just pure, raw force of wind pressure. Luonan thought, holy sword Jafa, I've heard countless rumors about that name. But in truth, he was nothing short of a monster disguised as a man. It seemed they had met a truly formidable guest from the very start. Jafa growled, you think you can escape from me? The enemy replied, of course, for the mission of the stars, I fear nothing. Then, the whole group charged at Jafa with ferocious force. In a blink, an immense power collided, shaking the ground violently. Kiloi Satting, the leading warrior, stepped forth through the smoke. Jafa observed, muttering, a mix of knight and mage, not bad. He chuckled, if I had brought my army, this would be even more fun. He lowered his stance, seeing this as a fine chance for training. Both sides clashed, sword aura and spells exploding in chaos. The air grew thick, as if fate itself guided them toward a defining battle. Amid the turmoil, Jafa said softly, an honor to fight a warrior as strong as you. He smiled fiercely, let's see whose sword truly deserves glory. The enemy roared, if I defeat the holy sword, my honor shall live forever. In a flash, their blades met, unleashing a storm of magic energy. Jafa's strike was light as breeze, yet the foe's sword shattered instantly. Yifan stood frozen nearby, unable to believe what he'd just seen. Jafa asked, you call this battle an act of honor? His voice turned cold, you dare speak of honor while soaked in sin. With one slash, the man's head flew off, blood staining the stone red. Jafa dashed nearly a kilometer in a blink, slaughtering without mercy. He roared, don't taint the title of warrior with your filthy lies! Balui stood by, stunned, speechless. Rage burst forth as he screamed, damn you cursed magic freak! But a moment later, Jafa cleaved him in half amid an explosion. Jafa dropped to one knee, breathing heavily after the relentless assault. Baling still stood, conjuring a barrier of magic to draw in energy. Jafa stared, you look familiar, were you once with the death cult? He spoke coldly, the one who massacred Aten village, was it you? Balang smirked and chuckled, not denying the accusation. He said, what an honor, that the legendary sword still remembers me. Now I merely serve the stars, leaving that shameful past behind. Jafa shrugged, I don't care, your end will be no different. He continued, no matter your loyalty, the truth remains unchanged. You are fated for destruction. Balang closed his eyes, gathering magic for his final counterattack. He smiled coldly, a wicked light flashing in his gaze. O stars, bless me, he chanted as his power erupted violently. Jafa faltered briefly, sensing something beyond his expectations. Balang laughed, so even you admit I'm stronger than you thought. Then he said, but all power must eventually crumble, and the ones who bring it down are the stars themselves. You are but a mortal forever beneath the holy light. Balang growled, well, Jaifa, how does it feel facing that power? He sneered, feel it the greatness of the stars you once mocked. Then he grinned, I wonder, holy sword, how does collapse feel? Jaifa gripped his sword, steel blazing bright in the dark. He said, you're still lost in delusion even as you're dying. That's why I'll end you right here. He lunged as sword light flared. Balang braced himself, trembling, shouting, impossible this power. In the choking smoke, Balang barely saw everything around him shatter. Jaifa lowered his sword, standing tall amid the glowing ashes. The witnesses were terrified he'd done all that with mere sword aura. That power rivaled a grand archmage's beyond imagination. Few in the Empire could ever reach such a combat level. But Balang laughed, too bad, even your sword aura means nothing. Before the stars' blessed power, all effort is illusion. He lifted his head, laughing madly, so Jaifa, feel it now! The red orb kept sucking in magic around it, glowing brighter. Balang shouted, if you're wise, retreat now, still a chance to live! Jaifa chuckled, the weak will turn to ash and vanish across these mountains. He admitted the power was troublesome, hard to counter without preparation. One day, such energy would surely become a terrible calamity. Jaifa gripped his sword, then I'll end this properly. He smirked, let's see if the star's blessing can stop me. Balang panicked, feeling pressure far beyond any strike before. It was the radiant aura, a duel between man and the sky itself. Balang hissed, impressive Jaifa, truly impressive! He growled, strongest on the continent, show me your full power! But suddenly, another strange light cut through the battlefield. Luonan yelled, enough! At this rate, you'll blow up the whole mountain before the bomb does. Jaifa turned, you're here too? Faster than I expected, Luonan. Luonan shrugged, never heard that one before. If it's really a blessing, step outside and prove it. No matter how strong Jaifa was, the situation couldn't last longer. Alone, he couldn't handle the exploding magic sphere. Luonan urged, now's not the time for pride, I can handle this better than you. A warrior shouted in shock, that kid just talked to the holy sword? Luonan replied coolly, hey, thanks old man. Your yelling told me everything now, I just need to drop you and neutralize that orb. Once that's done, this whole mess will vanish. He glanced at Balang, leader, that so-called blessing looks flashy, but you're not even half as strong as that lunatic Bulaji I took down. Balang gasped, how do you know her name? He roared, so it was you who killed Bulaji, not Salangt. Jaifa snarled, you dare insult Bulaji's honor? Bastard! He drew his sword, want me to tear you apart right here. Balang screamed back, Bulaji was a great devotee, she led a whole branch with her might. A tiny creature like you, with that cheap magic. How dare you stain her name? You heartless fool! Luonan frowned, if you really want the truth, then let me tell it, straight from one who was there. Balang raised a brow, so, not just talk, you want to fight too. Jaifa growled, Bulaji would never lose to trash like you, even at her weakest. And at those words, Balang's body was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Blood splattered as steel clanged across the mountains. Luonan dashed through the smoke, finishing him with a clean strike. He exhaled, that crazy Bulaji died just like you. From the ashes, a dark soul emerged, a ghostly specter rising. The crimson orb rolled on the ground, magic swirling violently around it. Then the light faded, and silence swallowed everything. Luonan looked down and murmured, so was that your answer? He turned to Jaifa, now then, have you found your answer too? Jaifa stood frozen, speechless, staring at the fading glow. Balang stammered, impossible, how could a child's sword pierce the blessing? He trembled, that power, it breaks the very laws of this world. A whisper echoed, one who bears the soul of a ruthless leader. But in the end, who is he, really? As Balang lifted his head in despair, Luonan charged in, his blade blazing. Jaifa watched the corpse fall. You actually killed him, good, quick and clean. Luonan replied, fanatics like him are just the start, the real problem's their leader. Since they've turned extremist, I've got to keep my head cool and my goal clear. Jaifa muttered, shameful, I still could surpass the star's blessing. If I fought again, I might find the clue. Luonan grimaced, are you kidding? Your sword aura nearly leveled the whole forest. Use radiant aura for real, and the mountains would be gone. Jaifa laughed, thanks to you, we ended early. It'll save my curiosity for next time. He turned and asked, Luonan, tell me, what do you want most? What? Why ask that? The emperor told me to reward those who crush the cult, so name your wish. Jaifa said seriously, I can give you anything within the empire's power. Really? That's awesome! Luonan grinned. He replied coolly, I need someone strong like you. See you soon. Meanwhile, the empire's most honored figure was on the road to the capital. The carriage wheels turned steadily under the golden sunset. Yili watched the darkening sky, her breath calm in the cold wind. She smiled, this trip's lighter than I imagined. A soldier said, young master told us to prepare, I thought we'd be fighting monsters. The group laughed, and one asked, hey, do you know who that woman in the carriage is? No clue, but she's escorted by Granxy knights, she must be important. Heard she's got a special bond with the young lord, someone whispered. Sulipen coughed softly, hiding the blush beneath his stern face. He asked, Lady Yili, are you tired from the ride? If so, I'll switch your carriage. Not at all. Serpent's comfier than my own home. He smiled, and you. Riding all day must be tiring too, right? If you feel worn out, you can rest in the carriage with me, he joked half seriously. Yuli laughed softly, while he scratched his head awkwardly. Oh wait, really? Then he shouted, no, I'm on an important mission right now. Everyone burst out laughing. The air felt lighter. If you get tired, just say so. Well rest, he added. The convoy rolled on, hooves pounding rhythmically on the ground. Suli Pen frowned, sensing something off. Suddenly, he shouted, something's approaching. He felt a strange energy strong enough to crush his breath. All units, positions, protect Lady Yili at all costs, Suli Pen commanded. For the honor of Belangson, he roared. For the honor of Luncia, the troops shouted in unison. He thought, this power far beyond any Yu-Yung-class creature. Only something monstrously powerful could emit such pressure. He gripped his sword, tight, the force pressed from afar already. What the hell is that? He yelled, charging forward. The air screamed as energy waves collided like a storm. Suli Pen drew his blade, cracks splitting beneath his feet. A deep voice echoed, I've had quite a few surprises today. Rumor said you were strong, but they still underestimated you. A fine defense, one of the Empire's rising disciples, he chuckled. Among the next generation of sword masters, only 2 are truly worthy. Then he raised a brow, but why point your sword at Granx's banner? Suli Pen roared, what trick are you pulling now? The stranger smirked, relax, it's just a greeting. For warriors, actions speak louder than words. Suli Pen snapped, nonsense! No greeting like that exists here! Hearing that voice, he froze. It was disturbingly familiar. His steps halted, everyone's eyes turned forward. From the smoke, Lunan appeared, laughing. Well done. Suli Pen! We're here to back you up. Relax, man. Cheer up. Lunan patted his comrade's shoulder. Because today, we've got the best escort team in the whole Empire. In the distance, dozens of beasts appeared, the terrifying beast legion of Jiaifa. Luonan laughed loudly. Well, at least you guarded my sister perfectly, Suli Pen! The next day in Yinlong capital, the clear sky welcomed them with brilliant morning sun. Oh my god, unbelievable! Yili gasped in awe. Is this really where we'll live? She asked, voice trembling with joy. Luonan chuckled. That's the 100th time you've asked. I've lost count already. It's right next to Piao Lien, safe and convenient, you can visit me easily. Suli Pen said softly, I hired the best craftsmen from my clan, no expense spared. I hope you like it. Yili twirled in the hall. Like it. It feels straight out of a fairy tale. She beamed. Thank you, Sir Suli Pen, and you too, Luonan. I'm so happy. She grabbed both their hands. Come on, let's go inside. Today's special, we must celebrate. Luonan grinned awkwardly. I'm cooking today, get ready for homemade greatness. They entered together, the air filled with fresh joy. Suddenly, a shout erupted outside. Explain yourself, you two-legged monster! Everyone froze. A furious woman's voice echoed through the hall. Luonan blinked. That voice sounds familiar. The newcomer was none other than Professor Nefeluo, his former teacher. The two faced each other, tension crackling like a drawn bow. Jiaifa narrowed his eyes. Long time no see, Nefeluo, still fiery as ever. He mocked. Tell me, how do you teach with that temper of yours? Nefeluo shot back. You plan to lecture me on teaching? Beast in human skin. She growled. This isn't your territory, leave before I lose patience. Jiaifa laughed. Your tongue's still as sharp as ever. I wonder if you can handle the weight of those words. He sneered. Or have you forgotten your humiliating defeat? The day you lost your holy sword title, I remember it well. The air thickened, mana surging violently. Everyone stood frozen, afraid to move. Jiaifa smirked. If you really want to try, then I'll gladly teach you again. Through action. Episode 9 Nefeluo. The sword sage begins with thunder roaring above. Panic spread. What's happening? I can move my body! A strange energy numbed everyone completely. They couldn't lift a finger. Jiaifa grimaced. Venomous serpent, huh? You paralyzed me this much without even trying. He growled. So, you've gotten stronger than I thought, Nefeluo. She replied coldly. Then draw your sword, Jiaifa! Fine, he scoffed. I'll humor you. He stood tall, his blade blazing with majestic light. A thunderous explosion shook the entire district. Are you people insane? Luonan shouted. You're fighting in front of someone's house? He yelled angrily. Yili pulled Luonan back. Careful! Stay away! Luonan barked. Do you even realize what happens if my sister gets hurt? I swear, if she loses a single hair, you're both dead, his voice thundered. He added, you two swing swords like kids, don't you know how dangerous this is? Nefeluo flushed. Of course I know, but it's unbearable. Jiaifa sighed. True, I did lose my temper a bit. He bowed slightly. Apologies for my rude behavior, serpent lady. Anyway, mission accomplished, I must leave now, Luonan. Jiaifa continued. I hope next time you'll be even stronger. Farewell. He turned away, leaving a heavy silence behind. Luonan exhaled, finally quiet again. Typical holy sword trouble follows everywhere. He turned to Nefeluo. So what brings you here this morning? Explain yourself, Luonan, she snapped, face flushed with anger. Alright, I'll tell you everything, no details skipped. Luonan raised his hands in surrender. Inside the spacious house, the two sat facing each other in tense silence. The air calmed, only the soft wind whispering through the window. Nefeluo nodded. I see, so that's how it all happened. Soon after, as a reward for the Romaija mission, that monster even helped him move his sister's house personally. Yet, it seemed that Beast truly liked him to do something that absurd. So it's best not to get entangled with such a dangerous being again. Just then, Walian, the Ikela, was mentioned. 10 years ago, the North had been ravaged during the event called Night of the Wolf. The one who led that chaos was none other than the fiend Jaipa. Even if he now served the Empire, she still could believe a man like that. When the war neared its end, Jaipa suddenly appeared to negotiate offering surrender in exchange for the North's safety. The Emperor, after weighing his power, agreed through a blood pact, and the people cheered for the famed swordsman. Yet in her eyes, he was merely hiding his fangs to shield his own. Once that pact breaks, hell become a catastrophe for the Empire. That is Jaipa, the man of two terrifying faces. Ah yes, Jaipa, that name's impossible to forget. He never revealed his identity, even when fighting A2 Ute. It's possible he was purged under imperial orders, like many other warriors. But she couldn't rule out that he still lived. Silence fell, no one spoke a word. Then she said she had another matter to discuss, though she'd just been distracted. Nafilu asked gravely, what you said earlier, was it true? At that she asked, so can you freely use sword aura now? Luan answered firmly, yes, I can. Nafilu nodded and smiled, still rough, but looks like Jiluajin helped you somewhat. She signaled immediately, good, let's start today's lesson. Then commanded clearly, everyone take your positions. Luonan stepped forward, drew his sword, ready to show how far he'd come. Meanwhile, Yili and Sulipin were enjoying lunch peacefully, calm wrapping them both. Nafilio explained, the test is simple. Just show me your sword aura. She emphasized, what matters isn't the slash force, but the flow of mana within the blade. Luan replied promptly, understood, Professor. He raised his sword, breath brimming with energy, then swung sharply. Many cuts followed, tracing lines of light through the air. The vibrant aura surged then vanished in an instant. Luan froze, muttering, why did it disappear so fast? He frowned. It was strong yesterday, what happened? As he prepared to try again, Nefelu interrupted. Stop, just as I suspected. She said, channeling mana into your sword is progress, but it's not true sword aura. What you formed is merely a temporary empowered / not refined essence. Still, she admitted, cutting down a wyvern as a first ire is impressive enough. Luonan asked, surprised, so the difference is that big? I thought it was just stronger mana. She replied, if you think sword aura is just condensed mana for damage, you're mistaken. Treating mana as mere brute power, that's a shallow view. Its true strength lies in helping you ascend to the next realm. That's why I needed to test you to gauge your grasp and tailor your training. Right now, you probably still can't feel what I mean, but luck never stays with one person forever. This difference could one day decide your life or death. At that moment, Luonan suddenly recalled flashes of past images. The professor stayed silent, simply watching him. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying this was only the beginning, every flaw could still be mended. And I'll be the one to help you complete it. Now then, let's rebuild your most basic foundations first. She took his sword, saying that once he truly understood mana, all this would become easy. Luonan asked in surprise, Professor, why is my La Mancha? Suddenly, the blade burst with intense energy. Its light flared so brightly that Luonan had to squint. She said, watch closely, Luonan. This is the true form of La Mancha. Luonan asked, you mean this shape? She nodded, yes, that crimson glow resonates with my mana, awakening its hidden power. Just like my Udusa or Duke Lancia's Parrot legendary blades conceal terrifying might. And when that true strength awakens, she gripped the hilt, mana surging around the blade. Their power surpasses ordinary limits many times over. A true masterpiece forged by Jaluanai himself. Luonan's eyes widened, stunned by the sight. Just one swing shook the whole arena. When I channeled mana, nothing happened, she replied coldly. Because your mana's too weak, La Mancha can't resonate. A sword knows its master's frailty best. Luonan frowned, insulted, but swallowed his anger and thought. Fine, he said, at least now I see my goal clearly. Where do we start, Professor? I'll make this insolent sword understand who its true master is. Nefilo smiled, admiring the resolve in his eyes. Good, begin by sustaining your mana flow continuously. On the first day, Luonan held his mana for only 48 seconds. On the third, she warned, don't lose focus, and he reached 1 minute 32. By the fifth, it rose to 2 minutes 12. Gradually 250, 341, and by day 14, 5 minutes 12. Finally, he broke the 13-minute mark, something that takes years for others. She ordered, now maintain it and release your sword aura. He replied, of course, lifting his sword as power erupted. Luonan swung La Mancha, its light blazing brilliantly. The wave of aura struck, shaking the training dummies ahead. A sharp wind whooshed past. Every dummy was cleaved in an instant. Luonan grinned, guess I learned from the best. Nefilo nodded approvingly, well done, clear progress. She asked, now do you see why patience was needed? Yes, Luonan said, I can feel every sense in my body more clearly now. And beyond that, I sense a vast power lying dormant inside. The mana's true strength still sleeps within me. Seems you've mastered the basic foundation at last. A voice called, such inspiring passion, voluntarily torturing your student after hours. Nefilo chuckled, my love for teaching hasn't changed. A man approached, arrogant posture, aura of a seasoned swordsman. Forgive the intrusion, he said. I have an important matter to discuss, concerning your most beloved student. Luonan stepped back, thinking, Professor Jiluojian. Why did he come here himself? Nephelio asked quietly. If it's about my student, does it concern his mana? He replied. Indeed. Luonan's physique is unique. He needs regular evaluation. She raised an eyebrow, not using that as an excuse for gain. Are you? He waved his hands. No, absolutely not. She warned. Then don't make me misunderstand. This isn't a place for mercenaries. Hands off your sword. He replied. I only came to offer a bit of hope. Thanks to Luonan, Suna's finally showing progress after all these years. Nephelio frowned slightly. Zek, are you talking about that Suna? He nodded. Yes. Still a long road ahead, but at least there's light now. It'd be good if you visited. Suna loves hearing your adventure tales. He added, also, my visit today isn't just about Luonan, it's about Ayasen. At Luonan's request, I've been quietly investigating Ayasen for some time. Though there's not enough proof yet, if my theory's right, then that girl is in danger. Her power is so immense she can barely control it herself. He looked at Nephelio. You've known that risk for a long time, haven't you? That's why I kept her close to monitor her. Nephelio cut in sharply. Even if there's danger, that girl won't fall so easily as you think. So don't assume you have the right to decide her future. He snorted, smiling helplessly. Alright, if you say so, I'll respect that. I'll let her choose her own path. The broken training dummies still lay scattered, heads severed. Luonan glanced at Nephelio, noticing her irritation hadn't faded. He asked curiously, by the way, what was that about mercenaries earlier? The man replied, indeed, over 10 years ago, Nephelio and I were famous mercenaries in the south. It didn't start well. Our first meeting was when we were hired to kill each other. We fought fiercely, life and death a blade apart. I still remember every detail of that day. Back then, Nephelio was death incarnate. Even now, the thought gives me chills. He chuckled bitterly. Compared to then, she's gentler now. Luonan gawked. That's gentle! He continued, that day, I was utterly defeated, thought death was seconds away. If not for Suna and the villagers, I'd never have survived. Suna cared for me like a lost soul somehow. We ended up married. Later, after fighting side by side, Nephelio and I came to see each other as comrades. But what held that bond was Suna's pure love and kindness. What happened between me and Nephelio was my fault. She's angry because I was too weak to protect Suna. And because I still can't cut ties with the past. Yet Nephelio kept everything secret, quietly treating Suna to this day. I believe once Suna recovers, Nephelio will finally forgive me. She may seem cold, but she's full of emotion inside. The next day, inside the Hall of Truth at the Academy's main magic wing, the air felt tense. They entered the forbidden black magic lab, the most restricted area of the school. Luonan looked around. Didn't think there was a place darker than your office. Are we really allowed here? She replied. No choice, only here has devices strong enough for this. This is the life force extractor, a relic that draws out one's innate mana essence, Nephelio explained. Those who don't understand their mana often pay any price to try. Alright, step up, it's time to face the secret of your power. Ayasen nodded firmly and stepped onto the platform. On the way, Luonan asked, you ready for this? Yes, she replied. Good, let's begin, said Jiluojian, placing his hand on the control orb. Energy swirled violently. Ayasen trembled. Professor, what's happening? Black color spread from her body. The life force gushed wildly, flooding the chamber. Suddenly, it was drawn toward jars containing sealed beasts. The monsters inside began to twitch as if resurrected. Luonan froze, thinking she hasn't even activated her power yet, it's spreading already? The professor said gravely, that power once let a general of old rule the battlefield like an Iron Queen. It's the most magnificent and most terrifying energy in the Empire's history. Luonan muttered, bewildered. What is this? Why does her mana look so strange? Jiluojian frowned. Could it be shadow mana? Nephelio narrowed her eyes. I once heard Zonin mention it, but no one's ever seen it firsthand. Jiluojian sighed. I don't know how he learned of it, but that doesn't matter now. It's not an absolute secret, but records about it are almost non-existent. Shadow mana lies buried deep within the body, sleeping for years, even centuries, until it erupts, killing its host. Even a tiny bit of it feels completely different from ordinary mana. This power rivals swordmasters and can defy logic and order itself. The problem is, it bursts out suddenly beyond control. Once it loses control, it can devastate everything, leaving an empty hell. When the energy runs out, its wielder gets devoured by it. Zerojin looked at Ayasen. I doubt you truly want to bear this power. If you wish, I can seal or remove the dark mana completely. No one in history has wielded it and met a good end. Every case ended in disaster. So, will you face this double-edged power? Ayasen stayed silent, her eyes trembling. She recalled a voice from memory. Don't worry, I'll help you, let's give it our all, General. She smiled faintly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. But someone once taught me, never to tremble, just do your best. So I won't let myself be weak anymore. Please help me, Professor Zerojin. He smiled. Good, that spirit's admirable. Such courage befits this power. Well then, since everything's clear, let's begin right away. Ayasen closed her eyes, her aura erupting in fierce waves. Zerojin checked the gauge. Perfect, I've extracted the mana that's long built up in you. Now let's find out why you always thought you had no talent, right? No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't catch up with others. Ayesen widened her eyes. How did you know that? Simple, he said. Dark mana defies natural law, it never stays still. It constantly clashes with your natural mana, stunting your growth. So the fact you've maintained stable mana all this time is impressive. But if you want to go further, you'll have to give it up entirely. When two opposing powers collide, just erase one side. It'll leave only the dark mana within you. He glanced at Ronan. Interesting, one of you can't store mana. The other overflows dangerously. Navier frowned. This situation feels uneasy to me. Ronan cut in. Don't tell me this'll take another 5 years. Zorozin laughed. Spot on. Once mana takes root, it's hard to separate. This tool only isolates it briefly. Once active again, it returns. Ayesen asked softly, if the mana is removed instantly, will my body be harmed? Zarozin replied, no, you'll just revert to a manaless state, but why ask? Suddenly Ronan raised his hand, energy flaring violently. Both stared, not sure what he was doing. Ayesen's mana's gone, right? Then it'll just do the same. 5 years is too long, I don't have that kind of free time. Light engulfed Ronan, his inner strength surging. General, someone shouted. Ronan leaned down. Ah, you're awake. Ayesen, thank goodness. Ayesen blinked. Wait, why am I lying on your lap? She sat up. Don't tell me I really fainted. The room trembled, sealed monster jars screeched. The restrained test entities rebelled, black mist spreading everywhere. Zorozin explained quickly. When mana vanished, the compressed darkness burst out temporarily. He chuckled, but still, congratulations, the experiment succeeded. The energy core in your heart is now pure dark mana. From now on, that's the power you must learn to control. Ayesen shivered. I feel something cold and heavy unlike before. Zarozin nodded. Just side effects, your body's overstimulated. It'll stabilize in about a year. You don't seem worried at all. Take your time discovering this new ability. Ronan cut in, but first, let's deal with that chaos. Let Ayesen try, okay? Even like this, I bet she can handle it. Ayesen took a breath, smiled. Don't worry, leave it to me. She whispered silence. All sounds vanished. Ronan gaped. Whoa, you really stopped them! Zorozin blinked. Is that mind control? Normally it needs immense mana and artifacts, yet you did it with one word. Clearly this power is more dangerous than we thought. The general's new strength, he said slowly, is mind domination. A power that imposes one's will onto other beings absolutely. If used on perception, it can control behavior, but on an army, they'd become immortal puppets. In her past life, that general used this power on the battlefield. She turned comrades into mere tools for victory. Navier stood silent, sensing thick demonic energy rising. Ronan stepped back, eyes still fixed on her. Ayesen advanced, voice low. Yes, this is the only path to victory. So get ready for the final battle. Ronan nodded. Yeah, that's the only reason we're still alive. He looked at Ayesen, thinking, she's always lived like a stone-hearted lone warrior. If I were in her place one day, what would I choose? And General, what will you choose? He smiled. Ayesen, today's quite a lucky day, huh? You not only awakened new power, but also got a personal mentor. So, how does it feel, being close to earning the general's title? Zarozin interjected. Seems her mind's quite busy thinking. Ayesen stood pensive, eyes distant and hollow. Ronan, she whispered, if this power grows, it might one day control humans. Should we really use something so dangerous? At first, I was thrilled to have it, felt closer to my dream. But when I understood its true nature, I became afraid. Afraid that one day, in the name of justice, I'd turn innocents into puppets and call it righteous. Afraid I'd become a monster willing to do anything for a goal, Ayesen said, trembling. Zarozin nodded. She's accepted both sides of her power, light and dark. In her past life, the general was a strategic genius who led countless to victory, but behind glory were mind-controlled soldiers, sacrificed and forgotten. Yet I can't call that path wrong. Ayesen looked at Ronan, asking softly, hey, if that day really comes, will you stop me? Because I feel that, as long as you're beside me, you'll have the strength to overcome that darkness. Ronan stayed silent, eyes heavy. He chuckled, when that time comes, don't regret success, okay? Because by then, many things will be beyond your reach. Ayesen asked, really? You're serious? From that day, Philian entered a rare time of peace. Ayesen and Professor Zarozin began training to control dark mana. At first, she tamed a sparrow, now she controls 5 at once, soon trying a beast. Haha, perfect! Jom laughed mid-training, dripping sweat but full of zeal. Meanwhile, Ophelia hardly appeared during the day. She was completely absorbed in teaching blood sorcery to apprentices. Mana glowed crimson in her palm, spiraling fiercely. A red beam shot straight into the dummy ahead. The impact shook the entire hall. Zarozin cheered, brilliant! A flawless first success with Blossix! Sita really is a genius! Everyone cheered, laughter filling the hall. So, what will you teach me next? Ophelia grinned. Close combat bloodcutter or mass destruction bloodmist. Meanwhile, Ronan finally enjoyed rare calm amid brutal days. He smiled. Looks like I've improved. Guess secret training works. Naviru approached. Your technique's sharper, got special coaching. She smirked. Still not enough though, far from it. Ronan laughed. Well, I'm still stronger than you? They sparred for hours, neither giving an inch. Watching from afar, Aesel mused, if they're that fired up, why not fight on a real battlefield? She smiled faintly. eyes still following them. Ronan's charm really is something else. Isn't it? Her friend teased. Aesel nodded. Yeah, he was already amazing back home. So that's how highly you think of Ronan, huh? Blushing, Aesel muttered. Maybe I should try to be more like him. Oh, don't tell me you're jealous. Haha, adorable! Don't worry, Aesel's still number 1 in my eyes, hey, that's not what I meant. Alright, focus! Let's train our teamwork. Next time we'll make Ronan taste defeat. Oh sure, cute one, ha! Meanwhile, at the royal palace, an unexpected meeting took place. I foresaw this, the guest said. The feeling this time was spot on. He inhaled deeply. Just the scent alone tells me it's the same tea as from the Saran sanctuary. You once vowed not to waste a single leaf, yet now you serve it to me. Valen smiled. Yes, because I've finally succeeded. Thanks to Ronan, he said. He brought a gift from the Bay Dane Mountains. A rare herb I wouldn't even know existed without him. It was tough, but seeing it sprout taught me what true achievement feels like. I'm genuinely happy. Valen smiled. This herb could help many someday. Ronan replied. Thank you and sorry for all the times our club left you cleaning up after practice. Now maybe we can repay you a little, though it might be a bit troublesome. Valen chuckled. Forget that. The reason I called you today is something else. He drew a sealed letter from his desk. Here it's finally arrived. From the place you wanted to visit to investigate your curse. The journey's approved. Just be ready. I'm eager for departure too, but don't get so excited you forget safety. After the recent incidents, that region's still unstable. Oh, and you won't be going alone. It's a study trip for elite students. Nearby, a long-haired girl sat scribbling at her desk. You'll be traveling with a classmate from your course. On the deck, the silver arm ship sailed toward the Dawn Mage Tower. Ronan stepped to the bow, surprised. Huh, why are you here? She turned. Ronan waved. Oh, just like Professor Valen said, long time no see, Esabest. He teased. Or should I call you Ernie? Don't you dare! She snapped. That name's only for Isen. Alright then, so why are you here? Simple, this ship only goes to the Dawn Tower. I've got business there. A swordsman like you involved with magic. Yeah, my situation's complicated. Assel wanted to come too, but she's busy training with Maria, so I came alone. She glanced around. Where are the other male students? I thought some mages joined too. Nope, just me. The Dawn Tower's famous for elemental magic. Only the top 10 fire students get to go. Besides me, no one qualified, not even the heads of other divisions. So I'm enjoying a bit of quiet before the mission. Aha, so you've got no friends, feeling lonely? Huh. Ronan grinned. Then I'll keep you company, makes the trip less boring. She blushed. Who needs your company anyway? Ronan laughed loudly. Come on, don't pout, the ship's still moving? The sails caught wind, the vessel gliding smoothly through the sky. She sighed. I seriously don't know how you stay so annoyingly cheerful. We're almost at the Dawn Mage Tower and you're still chatting. Ugh, when will we dock already? Patience, will you? Ronan shrugged. Instead of whining, why not ask a few questions about magic? Might help you. She snorted. That's why I hate talking to ordinary people. You agree, right, Ronan? Well, of course. You're the only one who truly understands my worth at the academy. You've gotten famous lately, especially after taking down that arrogant Grand Seakill, and for helping Sword Saint Japang stop that cult terror plot. News even reached the royal palace. My Akalucia family's quite interested in you. By the way, when will you answer my invitation letter? It's been months. Don't tell me you're testing Akalucia's patience. Ronan chuckled. You said you didn't need company, yet you sure talk a lot. But testing a great clan sounds fun. He clapped his hands, changing the topic. Alright, serious talk, I've got a question. Ronan tilted his head, asking E.G. why she was so obsessed with Adison. E.G. fumbled for words, while her aunt chuckled, saying she was just curious since Adison's fame had spread everywhere. But by E.G.'s own standards, back when Adison studied, she never looked like a prodigy. Yet she idolized her, meaning E.G. must have seen something others didn't. E.G. smiled softly, saying Adison was different from the very first moment. Back then, Shed just enrolled in Philion and got lost in the library while researching. That's when Adison appeared, kindly offering help as if they were old friends. Adison even said, I saw your entrance exam results, hard to believe a freshman achieved that. E.G. had thought it was just polite flattery, everyone liked to sound fancy when complimenting. Then Adison's voice softened, if you ever struggle, come find me, I'll always listen. I may not help much, but as a senior, I'll stand by you. That memory etched deep into E.G.'s heart, a feeling beyond words. She sighed softly. She's so talented and beautiful it's impossible not to admire her. With her glossy black hair, tall figure, and graceful air, E.G. believed no one could compare. Just thinking of her made E.G.'s heart race, while Ronan sighed, baffled by such talented weirdos. He exhaled, deciding to drop the subject altogether. He mused that their paths would inevitably diverge, unlike Adison's past self. But suddenly, his eyes widened at something ahead. He shouted for Eri to stand and draw her staff. No time for questions. A violent surge of energy swept in, signaling something massive approaching. From the ship, a colossal burst of power erupted. Instantly, both gripped their weapons, diving into an unplanned battle. Amid the chaos, Eri yelled at Ronan for his rudeness, calling him disrespectful to women. He only muttered, it's here. Get ready, which made her even more flustered. she forced a shaky smile, saying she was just glad she could still stand. Suddenly, the whole sky turned crimson, light devouring everything ahead. Her eyes widened, heart pounding, words frozen on her lips. Before them, the Forbidden War spell Crimson Furnace was being unleashed. Ronan growled, asking if she still needed him to tell her what to do. Giving quick orders, he left the rest to Eri and charged straight ahead. Unexpectedly, he acted alone. An invisible force lifted him off the ground. In an instant, Ronan soared upward, his aura blazing like he'd pierced the sky itself. He charged ahead, eyes burning with unyielding resolve. His sword unleashed rapid silver slashes, tearing through the crimson haze. Pressure collided from both sides, erupting into a violent shockwave. Ronan stood firm amid chaos, every inch of ground ready to kill him. He hissed a curse, realizing the power was far beyond expectation. If it kept going, the airship could be crushed at any moment. The energy kept growing, spreading wide as if to swallow the battlefield. Ronan froze, his gaze shifting. He'd noticed something strange. Eri responded firmly. "Don't think I can control these fragments," she chanted, her voice resonant as power spiraled around her body. Ronan laughed, impressive true Hyrus of Akalucia, not just talk. He shouted with excitement. Eri blushed and yelled back, "Don't call me that," she grumbled while he simply smiled, feeling relief after the storm. Still, thinking back, that kind of welcome was a bit much. Yet he frowned, wondering what exactly was happening at the Dawn Mage Tower. He opened comms, shouting, "Can everyone hear me? Any injuries?" The reply came. An offensive spell had struck the ship, originating from the tower itself, broadcast over wide-range magic. But the voice on the line claimed it was an unforeseen accident. They said all safety measures had been followed and urged everyone to land calmly. As the ship descended, tower representatives offered to apologize and explain in person. Ronan frowned, demanding, "What was that fire sphere? How could it appear here?" Eri added worriedly, "Who neutralized it? Is it safe to stay now?" Another student stood, angry. "Unbelievable! One of the 5 great towers making such a blunder." She threatened to file a complaint through her family. Ronan understood, but urged calm. He said they should hear the explanation first, his tone measured yet wary. A professor interjected, saying he might finally understand why outsiders were usually banned from the tower. He gritted his teeth, shouting that it was all caused by those bastards. Ronan nodded, replying, "Yeah, I know that better than anyone." After the Academy attack and the Grandsire infiltration, the Empire had launched a purge against the Church. During that time, the Dawn Tower conducted internal investigations, uncovering 3 Church members, but the capture failed. Cornered, they triggered self-destruction spells to erase all traces. Fortunately, the mages reacted fast, no casualties. Still, nearly 1/5 of the tower's surrounding area was leveled by the blast. Valen warned Ronan, saying even if it's calm now, he must stay alert. He sighed, admitting their failure left the true cause unknown. Hearing that, Ronan recalled the still missing name Wiko and felt dread rising. He thought grimly that this must be the Church doing, not coincidence. Clearly, this couldn't just be random misfortune. He resolved that if anything seemed off, he'd strike before it was too late. The tower doors opened, light spilling across the reception hall. A man's voice rang out apologetically, "Forgive us for keeping you waiting." His tone turned solemn as he offered sincere apologies for their ordeal. He introduced himself as Agun Fila, acting master of the Dawn Mage Tower, speaking on behalf of all staff. Ronan froze slightly, blurting, "Has here?" In his past life, that name had echoed across the Empire, a master of flame magic. The man before them was none other than the legendary fire sage Agun Fila. Ronan murmured, "Did expect the Dawn Tower's man to be him." Fila spoke slowly, admitting it was shameful, but their investigation had yielded little. He confirmed only one thing: traces of the culprit's mana were found in the spell chamber. The tower was now screening every member, confident the culprit would soon be caught. He promised full compensation and stronger defenses to prevent another incident. The crowd whispered, surprised by Fila's sincerity. Someone murmured they'd never imagined such a grand mage would bow in apology. Eri said softly that with such humility, she could forgive this time. Ronan observed and nodded. If it was Agun Fila, he could be trusted. He recalled that during the A2T war, Fila had fought on the front lines, stalling enemies. One of the pioneers who risked everything to protect his comrades. In the heat of battle, had burned his own body repeatedly just to save others. Even near death, he never hesitated, never stepped back. Ronan exhaled, thinking there's no way this man was tied to them. The lead must lie elsewhere. Just as he spoke, Fila turned, asking, "You two, are you the ones who stopped the fire sphere?" Fila bowed slightly, saying the Dawn Tower owed them a great debt. Hard to believe they were still students. He thanked them sincerely, naming Ronan and Elizabeth. "You know me?" Ronan asked, surprised. Fila chuckled, saying Eri was easy to recognize as Akaloxia, and as for Ronan, his name was already known from Filion. He invited both to follow, wanting to thank them personally and discuss further. The 3 walked deeper into the tower as Fila explained its workings. "This is the tower's core, where all advanced magic research converges. And this hall," he added, "is the research building, the heart of it all." Fila smiled awkwardly, saying the mana analysis would take 30 minutes. The labs were chaotic after the incident. The voices of mages filled the corridors as they rushed to check damaged arcane devices. Eri gasped, realizing why this place was ranked among the 5 great towers. Everyone here was at least a 4th-tier mage, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Ronan nodded, admitting they were truly exceptional, but something else weighed on him. The atmosphere inside the tower didn't feel welcoming at all. Someone muttered it was because the tower master was still absent. No one knew when he'd return. Another group whispered anxiously about missing personnel, then fell silent out of fear. Ronan felt something off. He wondered if he was walking into another mess, and if this place could truly lift his curse. Just then, a voice came from the corner, calm yet firm. Understood, Master. The figure raised a hand, small flames flickering to life, glowing faintly red. Within the flame appeared a familiar emblem, the crest of Acaloxia. The scene unfolded deep within the tower's central chamber. Hearing the deputy tower master's account, Ronan began piecing the full picture together. He nodded yes, it was an accident, but something didn't quite add up. He asked bluntly, if that's the case, why couldn't you stop the fire sphere from hitting the ship? At your level, you could neutralized it from afar before it even approached, right? Phila admitted that indeed, both he and other mages were capable, if only they had detected it in time. His words made Ronan and Eri exchange uneasy looks. Eri pressed, what do you mean no one sensed its presence at all? Phila nodded gravely, yes, none of us, not even I, felt the spell until it struck the vessel. Ronan narrowed his eyes, hard to believe an attack that strong went unnoticed. Eri lowered her voice, saying if that was true, things were far worse than they thought. She concluded it must have been a larger-scale perception masking spell cast over the entire area. And if even a 7th-tier mage like you, Lord Phila, couldn't sense it, then only one person in the Empire could pull that off, the 9th-tier archmage, Loho Daij Loho Yu. Ronan recalled, wait, that's the old man who sealed one of the 3 colossi in my past life. He sighed, ally or not, if someone with comparable power existed, this was dangerous. Phila raised his hand, urging calm. It was too early to draw conclusions. He said it might not even be magic, but a far subtler mechanism. Yet if any force dares threaten the Dawn Tower, then the power of wrath shall be unleashed, and ill personally purge them all. Ronan nodded slightly. If the deputy tower master said so, they could rest easy for now. Phila smiled, saying besides that, he had a gift prepared to thank them both. Surprised, Ronan asked, a reward. Phila chuckled, saying he'd tailored gifts to suit them. Turning to Eri first, he declared he'd personally teach her fire spells as a reward for today's valor. He promised to share rare incantation spells, even Filian barely knew, hoping she could master them. Then, he faced Ronan, saying he'd heard of his reckless nature, so had chosen something more practical. It was a scroll containing an advanced fire spell, strong enough to save his life in crisis. Ronan thanked him profusely. Phila nodded, then asked if Ronan's true goal was finding a book to break his curse. He explained the Dawn Tower's library was one of the Empire's largest, though locating the right tomb wouldn't be easy. Thus, he had arranged assistance for Ronan's search. You'll have full support, he said. Trust our librarian completely. As night fell, Ronan entered the library silent, vast, and brimming with mana. He wondered who Phila had chosen as librarian, surely someone extraordinary. In his mind, he pictured a stern scholar, maybe even a spirit tied to Saren. He looked around, murmuring, where is that person? Until a voice called from afar. Pardon me, a woman's voice echoed. The deputy master told me about you. Student Ronan, correct? I'll be assisting you tonight. The clear, gentle tone made him pause amid the glow of magical lanterns. I'm Irene, she introduced herself warmly, making Ronan lift his gaze. He froze, blurting, by the gods, are you actually a spirit? Scratching his head, he asked, no other librarians. Maybe a normal elf or mage. She smiled, no, it's just me. Tilting her head, she asked, why so curious about that? Ronan didn't answer right away. He raised his hand, revealing a ring shimmering with mana. A close friend told me if you're truly the librarian here, you'll recognize this. Irene stared at the ring, eyes widening in shock. By the heavens, that's Saren's ring, she gasped. Her voice trembled. I haven't seen it in ages. While Ronan stayed silent, knowing her reaction said it all. She stared hard at him, asking sharply, how did you get this? Ronan replied slowly, it's a long story, but yes, it's the ring Saren always kept with her. Irene frowned, whispering, that's not something she'd ever hand over lightly. Instantly, her mana flared, shaking the air around Ronan. Her voice turned cold. You'd better tell the truth right now. Ronan reacted on instinct, shifting into guard stance, unsure what was happening. A thunderous roar echoed as a giant fire-wreathed wolf emerged from the darkness. She shouted, if you harm Saren and steal this ring, you'll pay the price! The whole room flared with killing intent. Ronan squinted, realizing Irene and Saren's relationship wasn't simple. She cared for Saren more than anyone, clear from the look in her eyes. Ronan lowered his staff, calmly saying, sorry, I get why you reacted like that. He chuckled, if it were me, I'd also draw my sword seeing a stranger hold my friend's item. Taking a deep breath, he said, all right, let me explain everything, please listen. Ronan recounted in detail how he met and worked with Saren. Irene listened closely, then asked softly, you mean During that club mission, you met and helped Saren defeat the cult leader in the magic zone. Ronan nodded, making Irene sigh in relief, her eyes softening. If so, she said, then it makes sense you have the ring. No outsider could know my tie to Saren. Ronan laughed. See, I told you if I wasn't close to him, I couldn't keep it. She smiled faintly. True, odd as you are, you really are his friend. Irene bowed, voice sincere. I'm sorry for my rashness toward Saren's friend. Ronan waved it off, grinning. Come on, my bad too, I should have explained sooner. Ronan asked curiously, how did you know Saren? Doesn't seem ordinary and your manaki is a wolf. He frowned, as if struck by a bold guess. Could you be a spirit? He murmured. Irene smiled. Indeed, you're right, I was once his student, he taught me much. She said Shed met Saren centuries ago, when he ruled this magical domain. Back then, she was lost, and he appeared, asking her to follow and speak honestly. Saren offered his hand, eyes gentle yet firm, saying he wished to harm no one needlessly. Will you cooperate? His words still echoed in her memory. Irene said she followed Saran to the Demon Tower, where he led as Grand Magus, then stayed at Dawn Tower. Ronan's eyes widened. Saren led this place. Astounding, especially without fire magic. She nodded, saying that despite admiring him, she only sought to break free from him. But Saren never gave up, patiently teaching her till the end. He once said, those who rely only on power will be crushed by greater power. And that to live truly, one must have compassion and harmony with the world. Thanks to those teachings, she said, I became who I am today. At last, by Saren's wish, she stayed at Dawn Tower as both librarian and guardian. She smiled. Saren's still busy. Only sends word through you instead of meeting me. Ronan looked up, pausing. If it's truly Saren, he wouldn't want his loved ones to worry. Irene nodded. Indeed, he's devoted to serving God Senyo, often forgetting himself. So, she continued, he once said he might be unreachable for a while and asked me to deliver his message. She sighed softly. Always the same habits, never changes. Then smiled wistfully. But I'm not sad as long as he still remembers me. That's enough, she said, eyes shining. That joy alone is plenty. Ronan froze, moved and amazed by her tale. Suddenly, the ring in his hand glowed, its form shifting before their eyes. He stared wide-eyed, not yet grasping what was happening. 3 days later, though the tower staff worked under pressure, no new incidents occurred. Ronan sighed, using the calm to study the curse, exhausted by mountains of books. He muttered, how long will it take to finish all this? Eri walked up and asked, any progress, Lord Ronan, making him look up and smile. Not yet broken the curse, he said, but at least I understand its mechanism better. He admitted it was thanks to Irene, who tirelessly guided him for 3 straight days. The deeper he dug, the more maddening the research became, but that was its true nature. Irene sat beside the table, gently asking, found anything unusual in those texts? Ronan nodded. Actually, yes, something's been repeating through several volumes. He pointed at the page, showing the ancient name, Forbidden Tome Badura. Irene froze. What? Where did you learn that name? She asked quickly. Don't tell me you entered the Forbidden section. Ronan frowned. What section? I didn't even know that place existed. He explained, I just saw the name appear often in the books you gave me, so I got curious. Irene jumped up. Impossible! None of the books I handed you mention that name! Ronan startled. How's that possible? It's right here, see the line. But as he blinked, the words vanished, leaving a blank page. Irene clenched her fist, voice firm. Ronan, maybe Saren sent you here for more than just me being a librarian. Dawn Tower, she said slowly, holds more cursed tomes than anywhere, a deep and dangerous archive. Irene warned, but even here, the name Badu-Ra is absolutely forbidden. She explained, it's the most dreadful tome, said to be written by the demon scribe Badu-Ra, granting infinite power, but cursing the bearer with ruinous desire. Long ago, it destroyed a prosperous kingdom thus called Badu-Ra, the destroyer. Even Tower Master La Jian left a final warning about it. In the silent air, hundreds of books floated, circling a glowing energy field. Irene said, the Forbidden Zone of Dawn Library seals Badu-Ra and other cursed tomes. Saran entrusted me with guarding it, she said, for humans are too easily tempted, only spirits can stay clear-headed. Ronan clenched his fist, realizing he'd mentioned it. He saw the danger was far worse than he thought. Irene nodded, especially with recent disappearances after the nebula explosion, something's off. Ronan jumped. Wait, what do you mean? She replied, those vanishings happened right after the Red Terror event, I remember clearly. The missing were all Maggie who once helped me guard the library. I searched everywhere, she said, but found no trace, as if they never existed. Ronan muttered, like they were erased from the world itself. He frowned, thinking no trace, no residual mana, were they taken somewhere else? A chilling thought struck him. What if that explosion was just a trap to deceive everyone? Suddenly, a magic circle flared midair, glowing red, and Eri appeared. She looked around, voice firm. The mastermind must be bold, Lord Phila. Truly impressive, your firecraft is on another level. She admired the floating runes, amazed he optimized energy so perfectly from theory alone. She chuckled softly. If possible, I'd invite you to Akalucia, but you've already given your life to magic. Eri rolled her shoulders, murmuring, I must learn as much as I can during this tour. Then she suddenly turned, sensing killing intent, drew her weapon toward the shadows. Who's hiding there? Her voice turned icy. Think stealth magic can fool me. No matter whose assassin you are, that was sloppy. A black mist rose as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Eri gasped. You were on the Magic Council's wanted list. One of the missing Magi, she said. Why are you here? Suddenly, his mana surged, whipping into a violent vortex. The ground quaked, dust swirling like a sandstorm. From the smoke, a scorched hand reached out. Then more figures appeared, surrounding Eri and Ronan. Their eyes burned with hatred, fixed on the flames before them. A fairy barrier erupted, forming a blazing circle of defense. The group stood within the fire, ready for battle. Eris' voice was cold. I thought you wanted to save your comrades, now you turn against me. The leader sneered. Not exactly, but you don't seem happy to see us again. Eri gritted her teeth. Fine then, I've no problem striking first. Her flames flared wildly as she smirked. You brought this on yourselves. She inhaled deeply, shouting, before we fight, tell me why are you doing this? The Magi who vanished lately, she pressed, why return only to attack me? She pointed sharply, you the most secretive of them, why side with the grandsire sisters? The air hissed. The man stayed silent, smirking mockingly. Eri narrowed her eyes, so silence it is perfect, I've got new spells to test. She stepped back as Phyllis' sigil flared beneath her, fire swirling fiercely. So many formulas left untested, she said, and you'll be my first experiments. Don't collapse too soon, she grinned. I've got plenty more tricks to try. Instantly, the flames exploded, sucking the air from around them. Yet the enemies stood firm, utterly unmoved. The ground cracked apart, mana rebounding in towering light columns. Dust filled the air, the brilliance blinding everything nearby. Through the haze, the foe began to move slow, menacing. A voice echoed, impressive Acalusius, future pillar indeed, your power exceeds rank 4. Ranja, another shouted, are you ready? Burn everything, the cry roared, and the inferno surged higher. Eris' eyes flashed, her whole body tightening for the decisive strike. Fire lance, she shouted, the spiral blaze shooting forward like a flaming spear. But the shadow ahead remained still within the fire, unshaken. She frowned. A duel, huh? What the hell is that? Looking closer, she realized Shed hit only a drifting ember, lifeless and hollow. The enemy laughed. That's all your magic's got? How adorable. He smirked. Then let me return the favor so you'll know what happens when you touch Granja. And what it costs to defy Acalusia. Huh, what do you mean? Eri growled. She raised her hand, fire coiling around her. Fine, I'll show you what that truly means. At her motion, countless flaming arrows spun into being midair. Her voice was steel-cold. Defying Acalusia means self-destruction. All at once, the arrows shot forth, shrieking through the air. They followed her gesture, tracing fiery crimson arcs. A rain of burning darts slammed into the three foes like a storm of fury. Two cloaked figures braced, shouting, it's here, prepare to block, but the arrows pierced their mana shields, shattering them instantly. The defenses trembled, then exploded backward in bursts of energy. One gasped, we can't just defend forever at one end like this. He turned to his comrade, I'll charge and you stay and protect Granzia. His voice was fierce. Don't forget our cause, our existence is for Granzia. Acalusia must die! But before he finished, an arrow shot through the smoke and pierced his chest. His comrades stared in shock as the man fell, too stunned to react. The struck mage screamed, body engulfed in violet fire, his cry echoing through the hall. The last one staggered back, thinking our 4th tier spells can't withstand that power. He stared at the hole blasted open, heart pounding pierced that easily. Awe turned swiftly into fear. He hissed inwardly, unbelievable, she truly is a genius beyond imagination. Then his eyes gleamed, she was too focused on attacking. No defense, he thought, then lunged forward, catching Eri off guard. Herocalusia! His whole body ignited as he hurled himself at her like a flaming bullet. Eri frowned, not dodging, bold move. A blazing sword appeared in his hands, red light glinting in his crazed eyes. He screamed, the price you'll pay is your life! But Eri stood her ground, unflinching. Mana gathered in her hands, forming a blinding sphere. As he closed in, hundreds of hidden arrows pierced through him from every direction. Watching his body torn apart in fire, Eri smirked. Ha, entertaining indeed. The gap I left, she said, was the trap you so eagerly jumped into. Her eyes glinted like blades, a moth diving into fire, how poetic. The last enemy shouted, impossible! You didn't have time to cast again! Eri sneered, who said I needed to recast? A swarm of new arrows appeared above him, she continued. I just redirected the ones already active. The second storm of fire spears ripped through him, turning him into a living torch. A mere thought is enough, Eri said coldly. He screamed, no way! You're controlling 2 spell types at once! Eri laughed, brushing her hair. Actually 3, but I haven't used the 3rd yet. Too bad you won't live to see it, she smiled. No need to waste power on muths. The flames behind her roared violently, she turned away casually. Seems I overdid it. She paused, gaze still icy. Well then, now that the noise is gone, we can resume our interrupted talk. She called softly, Rancia. The fire subsided, leaving charred bodies motionless on the floor. Eri glanced down, murmuring, don't worry, his not dead fire mages resist flame well, though the pain must be excruciating. As she walked on, her voice turned cold, urging him to confess while she still had mercy. How foolish could he be? Then the names Akaon Asia and the Grantia family surfaced like omens of war. Ijabeth frowned, warning that if those two clans clashed, the entire empire would drown in blood. Without stopping, she eyed him, certain this sloppy scheme had a mastermind behind it, not him. She analyzed war gains too little, assassination too clumsy, it didn't add up, yet even grudgingly Gran wasn't that stupid. Therefore, this plan was too crude to be theirs. Tilting her head, she asked coldly, who would dare challenge Akalucia, but he remained expressionless. As the wind stirred, Ijabeth concluded, all evidence points to one possibility. When he lifted his head, she declared, the true instigator is Zinrancia, the corrupt one behind it all. As she spoke, Ijabeth suddenly stood right before him, her aura overwhelming. She smiled faintly, so tell me who's really dwelling in that body. Only then did he grin darkly. Clever girl, he whispered, but too bad you die now, as his power exploded outward. Ijabeth was blasted back, stunned, speechless. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Then suddenly she gasped, realizing the horrifying truth. Moments later, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. She trembled, wondering what this vile aura was. How could it be so overpowering? Ijabeth tried to move, but her body was paralyzed, fear flooding every nerve. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed right before her. Her voice quavered, what are you? As the darkness spread, he simply murmured, Akon Asia. He smirked arrogantly, calling her a lost lamb daring to challenge his power. Then he commanded, lift your head and see clearly. Ijabeth froze, her gaze locked, engraving the sight into her memory. Black demon wings unfurled behind him, the self-proclaimed future ruler of the world. Meanwhile elsewhere, the Vice Tower Master sternly questioned Ronan about Irene's words. Ronan replied, indeed, I found that forbidden name Baduja in an ordinary book. The man frowned skeptically. How could something so bizarre be real? Irene reasoned, maybe the seal containing Bazoja is weakening, we must inspect it at once. But the Vice Master objected, that's impossible. He insisted he had just checked the seal yesterday, shocking Irene into outrage. She snapped, you entered the forbidden archives without reporting it. Slamming the table, she shouted, that zone is extremely dangerous, only the Tower Master or I can enter. She stressed, even Philisama could be tempted by a forbidden tomb, silencing him in guilt. Still furious, she declared she'd report him to the Tower Master upon his return. Suddenly, the Vice Master trembled, apologizing and confessing his deceit. Bowing in anguish, he choked out, the Tower Master himself is the traitor. At that moment, memories of the imprisoned master flooded his mind. He sighed, continuing, he was sealed together with Badusa, leaving everyone speechless. He began his tale a year ago, when all thought he left the tower to travel. He never actually did. Soon after, he continued, the master descended alone into the tower's deepest, darkest lair. There, he sought to unseal the ultimate forbidden tomb known as Badusa. Entering the sealed chamber, he touched the ancient book and absorbed knowledge banned for millennia. Hearing that, Irene gasped, so that's why he has been silent all this time. She shouted angrily, why would he crave such cursed knowledge? The Vice Master answered slowly, because Master Lajian believed he was strong enough to control Badusa. He frowned, saying, he always thought forbidden tomes were only dangerous to the weak, knowledge itself is innocent. He used to say, if one is worthy, that power could expand the limits of all magie, and that it would bring great blessings to the world. Ronan folded his arms, murmuring, hearing that, I can already guess the ending. He added, the master failed, didn't he? The Vice Master admitted solemnly, yes, we underestimated that power. It was a demonic entity no human could endure. Even Lajian was swiftly devoured by the dark arts he unleashed. The man's voice shook as he recalled the master's bitter smile and apology for his own folly. His dying words, if I still have sanity, seal me now, or the world will fall, left me speechless. Lajian cried in agony. This is no time to worry about my life! His eyes turned black, his voice echoing. Better I die than watch dawn consumed by the darkness I unleashed. He pleaded, for this tower's sake act in my stead. Choking back tears, the Vice Master finally nodded in resolve. Then, flames of magic flared in his hand, the last fragile hope for tomorrow. And so, he sealed both the Tower Master and Badusa using the strongest spell left. Finishing his tale, the Vice Master bowed and said, that's the secret I've hidden all this time. I should've spoken sooner. Demons. He clenched his fists, voice burning with anger. I understand his will, but I won't let anyone tarnish the Tower Master's honor. Irene gasped in horror. How could something so terrible have happened? Ronan stayed silent, thinking it wasn't time to mourn. Chaos had already gone too far. His eyes sharpened as he pieced every clue together. Then he concluded, the Bazusa seal is truly broken. The Tower Master's image must have been a decoy. The final question echoed, why would the Hidden One choose this moment to appear? What reason forced him to reveal himself now? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of mana engulfed the entire area around Man. Ronan froze, realizing the energy felt identical to Nebula Lasia's essence. He glanced at AJ and Noun Phyla, neither was the source. Yet the power spread everywhere, stronger than anything, even surpassing Biza. In the bludgered light, a man with wings appeared, making the whole space tremble. If that was truly Bazuza, everything had surpassed the bounds of imagination. Elizabeth steadied herself. This creature was classified top secret. Even Aka Lucia forbade inquiry. But why is that existence standing before me? That's impossible! Though his face had changed, that figure was unmistakable. It was Tower Master Lajian, his soul now devoured by a demon. He looked at her, eyes cold, as if reading her thoughts. Then he descended, smiling wickedly, promising her a reward for her curiosity. His arrogant tone boasted that this body once belonged to Lajian, human archmage, now merely his puppet. As his gaze drifted toward her, hinting at Aka Lucia, Elizabeth shivered. Despite the fear, she forced a smirk. Can't expect manners from an ancient cursed tomb, after all. In her mind, she steadied herself. If this was Medusa, even the whole tower combined couldn't win, but something was off. Why would someone that powerful need to resort to such petty schemes? If truly that strong, he'd appear openly. The fact he didn't meant only one thing. She smiled faintly. She understood now. The so-called Lord of Darkness hid behind the body of a 10-year-old child to act. All those sneak attacks and convoluted plans only proved his weakness. Elizabeth laughed, declaring, a true omnipotent being wouldn't need such cheap tricks. She concluded, has not stable enough to fully manifest in this world yet. Medusa burst out laughing, admitting half of what she said was true, but implying she'd glimpsed something deeper. Instantly, a blast of energy pierced through Elizabeth, making her collapse. She grimaced in pain, gasping for air. He withdrew his hand coldly, saying, that old fool Lajian still resists within, preventing full fusion. He snarled, one mistake and had burned this vessel just to destroy me. So foolish, so bothersome. Still, he smirked, those troubles will end soon. Because, he said, a vessel of light has come to me of its own accord, lifting her into the air. Hearing him utter the name Ronan, Elizabeth froze in disbelief. He continued, that child will be both my beginning and the final piece completing me. Dropping her, he smiled coldly, waiting for her to voice her realization. He whispered, Lajian was indeed strong-willed, but it's only a matter of time before I devour his mind entirely. Suddenly, Medusa frowned at his wrinkled hand, grumbling about the effort it took to seize such an old vessel. He sneered, while imprisoning Lajian's consciousness, I started a war signal from the airship just to kill time. He laughed gleefully, claiming that amid the chaos, fate had led him to a grand discovery. A hidden power radiant and alive enough to make him shudder. That energy was overwhelming, far beyond the decaying body he currently possessed. The more Medusa spoke, the more thrilled he became, admitting he'd never seen a treasure like it in centuries. After days of observation, he confirmed his target Ronan, the shining child, the perfect vessel. Watching Elizabeth's blood drip to the floor, he said coldly, this war is merely entertainment while I await the right moment. Still, he admitted, the process had been worth it, for through it, he had found the flawless vessel he long desired. He clenched mana in his hand, a wicked grin twisting his warped face. Then he snapped his fingers, rasping, you are more worthy than I expected. With mock kindness, he offered her one final chance. He roared, unleashing magic. Dozens of shadowy arms lashed out, binding Elizabeth, forcing her to kneel and swear loyalty. The air thickened, mana shrieking like tortured voices around them. Then a mind-controlled woman lunged with a knife as Medusa laughed, forcing Elizabeth to choose live in shame or die in agony. She bit her lip till it bled, eyes never leaving his. Then she laughed coldly, mocking, you think I'd tremble at such cheap tricks? Raising her head, she declared firmly, do it ill, never bow to anyone bearing the name Aka Lucia. The knife-wielding woman froze mid-step, unable to move closer. Medusa snarled, you insolent brat, you angered me. He waved his hand lazily, saying, bored, just die, as the woman's eyes suddenly flared. The knife dropped, a black flash sweeping across the room. In that instant, Ronan appeared, blade slicing through space as he charged in. He dove into the fray, wind swirling around him, aura blazing. His eyes burned with fury, cold and sharp as steel. He grabbed the woman's wrist, blocking the fatal strike. Elizabeth stared in disbelief as Ronan smiled. You slapped me before, just returning the favor. He glanced at a familiar kid in the distance and chuckled. Then he added, you all owe me one, each of you! Medusa stood frozen, unable to believe the sight before him. Ronan raised his sword, its gleam ripping through the dark. He spun and struck a slash full of raw force. The blade howled through the air, cutting straight toward the enemy. Medusa's eyes widened. Something was off. How could that blade pierce Lajian's illusion, reinforced by my power? He thought. Watching Ronan carry the injured woman over his shoulder, Medusa chuckled softly. Excellent, he whispered, just as I foresaw. The light around him shattered, mana retreating as if pulled back. His illusion dissolved, leaving only faint echoes in the air. At that moment, Air and the Vice Master rushed in, realizing the entire area had been cloaked by a perception barrier. The man extended his hand, sensing the lingering mana, indeed residue from an immensely powerful spell. Irene nodded, confirming, the energy matches Tower Master Lajian, meaning Medusa's seal has truly collapsed. The Vice Master paled, exclaiming in horror, impossible, it can't be real! But he quickly composed himself, ordering all Magi Tower sorcerers to prepare for containment. Elizabeth wiped blood from her lips, sighing with bitter humor that her current state was pitiful enough to laugh at. The pain stabbed through every nerve, but she soon realized it was illusionary gazing upward. She murmured, even my senses deceived, huh. Ronan chuckled, teasing that even in this mess she stayed stubborn. Classic Ejabeth. He asked, was that real earlier? That girl your sister Slepinar, right? Isa Beddap. Ejabeth nodded, explaining the girl was the third daughter of House Rancier, gifted in magic but now unconscious. She turned to Mai, saying, never thought would reunite like this, but clearly they were all victims manipulated by Bodusa. Ronan gave a thumbs up, praising her as a true heir of Akan Asia with impressive presence. Ejabeth blushed angrily, saying only Esan Kerma could use that nickname, while Mai noticed she was exhausted. Demons, he glanced around, confirming the fallen ones were the missing victims from the terrorist case Eyes mentioned. They still carried the cult's dark residue, proving they were all planted infiltrators. Ejabeth frowned, recalling how the library servant's disappearance was too coincidental. The real target was the Forbidden Zone. She concluded the bombing was a diversion to pull both Air and Alfil away. A strong wind swept by, reeking of blood and ash. Ejabeth ordered sternly, Ronan, leave now, no questions. She clarified that Bodusa's true target was him. Ronan froze and asked, what do you mean, Airy? But Elizabeth snapped, you know there's no time. She explained the thing he just slashed was only an illusion, not Bodusa's real body. Even so, that illusion nearly killed her, proof of the real one's terrifying power. If he took over Ronan's body, his strength would be complete and Dawn would perish. He had to flee. Meanwhile, far away, Bodusa sat on his black throne, smiling faintly. His grin widened, reflecting in the thick surrounding gloom. He murmured, not aloud, and darkness instantly flooded everywhere. Ronan jolted, shouting, what's happened, Airy? He turned to see the Deputy Tower Master and Iray frozen, eyes hollow and lifeless. Ronan roared, what did you do to them? And Bodusa's voice echoed, not just them. He sneered, everyone in this dark tower but you now belongs to me. He declared their souls and bodies were property of the darkness. Leaning back, he rumbled, my dull waiting has finally ended. Staring at Ronan's shock, he said softly, Child of Dawn, unite with me. A deep rumble spread as darkness moved, beckoning Ronan closer. He gritted his teeth, cursing, damn monster! Rage flared as he shouted, what have you done to everyone here? Drawing his sword, Ronan charged, yelling, show yourself, coward! Bodusa sat smirking on his throne, mocking, still bold after witnessing my power. He glanced around in disdain. This place is too petty for our first meeting. Then he sneered, let me take you somewhere more fitting. A vortex of energy twisted open, dragging them into the deep dark. Ronan flinched, hearing a strange sound behind him. Before him appeared a familiar figure with empty eyes. It was the last missing person they had long sought. The woman said coldly, I will lead you to the master. She bowed, adding, please follow me, Ronan. Ronan smirked bitterly. So I'm walking into hell myself, huh? He sighed, eyes heavy, thinking for a moment. Then muttered quietly, either way. He gripped his sword tighter, deciding to move on. There was no other choice. Lifting his blade calmly, Ronan said, fine. Even if you didn't appear, I'd walk in myself. He pointed forward, ordering the woman, take me to Bodusa's hiding place. In a ruined ancient tower, evil mana swirled like the breath of the abyss. Ronan stepped into the dense dark, asking quietly, so this is the place. Before him loomed a massive gate carved with runes sealing cursed souls. The heavy door creaked open, magic winds howling like lamenting spirits. Ronan and the guide entered, their footsteps echoing through the frozen space. On the black throne at the center, Bodusa sat, eyes blazing like demonic fire. May's eyes widened in horror at the scene before her. A man knelt trembling, begging mercy. Great Bodusa! I was foolish to touch your power! He pleaded while Ronan frowned, gripping his sword in fury. Ronan drew his blade and slashed decisively. The strike tore the air, glowing in the thick darkness. The illusion of the Tower Master shattered into black ash. Ronan snarled, enough of this cheap trick. He shouted, show yourself, you bastard Bodusa! A mocking voice replied, what a welcome! You're hard to please. At once, a pillar of dark light exploded, forcing Ronan to leap back. He clenched his sword tighter, eyes locked on his foe. Bodusa smirked, voice rumbling, welcome, Ronan. He continued, you are the finest vessel I've ever seen. His tone deepened, meeting Facetoface is thrilling. I want to share this feeling with you. Then he pointed at the guiding woman. First, deal with that nuisance. She instantly drew a dagger and stabbed herself without hesitation. Tears fell as she trembled, whispering, may Bodusa be glorified forever. Blood sprayed. Ronan yelled, what the hell? Wasn't she yours? Bodusa laughed, don't be absurd. Leaning back, he sneered, they like Legian, were worms greedy for my power. He recalled mockingly, they once claimed they'd use my strength to save the world. He scoffed, so noble in words, yet merely weaklings begging to survive. To me, their talk was just the whining of earthbound insects. And yet they dared raise their heads, daring to bargain with me. He chuckled coldly, lifting his hand. I could crush them, but I granted mercy a single chance to serve. Their honor was to obey until they utterly vanished. Understood? Ronan gripped his sword and said coldly, you're no cultist but your power's terrifying. He frowned, sensing vast demonic energy radiating from him. Silence fell, broken only by Ronan's pounding heartbeat. He inhaled deeply, eyes sharpening with one resolve, this being must die. Raising his sword, Ronan growled, enough. It'll show you what a real demon deserves. Medusa burst out laughing. That's the spirit. A vessel of mine should stand proud. He lowered his tone. But tell me, don't you fear my absolute power? Before he could finish, Ronan charged, blade flashing violently. Ronan's eyes blazed red as he rasped. If you could, you'd have done it already. He tilted his head, gaze sharp, right? Medusa laughed, amusing, you're quite the toy. Ronan's next strike shattered the stone throne and the floor beneath it. Black flames burst, and Mai gasped at the sight. Medusa reappeared in another illusion, still seated, voice cold as steel. Such arrogance needs correction, he said slowly. Ronan hesitated, sweat dripping down his face. Medusa roared. Struggle all you like, you'll see how small you are, as a massive maw opened before him. His voice echoed, the gap between us is eternal. Ronan clenched his teeth, eyes sparking with rage. Suddenly, a blue light flared from his chest pocket. It was Aiza's ring, the only charm capable of resisting darkness. Ronan stared as blue energy enveloped him, blazing against the void. He thought, this power from Aiza's ring, purifying mana! His body shone bright, waves of azure flame devouring the darkness. Then Medusa's giant maw lunged and swallowed him whole. But from within, blue light erupted, slicing the night in half. Ronan roared, bracing his sword against those vile fangs, snarling, you bastard! He gritted his teeth and shouted, you dare open that filthy mouth near me. His eyes flared, if you want death, ill grant it! The blue light erupted, slicing the beast's head clean in half. Ronan spun his blade, unleashing a furious vortex that swept away the surrounding mana. The illusion collapsed, revealing the real Medusa seated on his black throne. He lifted a finger, grinning wickedly. Ronan turned sharply, unease flooding his gut. The giant head reappeared, jaws gaping wide toward him. The air quaked, the roar tearing through space itself. Ronan raised his sword, light crackling around him like thunder. He slashed fiercely, straight at the phantom before him. The blue energy pierced the void, blowing everything apart. Every illusion shredded, fading like smoke. Medusa sneered, not bad, quite entertaining. He chuckled, simple but effective. I like that. Then his voice darkened, but that's enough playtime. From the void, dozens of massive hands sprouted like roots. They lunged at Ronan, swarming him like starving demons. Medusa laughed. Let's see how you escape this, Ronan. The monstrous hands grabbed him, squeezing with brutal strength. Ronan cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! Countless tendrils wrapped around him, locking his body tight. Medusa raised his hand, palm closing slowly. He clenched it, smiling coldly. The monsters tightened further, making Ronan scream in agony. He squeezed again, merging them into a colossal black sphere. Ronan was trapped inside, dark energy swirling to crush him. Medusa's eyes went blank, his voice tolling like a death knell. End it, he murmured. Suddenly, bluid light burst from the sphere, ripping it open. Blades of light slashed through the beasts, shredding them apart. Their black bodies fell and turned to ash amid radiant blue flames. Medusa rose, narrowing his eyes, voice low. Good. At least you've lasted this long. He raised his hand, forming a bow of pure black mana. An arrow of energy fired, streaking through space like lightning. It shot straight toward Ronan. A thunderous blast erupted, black smoke engulfing everything. Magic winds roared as Ronan swung his arm, blocking the strike. Medusa laughed maniacally. Excellent! Yes, keep going! He shouted, show me more, Ronan! His tone twisted. Reveal all your power, no holding back! Darkness surged, responding to his call. Suddenly, crimson flames burst into existence. Medusa froze. What? He recognized it as the fire magic of Vice Tower Master Huo Diao. A massive phoenix of flame appeared. He laughed in shock. Impressive, a mere child mastering heightier spells. Then he rumbled, but you've forgotten one thing. This body once belonged to the greatest fire master alive. He swept his arm, reversing the phoenix wings. The blazing fire was swallowed whole as soft laughter echoed. What a pity, your ultimate move snuffed out so easily. Still, he squinted with faint amusement, your fighting spirit is commendable. Then he sneered, so what's your next move, Ronan? But when he looked again, Ronan was gone. He frowned. Himph, the firebird wasn't an attack. It was a smokescreen to conceal himself. Medusa chuckled, clever, using fire to hide in plain sight. Just then, Ronan appeared behind him. Roaring, die, monster! Medusa spun in shock, too late to react. The blade flashed, cleaving across his body with perfect precision. A deep gash opened, black blood spraying like rain. The stench filled the air, painting the ground crimson. Ronan glared, eyes blazing with fury. Blood ran down his sword, dripping onto the floor with a hiss. Thick crimson streamed from Medusa's slashed neck. Yet he laughed. You wounded me even with such poor synchronization. Ronan froze. His heart pounded as he watched in disbelief. The wound on Medusa's neck slowly sealed. He chuckled. Good, very good. From behind him, grotesque creatures crawled out of spatial rifts, their roars shaking the room. The beast shrieked and surged toward Ronan like a black tide. But Medusa only smirked triumphantly, telling him to exhaust every drop of strength. At once, Mai lowered her stance, ready to defend. The monsters coiled and darted like black spears through the haze. Ronan leapt aside, dodging a strike by a hair's breadth. He frowned. His blade had hit them, yet it did nothing. There was no choice but to draw out the forbidden tome sealed within Legian. Ronan gripped his sword, panting. Had truly reached his limit. Wary, he swung wildly, attacks relentless yet useless. The spells of Alfila had failed. His foe was the Tower Master of the Dark Tower, power rivaling High Priest Naviros. Fighting on, Ronan realized the only reason he still lived was the enemy's desire for his body. The battle should have ended long ago. He'd stand no chance in a true duel. At the climax, Bajuje raised a hand, summoning a violet energy blast toward him. Ronan glanced at his sword, knowing he had just one final chance. At that same moment, Menzi moved slightly, ready to intervene. Suddenly Badura's eyes snapped open, his fierce gaze slicing the air. Yet Ronan stood still, calmly awaiting the incoming strike. Just as it neared his throat, a flash of light froze everything. Then the attack vanished. Ronan smirked coldly, while Badura roared in anger, demanding what trick had pulled. His glare grew heavier, aura pressing down like a crushing weight. Badura billowed, calling him a fool for nearly triggering an irreparable catastrophe. He shouted, "To defile the body destined for my glorious rebirth, utter insolence." Ronan replied calmly, "At least now I see you never meant to kill me." Badura hesitated. Then Mai raised a wooden shard, aiming for his wrist, warning that his body would soon be taken. Without hesitation, Ronan stabbed himself hard, blood pouring. Better death than possession. The room fell deathly silent. Badura laughed coldly. "Suicide, such arrogance before me." He sneered, "Did you think that foolish act could fool me? It only aids my rebirth." "Demons," he added, "you're mistaken. I can heal that wound with a single thought." Ronan scoffed, "For a great forbidden tome. You sure talk a lot. Your threats are getting old." He continued, "You forget corpses can't serve as vessels." Badura froze, his expression twisting. He steadied himself, warning that everyone in the Dark Tower was bound by his magic. He could kill them anytime. He roared, "Stop this nonsense unless you want your comrades to become corpses." Ronan laughed loudly, mocking, "You really do know how to make me die laughing." The old demon narrowed his eyes at Mai, muttering, "That scrap of paper, you think him that gullible." Ronan smirked, "One look at your smug face and pompous tone, I figured you out already." He stated firmly, "Whether I surrender my body or not, you'd never spare them anyway." "What?" Badura gasped, and Ronan replied, "Try it gives me even more reason to act my way." Blood still poured from his wrist as he said coldly, "Even if it kills me, so be it." He gritted his teeth. Better death than submission. The monster would taste his own pain. His voice deepened, eyes blazing, "If I'm lying, you'll see soon enough." Then he declared, "I'll carve into you a memory you'll never forget." Stunning Bazura. The demon froze, disbelief rising within him. From the start, he thought Ronan was just a lucky human who'd pushed his limits. Yet that tiny mortal dared meet his gaze like an equal. It unsettled him. Then Ronan asked coldly, still hesitating, and raised the shard of wood. He stabbed his own neck, blood spurting. "Let me make it clearer for you." Blood splattered, tinting the thick air crimson. Badura's eyes widened. He never thought the boy would go that far. He grabbed Ronan's hand to stop the reckless act. Struggling to restrain him, he roared for him not to destroy himself again. Grinding his teeth, he demanded, "What's the true purpose behind this suicidal madness?" "Speak, Ronan," he growled, eyes glinting with suspicion. Ronan just smiled, replying coolly, finally ready to talk properly, "Huh." He lifted his head, wearing the cold smile of someone who'd planned the game from the start. Then he proposed, "Let's make a wager. Each of us bets our life." He stared at Badura, voice daring, "Let's play to the end." Badura frowned. "A wager?" Ronan nodded. "Exactly." He explained, "I've studied curses deeply and found one incredibly dangerous. It's the binding oath curse. It forces both sides to keep their promise until the battle ends. Even at the cost of life, the pact must be fulfilled completely. So, I'll settle this with you under that curse. It's simple enough." Badura pondered. Controlling this brat wasn't hard, but keeping his body intact was far less certain. The boy could choose death anytime, an unpredictable risk. Meanwhile, a flicker of blue light pulsed, strange energy growing around Ronan. Badura frowned. He sensed the rising power and dared not be careless. This boy was the treasure he'd sought for 1,000 years. Ronan sneered, "It's just a wager with a forbidden tome. Why trembling already?" His taunting gaze added, "Or are you not confident enough?" Finally Badura released him, replying coldly, "Fine, I accept, but..." He growled, "I'll decide the terms of this duel." His tone darkened, "And my mercy ends here." Ronan chuckled inwardly. Perfect, his pride's fully hooked now. He breathed deep. He'd baited the demon into the game, and that was enough. Whatever came next, his path was already set with no return. A cold wind swept through, carrying the suffocating scent of magic. Badura asked sternly, "Ready?" Ronan nodded, and he roared, "Then it begins now." Instantly, the binding ritual ignited, power swirling violently around them. A solemn voice declared, "Whoever breaks the pact shall be destroyed." Ronan forfeits his body. If he loses, Badura, sealed forever. Badura nodded, adding, "The pact is clear now. For the rules. You must endure a round of illusion magic crafted by me." He asked, "Do you agree?" Ronan smirked. "What's there to ask? Of course." He growled, "Then hurry up. I've no time to waste." Badura smiled coldly. "Very well," he said, raising his hand to begin the spell. Red and blue energies from both surged upward, clashing violently. The oath engraved itself into the air, lighting the entire chamber. Badura laughed loudly. "Ronan, dream well. This will be your final memory." Ronan chuckled. Ridiculous, you're the one who'll soon need a breath of fresh air, he said firmly. When this game ends, it's you who'll regret, and the illusion unfolded blue skies and warm sunlight. Then a voice echoed, catch just one, and fate will change forever. Another sighed, creatures like dream birds or mermaids are worth more than gold bears can't catch them, let alone us. The reed-haired man snapped, unbelievable, you hermits know nothing of the real world. Hearing the argument, Ronan frowned, too noisy, shut up, will you? A teasing voice replied, oh, finally awake, Captain Ronan. Another laughed, sleeping that deeply, you must have dreamed something sweet. They called him Commander Ronan, captain of the disciplined squad, a name everyone feared. Mai rubbed her eyes, muttering, sweet dreams my ass, go check the gear. After a short break, the squad quickly prepped for the next drill. The redhead groaned, boss, seriously how long do we have to endure this? He added, next battle, I'll lead the guys to bail easy with you as captain. He grinned, then we'll hunt a few big ones. Live Rich! Ronan cut him off. He glared, voice cold as steel, say hunt again and I'll cut your hand off. Got it. Ballas paled, hiding his hands behind him, stammering, no, just kidding. Ronan rested his hand, answering calmly, enough. Endure a bit longer, the general promised to pardon us. He continued, that belief kept us alive till now, we'll start over. His tone grew firm, so no more nonsense, focus on staying alive, understood. The squad shouted, yes, sir! Ronan nodded slightly, thinking, right, just a bit more endurance. One man laughed, throwing an arm over Mai, as long as we follow him, none of us die, right, boss? He called out, ain't that right, Captain Ronan? Mai scowled, Martin, mind your own neck, why are you climbing on me? He raised a hand, yelling, my life first! Anyone in my way, too bad! Ronan stayed silent, thinking, I can't tell them it'd distract them, but if this mission succeeds, our crimes will be erased. He knew well this mission was deadly, one mistake meant death. Yet his resolve burned, just endure a bit longer, I can return to Nimberton, where she waits. He clenched his fist, vowing, I'll survive, no matter what. Suddenly, a massive beam of light struck down into the camp. Ballas widened his eyes. What the hell? Something's falling from the sky! He stammered, could that be enemy magic? A soldier yelled, Commander Ronan, orders, what do we do? Panic spread, unease crawled over everyone. Ronan gripped his sword, heart pounding, a clear sense of impending doom. The air thickened, warning of disaster to come. Then someone screamed, look, up there! A voice boomed, you who dwell beneath the stars bow your heads. Obey his command, the voice thundered with divine authority. A giant wind creature descended, declaring, I have come to open the destined path. The impact shook the earth, violet light engulfing the camp. The squad stood frozen, horrified at the colossal being. One man stammered, what the hell is that? Another soldier pointed, shouting, boss, look at the sky! From a magic circle, countless arrows of light rained down toward them. The soldiers broke into cold sweat, unable to react. Blinding radiance flooded the camp, turning night to day. Explosions roared, earth and stone scattering as the arrows struck. Several arrows pierced unlucky soldiers, blood spraying everywhere. Screams of agony echoed, mixing with smoke and the stench of blood. Ah! Cries rang out beneath the deadly rain of arrows. Ronan stood frozen, trembling, muttering, what the hell is happening? A trumpet blared across the sky, shaking the entire camp. More magical arrows rained down like a storm. Ballas shouted, no way! That's the war horn. Don't tell me they're attacking that monster! He yelled, those lunatics have lost their minds! Ronan gritted his teeth and charged, slashing the falling arrows apart. His sword swung with force, deflecting their deadly path. Behind him, soldiers yelled. The captain jumped down. He turned and barked. Hey, you idiots! He roared. Snap out of it! Standing there shaking, want save anyone? Fight or run if you don't want to die for nothing, he shouted, as another arrow sped toward them. Before he could finish, the arrow struck a comrade right before his eyes. A deafening blast erupted, dust and debris exploding upward. Blood splattered across Ronan's face, leaving him stunned and breathless. More blazing arrows shot toward him from behind. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the side. It tackled Ronan, pushing him out of harm's way. The arrow struck and exploded, blasting dirt into the air. Ballas screamed, Ronan, get up! We have to retreat now! That thing's beyond us, we wait for reinforcements. But Ronan stood silent. Around him lay fallen comrades, smoke and blood soaking the ground. The sight carved deep into his mind, choking his breath. He whispered, no, it can't end like this. Then screamed in despair, no, this isn't real! Everything glowed red, blood covering his vision. A flash of light and Ronan jolted back to reality. Before him stood Badura, eyes full of arrogance. He raised a hand, calmly saying, this illusion invades memory, reviving your deepest horrors. It repeats endlessly, eroding your mind until you're trapped in eternal hell. When your will breaks, your desire for death surpasses fear, he said, watching Ronan's dazed stare. That is the eternity you face, Ronan. No mortal can resist it. The moment you gave me control of this battle, your fate was sealed. He smiled triumphantly. I just wonder, how are you struggling now in that pit of despair? Inside the illusion, Ronan kept watching his comrades fall. His face grew empty, soulless. He thought, they're all dead, then ran in panic. Looking back, he saw only charred bodies among ashes. He whispered, dead again, his voice breaking. Heavy rain fell, drenching the lifeless corpses. Through the downpour, he saw Ballas fall, unable to call his name. Ronan's eyes filled with despair, the look of a man who'd lost everything. He thought shakily, how many died protecting me? So many I've lost count and courage. Is this truly the end? No, this hell never ends. He faded, drowning in crimson. Now I just want to breathe, just a moment of peace. To rest even one. Suddenly, May's voice rang out from the void. Enough! Stop it! Ronan fell to his knees, screaming in pain, I give up. Take it all, body, soul, whatever. Badura smiled a twisted grin of ecstasy. He murmured. A violet light burst from his body as the forbidden tome flew forth. At last you are mine, Ronan! He roared. The book spun rapidly, drawn straight toward him. It merged into Ronan's body amid blinding flames. Black mana engulfed him, spreading across his form. The wind spun into a raging tornado, sweeping everything away. When the possession completed, Badura laughed in sheer ecstasy. Marvelous! This body is truly extraordinary! He licked his lips. Ronan's black eyes gleamed as his laughter echoed. This surge of power is perfection itself! Then Badura stepped forward, coldly calling Ronan, heralding his mind's final dissolution. He said, as a final mercy, he would grant one last gift, drawing a gleaming sword. Pointing ahead, he bragged that this was Ronan's true power, then slashed fiercely. The sword's strike tore straight toward the dense wall ahead. The blow ripped through stone, dirt burst up, and the ground quaked violently. Afterward, Badura flicked his hair and smugly declared this might was born of his own grace. He sneered, asking if Ronan felt despair now that his crafted power devoured all hope. Then he said, before the end, let this be the dazzling opening act of this grand day. He glanced back at the Tower Master struggling to rise, mocking the fool who wasted his time with hollow will. Laughing, he asked what drove him, duty as a Tower Master or guilt for cursing this land. The Tower Master only gasped, his breath fading but eyes still firm. Seeing that, Badura coldly said that whatever the reason, both would drown in despair, raising his sword high. The blade came crashing down, meant to end everything. Yet the Tower Master sat still, silent, eerily calm. Suddenly, Badura froze, his whole body trembling strangely. The sword in his hand quaked violently, as if an unseen force resisted. Stunned, he blurted out, unable to grasp what was happening. The blade then shuddered wildly, bursting into blinding light. Badura stammered in disbelief, muttering, what is this, again and again. The vast air around them cracked open with invisible energy. Then, the sword slipped from his hand, clanging against the ground. Badura collapsed, clutching his head and screaming in agony as strange power struck, shouting impossible! He struggled to comprehend how a mere human could harbor such terrifying energy, and in horror, realized within that body dwelled supreme killing intent beyond his own. Just then, men appeared, laughing mockingly that Badura's name suited today's fate. He said a weak professor he once knew was sucked into the underworld merely by touching that power, while Ronan kept moving forward. Yet Ronan dared to absorb it all and even strike, leaving Badura terrified and unbelieving. He stammered, asking how Ronan could keep his mind intact without being consumed. Ronan chuckled softly, pulling out an item, saying that the enemy's vile illusion had brought back cursed memories, nearly shattering his mind. But he raised a glowing ring, saying without it, everything would have ended long ago. It was the keepsake once given to him by Eyes. Ronan recalled first seeing the ring, shocked and confused by its mystery. Eyes smiled, explaining that when infused with special mana, its true form would appear. And it was a gift prepared by the god for Ronan, the cursed one, who endures endless pain. The ring held divine energy strong enough to resist all dark power. Eyes held the ring glowing turquoise in her palm. Then she smiled, telling him to cherish this, for when he faces the inescapable trial, it will appear, just like in the vision, guiding him onward. Even without touching it, the ring's energy spread, making space itself tremble. Ronan slowly reached toward the power radiating from the ring. Instantly, another hand of light reached out and touched him. The energy flowed into him, helping him stay firm amid the chaotic force. Remembering everything, Ronan chuckled, thinking he owed yet another favor. He softly thanked Santi as the energy pulled him free from the deadly illusion. Back in reality, Ronan gripped the ring, feeling its warmth spread through his hand. He smiled, admitting he never thought his own curse would become his salvation. Thinking of his reckless gamble, he suddenly felt it was all worth it. Meanwhile, Badura screamed madly, repeating impossible in disbelief. He howled in despair, unable to accept such an absurd being existed. Ronan tucked the ring away, smiling calmly, saying he'd heard that line too many times. He repeated his old words that anyone who targets this body and men gripped his sword hilt. In an icy tone he warned they'd regret it, fear flashing in Badura's eyes. Then Badura screamed as his own dark power devoured him. His body dissolved, leaving only a fading cry of impossible. The echo lingered, haunting the silent air. He thrashed, shouting that he was the forbidden tome of destruction, the future ruler of this land. His voice broke, unwilling to accept such a meaningless end. Suddenly, blood sprayed, drawing a bright red arc in the air. A blade flashed, severing his arm in an instant. Men shook his head in exasperation, muttering, it's gotten this messy. Huh. Ronan's cold face appeared in Badura's eyes as he said firmly, had enough dancing yet. Stepping closer, he said flatly, "If the show's over, then get lost." His tone calm but deadly. At once, the dark energy surged, engulfing the entire tower. But seconds later, it exploded, scattering like ashes in the wind. The tower gradually returned to its original form, freed from the darkness. The control Badura had over Ejibat's body vanished completely. Air and the Vice Tower Master clearly sensed the seal's power fading. Amid the ruins, the smoke thinned as light pierced through broken stones. Ronan collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, breathing faintly. He exhaled softly, as if shedding a crushing weight. Closing his eyes, he thought he'd nearly died because of one cursed book, still amazed he survived. Then, he murmured that perhaps it was finally over, the dark power gone, and the book fell to the ground. Milas looked at it, his heart heavy with lingering doubt. He noticed the holy mana remained, proving as suspected that Badura was linked to them. Suddenly, the Tower Master's trembling but emotional voice echoed. He admitted he never thought Ronan could defeat that foe alone while he himself still trembled. Ronan turned and asked, "You're awake?" The Tower Master nodded, apologizing for making him endure all this. He sighed, saying even unconscious he could still feel Ronan's power. Then with eyes closed, he said he'd witnessed Ronan's astonishing will and skill in battle. He confessed it was a rare sight, and Ronan shyly replied he'd taken plenty of hits just to stay standing. Then Ronan asked seriously if the Tower Master was badly hurt or low on mana. The Tower Master smiled, saying he'd only lost a little mana but saved many lives and the tower's peace. He chuckled, saying even losing all his mana would be fine if he could live to atone. He said gratitude was all that remained for the chance to live and make things right again. Ronan smiled, praising that the Tower Master truly lived up to the title. Then he turned toward the door, saw two figures approaching and softly urged them to keep living strong. The Vice Tower Master rushed in, asking if they were all right. Mai quietly replied they lived on for those they must protect. He added, sometimes it's also for reasons greater than oneself. Then his eyelids drooped, voice fading but calm. He exhaled, saying he could finally rest in peace. Ronan collapsed too, taking deep breaths to steady himself. He smiled warily, remarking what an impossibly long day it had been. The next morning, soft sunlight streamed in through the window, heralding a new beginning. Ronan opened his eyes to find himself on a clean bed in a quiet room. He rubbed his forehead, wincing from a lingering headache. Lifting his head, he asked how long he'd slept. The Tower Master smiled, saying a full day. No one had the heart to wake him. Soon after, men sighed in relief seeing them safe. The Vice Tower Master smiled, saying all was settled thanks to Ronan pushing back Badusa. At that, the mind control curse faded with Badusa's death, though monitoring must continue. Thankfully no lives were lost. Meanwhile, Ejabid completed her treatment safely, then dove right back into restoring the ruined magic tower. Yet the Tower Master said he had urged her to rest, but she stubbornly refused, believing that amid chaos, leading others was the duty of A.K. Lucia. Meanwhile, Shoyin also awoke, but her strange behavior startled everyone. From the moment she opened her eyes, she kept her distance, silently observing everything. Then suddenly, she began following Elizabeth closely, never leaving her side. Hearing this, Ron rested his chin and thought, fearing this incident could ignite conflict between the two clans. Luckily, things seemed settled. Ronan smiled in relief, saying he could finally head home, but had one last message first. He immediately warned them not to throw a grand feast. He hated noisy stuff, making both Tower Masters laugh awkwardly, caught red-handed. Yet, despite his protest, the Vice Tower Master already had a farewell plan ready, insisting a benefactor could leave empty-handed. He then presented a small box, saying it was a modest token of gratitude. When the box opened, golden light shimmered across the room. Inside lay two exquisite badges symbolizing the highest honorary guest of the Dawn Magic Tower. He explained the bearer could access tower resources and special zones like the Hemian Station areas reserved for top magi. The Vice Tower Master handed the box to Ronan, saying he'd engraved a few protective runes to aid him in danger. He declared this was also a vow that the Dawn Magic Tower would forever remain Ronan's ally. Both masters bowed deeply, sincerely thanking him for saving and restoring their tower. Ronan flusteredly waved his hands, asking them not to bow. It only made him feel heavier inside. Then he smiled, said it was no big deal, bid farewell, and turned to leave. Just then, the Vice Tower Master snapped his fingers, and golden flames engulfed the room. Ronan froze as the man's serious voice said there was still an urgent matter to discuss. Meanwhile, at the beach, Air stood silently watching the fading sunset on the horizon. Her eyes were tinged with sorrow, lost in thoughts of what she had just lost. Ronan approached softly, calling out, "There you are, Air!" Hearing him, she turned in delight, rushing to ask if he was awake and still hurt anywhere. Ronan laughed, saying he was fine. Badusa had treasured his body too much to leave any serious wounds. Then, he scratched his head awkwardly, saying he had to return to Felian soon, but wanted to clear something up with her first. Turns out, what he wanted to reveal was a secret about the anti-organization. Silence fell, broken only by the endless murmur of waves. Suddenly, Air turned, startled to hear Ronan call her name himself. She gave a strained smile, softly saying he didn't need to explain it to her. Her eyes dimmed, heavy with sorrow buried deep inside. For a fleeting moment, she remembered the time she gave Ronan that ring. A warm hand gently rested on her head, freezing her in place. A gentle voice spoke, "I'm sorry, heir." It was Santi, the old teacher from long ago. He smiled sadly, asking forgiveness for leaving so abruptly and thanking her for always being there. To him, she was the most beautiful memory of his quiet life. When he finished speaking, Santi faded away, leaving only an echoing wish for peace. Back in the present, Air let out a choked laugh, saying Santi was truly one of a kind. Laughing and crying at once, she whispered that though eccentric, he was always strangely warm. Bathed in the crimson sunset, Ronan stood silently watching her figure on the sand. The next morning, under a crystal-clear sky, a new journey began. The ship set sail, closing the tale of the Dawn Magic Tower. A few days later, in the familiar training yard, Ronan gripped his sword tightly, gathering all his strength. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy coursing through his body. The sword in his hand flared with fierce red light. Its blade trembled violently, ringing hot and sharp. Ronan opened his eyes, thinking nothing seemed out of the ordinary. From mana flow to blade aura, everything felt familiar. Then he suddenly noticed something was off. "What the hell is this freaky phenomenon?" he muttered. Staring at the violet gleam on the blade, he knew something was wrong. He screamed in despair. The mana was identical to that cult's dark sorcery. Ronan gritted his teeth, snarling, "Badusa, you left this cursed thing behind?" Dark energy poured out endlessly, engulfing his whole body. Panic struck. What had his body become? Then a memory flashed back to the Dawn Tower. The golden flames from the Vice Tower Master filled the room. Ronan stared at the forbidden tome in his hands, asking if they really meant to give it to him. He admitted he wanted to study it, yet still felt uneasy. He asked whether giving him such a dangerous book was too risky. The Vice Tower Master calmly said not to worry, it had been thoroughly purified. He explained the book's demonic nature was erased now, it was merely an ancient relic. Smiling, he said they believed only Ronan was worthy to wield it, because remnants of Badusa still lingered inside his body. Ronan was shocked, and the Tower Master explained that Badusa's soul fragment might have been absorbed by him. Unable to possess Ronan's body, it was completely devoured instead. Otherwise, the Forbidden Tome would still contain traces of his will. The Tower Master looked at the black aura and spoke gravely. This could be humanity's only clue to mastering Badusa's power. Back to the present, Ronan ruffled his hair in frustration. "Only clue, my ass!" He sighed, accepting that his path was already decided. If he faced that thing again in this state, it would be a disaster. He hissed angrily, imagining himself torn apart instantly. Still, he exhaled in relief. The dark mana was invisible to others, or he'd be in deep trouble. Suddenly, a woman's mocking voice came from behind. "Got yourself into a mess, huh?" Ronan jumped, shouting, "Ah, what the hell?" He instantly drew his sword, swinging on reflex. The woman drew hers too, coldly saying, "That move's not nearly enough." Nabaros frowned and asked if something strange had happened to him lately, leaving Ronan frozen in shock. He looked closely and whispered, "Lady Nabaros." Ronan hid his sword behind him, laughing awkwardly. "Ah, you know your killing intent came first?" "I just reacted." Nabaros strode forward, shouting, "You! Tell me the truth right now!" "What on earth happened inside the Dawn Magic Tower?" She pressed on sternly. "And how did you end up with a core inside your body?" Ronan's eyes widened. He pointed to his chest. "This thing's a core." Nabaros's vein popped as she snapped, "What, did you think it was a tumor?" She glared, "You dare compare a sacred core to a lump of flesh?" "I explained this in class already!" Then she added sharply, "Don't tell me you fell asleep again?" Ronan broke into a cold sweat, bowing in apology. Nabaros sighed, waving her hand in frustrated resignation. She explained that a core was proof of a true swordsman, the crystallization of a lifetime's training. It formed when the heart's mana cycle refined countless times, becoming a vessel for the purest energy. It marked the boundary between ordinary men and genuine sword masters. The mana within a core was far denser than natural flow, the base for awakening sword aura. In other words, one who possessed a core had stepped into a higher realm of swordsmanship. Pointing her blade at him, Nabaros said it normally took decades of grueling effort to attain. Yet somehow it formed inside a guy like him, and separate from his heart at that. "So in theory," she added, "having two cores isn't impossible for you." Ronan stared in shock. Nabaros drew her sword coldly. "Fine, I'll question you about the Dawn Tower later." Tilting her head with a sly smile, she added, "For now, fight me." Ronan yelped, "Huh? Why are we suddenly fighting?" She only smiled, saying testing strength came first. Raising an eyebrow teasingly, she said, "You learn better with your body than your brain, right?" Ronan paled instantly. Then both lunged into a fierce duel. Ronan blocked Nabaros's strike, shouting under the crushing pressure. Their blades clashed with an explosive boom, sending out a violent shockwave. Dust and smoke flooded the entire training yard. Ronan leapt back to dodge the next slash. Bracing his hand on the ground, he muttered, "What kind of sadistic training is this?" The earth trembled, cracking all around them. Before he could breathe, Nabaros charged again like a storm. Ronan raised his sword, shouting, "Is this training or attempted murder?" Rocks burst beneath their feet as dust swirled thickly. He realized if he kept clashing head-on, he'd lose miserably. Gritting his teeth, he knew he had to find an opening to counter. Biting his lip, he resolved just one chance to bind her, and he could turn the tide. Suddenly, dark energy flared inside him, conjuring a beam that bound Nabaros's legs. Ronan gawked, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Nabaros's legs were wrapped in pitch-black magical chains. Ronan froze, half relieved, half terrified, utterly confused. He noticed the glow matched Dujian's aura from before. How the hell is that even possible? Nabaros glanced down, smirking, "A movement-limiting spell. Seems you picked up some neat tricks at the Dawn Tower." She nodded approvingly, saying such surprises often decide victory. Then she gestured with her sword. "If you've got more tricks, now's the time to show them." Nabaros stepped forward, snapping the chains, calmly declaring Shed stop holding back. With a thrill in her eyes, she lunged. Ronan screamed in panic. "Professor, please calm down. I still don't even know what's happening," he cried. Right then, the power within him began to drain away. A glowing orb in Ronan's chest quivered, emitting a deep hum. A faint voice echoed in his mind, "You need..." Before he could understand, Ronan collapsed, strength leaving his entire body. Nabaros gasped and quickly withdrew her sword. She shouted in panic, "Ronan, wake up!" A few hours later at the academy. In the infirmary, a bored voice muttered, "Swordsmen really are all brawn, no brain." Another professor crossed his arms, scolding, "This is an academy, not a battlefield. What kind of training was that?" Pointing at the unconscious Ronan, he snapped, "You drained his mana completely." Nabaros turned away, avoiding Jonah's reproachful gaze. She gritted her teeth. "Enough chatter. Did you stabilize him or not?" The man huffed, "I'm more qualified than you, don't worry." He explained it was just a reaction from sudden mana depletion. Some mana water and recovery potions will fix him up fast. He added, "So go fetch the medicine and stop leaking killing intent everywhere. You're only slowing his recovery." Ronan woke groggily, frowning as he drank under Nabaros's irritated stare. She crossed her arms, grumbling, "I never teach such weak-willed students." But then her tone softened, "Do you need any other medicine?" Saying that, Nabaros turned and went to fetch it. Ronan smiled gratefully, "Professor, I honestly panicked, my head spun. I thought I was dead." The other professor rested his chin on his hand. "Ronan, you're the most troublesome student I've ever had." He sighed, "Every time you show up, I witness something no one's ever seen. Have some pity on your teachers." Looking at the mana orb in Ronan's chest, he asked, "That strange crystallized energy, could it be Badusa's power?" Ronan flinched. "How do you know about that?" The professor replied, "I'm still in contact with Aunfila. He told me to closely monitor Badusa's remnants inside you." Ronan froze, realizing everything had been planned all along. He touched his chest softly, whispering, "Professor." The man smiled, patting his shoulder, "Don't worry, it's not dangerous. The mana from the Forbidden Tome is astonishingly stable. Without context, anyone would mistake it for a rare mana variant. Still, we'll need time to analyze it further. If no issues arise, you could use it as a core to trigger Radiance." Ronan shot up, "Stunned Radiance!" The professor nodded. "Yes, the Radiant Realm, reached only by the truly exceptional. It awakens when one's deepest emotion fuses with an unreachable desire. In that moment, instinct and intuition merge completely. Regret itself transforms into the fuel for power. When all that synchronizes with the mana core, a new force is born, Radiance." Ronan stared at his hands, amazed that he might touch such a state. But then he frowned, recalling Dujian's radiance appearing before. How could something unique like that be copied? He slumped into his chair, deep in thought, while the professor continued, "You should consult Professor Cirrus." Smiling, he added, "Seems fate's got its eye on you, Ronan. Also, about your curse marks, 2 of the 8 seals have disappeared." Ronan gaped, "Disappeared? But I didn't do anything." The professor nodded, "Exactly why I said don't panic." He mused that 2 curses had fused with Badusa's remnants, something impossible by magical theory. Stroking his beard, he muttered that for such fusion to occur, the curses must share a common origin. He whispered, "They stem from the same ancient energy line, Bula Classio." Ronan laughed, "Professor, my body's full of weird stuff, that's the least of it." The professor smirked, "In time, you'll figure it all out." Scene shift outside the academy. Ronan walked quietly down an empty path under the setting sun. In his hand was the Forbidden Tome, his eyes suspicious. "I knew from the start this thing was trouble." He gritted his teeth. "Even dead, you cling like a leech, you damn cursed book. What have you done to my body?" He tossed the book up and chuckled bitterly. "Well, at least both curses are gone. That's some comfort." Clenching his fist, he told himself there's no time to hesitate, taking down one more cultist is enough. Catching the falling book, Lunan decided step by step, he'll uncover what it truly is. Suddenly, a distant voice yelled, "Aya, Lunan!" He spun around, startled. "Huh!" A figure shot out of the smoke ahead. Lunan raised an eyebrow, smirking a K. He waved, "Long time no see. You came all this way to greet me. Impressive! Wait, how'd you even find me?" Aki panted, "Not greeting, running for my life." A loud explosion thundered behind him. Aki screamed in panic, "Save me, Lunan!" Lunan widened his eyes, "What?" Then he yelled too, "Ah! What the hell is happening?" A deafening roar made the ground tremble. a massive monster appeared, bellowing wildly. It charged straight at Luo Nan, who shouted, "Heavens, what did you drag along?" The ground quaked violently, dust flying everywhere. Luo Nan gawked. Am I seeing things? I just left the academy for a bit and it's chaos already. He gritted his teeth. No way something like that exists inside the school. The beast roared, tail whipping as Aki shouted, "It's a manicore!" The manicore, a savage northwestern creature, thrives on killing, its body hard as steel. Its scorpion tail carries lethal paralytic venom, ranking even higher than a weaver. Luo Nan inhaled deeply, thinking maybe this is a good opportunity. He smirked. Perfect, I can test if Badusa's energy truly copies other skills. Luo Nan steadied himself, breathing deeply to calm his spirit. He closed his eyes, focusing not on his heart, but on the mana flowing through his body. The dark power of Badusa began to react. He recalled his previous battle with a cult officer, when lack of control drained him dry. Not this time, he muttered, every muscle tensing. A small tremor rippled beneath his feet, spreading outward. Energy surged as Luo Nan thought, alright, time to use it. Aki shouted in awe, what the heck? Seeing violet light flash by. Dark purple energy tendrils burst up, binding the manicore tight. Luo Nan cheered, yes, it worked. He stared at the pinned beast, panting but thrilled. Suddenly, the monster lifted a leg and shattered the restraints. Both froze as the purple cords crumbled to dust. Luo Nan stepped back, exclaiming, not good, it's too strong. He clenched his teeth, the copied powers weaker than the original. The manicore roared again, charging straight at them. Luo Nan gripped his sword as massive claws closed in. Guess we're fighting after all. Out of nowhere, a white beam of light struck from above. The beam pierced the beast's body, splitting the ground apart. The force stirred the air, blowing sand and dust everywhere. A chill wind howled, thick with mana. The manicore screamed in agony, cracked apart, and collapsed. Luo Nan and Aki stood still in the crimson glow of sunset. They could only watch the colossal pillar of light fade in silence. The light vanished, leaving the sky calm as if nothing had happened. A man stepped forward, standing atop the corpse, his deep voice asking, are you too hurt? Luo Nan frowned slightly, recognizing that familiar tone. From the smoke emerged a Liamen professor. It was Ba Ren. He stood amid the ruins, imposing like a mountain on the battlefield. Around him, mages were already cleaning up the monster's mess. Ba Ren placed a foot on the manicore's corpse, murmuring, forgive me, but if it ran loose, the Empire would suffer. He turned to the students, saying, please understand this was the only choice. Luo Nan stared in awe, thinking, Professor Ba Ren, is that powerful? Even relying only on physical enhancement, he took down the manicore in one hit. He looked so gentle, who knew he was terrifying, Luo Nan muttered. Ba Ren's disciples quickly prepared to dispose of the monster's corpse. He turned back, bowing apologetically, I'm truly sorry it broke the magical seal in its cage and escaped. As the festival's overseer, Ba Ren continued, my sincerest apologies. Aki laughed, no worries, at least we got to witness a rare sight. Luo Nan asked curiously, what's this 100 Beast Festival anyway? Aki chuckled, oh right, you just got back, everyone in Phi Lion's been busy preparing for it. He explained, the 100 Beast Festival is the Empire's grand event displaying rare beasts and mythical creatures so people can see legends up close. Luo Nan nodded. Right, I remember seeing that on the schedule, was planning to go if I had time. He asked worriedly, after this mess will it be cancelled? Ba Ren shook his head. Probably not, he said sternly. The capital has high hopes a minor incident won't stop them. Besides, the manicore will now be part of the show. The next day at the NES auditorium, inside the grand hall, chatter buzzed with excitement. Luo Nan sat at the head seat, saying, so the festival's still on, but I still don't get why everyone's so hyped. He wondered, is it really that special to make the whole academy lose its mind? Maya laughed. Normally, no, but this year's different. She lowered her voice. There'll be a rare pair of twin phantom beasts, Alpha and Omega. Doppelgangers, creatures that read emotions through eye contact and transform into that person. Maya continued, Alpha turns into the one you love most, and Omega becomes the one you utterly despise. They are priceless, people would pay fortunes to see them, but the Empire's showing them for free. So of course everyone's excited, she laughed. Tilting her head, she teased, well, Luo Nan interested now. Luo Nan thought, if it's emotion-based, my Alpha would turn into Yi Li, and Omega definitely a Chu. He sighed, arms crossed, looking bored. Muttering, with an event this big, weirdos will swarm in for sure. He raised an eyebrow. Professor Ba Ren's gonna have a rough time. The next day, in a dark alley, a cold voice echoed. Such occasions are perfect for action. Orders from above, complete the mission flawlessly for the honor of Kajibo Luo. Scene shift to the academy. Luo Nan spoke. Alright, enough about the festival, I've got business to discuss. He placed a book on the table, voice serious, I've got gifts for you too. Turning to Aki, he handed it over, this one's yours first. Aki picked it up, eyes wide. What is this? Luo Nan smiled. A treasure I brought from the Dawn Mage Tower. Luo Nan chuckled, scratching his head, but you can't read it yet, each page is encrypted with ancient magic. Decoding even one page takes a whole day, he added, as Aki trembled with excitement holding the book. Luo Nan grinned, so take your time, slow and steady. Aki jumped up, shouting, can't believe something like this exists! May asked curiously. You can actually read it. A nodded. It's like a maze of symbols, but with patience, I can unravel parts of it. Still, understanding it fully will take ages. It's revolutionary knowledge. Then A.K. looked at Lu Nan admiringly. You're amazing. Lu Nan, how'd you even get this? Lu Nan laughed, remembering the fight with Medusa, then said casually, no idea, probably luck. After that, he turned to May. Next, you should go see Professor Baren. May blinked. See him for what? Lu Nan explained, not long ago, Professor Baren successfully cultivated the anti-herb perfectly. Word is, a new medicine's about to be made and distributed across the empire. Luo Nan grinned, pointing at himself, and I boldly recommended your Karave Trading Company as the distributor. You know how valuable that herb is. Control the supply, and your future shines bright. May jumped up joyfully. Really? Thank you so much, Lu Nan. Lu Nan stood smiling, and today, I'll personally test how much you two have improved. Don't disappoint me, alright? May clenched her fist, grinning confidently. Perfect. I've been wanting to show you my progress. Both stood up as Luo Nan shouted. Alright, grab your weapons and follow me to the arena. Time for a match. A.K. panicked. What about me? Lu Nan cut him off. A.K. focus on that book studying. It's better than any training. That thing'll make you stronger than any drill. Got it. He patted his friend's shoulder, smiling. Good luck. I'm off. And left A.K. frozen, watching. A.K. stared blankly as their bright smiles faded away. Especially May's radiant grin. It made his chest ache a little. He sighed, feeling a touch of loneliness creep in. Then forced to smile. See you later. Half a month later, at the Aryan Arena. The morning wind swept fiercely across the vast training grounds. Lu Nan shouted, Alright, this will be trial number 514. Are you two ready? He asked. Rao Mu raised his sword, grinning. Of course. San declared loudly. Begin the match! The call echoed across the field. Tension filled the air, silent, suffocating. Then whoosh! A slicing wind sound rang out. Rao Mu dashed forward like a whirlwind, too fast for the naked eye. He swung his sword straight at Luo Nan. The blade gleamed in an instant. Yet Lu Nan stood still, unmoving. Suddenly his eyes flashed sharp and cold. The power of Medusa within him surged violently. Good, he murmured, activating the energy. Dark purple chains burst forth, binding Rao Mu's legs and sword. Rao Mu yanked hard, but couldn't move an inch. The mana cords tightened as he laughed excitedly. Ha! Not bad! Lu Nan replied. Now you can't move. He exhaled and withdrew the mana, ending the technique. Then bowed slightly. Thank you, Senior Rao Mu, for your effort. San approached, smiling. Congratulations, Luo Nan. Your speed, coordination, and mana control are flawless. Reaching this level in just half a month is remarkable. Lu Nan humbly replied, all thanks to my senior's guidance. Senior San analyzed my techniques, pinpointed flaws, and gave perfect adjustments. And Senior Rao Mu attacked for real, helping me maintain combat instinct. That's how I improved so much. He thought, though this brilliance was borrowed, but Rao Mu smiled kindly. No, I learned from you. Your sword never wavered. She added calmly, whether or not you're a true swordsman, thanks to Luo Nan, I've found a new goal. Then he laughed loudly, praising Luo Nan as the best president, making him laugh and return the compliment. Stretching, Luo Nan waved goodbye and headed off to his own training. Jiaweng turned, joking, if you ever need someone to slash your neck, call me anytime. Once they left, Lu Nan looked at his hands, proud he'd mastered controlling Jonan's blood force. Still, he felt regret over the golden aura he'd once seen around Professor Ba Ren. No matter how many times he tried, he only drained his core energy without reproducing it. It turned out the higher the aura's level, the harder it was to recreate beyond human reach. Luo Nan wished he could see it once more to grasp the feeling, but shadowing that busy professor was a hassle. As he pondered restlessly, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Just then, a man's voice called out, Oh, there you are, Lu Nan, you are. Turns out it was Professor Ba Ren's assistant, Senior Bei Li, panting but glad Luo Nan still remembered his name. Lu Nan replied, We've met a few times, but what's an assistant doing here? Something happened. Bei Li hesitated. The professor left not long ago. He only left a note, saying if a major incident occurs, seek help from Luo Nan. May gasped. Professor Baren left, right before the 100 Beast Festival. Lu Nan frowned. This major incident he mentioned, what exactly is it? Bei Li said gravely, the creature under surveillance in the eastern forest has vanished, the key phantom beast of the festival, Shuangzhong. Hearing that, Lu Nan and San froze in disbelief. Bei Li immediately led them to the scene, explaining more about Professor Bao Zun's disappearance. He left the academy right after the accident. Been 2 weeks now. Lu Nan asked, that accident 2 weeks ago, was it the Manticore escape? Bei Li nodded, confirming it was. The professor suspected something odd about that case. He felt he'd missed something. He went to investigate himself, and though no one knows what he found, I still remember the furious look on his face that day. It haunts me even now. For the first time, that calm professor showed true rage. Rage mixed with deep, chilling disappointment. The next morning, he left a note and disappeared without a word. It said clearly, if serious trouble arises, seek aid from Lu Nan. May spoke up, well, there really is serious trouble. The rare W Ganger broke its cage and vanished without a trace. Lu Nan looked at Ada-san. Senior, what do you think? She observed the scene, replying, this wasn't an accident. The cage was made of superalloy glass resistant even to W. Ganger's shape-shifting ability. Yet it's shattered no way that's from the beast's own strength. Even the glass shards fell inward instead of flying out, and I found dense mana residue clinging to the fragments. That means a massive external force blasted the cage from outside. Ida-san concluded, judging from all evidence, this was a deliberate attack targeting the W. Ganger. In other words, this is no ordinary mishap. Lu Nan sighed in admiration. No wonder you're the captain, such sharp analysis. Otherwise, his eyes darted around, a vague unease still lingering. That same uneasy feeling had been with him since he arrived here. Then Luo Nan said seriously, if you're right, this is grave. It means there's a dangerous criminal inside the academy. He barked, if we don't track them fast, the consequences will be disastrous, making Bailey stammer and nod rapidly. May chimed in, suggesting they start an immediate investigation and request the knight's support, fearing she couldn't handle it alone. But Ida-san stood, saying there were still other suspicious points, but Luo Nan raised a hand to stop her. He reassured her, it's fine, senior, don't worry too much, then smiled lightly, promising, everything will be settled quickly. Once the knights cooperate, it won't take as long as you think. Just then, Lu Nan sighed. Since joining the academy, it's been nothing but trouble after trouble. He joked wryly, even as a standout student, getting dragged into this mess isn't exactly fun. May chuckled, the knights here must feel the same. Huh. One knight stayed silent, quietly watching everyone's reactions. Lu Nan teased, oh, everyone's so serious! Typical knights, majestic and cold, but still, looks like your work ethic doesn't quite match those shiny armors. One of them snapped, but Lu Nan calmly replied, exactly why let students stroll into a crime scene without inspection? He glanced around, pointing out that none of them noticed what Ada-san had just analyzed. Either way, Lu Nan concluded, the responsibility clearly lies with you. He sighed in frustration, blaming them for their apathy. None looked even slightly guilty. Then he mocked, what's wrong? Low pay killing your motivation. A knight barked, it was just an accident. Students like you have no authority, get lost. Lu Nan still smiled, replying softly, then just one last question, Sir Knight. What's with the bloodstains on your armor? He asked, making everyone freeze in horror. Here in Phi Li Tu Nat, there's no reason for anyone to be bleeding, right? Luo Nan's gaze sharpened, voice dropping cold, demanding, who exactly are you? At that, one man drew his sword, snarling a death threat. The rest instantly followed, blades drawn, air tense as wire. Lu Nan replied coolly, then let's see who dies first. He grinned fiercely, busy day so let's make this quick. Suddenly, a sword flashed through the air at blinding speed. It sliced straight into a soldier's head in front. Blood sprayed everywhere as the others screamed in panic. Even Luo Nan was stunned, muttering, what the? The struck soldier howled in agony, then collapsed amid his comrades' terrified cries, none understanding what happened. One man shouted curses at the attacker, accusing him of betrayal. The man didn't answer, just charged forward, eyes bloodshot with madness. His sword swung again, spraying blood with each strike and strangled scream. He did stop, spinning to attack the rest. A flurry of kicks sent several crashing hard to the ground. Bodies lay sprawled, groaning in pools of blood. One tried to curse through pain and hatred, only to find a sword pressed against his throat. He trembled, begging for mercy, while Lu Nan folded his arms, baffled. What the hell's going on? A half-dead man croaked. Who the hell are you? The killer turned, eyes gleaming with excitement. He shouted, voice trembling, at last I've seen it! Then he fell to his knees, muttering to himself. Finally, he screamed, Master Lu Nan, I've slain these filthy criminals for you! He pleaded, rubbing his hands, begging Lu Nan to forgive the misunderstanding that had once sided with them. Lu Nan froze. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, that voice sounds familiar! Before he could finish, the man slowly lifted his hand and removed his helmet, eyes glinting strangely. Then May gasped, Ba Lu Sai! He chuckled, replying, yeah, long time no see, him doing just fine.